Chapter 31-33. In the Azure Green Mansion. At one of the portals leading to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, a group of people gathered around the scoreboard narrowed their eyes in unison. An uproar broke out among the crowd. Senior Gong Sun Jing's name is removed from the scoreboard? Senior Gong Sun Jing has comprehended 6 profundities from the Law of Fire, and he's always ranked in the top 60. However, he's only ranked 69th today. How did he get eliminated? Was he defeated? I think so. Unless he encountered someone from the profound Nether Mansion, he shouldn't have been killed. Moreover, even someone from the profound Nether Mansion might not be able to kill him before he crushed his accumulative point jade. That's right. I'm afraid Zhou Hongjie is the only one in the profound Nether Mansion who's capable of killing Senior Gong Sun Jing before he crushed his accumulative point jade. However, Zhou Hongjie's points didn't change at all. The disciples from the Azure Green Mansion discussed among themselves. Most of them felt Gong Sun Jing was only eliminated and not killed. Look, while the crowd was discussing fervently among themselves, a sharp-eyed disciple of the Azure Green Manor stared intently at a name on the scoreboard. That name was in the 93rd place just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, it has already risen to the 52nd place. It's that disciple from the profound Nether Mansion called Duan Ling Tian. He originally had 6 points, but after Senior Gong Sun Jing's name disappeared from the scoreboard, his points have increased to 19. Moreover, he's ranked 52nd now. Another Azure Green Mansion disciple exclaimed. As soon as the Azure Green Mansion disciple finished speaking, the crowd fell silent. They had noticed the name Duan Ling Tian earlier. After all, he was a person who had entered the top 100 of the scoreboard. For this reason, they were surprised by the sudden appearance of such a person in the profound Nether Mansion. After all, they had never heard of such a person in the profound Nether Mansion. For this reason, they assumed Duan Ling Tian was not well known in the profound Nether Mansion and was only lucky to be ranked in the top 100. Based on the changes in the scoreboard, it was obvious Gong Sun Jing from the Azure Green Mansion was eliminated by Duan Ling Tian from the profound Nether Mansion. Senior Gong Sun Jing was eliminated by a disciple from the profound Nether Mansion. Will he be fine? After all, among all the 10 Directions Celestial Dukes under the age of 1000 in the profound Nether Mansion, only Zhou Hongjie and 2 other 10 Directions Celestial Dukes, who have comprehended 6 profundities, and are in the process of comprehending the 7th profundity, are capable of killing him. The 2 of them are only slightly stronger than Senior Brother Gong Sun Jing. They don't have the ability to prevent Senior Brother Gong Sun Jing from crushing the Jade Token. However, we all know the names of those 2 people. This Duan Ling Tian is not them. Could it be that Zhou Hongjie and the others used this Duan Ling Tian as bait, and then cooperated with this Duan Ling Tian to kill Senior Brother Gong Sun Jing? That's impossible. Even if they used a disciple from the profound Nether Mansion as bait, it's impossible for them to give the points to a disciple from the profound Nether Mansion. The disciples from the Azure Green Mansion discussed among themselves. None of them knew where this disciple from the profound Nether Mansion came from since they had just learned of his existence. Let's go in and let the elders see if Senior Brother Gong Sun Jing's soul pearl is still intact. An Azure Green Mansion disciple suggested. Upon hearing his suggestion, many disciples from the Azure Green Mansion walked into the main hall. At the same time, many disciples from the Azure Green Mansion stayed behind. Humph! Even if Senior Brother Gong Sun Jing is eliminated, he won't die in the hands of a disciple from the profound Nether Mansion. Even Zhou Hongjie might not be able to kill Senior Brother Gong Sun Jing unless he sneaks up on him, let alone a disciple from the profound Nether Mansion. That's right. If Senior Brother Gong Sun Jing saw Zhou Hongjie, he would have crushed his accumulative point jade immediately. However, these Azure Green Mansion disciples who didn't believe that Gong Sun Jing would die soon received a shocking piece of news from a group of Azure Green Mansion disciples who had left and returned. Gong Sun Jing's soul pearl had shattered. Gong Sun Jing was dead. How's that possible? Impossible. Impossible. How could a disciple from the profound Nether Mansion be capable of killing Senior Brother Gong Sun Jing? As time passed, more and more people in the Azure Green Mansion learned about Gong Sun Jing's death. Although Gongsun Jing was only a 10 Directions Celestial Duke, he was one of the strongest 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in the Azure Green Mansion. He was a frequent participant in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Therefore, his reputation in the Azure Green Mansion was greater than many celestial kings. For this reason, his death caused a huge commotion in the Azure Green Mansion. A disciple from the profound Nether Mansion named Duan Lingtian, he killed our Azure Green Mansion's Gongsun Jing. The Azure Green Mansion was in an uproar. Meanwhile, in the profound Nether Mansion, the 3 sites that led to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were in an uproar as well. Gongsun Jing from the Azure Green Mansion has been eliminated? His points were taken by a disciple from the profound Nether Mansion? Is it Duan Lingtian? Isn't Duan Lingtian a young man who's not even 100 years old yet? Is he capable of eliminating Gongsun Jing? Gongsun Jing is a 10 Directions Celestial Duke who has comprehended 6 profundities from the Law of Fire. Duan Lingtian's ranking on the scoreboard has risen to the 52nd place after eliminating Gongsun Jing. If he only managed to make it into the top 100 due to luck, can he still rely on luck now? Cheating. He must have cheated. Or did the profound Nether Mansion hire him to cheat? Cheating? Even if he cheated, why would the profound Nether Mansion hire an Azure Green Mansion disciple? The disciples from the profound Nether Mansion were engaged in a heated discussion. At this moment, a disciple from the profound Nether Mansion suddenly spoke up. His voice that was laced with celestial origin energy drowned out everyone else's voices. Although the profound Nether Mansion and the Azure Green Mansion are like fire and water, I have a childhood friend who lives in the Azure Green Mansion. Earlier, he sent me a message telling me that Gongsun Jing from the Azure Green Mansion has died. He was killed by Duan Lingtian. He even asked me when the profound Nether Mansion found someone capable of killing Gongsun Jing in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As soon as the profound Nether Mansion's disciple finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent. A few disciples from the profound Nether Mansion stared at the name that was ranked 52nd in shock. Duan Lingtian. He killed Gongsun Jing? In the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, all external forces, including celestial weapons, are prohibited. One can only use one's celestial origin energy, soul energy, and profundities to fight. If he killed Gongsun Jing, doesn't that mean he's stronger than Gongsun Jing? Is that possible? He's not even 100 years old. Patrol Inspector Chi, where did you find such a monster? Apart from the Azure Green Mansion, the profound Nether Mansion was shocked as well. At this moment, the name Duan Lingtian resounded in the profound Nether Mansion. At the same time, the elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion discovered something. Since they had never heard of Duan Lingtian before, it meant he had only joined the profound Nether Mansion recently. This explained why Duan Lingtian was only an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion despite his strength. However, when they found out that Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old, they were all dumbfounded and fell silent. Duan Lingtian? Apart from the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion and Qi Tianming, one of the 10 inspectors who brought Duan Lingtian to the profound Nether Mansion, there was another person in the profound Nether Mansion who knew about Duan Lingtian's background. This person was none other than Bihai Mingfeng, the other inspector of the profound Nether Mansion. Duan Lingtian was sent into the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm by Inspector Qi. He's ranked 52nd on the scoreboard. He even killed Gongsun Jing. Upon hearing this, Bihai Mingfeng immediately went to look for Qi Tianming. Senior Uncle Qi, what's going on? I met Duan Lingtian when the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opened. At that time, he was only a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. It's only been such a short time, but he's already strong enough to kill Gongsun Jing in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and is ranked 52nd on the scoreboard? Bihai Mingfeng was usually gentle and refined. He was rarely emotional. However, at this very moment, he had completely lost his composure. He could not figure it out at all. How could a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial achieve such a monstrous feat in just a few years? The Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. In the face of Bihai Mingfeng's insistence to get to the bottom of the matter, Qi Tianming only replied with these 4 words. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Bihai Mingfeng's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Qi Tianming in shock. Don't tell me the rumor that some people in the Southern Heaven territory were tricked by a reincarnated celestial emperor into going to the Yen Huang Heaven as a sacrifice to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree is true? Bihai Mingfeng did not dare to confirm the rumor since he had only heard about it. Moreover, he had never heard of anyone in the profound nether mansion being tricked by a reincarnated celestial emperor into going to the Yen Huang Heaven. However, when he thought about how Duan Lingtian had achieved so much in just a few years, he had no choice but to believe the rumor. Duan Lingtian was tricked into going to the Yen Huang Heaven as well. Moreover, he even managed to snatch the heaven sacrificial divine fruit right under the nose of a reincarnated celestial emperor. Bihai Mingfeng sucked in a cold breath. He's not the only one. Ling Jueyun from the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect and Murong Xiao from the Murong clan were also tricked into going to the Yen Huang Heaven, Qi Tianming said. However, Murong Xiao is dead. The 2 heaven sacrificial divine fruits were obtained by Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun. Ling Jueyun didn't return from the Yen Huang Heaven. His soul pearl in the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect didn't shatter as well. When Qi Tianming learned that Duan Lingtian had obtained the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from Sun Liangpang, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, he had investigated the matter. Chapter 31-34. The 2 of them managed to snatch the heaven sacrificial divine fruits from under the nose of a reincarnated celestial emperor? How did they do it? Bihai Mingfeng was in disbelief. Even if the reincarnated celestial emperor's cultivation base was ordinary, he was confident he could control the situation since he dared to trick so many people. Under such circumstances, if the heaven sacrificial divine fruits bore fruit, he was almost certain he would be able to obtain them. However, Qi Tianming's words made Bihai Mingfeng speechless. Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun managed to snatch the heaven sacrificial divine fruits from under the nose of a reincarnated celestial emperor? I'm afraid they're the only ones who know. Bihai Mingfeng nodded. That so-called reincarnated immortal emperor, could it be one of them? Bihai Mingfeng's eyes glinted as he speculated. I've thought about it as well. I've investigated this matter. Duan Lingtian can't be the reincarnated celestial emperor. After all, he hasn't left the Simplicity Celestial Sect. It's impossible for him to invite so many people to the Yen Huang Heaven. Qi Tianming shook his head and said, As for Ling Jueyun, I've investigated him in the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect as well. He only left the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect once when he went to the Yen Huang Heaven. Based on the time he left, it's impossible for him to invite so many people to the Yen Huang Heaven. If Bihai Mingfeng could think of it, how could Qi Tianming not think of it? What a surprise! Bihai Mingfeng muttered to himself. Upon hearing Qi Tianming's words, Bihai Mingfeng knew he had overthought things. However, he could not hide the shock on his face. He did not expect this. He did not expect the 2 little fellows he had met at the Scaling Cloud Lake to obtain such heaven-defying fortuitous encounters in just a few years. Senior Uncle Qi, are you the one who invited Duan Lingtian to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Bihai Mingfeng could not help but ask when he recalled Duan Lingtian was in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. No. Qi Tianming shook his head. Qi Tianming shook his head with a bitter smile. I brought Duan Lingtian here to introduce him to the Imperial Tutor Palace. You want him to join the Imperial Tutor Pavilion and become the first Imperial Tutor in the profound Nether Mansion in the past 30,000 years? Bihai Mingfeng knew Duan Lingtian's intention. Based on Duan Lingtian's strength at such a young age, it would be a piece of cake for him to become the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. Duan Lingtian was now a monster. Even in the top 10 clans and top 5 sects, no one at his age could be compared with him. Yes. Qi Tianming nodded and continued. Then, that person from the Imperial Tutor Palace set a test for him. Bihai Mingfeng quietly listened to Qi Tianming's words. He wanted to know what test the person from the Imperial Tutor Pavilion set for Duan Lingtian. He wants Duan Lingtian to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. If Duan Lingtian manages to rank first 12 times in a row, He'll be allowed to join the Imperial Tutor Pavilion and become the first Imperial Tutor in the profound Nether Mansion in the past 30,000 years. When Qi Tianming mentioned the test, Bihai Mingfeng was so shocked that he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. If he was not mistaken, Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old yet, right? Even the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion from 30,000 years ago would not have been able to pass such a test, right? In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Gongsun Jing from the Azure Green Mansion only has 13 points to rank 69th on the scoreboard. Now that I have 19 points, I should be able to rank in the top 60. Before entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Duan Lingtian had memorized everyone's points on the scoreboard. Based on his current points, he should be able to rank in the top 55. After all, he had just entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm not too long ago, so his ranking should not have changed much. Duan Lingtian didn't know that his appearance had caused the scoreboard that was originally like a pool of stagnant water to undergo a shocking change. In the past, the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would not change much at the end of the month. However, due to Duan Lingtian's appearance, the scoreboard had changed a lot even though the month had almost ended. In the next 3 days, although Duan Lingtian brazenly flew across different terrains in the sky, he did not encounter any opponents at all. This can't go on. How am I supposed to accumulate points without any opponents? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The reason he did not encounter anyone after 3 days was not because everyone was avoiding him. It was because there were fewer and fewer people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Most of them had already entered and left the middle realm. After passing through a forest, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He saw a familiar valley in the distance. This valley is identical to the profound Nether Mansion's base. Is this the base of a Grade 6 Celestial Mansion as well? As soon as Duan Lingtian saw the valley, he saw a figure flying out of the valley. The figure happened to see Duan Lingtian as well. The figure was a burly man with a bare upper body. His muscles were bulging from head to toe. When the burly man saw Duan Lingtian, his eyes lit up immediately as he flew toward Duan Lingtian. His body seemed heavy and clumsy, but when he rushed over, his speed was not slow at all. A disciple of the profound Nether Mansion? When the burly man arrived near Duan Lingtian, he saw the identity token hanging on Duan Lingtian's waist. An outer court disciple? When the burly man saw Duan Lingtian was only an outer court disciple, a frown appeared on his face. Did he come here to sightsee? However, those who came in for sightseeing can also come here safely? Based on what he knew, the profound Nether Mansion's base was quite far from here. Even a 10-direction Celestial Duke would need at least a day and a night to reach the middle realm. It was impossible for an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion to reach the middle realm without at least a few days of travel. How was it possible that the burly man did not encounter any opponents in the past few days? Wasn't his luck too good? The Martial Battle Mansion? Duan Lingtian saw the burly man's identity token. The burly man was an inner court disciple of the Martial Battle Mansion. His name was Hung Feng. Hung Feng. Duan Lingtian recalled the names on the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, but Hung Feng's name was not on it. It was clear Hung Feng was not on the scoreboard. Naturally, this did not mean Hung Feng was not strong enough to make it into the scoreboard. Perhaps he had just entered the middle realm and did not have enough points to make it into the scoreboard. The place behind you is the Martial Battle Mansion's base? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he looked at Hung Feng. That's right. Hung Feng nodded. Then, a smile appeared on his face as he said, Boy, you're just an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. You're quite lucky to be able to make it this far. However, your luck ends here. Now, are you going to crush your accumulative point jade, or do you want me to beat you up before you crush your accumulative point jade? Hung Feng asked. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, unless there was a major conflict between the profound Nether Mansion and the Azure Green Mansion, the people from the two mansions would not kill each other. Naturally, there were also those who were bloodthirsty and would kill their opponents even if they did not belong to the same celestial mansion. Duan Lingtian had to admit that Hung Feng was not such a person. However, Hung Feng was just as lucky as Hung Feng. Then please beat me up. Duan Ling Tian's narrowed eyes suddenly opened, and a bright light flashed in them. Hung Feng was stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to say such a thing. Boy, you've never heard of me? Hung Feng asked in a deep voice. Nope. Duan Ling Tian shrugged. Hung Feng's face flushed red when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. After all, Hung Feng was a regular in the top 50 of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Therefore, almost everyone who paid attention to the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm knew of him. He had only come out of closed-door cultivation today, so he was late in entering the middle realm. However, he did not expect to encounter a rash disciple who did not pay attention to the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm as soon as he entered the middle realm. Forget it. Why should I be so calculative with an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion? It's normal for an outer court disciple to not pay attention to the scoreboard. The moment Hung Feng thought of this, his expression softened. He did not waste any time as he walked toward Duan Ling Tian with a sway of his muscular body. Dong! 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 Hung Feng stepped in the air, and with every step he took, there was a loud bang that sounded like the beating of a drum. During this process, with every step he took, a layer of earthy yellow light would explode from his body. It was gorgeous and resplendent. In the end, when he was not far away from Duan Ling Tian, the layers of khaki halos shrunk and condensed. In the end, they transformed into layers of solid rock that covered his body like a rock armor. Of course, Hung Feng wasn't just wearing the rock armor. When he was wearing the rock armor, the aura he exuded was completely different. His aura was even more majestic than before, giving Duan Ling Tian a sense of pressure. The rock-style profundity? When the khaki light shone on Hung Feng's body, Duan Ling Tian knew Hung Feng had cast the law of Earth's rock-style profundity. After all, he had first come into contact with the laws of Earth. Although he had not comprehended the profundity of the laws of Earth, he had a deep understanding of the laws of Earth, so he knew many profundities of the laws of Earth in detail. The profundity of rock body in the law of Earth was similar to the profundity of metal body in the law of metal, and the profundity of fire body in the law of fire. Of course, because the laws of Earth were adept in defense, the user's defense would be strengthened greatly after he utilized the profundities of the laws of Earth. Whoosh! 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 When Hung Feng was not far away from Duan Ling Tian, he opened his hands wide and released his celestial origin energy that was infused with the Earth elemental profundity. The Earth elemental profundity condensed into stone pillars in the air. Finally, these pillars formed a cage around Duan Ling Tian's body, trapping him inside. At the same time, a huge pressure enveloped Duan Ling Tian. Gravitational space profound. Chapter 31-35. The gravitational space profundity was one of the profundities from the law of Earth that Duan Ling Tian had come into contact with. In fact, he even knew the weak points of the gravitational space profundity. The distortion profundity. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body through his 99 heavenly veins when he faced the gravitational space profundity and the cage that was shrinking. As soon as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body, it merged perfectly with the space elemental profundity. With 99 heavenly veins, Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy was much faster than ordinary people. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy surged out of his body and merged with the space elemental profundity before he cast the distortion profundity. Swoosh! Swoosh! As soon as the distortion profundity was cast, the space around Duan Ling Tian began to distort and vibrate again. The gravitational force that shrouded Duan Ling Tian disappeared without a trace. Naturally, this was not because Hung Feng had withdrawn the gravitational force from Duan Ling Tian. Instead, it was because Duan Ling Tian had used the distortion profundity to shatter the gravitational force on Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, the space around Duan Ling Tian was affected by the distortion profundity. Ordinary forces would not be able to get close to him. Territory profundity. Duan Ling Tian cast another profundity from the law of space, the territory profundity, when the cage was only 7 to 8 meters away from him. In just a blink of an eye, the space domain expanded. The space energy inside the domain combined with the distorting power Upanishad rolled toward the cage. Apparently, he wanted to break the cage directly. At this moment, Hung Feng finally regained his senses. He's a 10 directions celestial duke. These two profundities, are they the distortion profundity and the territory profundity from the law of space? Hung Feng's strength was higher than Gong Sun Jing, whom Duan Lingtian had killed. Naturally, his eyesight was not inferior to Gong Sun Jing's as well. For this reason, when Hung Feng used Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy to confirm Duan Lingtian's cultivation base, he was able to identify the profundity of the law of space that Duan Lingtian had cast. Hung Feng's expression darkened immediately. Vibration profundity. With just a thought, a kite energy appeared above the cage formed by the gravitational space profundity. It was similar to the distortion profundity from the law of space. Although Hung Feng's profundity, he did not have the profundity of space, the law of space profundity, Duan Lingtian's territory profundity, and the distortion profundity. In the next moment, boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions rang in the air as the cage formed by Hung Feng's gravitational space profundity was crushed by Duan Lingtian's power. In just a blink of an eye, the cage was reduced to dust. However, even though it had turned into powder that filled the sky, it only took a moment for the powder to once again condense into the cage from before. Moreover, the cage shrunk rapidly. It was clear Hung Feng was trying to trap Duan Lingtian inside. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted. A faint smile appeared on his face as he muttered to himself, "The recovery profundity, interesting." That was right. After Hung Feng's cage was crushed by Duan Lingtian's power, it was able to recover so quickly because Hung Feng had cast the law of Earth's recovery profundity at this moment. The recovery profundity was the only recovery profundity in the law of Earth. Not only could it restore one's own celestial origin energy that had been fused with the Earth elemental profundity, but it could also restore everything that had been fused with the Earth elemental profundity. For example, the cage formed by the gravitational space profundity could be repaired by the recovery profundity. Up until now, Hung Feng, an inner court disciple of the martial battle mansion, had cast 5 profundities from the law of Earth. The Earth elemental profundity, the rock-style profundity, the gravitational space profundity, the vibration profundity, and the recovery profundity. I, Hung Feng, have underestimated you. I didn't expect an outer court disciple like you would possess such strength. Hung Feng's loud voice rang in the air. However, if this is all you've got, I advise you to crush your accumulative point jade obediently. As soon as Hung Feng finished speaking, the cage formed by the gravitational space profundity continued to shrink toward Duan Lingtian. It was getting closer and closer to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Hung Feng's vibration profundity was fully unleashed. It was on par with Duan Lingtian's distortion profundity. Although Duan Lingtian's distortion profundity was boosted by the territory profundity, it was boosted by the territory profundity. Hung Feng's vibration profundity was boosted by the gravitational space profundity and the rock-style profundity. The teleportation profundity. As soon as Hung Feng finished speaking, Duan Lingtian vanished from his spot with just a thought. Hung Feng's eyes widened in shock. At the same time, Duan Lingtian appeared behind Hung Feng. He narrowed his eyes as a restrictive energy shrouded Hung Feng, trapping him within it. This was the law of space's restraining profundity that Duan Lingtian had cast. The territory profundity. The distortion profundity. At the same time, Duan Lingtian cast the 2 profundities from the law of space again. The space profundity swept toward Hung Feng as though it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The space profundity seemed capable of destroying everything in its path. All of this was too sudden for Hung Feng. Even then, when Duan Lingtian's space profundity shrouded Hung Feng, a layer of translucent crystal appeared on his rock armor. The crystal wall profundity. This was the defense profundity from the law of Earth. At this critical moment, Hung Feng cast the 6th profundity from the law of Earth that he had comprehended. At this moment, The strength that Hung Feng displayed was no longer inferior to the Azure Green Mansion's inner court disciple, Gong Sun Jing, who was killed by Duan Ling Tian. Boom, 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 boom. When Duan Ling Tian's energy landed on Hung Feng's body, it only managed to shatter the crystal. The remaining energy only managed to crack the rock armor on Hung Feng's body. Barf. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Hung Feng finally managed to catch his breath. A powerful repulsive force swept out from his body. It was the repulsive force from the gravitational space profundity. Coupled with the vibration profundity, it swept out in all directions, causing the space that Duan Ling Tian had shackled to tremble slightly. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's energy collided with Hung Feng's energy. Both of them were equally matched. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Recovery profundity. However, when Hung Feng cast the law of Earth's recovery profundity, not only did it repair Hung Feng's rock armor and crystal barrier, but it also strengthened his celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the Earth elemental profundity. For a moment, Duan Ling Tian was at a disadvantage. The space elemental profundity, the distortion profundity, the territory profundity, the confinement profundity, and the teleportation profundity. When did the profound nether mansion have a 10 directions celestial duke like you? Although Hung Feng had the upper hand, his expression was solemn. He had never heard of such a person in the profound nether mansion before this. He was certain there was no doubt about it. If there was such a person in the profound nether mansion, even if he had not entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm before, he was certain Hung Feng was not a nobody. This was because he had not comprehended an ordinary law. Instead, he had comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of space. In other words, the difficulty of comprehending 5 profundities from a supreme law like the law of space was comparable to comprehending 7 or 8 profundities from an ordinary law. At this moment, Hung Feng was no longer in the mood to force Duan Ling Tian to crush his accumulative point jade. When he discovered Duan Ling Tian had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity, he knew it was impossible for him to keep Duan Ling Tian here. In fact, Duan Ling Tian would be able to escape if his opponent was not a 10 directions celestial duke who had comprehended the law of wind's gale profundity or other speed profundities. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. While Hung Feng was looking at Duan Ling Tian with a grim expression on his face, several figures flew out from the martial battle mansion's base. Senior brother Hung Feng? Who's this person? He's actually able to stand up to senior brother Hung Feng. He's a disciple of the profound nether mansion. Am I seeing things? He's an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion? Senior brother Hung Feng is in such a wretched state because of an outer court disciple? The newcomers were the disciples of the martial battle mansion. They had been in the martial battle mansion's base when they heard the commotion. Although Duan Ling Tian and Hung Feng had fought several times, it had only been a short while. I didn't expect you to have comprehended 6 profundities from the law of Earth as well. Duan Ling Tian looked at Hung Feng with a hint of surprise in his eyes. From the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian did not pay any attention to the disciples of the martial battle mansion, even though they were all inner court disciples. Hung Feng's strength was not inferior to Gong Sun Jing from the Azure Green Mansion, whom he had killed earlier. In fact, Gong Sun Jing might not even be a match for Hung Feng. Naturally, if Gong Sun Jing wanted to flee, Hung Feng might not be able to catch up to him. After all, Hung Feng's strength was the law of Earth. His speed was his weakness. He said senior brother Hung Feng has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of Earth. Is it possible that senior brother Hung Feng has cast 6 profundities from the law of Earth in front of him? That might not be the case. Don't forget that senior brother Hung Feng isn't a nobody in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. That person must have heard of senior brother Hung Feng and knew senior brother Hung Feng had comprehended 6 profundities. Humph! Can't you see that senior brother Hung Feng has cast 6 profundities from the law of Earth? Many of the martial battle mansion's inner court disciples who were relatively strong and discerning could tell Hung Feng had cast 6 profundities from the law of Earth. You've comprehended the teleportation profundity from the law of space. I can't keep you here. Hung Feng said in a deep voice. Upon hearing Hung Feng's words, the group of Martial Battle Mansion's inner court disciples was stunned. The Teleportation Profundity. Chapter 31-36. You can't stop me, but that doesn't mean I can't stop you. Upon hearing Hung Feng's words, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. In the next instant, the space around Duan Lingtian in the space territory began to stir. It was as though it was preparing for something. After a few moments, a ripping sound could be heard as a spatial tear appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. That's a spatial tear? Heavens! He actually tore a spatial tear? How is he so strong? No, he didn't use his own strength to tear a spatial tear. He used the law of space to tear a spatial tear. To be more precise, he's using the dimensional/profundity from the law of space. When the group of Martial Battle Mansion's disciples were still in shock, a gray saber ray appeared from behind the spatial tear. This blade glow leaped out from behind the spatial crack. It was like a dimensional blade that traversed through another dimension. As soon as it appeared, it seemed to cause everything around it to pale in comparison. Whoosh! Whoosh! After the gray saber ray appeared from behind the spatial tear, Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the other profundities from the law of space surged into the saber ray, causing the saber ray to grow rapidly. After the saber ray grew, the aura it emitted became even more terrifying. Although it was not targeted at the group of Martial Battle Mansion's disciples, they still felt suffocated. How powerful! What a terrifying saber ray! So this is the dimensional/profundity from the law of space. The first offensive profundity from the law of space. The group of Martial Battle Mansion's disciples who were not targeted could sense how terrifying the dimensional/profundity was. Naturally, Hung Feng, who was targeted by the dimensional/profundity, could sense how terrifying the gray saber ray was. At this moment, even though Hung Feng had cast the law of Earth's rock-style profundity, crystal barrier profundity, and other profundities from the law of Earth to block the dimensional/profundity, he did not feel safe at all. Defense profundity. Hung Feng took a deep breath before he cast the law of Earth's profundity that he had just comprehended. Numerous yellow talismans appeared around Hung Feng's body and began to revolve around him. Of course, these yellow talismans were a little dim and blurry. It was as if they could not provide much defense for Hung Feng. Senior brother Hung Feng has even used the seventh profundity of the law of Earth, the defense profundity. The disciples of the Martial Battle Mansion held their breaths. They could see that Hung Feng was using all his strength. Boom! Rumble! Faced with the ferocious dimensional/profundity, Hung Feng used the seventh profundity of the law of Earth that he had just comprehended. With a single thought, he combined the vibrational profundity of the law of Earth with the gravitational space profundity to form a cage in front of him in an attempt to block the dimensional/. At this moment, Hung Feng was defending with all his might and attacking with all his might. He did not dare to be careless. At the same time, the celestial origin energy in his body continued to surge out of his body, supporting both his defense and offense. At this moment, Hung Feng had completely fallen into a passive position. You've even comprehended the seventh profundity of the laws of Earth, the defense profundity? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he saw that Hung Feng had even used the defense profound meaning that he had just comprehended. A faint smile appeared on his face as if he didn't care at all. If it's the profound of defense at novice level, he might be able to block my dimensional/. However, this initial comprehension of the defense profoundness is still insufficient. It was as if he was setting off Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Hum! In the void, the dimensional/ whistled through the air, destroying Hung Feng's attack like it was nothing. Then, it continued to fly towards Hung Feng. Although the dimensional/ had consumed some of its energy, it was quickly replenished by Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy. Of course, only Duan Lingtian, who had 99 heavenly veins, could recover from the dimensional/ in such a short time. Although the dimensional/ did not consume a lot of energy, it did not consume a lot of energy. However, if it was not for someone with 99 heavenly veins, it would not have been possible for him to recover so much energy in such a short time. Buzz, 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 buzz. The dimensional/ tore through the void as though it could destroy everything. The terrifying sound of the saber humming continuously rang in Hung Feng's ears. Although he had put all his energy into defending himself, he was still not confident of winning. The power of the dimensional slash was too strong. The law of space was indeed worthy of being one of the four supreme laws. Although Duan Lingtian had only comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space, he felt like he could defeat Hung Feng, who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of earth and had just comprehended the 7th profundity from the law of earth. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had been defeated while he had put all his energy into defending himself. After all, the law of earth he had comprehended could not be compared to the 4 supreme laws in terms of defense. But now, he had a strong feeling that dimensional slash could break through his defenses, injure him, and even kill him. Moreover, the sense of danger grew stronger as the dimensional slash approached him. In the end, he could not help but feel his head go numb. No! In the face of death, Hung Feng's eyes widened as his aura fluctuated violently. He could no longer maintain his composure. Hung Feng, who was on the brink of death, suddenly felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. He suddenly felt enlightened and enlightened. The doubts he had regarding the law of Earth's defense profundity had been resolved at this moment. Whoosh! 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 Just as the dimensional slash was about to cut through the yellow talismans that were revolving around Hung Feng, the originally dim and illusory yellow talismans suddenly solidified. With this, the talismans, which were originally vulnerable to the dimensional slash, became Hung Feng's first line of defense and barely managed to stop the dimensional slash. You managed to comprehend the law of Earth's defense profundity under the pressure of my attack? Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback when he saw the situation. However, so what if you've comprehended the law of Earth's defense profundity? The defense profundity is not attached to your body. I can use the law of space's teleportation profundity to send the dimensional slash behind the defense profundity. There's no need for me to be entangled with it. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. The dimensional slash profundity that was in a stalemate with the defense profundity disappeared mysteriously. When it reappeared, it was behind the defense profundity and continued to attack Hung Feng. At this moment, the defense profundity was useless. How is this possible? Hung Feng's expression changed drastically, and a look of despair appeared on his face. At this moment, it was already too late for him to withdraw the defense profundity. It was impossible for him to catch up with the speed of the dimensional slash. The dimensional slash landed on the crystalline rock armor on Hung Feng's body. After a short stalemate, it cut through the rock armor as though it was tofu. The law of Earth's crystal wall profundity had completed its mission. Naturally, its sacrifice was not in vain. At the very least, it had offset half of the power of the dimensional slash profundity. After the crystal wall profundity came the rock-style profundity. The rock-style profundity was not the main defensive profundity from the law of Earth. Although it had some defensive properties, it could not be compared to the crystal wall profundity and the defense profundity. For this reason, Hung Feng's face turned deathly pale when the dimensional slash profundity cut through the rock armor's crystal wall. I can't believe I'm going to die in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. In desperation, Hung Feng closed his eyes. At this moment, there was nothing he could do to turn the situation around. However, after a few moments, he discovered he did not die as he had expected. Although he felt an icy cold aura on his chest and even felt a burning pain, the dimensional slash that had landed on his body had disappeared at the same time. Buzz! The crisp sound of a saber rang in the air before it disappeared. Hung Feng knew his opponent, the profound Nether Mansion's outer court disciple, had shown him mercy. Thank you for sparing my life. Hung Feng opened his eyes and looked at the small wound on his chest. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian gratefully. Those who had not experienced the despair of death would not be able to understand how Hung Feng felt at this moment. It was as though Hung Feng had just walked through the gates of hell. Since you thought you could kill me and had no intention of killing me, naturally, I won't kill you. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Now, it's time for you to hand over your points, right? If Duan Lingtian did not use the transportation profundity to send the dimensional slash profundity behind Hung Feng would have died. It was just as Duan Lingtian had said. Since Hung Feng had no intention of killing him, Duan Lingtian had shown mercy. If Hung Feng had wanted to kill him from the beginning, he would not have held back. Of course. Hung Feng hastily brought out his accumulative point jade. At the same time, he felt a chill run down his spine. His clothes were drenched in cold sweat. At this moment, he could not help but feel relieved that he had not killed indiscriminately. Otherwise, he would have been dead by now. No matter what, I owe you a favor. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely repay you. Hung Feng said to Duan Lingtian before he crushed his accumulative point jade. His tone was sincere, and there was no hint of hypocrisy in it. After Hung Feng was sent away by the transportation formation in his accumulative point jade, Duan Lingtian's accumulative point jade increased by 1 point. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had 20 points in his accumulative point jade. He just came in? Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless when he saw Hung Feng had only given him 1 point. After all, Hung Feng was much stronger than Gong Sun Jing, who had given him 13 points. This made him feel slightly unbalanced. However, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he had bumped into Hung Feng when he first came in. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow as though he had sensed something. In the next moment, whoosh, Duan Lingtian vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already 100 meters away, blocking the path of a group of Martial Battle Mansion's disciples who were trying to return to the Martial Battle Mansion's base. Since you're already here, why are you in such a hurry to return? Duan Lingtian said with a smile as he looked at the group of Martial Battle Mansion's disciples. Chapter 31-37. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, each Grade 6 celestial mansion had its own campsite. Only those who had both the identity token of that immortal mansion and the point jade token of that immortal mansion were allowed to enter the encampment. Others were not allowed to enter. If they tried to force their way into the campsites, they would trigger the defensive formation the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord had set up. It was impossible for a 10 Directions Celestial Duke to breach the defensive formation. The group of disciples from the Martial Battle Mansion had been staying in the campsite. Regardless of how strong Duan Lingtian was, as long as they did not leave the campsite, it would be impossible for him to break into the campsite. However, they had left the campsite when Duan Lingtian and Hung Feng were fighting. When they saw Duan Lingtian had eliminated Hung Feng, their first thought was to return to the campsite. Unfortunately, as soon as they turned around, Duan Lingtian had already blocked their path and was glaring at them like a tiger watching its prey. They had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength with their own eyes. Even Hung Feng, who had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth, was no match for Duan Lingtian. Hung Feng had successfully comprehended the law of earth's defense profundity at the brink of death. They had witnessed this clearly. For this reason, they were shocked that Duan Lingtian was able to defeat Hung Feng, who had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth. Even if Hung Feng had not comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth, none of them would have been a match for him, let alone Hung Feng, who had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth. However, now that they were faced with Duan Lingtian, who was stronger than Hung Feng, they could not bring themselves to fight him at all. Duan Lingtian, I'm willing to hand over my points. However, before I leave, I have a question for you. Are you really an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion? One of the disciples from the Martial Battle Mansion knew it was impossible for him to return to the campsite under the protection of Duan Lingtian. He took out his accumulative point jade. However, before he crushed his accumulative point jade, he asked Duan Lingtian a question. Are you really an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion? Following his question, the remaining disciples of the Martial Battle Mansion glanced at Duan Lingtian. Obviously, they were all interested in this question. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. The Martial Battle Mansion's disciple could not help but curse when he saw Duan Lingtian nodding. The people from the profound Nether Mansion are blind. How can someone like you be an outer court disciple? Duan Lingtian, why don't you leave the profound Nether Mansion and join the Martial Battle Mansion? My father is the Vice Mansion Master of the Martial Battle Mansion. I can ask him to recommend you to the Martial Battle Mansion. If you're willing to join the Martial Battle Mansion, my father will recommend you to become a core disciple of the Martial Battle Mansion. The Martial Battle Mansion's disciple suddenly changed the topic and began to poach the profound Nether Mansion's disciples. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the Martial Battle Mansion's disciples lit up as they looked at Duan Lingtian expectantly. If Duan Lingtian joined the Martial Battle Mansion, the Martial Battle Mansion would have a powerhouse who could dominate the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in the future. Although Duan Lingtian would not be of much help to them, they could still brag about it in front of the other disciples. I just joined the profound Nether Mansion a few days ago. Duan Lingtian shrugged and said, "Thank you for your kind offer, but I won't leave the profound Nether Mansion. Just joined the profound Nether Mansion a few days ago?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Martial Battle Mansion's disciple tried to dissuade him. However, he could see the determination in Duan Lingtian's voice. The profound Nether Mansion is really lucky. The Martial Battle Mansion's disciple, who claimed to be the son of the Vice Mansion Master of the Martial Battle Mansion, said bitterly as he crushed the accumulative point jade in his hand. Duan Lingtian's accumulative point jade instantly skyrocketed. 29 points? Duan Lingtian was pleasantly surprised when he saw the number of points on his accumulative point jade. He did not expect the Martial Battle Mansion's disciple would have so many points. After all, not everyone had 9 points. 9 points should be on the scoreboard. Before I came in, there were 2 people with 9 points. One of them is a Martial Battle Mansion's disciple called Lu Xiaozhou. Duan Lingtian recalled the name of the Martial Battle Mansion's disciple, who had 9 points on the scoreboard, before he entered the Heaven's Burial Ground. Lu Xiaozhou. Before Duan Lingtian entered the profound Nether Mansion, Lu Xiaozhou was ranked 78th on the scoreboard. He was one of the 2 people who had 9 points. It was clear Lu Xiaozhou had obtained 9 points earlier than the other person. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he turned to look at the group of Martial Battle Mansion's disciples. A bitter smile could be seen on their faces at this moment. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian was distracted, none of them took the opportunity to flee. None of them dared to take the lead. Based on the current situation, they would only have to give up their points and leave the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm earlier. Even if they gave up their points, it would not affect them at all since they were ranked outside the top 100. Naturally, they would not be rewarded by the Martial Battle Mansion. The major celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, including the Martial Battle Mansion, would reward their disciples who were ranked in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, even if they were ranked outside the top 20. Of course, those who were ranked within the top 20 would not only receive preferential rewards, but they would also receive substantial rewards. If they tried to flee, they might infuriate the profound Nether Mansion's disciple and kill him. For the sake of their lives, they did not dare to act recklessly. Crack, 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 crack. After one of the Martial Battle Mansion's disciples crushed his accumulative point jade, the rest of the Martial Battle Mansion's disciples followed suit. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's accumulative point jade increased to 41 points. At the same time, the group of Martial Battle Mansion's disciples disappeared from Duan Lingtian's sight. I saw the scoreboard before I came in. With 41 points, I'm ranked 45th. Duan Lingtian could still remember the scoreboard. Before he entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he had 50 points while the person ranked 45th only had 36 points. With his current points, he could easily overtake the person ranked 45th and below. The higher one's ranking was, the greater the disparity between the scoreboard and the higher one's ranking was. When Duan Lingtian only had 6 points, he was ranked 93rd. When he had 19 points, he was ranked 52nd. Now that he had 41 points, he was only ranked 45th. His points had doubled, but his ranking on the scoreboard had only advanced by a few places. Before Duan Lingtian entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he was shocked when he saw his ranking on the scoreboard. The 50th place on the scoreboard was a watershed. Even if the top 50 were ranked close to each other, there would still be a gap of 3 places between them. On the other hand, the gap between the top 50 was very small. Those who are ranked in the top 50 must have comprehended at least 6 profundities and are in the process of comprehending a 7th profundity. Moreover, they must be the cream of the crop. Such people can easily defeat most people in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In the past, it would have been difficult for Hung Feng to rank in the top 50. However, with his strength, there's a high chance he'll rank in the top 50 from next month onward. Duan Lingtian thought there was a high chance Hung Feng would rank in the top 50 because Hung Feng had comprehended the law of earth. Although Hung Feng had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth, his speed was still his shortcoming. For those who comprehended the law of wind, even if they only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind, as long as their second profundity was the gale profundity or another speed profundity, as long as they were not careless, they would be able to escape unscathed from Hung Feng. Of course, Hung Feng can also find someone who is faster but weaker than him to help him. That way, he'll have a chance to defeat his opponent, Duan Lingtian said. Although Hung Feng's speed was slow, he could easily find a helper from the Martial Battle Mansion to help him. With this, it would be much easier for Hung Feng to rank in the top 50. In the Martial Battle Mansion, it was a grade 6 celestial mansion just like the profound Nether Mansion. There were a few transporting formations in the Martial Battle Mansion that led to the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. When Hung Feng appeared miserably at one of the teleportation points, the person at the teleportation point was naturally very surprised. Hung Feng, you're injured? A group of elders and disciples from the Martial Battle Mansion gasped when they saw the inch-deep wound on Hung Feng's chest. Hung Feng had comprehended the law of earth. In the Martial Battle Mansion, his defense was invincible against those below the Celestial King realm. However, not only was Hung Feng eliminated, but he was also injured. It was clear someone had breached his defense. Hung Feng, who breached your defense? One of the elders asked in shock. Is it Lung Yunyu from the Green Spirit Mansion or Lu Ji from the Han Qing Mansion? The elders from the Martial Battle Mansion asked this question because there were only a handful of people in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. There were less than 30 10 directions celestial dukes from the various celestial mansions who were capable of breaching Hung Feng's defense. In the past few days, only Lung Yunyu from the Green Spirit Mansion and Lu Ji from the Han Qing Mansion had managed to break through Hung Feng's defense with a change in points. Neither of them. Hung Feng shook his head as he looked at the scoreboard. A wry smile appeared on his face when he saw the names that had suddenly entered the top 50. It seems like they didn't make it back to the campsite. Hung Feng had a hunch about this. At this moment, a figure appeared at the transporting formations. It was none other than the Martial Battle Mansion's disciple who had crushed his accumulative point jade in front of Duan Lingtian. Little Zhou, why are you here? The eyes of the Martial Battle Mansion's elder widened in shock when he saw the person who had just appeared. At the same time, he discovered the person who had just appeared was none other than Hung Feng. Chapter 31-38. Lu Xiaozhou was the son of one of the vice mansion masters in the Martial Battle Mansion. Although he was not as strong as Hung Feng, he had comprehended 5 profundities from the law of metal and was in the process of comprehending the 6th profundity from the law of metal. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Lu Xiaozhou's best result was to rank 69th on the scoreboard and enter the top 70. After all, this was a rare achievement for a 10 directions celestial duke who had only comprehended 5 profundities from a law. Naturally, this was due to the fact that Lu Xiaozhou had comprehended the law of metal. If he had comprehended the law of earth, he might not even be able to rank in the top 80, let alone the top 70. Earlier, the people in the transporting formation saw Lu Xiaozhou ranked 78th on the scoreboard. Lu Xiaozhou's ranking on the scoreboard was 78th. For Lu Xiaozhou, this could only be considered average. However, Lu Xiaozhou could still stay in there for 3 more days, so it was not impossible for him to obtain a better ranking. Many people were looking forward to seeing Lu Xiaozhou's performance. Who would have thought that after Hung Feng, Lu Xiaozhou would also be eliminated? Both of them were eliminated one after another. That person even defeated senior brother Hung Feng. I didn't even need to fight with him since I knew what was good for me. Lu Xiaozhou shrugged when he heard the elder's question. As soon as Lu Xiaozhou finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent. The Martial Battle Mansion's elder who asked Lu Xiaozhou finally regained his senses. He took a deep breath and asked, "You mean, you were also eliminated by the person who broke through Hung Feng's defense?" Swoosh, swoosh. As soon as the Martial Battle Mansion's elder finished speaking, two more figures appeared. It was clear they were also eliminated from the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Two more people were eliminated? There are only a dozen people left in the Martial Battle Mansion, right? In less than 15 minutes, 4 people were eliminated from the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. This was rare in the Martial Battle Mansion. Don't tell me both of you were eliminated by the person who eliminated Hung Feng and Xiao Zhou as well? The elder asked in shock as he looked at the two disciples who were eliminated from the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After all, the 4 of them were eliminated in such a short period of time. This was unlikely to be a coincidence. Yes. Under the shocked gazes of the Martial Battle Mansion's elders and disciples, the two Martial Battle Mansion's elders nodded in agreement. Actually, there were 7 people who were eliminated along with us. They must have entered the middle realm through another transporting formation. That's why they weren't sent here. As soon as this person finished speaking, the entire crowd fell into a deathly silence again. There were still 7 people who had been eliminated. In other words, 11 people, including Hung Feng and Lu Xiaozhou, had been eliminated in just 15 minutes. Moreover, they were all eliminated by the same person. After eliminating us, he has already entered the top 50. Lu Xiaozhou's gaze fell on the light screen of the scoreboard not far away, and he sighed with a bitter smile. The elders and disciples of the Martial Battle Mansion immediately shifted their attention to the ranking after hearing Lu Xiaozhou's words. With a glance, their gazes converged on the name that was ranked 45th. They had paid attention to the people who were previously ranked in the top 50 and had an impression of them. However, this name had only appeared there now. Naturally, some of them had noticed this name as well. If I'm not mistaken, this name only has 19 points. He's a disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion. However, we've never heard of such a person in the Profound Nether Mansion before. One of the Martial Battle Mansion's disciples said, "That's right. I've never heard of such a person before. Duan Lingtian? Since when did the Profound Nether Mansion have such a person? Is he a hidden trump card of the Profound Nether Mansion?" At this moment, the people from the Martial Battle Mansion finally realized who Duan Lingtian was. The person who had defeated Hung Feng and eliminated Lu Xiaozhou, and the others was none other than Duan Lingtian. What did it mean for him to be able to break through Hung Feng's defenses? This meant Duan Lingtian was in the top 50. The Profound Nether Mansion's disciple was definitely strong enough to rank in the top 30. Are all of you really eliminated by him alone? The Martial Battle Mansion's elder, who had questioned Lu Xiaozhou earlier, asked in disbelief. He had assumed Hung Feng was eliminated by Lang Yunyu from the Green Spirit Mansion or Lu Ji from the Han Qing Mansion. After all, they were the only people in the Middle Realm who were capable of defeating Hung Feng. However, Hung Feng denied it. When Lu Xiaozhou and the others returned, Lu Xiaozhou told them that the person who had eliminated them was none other than Duan Lingtian, a disciple from the Profound Nether Mansion. He found this hard to believe. It's normal that we haven't heard of him. He told me he only joined the Profound Nether Mansion a few days ago. Moreover, the identity token on his waist is only an outer court disciple's identity token, Lu Xiaozhou said. For this reason, I think the Profound Nether Mansion must have hired him as an external helper. Moreover, I'm afraid this external helper has a powerful background. Lu Xiaozhou's eyes glinted brightly when he finished speaking. As soon as he crushed his accumulative point jade, he boldly extended his divine consciousness to probe Duan Lingtian, the outer court disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion. Due to this, he discovered something shocking. He discovered Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. He was not even 100 years old, but he had defeated Hung Feng, who had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth. What did this mean? Lu Xiaozhou was certain of this. If he had not personally investigated Duan Lingtian's age, he would not have believed Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. Even he would not have believed it if someone told him Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. For this reason, he did not intend to reveal this matter to anyone. Unless someone else discovered it, he would only say it out loud. Otherwise, no one would believe him even if he said it out loud. It was meaningless. He joined the profound nether mansion a few days ago, an outer court disciple? Upon hearing Lu Xiaozhou's words, realization dawned on the martial battle mansion's elders and disciples. Hung Feng, what law did that person comprehend? Since he was able to breach your defenses, he must have comprehended an offensive law, right? The martial battle mansion's elder looked at Hung Feng curiously. Apart from that, he must have comprehended at least 7 profundities from the law of earth, right? Upon hearing the martial battle mansion's elder's words, everyone, including Lu Xiaozhou, turned to look at Hung Feng. Although Lu Xiaozhou knew Duan Lingtian had comprehended the law of space, he did not know how many profundities Duan Lingtian had comprehended from the law of space. Since he was not familiar with the law of space, and he was not the one who had fought Duan Lingtian, he did not know how many profundities Duan Lingtian had used from the law of space. I don't know how many profundities he has comprehended from the law of earth, but he defeated me with 7 profundities from the law of earth. Hung Feng replied. Duan Lingtian, the outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion, had used 6 profundities from the law of space when they fought. When Duan Lingtian had used the cross-dimensional profundity, Hung Feng, who had comprehended the defense profundity, thought he would be able to block Duan Lingtian's attack. Who would have thought Duan Lingtian would use the law of space's transportation profundity to bypass his defense profundity and attack him? With that, Hung Feng's defense profundity would be rendered useless. Duan Lingtian used 7 profundities. It's not surprising that you were defeated. As long as the profundities Duan Lingtian comprehended from the law of wind, the law of metal, the law of fire, the law of thunder, and the law of destruction are not weak, they'll be able to break through your defense. The martial battle mansion's elder knew Hung Feng's strength very well, so he made such a decision. Elder Yun, I'm afraid you're unaware that senior brother Hung Feng's defense was breached after he comprehended the defense profundity. Before Hung Feng could reply, Lu Xiaozhou had already spoken. What? Upon hearing Lu Xiaozhou's words, the elder from the martial battle mansion was shocked. Hung Feng has comprehended the defense profundity? Based on his knowledge, Hung Feng had only comprehended 6 profundities from the law of earth. As for the 7th profundity, the defense profundity, he had only just begun to comprehend it. However, based on Lu Xiaozhou's words, Hung Feng had comprehended the defense profundity? Hung Feng. The elder from the martial battle mansion turned to look at Hung Feng, hoping to get an answer from him. Yes. Hung Feng nodded. Speaking of which, I have to thank him. When I fought with him, I comprehended the defense profound meaning at the brink of death. As for him, it was only after I comprehended the defense profundity that he used the 7th profundity of the law he comprehended. Otherwise, he would have been able to defeat me with just 6 profundities. Fear still lingered in Hung Feng's heart when he recalled how powerful Duan Lingtian's attack was at that time. You're saying he only used 6 profundities to break through your defense before you comprehended the defense profundity? He only used 7 profundities to break through your defense after you comprehended the defense profundity? The martial battle mansion's elder's eyes narrowed as he gasped. The other elders and disciples from the martial battle mansion who were aware of Hung Feng's strength gasped as well. Is it possible that he has comprehended the supreme law? Another elder from the martial battle mansion asked with a solemn expression on his face. In his opinion, even if someone who had comprehended the law of wind, the law of metal, the law of thunder, the law of destruction, or any of the other laws could not break through Hung Feng's defense when he had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth. After all, 2 of the profundities from the law of earth that Hung Feng had comprehended were defensive profundities. On top of that, Hung Feng had also comprehended the law of Earth's rock body technique. For this reason, he made a bold guess. Chapter 31-39. After all, the 4 supreme laws were mysterious and powerful. Although not all of the 4 supreme laws were offensive laws, some of their mysteries were so strange that they could often ignore the defenses of the law of earth. For this reason, the elders from the martial battle mansion came to such a conclusion. Elder Lu, you're right. That person has comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of space. Lu Xiaozhou said in a timely manner. The law of space. Upon hearing Lu Xiaozhou's words, apart from those who had just come out of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, the people from the martial battle mansion were shocked. A 10 directions celestial duke who has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space? Moreover, he's not even 1,000 years old? Where did the profound nether mansion find such a monstrous person? Many of the elders and disciples from the martial battle mansion gasped. They must have paid a hefty price to recruit someone like that, right? Is it worth it for the profound nether mansion to do this? Many people voiced their doubts. When you find out that Duan Lingtian is not even 100 years old, you'll be so shocked that you won't be able to recover from your shock. Lu Xiaozhou thought to himself as he glanced at the elders and disciples from the martial battle mansion. At the same time, he sent a message to his father. Others might not believe his words, but he knew that his father would definitely believe him. Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion who's not even 100 years old, is a 10 directions celestial duke. Moreover, he has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. Lu Xiaozhou's father, one of the vice mansion masters of the martial battle mansion, was stunned when he received Lu Xiaozhou's message. Father, do you think that such an existence could be from the upper 7 regions? Lu Xiaozhou asked through the message transmission. However, because his father was too shocked by his previous message, his father was still in a daze when he received the message. Meanwhile, news of 11 people, including Hung Feng and Lu Xiaozhou, being eliminated from the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm by the same person caused a huge commotion in the martial battle mansion. The people from the martial battle mansion were even more shocked when they learned that Hung Feng had comprehended the 7th profundity from the law of earth, the defense profundity. After Hung Feng comprehended the 7th profundity from the law of earth, the defense profundity, I'm afraid there are only a handful of people in the southern heaven ancient realm who are capable of breaching his defenses. Right? Yes. I'm afraid only a few 10 directions celestial dukes who have comprehended 8 profundities from the law of earth would be able to break through Hung Feng's defense. Most importantly, that person was hired by the profound nether mansion. Don't tell me the profound nether mansion has hired someone to rank first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Right now, there are only a few days left before the scoreboard is reset. No matter how strong that person is, it's impossible for him to enter the top 30 unless he encounters Lang Yunyu from the Green Spirit Mansion or Lu Ji from the Han Qing Mansion. That's right. If he defeats Lu Ji and obtains Lu Ji's points, he'll be able to enter the top 30. If he encounters Lang Yunyu and defeats him, he'll be able to enter the top 10. Although the middle realm of the southern heaven territory isn't vast, it'll be like looking for a needle in a haystack for him to encounter Lang Yunyu and Lu Ji in just a few days. Currently, the people from the martial battle mansion thought Duan Lingtian was hired by the profound nether mansion. Otherwise, how could such a powerful person be an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion? In the history of the southern heaven territory, many grade 6 celestial mansions had hired outsiders to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. However, most of them had only hired outsiders to help the grade 6 celestial mansions rank in the top 20. None of the grade 6 celestial mansions had hired outsiders who were strong enough to rank first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. For this reason, Duan Lingtian, who was hired by the profound nether mansion, had attracted a lot of attention from the martial battle mansion after he breached the defense of Hung Feng, who had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth. In fact, many people who did not pay much attention to the scoreboard began to pay attention to Duan Lingtian's ranking. There are only a few days left before the scoreboard is reset. I wonder how many places Duan Lingtian will advance this month. At this moment, a large group of people had gathered at the transporting formations in the martial battle mansion that led to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Many of them were looking at the name that was ranked 45th on the scoreboard. At this moment, it was as though the name that was ranked first was not as attractive as the name that was ranked 45th. While the martial battle mansion was shocked by Duan Lingtian, the other grade 6 celestial mansions who were paying attention to Duan Lingtian were shocked as well. In the profound nether mansion, The other grade 6 celestial mansions were also shocked by Duan Lingtian's performance in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. As a grade 6 celestial mansion where Duan Lingtian resided, it was only natural that Duan Lingtian's name was in the top 50. When Duan Lingtian first arrived at the transporting formations in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, many people thought Duan Lingtian was only there for sightseeing. They thought so because Duan Lingtian was personally escorted there by Qi Tianming, one of the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion, and because Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. How could a young man who was not even 100 years old enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm to compete on the scoreboard if he was not there for sightseeing? Soon after, Duan Lingtian entered the top 100. At that time, some people thought Duan Lingtian had cheated, but most of them thought Duan Lingtian was just lucky. Then, Duan Lingtian killed Gong Sun Jing, an inner court disciple from the Azure Green Mansion, one of the profound nether mansion's enemies, and rose to the 52nd place. At this moment, the people who thought Duan Lingtian had cheated and Duan Lingtian's luck had disappeared. Instead, they were discussing Duan Lingtian's background. There were 3 transporting formations in the profound nether mansion that led to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. At this moment, the 3 transporting formations in the profound nether mansion were even more crowded than the transporting formations in the martial battle mansion. This was especially true at the transporting formation where Duan Lingtian entered the southern heaven ancient realm. Many people were asking the elder who had helped Duan Lingtian obtain the accumulative point jade. Elder, is Duan Lingtian really not even 100 years old? Elder, is there anything special about Duan Lingtian? Is he even human? Elder, when you helped Duan Lingtian obtain the accumulative point jade, did you expect him to achieve such a result? At this moment, the elder from the profound nether mansion who helped Duan Lingtian obtain the accumulative point jade was akin to a celebrity from Earth in Duan Lingtian's past life. He was surrounded by reporters who bombarded him with questions. Duan Lingtian is the external help Inspector Qi found? Patrol Inspector Qi, where did you find such external help? As time passed, most of the people in the profound nether mansion no longer doubted Duan Lingtian's strength. After all, many of the elders from the profound nether mansion were on good terms with the elders from the martial battle mansion. Therefore, they learned about Duan Lingtian's shocking feat of eliminating 11 people from the martial battle mansion in just 15 minutes. Among the 11 people from the martial battle mansion, there were also Hung Feng and Lu Xiaozhou, 2 people who could enter the top 100 every month. Duan Lingtian comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. Hung Feng from the martial battle mansion had cast 7 profundities from the law of earth, including the crystal barrier profundity and the defense profundity. However, Duan Lingtian still managed to break through his defenses. If Duan Lingtian didn't show mercy, Hung Feng would have died. Hung Feng was almost killed by Duan Lingtian even after he comprehended the defense profundity. Heavens! Apart from being a 10 directions celestial duke, Duan Lingtian has comprehended the law of space as well. Moreover, he has comprehended the law of space's profundity as well. Is he really not even 100 years old? The fact that Duan Lingtian isn't even 100 years old has been confirmed by too many people, to the extent that we have no choice but to believe it. I really wonder where Inspector Qi found such external help. Patrol Inspector Qi might not be able to find such external help, right? I think Lord Mansion Master is the one who sent Inspector Qi here. Inspector Qi is only here to bring Duan Lingtian to the transporting formation in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. That should be the case. More and more people began to think Duan Lingtian was hired by the Mansion Master of the profound nether mansion at a great cost. However, what they did not know was that, when the Mansion Master of the profound nether mansion learned about Duan Lingtian and his performance in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he was stunned. Patrol Inspector Qi, this Duan Lingtian. What's going on? The Mansion Master of the profound nether mansion was a tall middle-aged man dressed in a dark green robe. He had a dignified expression on his face. After hearing about the Duan Lingtian, he immediately sent a message to Qi Tianming. Because Qi Tianming was the one who brought him here, he knew nothing about it. Prior to this, he did not even know Duan Lingtian existed in the profound nether mansion. The eyes of the mansion master of the profound nether mansion brightened immediately when he learned about the situation from Qi Tianming. It seemed like the profound nether mansion was finally going to have a new imperial tutor after 30,000 years. However, when he heard about the test the pavilion master of the imperial tutor pavilion had set for Duan Lingtian, the joy on his face froze. Then, he smiled wryly and muttered under his breath, "Grandmaster, why would he set such a test for him? After all, he's not even 100 years old yet." For this reason, the mansion master of the profound nether mansion left his residence and made his way to the imperial tutor pavilion. Naturally, Duan Lingtian, who was in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, was oblivious to all of this. If only there's a map with the locations of the other celestial mansions' bases, that way I can wait outside their bases. Duan Lingtian, who had tasted the sweetness of victory outside the martial battle mansion's base, planned to find another celestial mansion's base and rob them of their points. Chapter 3140. I haven't seen a single person in the past 2 days and 2 nights, let alone a grade 6 celestial mansion's base. Ever since Duan Lingtian left the martial battle mansion's base, he had not encountered any other grade 6 celestial mansions. However, he could still remember the location of the martial battle mansion's base and the profound nether mansion's base. After all, even if he eliminated the people from the profound nether mansion, he would not be able to obtain their points. Instead, he would only benefit the people from the other celestial mansions who were closest to the profound nether mansion. As for the martial battle mansion's base, he had eliminated 11 people in the past 2 days. Would there be anyone left? Would there be anyone waiting to return to the martial battle mansion's base? Why would the disciples from the martial battle mansion return? Even if they did not return to the base, they would still be sent back to the martial battle mansion. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not waste his time in the martial battle mansion's base. There are only 2 days and 2 nights left before the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm resets. It's obvious there aren't many people left in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. It'll be like looking for a needle in a haystack if we want to find more people, Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he made his way through the teleportation profundity. At this moment, he no longer harbored any hope of running into anyone else. It seems like I've entered the middle realm too late this month. I think I'll only have 41 points after I leave this place. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he brought out his accumulative point jade and weighed it in his hand. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian arrived at a mountainous forest with steep terrain. In the past, he had to tread carefully when he passed through mountainous forests with such terrain. However, at this moment, he did not think there would be anyone here. Even if there were people here, they would not be strong at all. After all, most of the people who were ranked at the top were no longer in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. About half an hour after Duan Lingtian relaxed, he suddenly came to a halt. At the same time, he saw someone flying toward him. Swoosh! A figure shrouded in a green aura rushed towards him with the momentum of a thunderbolt. As the other party's hands moved, a blade made entirely of wind blades whizzed towards him. Hum! The saber hummed, and a sharp aura instantly enveloped Duan Lingtian. All this happened in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that Duan Lingtian couldn't react in time. After all, Duan Lingtian was completely relaxed just a moment ago. But so what? Teleportation profound. The wind blade was only a few meters away from Duan Lingtian. It would only take a moment for the wind blade to land on Duan Lingtian. However, just as the wind blade was about to land on Duan Lingtian's body, Duan Lingtian disappeared with a thought. For a moment, all the wind blades that were condensed from the wind blades slashed through the air. Teleportation. The figure, whose body was wrapped in green chi, suddenly paused. His pupils shrank slightly and a shocked expression appeared on his face. He was skilled in the law of wind. In terms of speed, not many people in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were faster than him. Even so, Duan Lingtian had still managed to dodge his attack. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had disappeared from his sight without leaving a trace. What else could it be if this was not the law of space's teleportation profundity? Restraining profundity. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, who had teleported behind him, cast the law of space's restraining profundity and shackled the area where the man was standing. Territory profundity. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian released his spatial territory that enveloped an area of 10 meters around him. With another teleportation, he appeared near the imprisoned figure and shrouded him in his spatial territory. At this moment, the figure turned around and met Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Although Duan Ling Tian had cast the restraining profundity and the territory profundity on the figure did not seem to be affected at all. The figure's body was shrouded in green qi with tiny wind blades that easily resisted the space energy in Duan Ling Tian's space territory. Han Qing Mansion's Lu Ji? As soon as the figure turned around, Duan Ling Tian saw the identity token hanging on the figure's waist. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian recalled the words of a profound Nether Mansion's disciple he had heard before he entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Han Qing Mansion's Lu Ji has only entered the middle realm 5 days ago, but he has already accumulated so many points. Moreover, his points are still increasing. It seems like it won't be difficult for him to rank in the top 30. At that time, it was his first time hearing about Lu Ji. Then, he saw Lu Ji's name on the scoreboard. At that time, Lu Ji was ranked 33rd on the scoreboard with more than 100 points. It would take him less than 20 points to rank in the top 30. If Lu Ji didn't leave the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he should have been forcefully sent out today. After all, today should be his last day in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. An outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion? Duan Ling Tian was looking at Lu Ji's identity token. Lu Ji was also looking at Duan Ling Tian's identity token. Duan Ling Tian? Lu Ji frowned. He had never heard of anyone in the profound Nether Mansion who had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. The teleportation profundity was one of the most peculiar profundities in the law of space. If an outer court disciple in the profound Nether Mansion had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity, even if he had only comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity and the space elemental profundity, he would not be a nobody. For this reason, Lu Ji was confused. He had never heard of Duan Ling Tian before. Apart from the space elemental profundity, the teleportation profundity, the territory profundity, and the restraining profundity, Duan Ling Tian had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of space so far. An outer court disciple who had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of space? For such an existence, unless he had never displayed his strength in front of others, he would definitely not be a nameless figure. The distortion profundity. The cross-dimensional / profundity. Lu Ji was still puzzled by the fact that he had never heard of Duan Ling Tian before. However, Duan Ling Tian had no intention of stopping. He continued to cast the other 2 profundities from the law of space that he had comprehended, the distortion profundity and the cross-dimensional / profundity. In just a blink of an eye, the space around Lu Ji began to distort. The force of the distortion shattered the tiny wind blades hovering around Lu Ji's body. Rip! A spatial crack appeared in the void, followed by a buzzing sound. A gray blade light swept out from behind the spatial crack. The gray saber ray was the center of attention. Everything in the surroundings seemed to dim in comparison to it. The saber ray's target was Lu Ji. It seemed like it had no intention of slowing down at all. It was not difficult to see that if Lu Ji failed to break free from Duan Ling Tian's spatial shackles, he would definitely be killed by the cross-dimensional / profundity. Don't let me see you next month. Lu Ji had a ferocious expression on his face as he spat out these words. Then, he crushed the jade token that he had just taken out. The green light that shrouded Lu Ji managed to block the cross-dimensional / profundity for a brief moment before he was sent out of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm by the transportation formation. This was the most humiliating time Lu Ji had ever been eliminated from the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. When he saw Duan Ling Tian's identity token, he had assumed Duan Ling Tian was just an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. Although it was shocking that an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion had comprehended 3 or 4 profundities from the law of space, it was not enough to threaten him. When he saw Duan Ling Tian cast another 2 profundities from the law of space, making a total of 6 profundities from the law of space, he knew he had been careless. He should not have allowed Duan Lingtian to cast so many profundities from the law of space. At this moment, it was too late for him to block Duan Lingtian's attack. Even if he had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind, it would be impossible for him to break free from Duan Lingtian's shackles of space in such a short time. It would take time for him to break free from Duan Lingtian's shackles of space. However, he did not have that much time. If he tried to break free from Duan Lingtian's shackles of space, the cross-dimensional profundity would have landed on him before he could even break free. Moreover, the cross-dimensional profundity was so fast that he did not have enough time to block it. It was too late. It was too late. For this reason, Lu Ji was left with only one option. He had to crush his accumulative point jade and leave the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm while he was busy blocking Duan Lingtian's attack. That way, he would be able to escape with his life. Otherwise, he would definitely die. However, even though he had decisively made such a choice, he was still very unwilling to accept it. If he had been prepared, he would have been able to defeat or even kill Duan Lingtian, who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. Even if Duan Lingtian had comprehended the teleportation profundity from the law of space, Lu Ji had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind. Therefore, he was confident he could catch up to Duan Lingtian's teleportation profundity. If I use my speed to evade his shackles of space and territory, and use my speed to catch up to his teleportation profundity, it won't be difficult for me to defeat or even kill him. In a way, my speed is the bane of his existence. Lu Ji thought to himself as he was sent away by the transporting formation. He was so frustrated that he was on the verge of losing his mind. However, no matter how frustrated he was still eliminated by Duan Lingtian. 113 points? As soon as Lu Ji's accumulative point jade shattered, Duan Lingtian discovered the points in his accumulative point jade had increased by 113 points. Initially, he had 41 points. Chapter 31-41. In Han Qing Mansion. At this moment, a figure appeared at one of the portals in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Lu Ji. It's senior brother Lu Ji. Senior brother Lu Ji has come out. It's a pity that senior brother Lu Ji's ranking stopped at the 31st place. However, it's also because senior brother Lu Ji entered later. Otherwise, with senior brother Lu Ji's strength, it would not be difficult for him to enter the top 30. That's right. As soon as Lu Ji appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of many elders and disciples from the Han Qing Mansion. Many of them shifted their attention away from the scoreboard. For this reason, they did not notice Lu Ji's name. As soon as Lu Ji appeared, his name, who was originally ranked 31st, had disappeared from the scoreboard. At the same time, his name, who was originally ranked 30th, had dropped by 1 place. As for the rankings after that, there were some timely changes. The names of those who were ranked after 45th all moved forward by 1 place. In fact, this was a huge change in the scoreboard. However, since most of the people in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were focused on Lu Ji, they did not notice the change in the scoreboard. Meanwhile, an uproar broke out in the middle of the other portals in the Han Qing Mansion. Senior brother Lu Ji's name has disappeared. Heavens! Senior brother Lu Ji's name has disappeared. Is he eliminated? Who's strong enough to eliminate him in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Could it be the person who eliminated the martial battle mansion's Hung Feng? That's him. Look, he already has 154 points and is ranked 25th on the scoreboard. It seems like he's the one who eliminated senior brother Lu Ji. Senior brother Lu Ji had 113 points previously, and Lu Ji has 41 points now. With senior brother Lu Ji's points, Lu Ji has 154 points. The group of elders and disciples of the Han Qing Mansion looked at the 25th name on the scoreboard. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Although the owner of this name had eliminated Hung Feng from the martial battle mansion, Hung Feng had comprehended 6 profundities of a law and was in the process of comprehending the 7th profundity of that law, just like Lu Ji from the Han Qing Mansion. However, Hung Feng had comprehended the law of earth. On the other hand, Lu Ji from the Han Qing Mansion had comprehended the law of wind. Moreover, he had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind. He was much stronger than Hung Feng. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, only a handful of 10 direction celestial dukes would be able to stop Lu Ji. But now, Lu Ji had been eliminated. Duan Lingtian. After Lu Ji came out, he ignored the gazes of the surrounding people. His gaze immediately fell on the scoreboard, and he quickly found the name that he hated to the bone. Immediately, he clenched his fists tightly, and his face became so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it. At the same time, the surrounding group of people also noticed that something was wrong from Lu Ji's current state. When they followed Lu Ji's gaze and looked at the scoreboard, their pupils constricted and they all gasped in unison. How is this possible? Senior Lu Ji was also eliminated by Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion. Who's Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion? I've never heard of him before. Is he really an external help the profound nether mansion hired? He must be an external help. If the profound nether mansion has such a person, why did they keep him a secret until this month? It's impossible for such a person to be a nobody in the profound nether mansion. I heard that Duan Lingtian is only an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion. If he's not an external help, how could he be an outer court disciple with his strength? I heard from a friend in the profound nether mansion that Duan Lingtian isn't even 100 years old. Moreover, he's certain the profound nether mansion hired Duan Lingtian. What? Duan Lingtian isn't even 100 years old? Impossible. That's impossible. As more and more people spoke, some of them said they had heard that Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. However, no one believed them. Lu Ji is Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion, an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion? When the disciples of the Han Qing mansion saw Lu Ji's unsightly expression, none of them dared to question him. However, some of the elders from the Han Qing mansion did not hesitate to ask. Yes, he's an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion. At the very least, his identity token is an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion. Lu Ji replied in a deep voice, "Is he really stronger than you?" Another elder from the Han Qing mansion asked. If I wasn't careless, he would have been eliminated instead of me." Lu Ji's expression darkened as he stared at Duan Lingtian's name on the scoreboard. He snarled, "If I encounter him again next month, I'll change my surname to his if I don't eliminate him." Lu Ji left as soon as he finished speaking. Lu Ji's words before he left also caused the eyes of the Han Qing mansion's group to brighten. This was because they could hear the confidence in Lu Ji's tone. This time, Lu Ji's elimination should really be due to his carelessness. After all, Duan Lingtian had appeared out of thin air. Moreover, the profound nether mansion's outer court disciple token was hanging on his waist. It was only natural that they would be careless when they saw him. Lu Ji, is he really less than 100 years old? Just as Lu Ji's figure was about to disappear from everyone's sight, another Han Qing mansion elder asked, "A 10 directions celestial duke who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. Do you think he's younger than 100 years old?" Before Lu Ji's figure disappeared in front of everyone, he left behind these words. Of course, the reason why he said this was because he didn't use his divine sense to investigate Duan Lingtian at all. When he discovered Duan Lingtian, he immediately attacked. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought. He had originally thought that he could easily capture the person, but he had actually eliminated him. For this reason, he did not notice that Duan Lingtian was younger than 100 years old. For this reason, when he heard someone say Duan Lingtian was younger than 100 years old, his first thought was, ridiculous. Others might not know about Duan Lingtian's strength, but he knew very well about it. After all, Duan Lingtian was a 10 directions celestial duke who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. How could someone like that be younger than 100 years old? It was impossible. He has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space? After Lu Ji left, the group of Han Qing mansion's elders and disciples looked at each other. They could see the disbelief in each other's eyes. Although they had expected this outer court disciple from the profound nether mansion to be extraordinary, They were prepared for the possibility that he had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. However, it was not as shocking as Lu Ji's words. How difficult was it to comprehend 6 profundities from the law of space? It was not as difficult as comprehending 8 or 9 profundities from an ordinary law. Previously, my friend from the Martial Battle Mansion told me that Duan Lingtian has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. I didn't believe it at first, but it seems like it's true, a Han Qing Mansion's disciple said at this moment. 7 profundities from the law of space? Are you sure? The rest of the Han Qing Mansion's elders and disciples turned to look at the Han Qing Mansion's disciple who had just spoken. If this was true, it meant that Lu Ji had not underestimated Lu Ji. Did this mean Duan Lingtian did not use his full strength when he eliminated Lu Ji? In that case, even if Lu Ji was not careless, he might not be able to eliminate Duan Lingtian. While the Han Qing Mansion was shocked by the news of Lu Ji's elimination, the other Grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven Territory, including the Profound Nether Mansion, were similarly shocked. Duan Lingtian, the Profound Nether Mansion's disciple, has accumulated more than 150 points and is ranked 25th after just 5 days in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Although there are many people who have accumulated more points than him after entering the Middle Realm for 5 days, none of them entered the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm at the end of the month. It's common knowledge that the closer one is to the end of the month, the slower one will be to accumulate points. Not only is Duan Lingtian strong, but he's also very lucky. After all, he only managed to accumulate so many points because he encountered Lu Ji from the Han Qing Mansion and eliminated him. His current ranking is second only to the Profound Nether Mansion's Zhou Hongjie. It was Duan Lingtian's first time in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, and he managed to rank 25th after just 5 days. At this moment, all the Grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven Territory learned of his name. Although most of the Grade 6 celestial mansions knew Duan Lingtian was from the Profound Nether Mansion, most of them thought Duan Lingtian was hired by the Profound Nether Mansion to help the Profound Nether Mansion in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In just a blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. When the scoreboard in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm came to a halt, the people in the Middle Realm were transported out one by one. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian returned to the transporting formation in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. When Duan Lingtian exited the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, a disappointed expression could be seen on his face. After all, he did not encounter anyone else in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for the next 2 days after he eliminated Lu Ji from the Han Qing Mansion. Duan Lingtian is out. As soon as Duan Lingtian exited the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he discovered he was surrounded by people. Many of them were staring at him with bright eyes. Soon after, their divine consciousness shrouded him. He's really not even 100 years old. Heavens! I thought it was just a rumor. I can't believe Duan Lingtian is really not even 100 years old. No one in the Southern Heaven Territory has managed to enter the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm before the age of 100. Not only did Duan Lingtian enter the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, but he's even ranked 25th. That's because Duan Lingtian entered the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm at the end of the month. I can't wait to see Duan Lingtian's performance next month. Chapter 3142. Although Duan Lingtian had seen many similar scenes along the way, he was not surprised at all. However, he had never seen anything like this before. Now that he was forcefully transported from the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to the Middle Realm, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. His surroundings were completely surrounded, and many gazes filled with surprise fell on him. Apart from that, there were also a lot of divine consciousness in his surroundings. Duan Lingtian, did you really comprehend 6 profundities from the law of space? I have a friend who's a disciple of the Han Qing Mansion. According to him, Lu Ji from the Han Qing Mansion said you've comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. One of the Profound Nether Mansion's disciples asked curiously. Duan Lingtian, I also heard that you've comprehended the law of space. My cousin is a disciple of the Martial Battle Mansion. He said, Hung Feng from the Martial Battle Mansion said you've comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. Is it true? Another profound Nether Mansion's disciple chimed in. Upon hearing the 2 profound Nether Mansion's disciples' words, the elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion turned to look at Duan Ling Tian curiously. It was obvious they wanted to know the answer as well. After all, a 10 Directions Celestial Duke who was not even 100 years old was enough to shock them. If a 10 Directions Celestial Duke had comprehended 6 or 7 profundities from the law of space, how heaven-defying would he be? Goosebumps rose on their skin when they thought about it. Duan Ling Tian. Just as Duan Ling Tian was frowning slightly because he was surrounded and questioned by a group of people, a loud voice sounded from outside the crowd. Duan Ling Tian was no stranger to this voice. It was none other than Qi Tianming, one of the 10 inspectors of the profound Nether Mansion. Swoosh! As soon as Qi Tianming called out to Duan Ling Tian, before the crowd could react, Duan Ling Tian had already vanished from his spot. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian had reappeared next to Qi Tianming. At this moment, the crowd finally regained their senses. When they saw Duan Ling Tian leaving, an uproar broke out among them. Is that the teleportation profound? That's right. It was the space law's teleportation profundity. Otherwise, how could I, a dignified immortal king, be unable to capture the traces of his movements? Teleportation Upanishad is to teleport and disappear from the original spot. When you reappear at the destination, you won't leave any trace. Now, we can be certain that Duan Ling Tian is not even 100 years old, and he has indeed comprehended the law of space. Moreover, he has comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. In order to comprehend the law of space's teleportation profundity, one must first comprehend the law of space's basic profundity, the space elemental profundity. Duan Ling Tian has comprehended at least 2 profundities of the law of space. I wonder if he has really comprehended 6 or 7 profundities from the law of space. I'm afraid that Hung Feng and Lu Ji from the Martial Battle Mansion deliberately spread the news that he has comprehended 6 or 7 profundities from the law of space so that people won't laugh at them. That's not impossible. However, since he was able to eliminate Hung Feng and Lu Ji, even if he hasn't comprehended 6 or 7 profundities from the law of space, it's enough to prove that he's not simple. That's natural. Those who can make it into the top 30 are definitely not easy to deal with. Duan Ling Tian's ears gradually drifted away from the discussion behind him. I didn't expect you to rank so high in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in such a short time. Moreover, it's only the end of the month. On the way back to Qi Tianming's cultivation ground, Qi Tianming glanced at Duan Ling Tian and lamented. It was common knowledge that the closer it was to the end of the month, the harder it was to obtain points in the middle realm. I was just lucky. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. He knew very well in his heart, if he did not run into Lu Ji from the Hanqing Mansion in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he would not have been able to rank in the top 50. It's true that you were lucky to find the Martial Battle Mansion's base and meet Lu Ji. However, if you weren't strong enough, it would have been useless even if you met Lu Ji. You might have even been eliminated by them. Qi Tianming smiled. With Qi Tianming's status, it was not difficult for him to investigate Duan Ling Tian's performance in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Ling Tian had found the Martial Battle Mansion's base, blocked their entrance, and eliminated more than 10 people from the Martial Battle Mansion. Such a thing had never happened before in the history of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After all, it was a great provocation to the Martial Battle Mansion's base. If someone did something like that, they would definitely be targeted by the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions in the future. For example, Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he would definitely be targeted by the Martial Battle Mansion. Among the people from the Martial Battle Mansion who had entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Hung Feng's strength was not bad. However, there were a few people who were stronger than him. Of course, what he meant by stronger than Hung Feng was that his overall strength was stronger than Hung Feng's. In terms of defense, no one below the Celestial King realm in the Martial Battle Mansion was a match for Hung Feng. Among those who were stronger than Hung Feng, There were some who had only comprehended 6 profundities from a law and were in the process of comprehending the 7th profundity. Take Lu Ji from the Han Qing mansion, for example. Although his comprehension of profundities was not as high as Hung Feng's, his overall strength was still much stronger than Hung Feng's. Naturally, it was impossible for Lu Ji to eliminate Hung Feng since he could not break through Hung Feng's defense. It was even more impossible for Hung Feng to eliminate Lu Ji since he could easily defeat Hung Feng with his speed. Lord Mansion Master came to see me a few days ago to ask about you. Even Lord Mansion Master is paying close attention to you. Qi Tianming looked at Duan Ling Tian with a satisfied expression on his face. No matter what, he was the one who brought Duan Ling Tian to the profound Nether Mansion. He was the one who recommended Duan Ling Tian to join the profound Nether Mansion. If Duan Ling Tian became the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion, he would definitely be rewarded by both the Mansion Master and the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. And those benefits were definitely something that would make the other inspectors extremely envious. After all, he knew Duan Ling Tian was not a petty person. The Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion was not a petty person. On the other hand, the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion was a senior to the Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion. Even if Duan Ling Tian did not reward Duan Ling Tian, he would still benefit greatly from being able to meet the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. Duan Ling Tian followed Qi Tianming back to the Mansion Master's residence. In my opinion, the Lord Mansion Master will definitely ask me to bring you to him when he hears about you leaving the Middle Realm, Qi Tianming speculated. However, Duan Ling Tian was not interested in Qi Tianming's words. He bluntly asked, "Old Qi, the scoreboard will be reset tomorrow, right?" "That's right." Qi Tianming nodded. "Today is the last day of the month. Everyone who's in the Middle Realm will be forcefully sent out. Tomorrow will be the beginning of the next month when the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opens again." "What? Do you plan to enter tomorrow?" Qi Tianming asked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. "I haven't decided yet." Duan Ling Tian said, "Old Qi, when do you think is the best time for me to enter the Middle Realm? If you want to enter the top 20, you can enter tomorrow. However, if you want to enter the top 10, it'll be best if you wait 3 days." Qi Tianming replied, "What if I want to rank first?" Duan Ling Tian asked as his eyes glinted. "Rank first?" Qi Tianming was taken aback when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. A wry smile appeared on his face as he said, "I know you want to pass the test set by the Imperial Tutor Pavilion and become the new Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. However, it's not realistic for you to rank first now. Based on what I know, there are a few 10 Directions Celestial Dukes who have entered the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm who are very mysterious. Although they've only comprehended 7 profundities from a law, even those who have comprehended 7 profundities and are in the process of comprehending 8 profundities from a law have been defeated by them. Many people suspect they've comprehended 8 profundities from a law, but they've kept it a secret. Even if they haven't comprehended 8 profundities from a law, they must have something else to rely on. Naturally, it can't be an external force. Perhaps it's an innate ability. After all, there are many non-humans in Grade 6 Celestial Mansions who have transformed into humans. Based on Qi Tianming's words, it was clear he did not think Duan Ling Tian was strong enough to rank first in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. There are non-humans? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. Naturally, he knew the non-humans Qi Tianming was referring to were celestial beasts or plants. In the Devata realms, as long as there were enough fortuitous encounters, many plants could cultivate on their own. Once they cultivated to a certain level, they could even transform into humans and walk the same path as humans, let alone other things. For example, some heavenly emperors in the Devata realms were born from plants. Their strength was not inferior to human heavenly emperors or celestial beast heavenly emperors. In fact, they were even stronger than human heavenly emperors and celestial beast heavenly emperors in certain aspects. Yes. Qi Tianming nodded. There are some inhumans in the profound Nether Mansion as well. If you've seen the scoreboard in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, I'm sure you remember Zhou Hongjie and the other person in the top 30, right? Yes. Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted. When I came out, he was ranked 29th. He was 5 places behind Zhou Hongjie. This month, Duan Lingtian was ranked 25th, Zhou Hongjie was ranked 24th, and there was another disciple from the profound nether mansion who was ranked 29th. That disciple's name was Hua Xiao. He's not human. His true form is a flower, Qi Tianming said. Moreover, he's a flower that grew at the bottom of a lake. Due to a fortuitous encounter, he transformed into a human and began to cultivate. He's only slightly over 500 years old. Chapter 31:43. Age after transforming into a human? Duan Lingtian frowned when he heard Qi Tianming's words. The middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm has a limit of less than 1,000 years. Does that mean the age of a celestial being after transforming into a human is the same as well? If this was the case for celestial beasts, it would mean that celestial beasts would have a huge advantage in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. After all, some powerful celestial beasts would only transform at a later age. After all, their strength was comparable to a celestial when they transformed. Yes, Qi Tianming nodded. Life forms like plants and trees have to absorb the essence of the sun, moon, and heaven and earth before they can transform into a human. However, once they transform into a human, they won't have any cultivation base in the beginning. They'll have to take it one step at a time. Of course, although they didn't have any cultivation in the beginning, because their bodies were flowers and trees that had absorbed the essence of the sun, moon, and heaven and earth, their cultivation speed was extremely heaven-defying. Even their comprehension ability was extraordinary. Duan Lingtian understood a little about what Qi Tianming had just said. Life forms like plants and trees were different from celestial beasts. Celestial beasts were able to cultivate by relying on their inherited bloodlines before they could transform into human form. Is this the case for celestial beasts? Their age will only be counted after they transform into human form? Duan Lingtian asked. Of course not. Qi Tianming shook his head. Celestial beasts can't be compared to plants and trees in this regard. Take the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm as an example. Even celestial beasts who transform into human form at the age of 900 won't be able to enter the middle realm after 100 years. The southern heaven celestial lord who created the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm had long considered this. Otherwise, it would be unfair to both humans and other life forms. Upon hearing Qi Tianming's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood. If that was the case, he could accept it. Although Hua Xiao is only a little over 500 years old, he has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of water, and he's in the process of comprehending the 7th profundity from the law of water. Moreover, the profundities he's comprehended are the more practical and powerful profundities from the law of water. Because of this, coupled with the advantages of his true body, he is one of the strongest existences in the immortal abodes who have comprehended 6 profundities of a certain law and are in the process of comprehending the 7th profundities. This is also the reason why he was able to make it into the top 30. Qi Tianming's words gave Duan Lingtian a deeper understanding of the profound nether mansion's disciple, Hua Xiao. Initially, I thought Hua Xiao would be the only one supporting the profound nether mansion after Zhou Hongjie reaches the age of 1,000. I didn't expect you to appear in the Simplicity Celestial sect. With your help, the profound nether mansion will definitely shine in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. In time, it's not impossible for you to reach first place in the rankings. From Qi Tianming's words, it was obvious that he didn't think that Duan Lingtian would be able to get to the top of the leaderboard right now. He felt that Duan Lingtian needed time to settle down. Duan Lingtian could tell that Qi Tianming didn't have much confidence in him, but he didn't care, because he knew. Now it was useless for him to say anything more. He would only be able to prove himself when he ranked first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Elder Qi, do you have a map with the locations of the camps in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Although Qi Tianming had said blocking the entrance of a celestial mansion's base in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was an act of provocation and would incur the wrath of the celestial mansion. However, Duan Lingtian did not care about this. The only thing he cared about was his ranking on the scoreboard. Moreover, even if the celestial mansion wanted to seek revenge, it would only do so in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Once it was out of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, the other celestial mansions would definitely look down on it. For this reason, even if Duan Lingtian blocked the entrance of a Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's base in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the Grade 6 Celestial Mansion would not openly seek revenge from Duan Lingtian. If that happened, the reputation of the Grade 6 Celestial Mansion would be tarnished. People would think that the Grade 6 Celestial Mansion was a sore loser. What? You want to block the entrance of another Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's base? It was not difficult for Qi Tianming to guess Duan Lingtian's thoughts when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. His eyes widened in shock. It'll be faster to accumulate points this way, right? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face. Qi Tianming took a few deep breaths to calm himself down before he said, Duan Lingtian, you shouldn't do this. Although the Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's base would only seek revenge from you in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it's still not a good thing for you. Moreover, if you cross the line, who knows if the Grade 6 Celestial Mansion might seek revenge from you in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, can't they hire an assassin? Couldn't they have promised the fugitive some benefits so that the fugitive would take action against you? Qi Tianming shook his head as he spoke. He felt that Duan Lingtian was too naive. Although you know the teleportation profundity, a 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended 2 or more speed profundities from the law of wind might be able to catch up to you. For this reason, I think you should keep a low profile. Don't block the entrance of the Martial Battle Mansion's base like you did this time. Qi Tianming advised. Old Qi, I know what you mean. However, I still want a map of the Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's bases. I won't block the entrance of the Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's base. Instead of blocking the entrance, I'll watch them from afar and wait for them to leave before I make my move. Is that all right? Duan Lingtian knew Qi Tianming meant well, so he did not argue with Qi Tianming. However, he still wanted a map of the Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's bases. If he had a map of the Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's base, he would be able to locate his targets in a short time and accumulate points. He would not have to wander around aimlessly like a headless fly. Even so, you're destined to be disappointed. There's no such map. Qi Tianming shook his head. There's no such map? Duan Lingtian frowned. Is there no one who has drawn it? I've memorized the route from the Profound Nether Mansion's base to the Martial Battle Mansion's base. Next time, I'll be able to find the Martial Battle Mansion's base. You won't be able to find it. Qi Tianming shook his head again. You won't be able to find it? Duan Lingtian's frown deepened. He had a bad feeling about this. Yes. Qi Tianming said, every time the scoreboard is reset, the environment in the middle realm will change as well. Based on what I know, the environment in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm changes countless times. Every time there's a change, the Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's bases will change locations and not appear in the same place. For this reason, even if you memorize the route from the Profound Nether Mansion's base to the Martial Battle Mansion's base, you won't be able to find the Martial Battle Mansion's base the next month. Qi Tianming paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. Do you understand now? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded with a wry smile on his face. I didn't expect this to happen. If that's the case, there's no such map. The environment in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would change every month as the scoreboard was reset. The Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's bases would change as well. How could one draw a map under such circumstances? It was impossible. Inspector Qi. Inspector Qi. All of a sudden, loud voices rang in the air. These people's voices were filled with disdain. They did not seem to be respectful toward Qi Tianming like the other disciples and elders of the Profound Nether Mansion. I didn't expect those old fellows to come before Lord Mansion Master, Qi Tianming said as he shook his head. Qi Tianming shook his head when he heard the voice. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, Duan Lingtian, these old fellows are my old friends. Apart from one of them, the rest of them are from the 3 sects and 2 clans. The 3 sects and 2 clans were the Simplicity Celestial Sect, the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, the Coupling Celestial Sect, the Zhangsun Clan, and the Gongyang Clan. When the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opened, Duan Lingtian had met high-ranking officials from the 3 sects and 2 clans. Among them, Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect, was the inspector of the Profound Nether Mansion. Duan Lingtian had met Bihai Mingfeng when he first arrived at the Profound Nether Mansion. This time, they must have come together because they heard the news of you coming out and are here for you, Qi Tianming said confidently. In fact, it was exactly as Qi Tianming had said. The other inspectors of the Profound Nether Mansion had come for Duan Lingtian. Currently, Duan Lingtian's name was well known in the Profound Nether Mansion, apart from those who were in closed-door cultivation. For this reason, the inspectors of the Profound Nether Mansion's estate were very interested in Duan Lingtian. When they learned that Duan Lingtian had left the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and that Duan Lingtian had left with Qi Tianming, they immediately made their way to Qi Tianming's estate. The inspectors were mostly old men from the 3 sects and 2 clans. They were from the same generation as Qi Tianming. For this reason, they had a good relationship with Duan Lingtian. Therefore, they were kind and amiable when they spoke to Qi Tianming. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew this was not the case. Qi Tianming was one of the reasons why the inspectors behaved like this in front of him, but it was more because of the achievements he had shown so far. He was a 10 Directions Celestial Duke who was not even 100 years old. He had comprehended more than 6 profundities from the law of space. His achievements were enough to shock the top 10 clans and 5 sects in the Southern Heaven Territory, let alone the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions. On the same day, a message was sent to Chen Yuanshan, the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang. Duan Lingtian, a 10 Directions Celestial Duke who is not even 100 years old. It's suspected that he has comprehended more than 6 profundities from the law of space. Qi Tianming, one of the 10 inspectors of the Profound Nether Mansion, recommended him to the Profound Nether Mansion. Chapter 3144. As one of the top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory, the Blood Skull Gang's overall strength was inferior to the top forces in the Southern Heaven Territory like the 10 major clans and 5 major sects. However, the Blood Skull Gang's intelligence network was much better than the 10 major clans and 5 major sects. Duan Lingtian is a 10 Directions Celestial Duke who's not even 100 years old. Moreover, he has comprehended more than 6 profundities from the law of space. Moreover, he was recommended by someone from the Simplicity Celestial Sect to join the Profound Nether Mansion. Chen Yuanshan, the deputy leader of the Blood Skull Gang, had an unsightly expression on his face when he received the news. However, he was not certain. He was certain that Duan Lingtian, the disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion, was the disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect whom his son, Chun Li, had agreed to take on the mission. However, based on the current situation, it was highly likely that the 2 Duan Lingtian were the same person. Although there was a huge gap between the 2 of them, one should not forget that Duan Lingtian from the Simplicity Celestial Sect had been tricked by a reincarnated Celestial Emperor to sacrifice him to the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit Tree. The Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit was a celestial fruit that could allow a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial to become a 10 Directions Celestial Duke in a short time. Moreover, after consuming the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit, one could even comprehend the profundities of a law that one had never encountered before. It was rumored that one could comprehend at least 6 profundities of that law. If Duan Lingtian really obtained the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit and consumed it, there's no doubt they're the same person. In fact, Chen Yuanshan was certain that Duan Lingtian was the disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion. He was certain that Duan Lingtian, the outer court disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion, was Duan Lingtian, the disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect who was still on the Blood Skull Gang's mission list. However, to be safe, he decided to investigate Duan Lingtian, the outer court disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion. I'll inform that unfilial son of the news when I've confirmed that Duan Lingtian from the Profound Nether Mansion is the same person as the Duan Lingtian from the Simplicity Celestial Sect. If Duan Lingtian has really become a disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion, the Profound Nether Mansion will definitely take him seriously. It'll be much more difficult for us to kill him now. I can only hope that the 2 of them only share the same name. Now, Chun Yuanshan still had some hope in his heart. Of course, he knew that this was a fluke, and it was a fluke that was unlikely to happen. It was possible for people with the same name and surname to exist. However, one should not forget that Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion, was recommended to join the Profound Nether Mansion by Qi Tianming, one of the 10 inspectors of the Profound Nether Mansion. Moreover, Qi Tianming was also a senior figure in the Simplicity Celestial sect. Was there such a coincidence in this world? Not likely. In the Profound Nether Mansion, after sending off the inspectors, Duan Lingtian and Qi Tianming continued their conversation. Old Qi, you said that if I want to enter the top 10, it's better for me to enter the middle realm 3 days after it reopens, right? Why's that? Duan Lingtian recalled Qi Tianming's words earlier. It was as though he would have a greater advantage if he entered the middle realm 3 days later. 3 days is a chance for the people in the middle realm to accumulate points. Think about it, if you enter the middle realm 3 days later, some of the people in the middle realm will have accumulated points. That way, you'll be able to eliminate a small number of people and obtain a lot of points. Qi Tianming explained. Upon hearing Qi Tianming's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. Previously, he had not considered this possibility at all. However, after listening to Qi Tianming's explanation, it made sense. If he entered the middle realm on the first day, the people from the other celestial mansions would not have many points. Even if he eliminated them, he would not be able to obtain a lot of points. It would be better to let them jump around for a few more days and wait for them to accumulate a certain amount of opportunities before going in to eliminate them. That would be more efficient. If that's the case, isn't 3 days too short? Duan Lingtian asked. He could wait for 5 or 6 days before he entered the middle realm. It's fine if you want to wait a few days before you enter. However, there won't be as many people in the middle realm as before. At that time, even if the people in the middle realm have accumulated points, who can guarantee you'll meet them? Qi Tianming said, 3 days is the most suitable time. There'll still be a lot of people in the middle realm after 3 days. At that time, you won't be in an awkward situation where you can't find anyone. Although you've accumulated points this month, I'm afraid you haven't encountered many people, right? When Qi Tianming finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. Duan Lingtian nodded. Indeed, he had not encountered many people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The reason he was able to enter the top 30 in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was due to luck. Elder Qi, I'll do as you say. I'll wait for 3 days before entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm when it reopens tomorrow. Duan Lingtian quickly made up his mind. After bidding farewell to Elder Qi, Duan Lingtian returned to the residence Elder Qi had arranged for him. It was a spacious courtyard filled with flowers and grass. There was also a separate room at the back of the courtyard. In the next 3 days, Duan Lingtian planned to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity. Previously, when I encountered the Martial Battle Mansion's inner court disciple, Hung Feng, in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, I managed to break through his defenses by activating the transportation profundity after he comprehended the law of Earth's defense profundity. If I didn't use the transportation profundity at that time, it would have been impossible for me to break through his defenses. Duan Lingtian clearly remembered the battle between Hung Feng and Hung Feng. During his battle with Hung Feng in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Hung Feng had comprehended the law of Earth's defense profundity. If Duan Lingtian did not use the transportation profundity to break through Hung Feng's defenses, it would have been impossible for him to break through Hung Feng's defenses. I only used the transportation profundity to break through his defense profundity because I caught him off guard. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to break through his defenses. After all, I've only just comprehended the transportation profundity. If he had concealed his defense profundity in advance, I wouldn't have been able to break through his defenses with my half-baked transportation profundity. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. He was only able to defeat and eliminate Hung Feng because of luck. If he encountered Hung Feng again, he was certain Hung Feng would be well prepared. At that time, it would be impossible for him to break through Hung Feng's defenses again. Unless I completely comprehend the transportation profundity, I won't be able to break through Hung Feng's defenses. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian spent the next 3 to 4 days comprehending the transportation profundity. He had even forgotten about the passage of time. The middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm has been open for 6 days, but Duan Lingtian still hasn't entered? At this moment, similar questions were being asked in all 3 of the transporting formations in the profound nether mansion. Since the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm had opened, there were people guarding the transporting formations. They were certain Duan Lingtian had not entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. For this reason, they were certain Duan Lingtian had not entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Most importantly, the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm had been updated, but Duan Lingtian's name was nowhere to be seen. For example, Zhou Hongjie from the profound nether mansion was ranked 16th on the scoreboard. Hua Xiao from the profound nether mansion was ranked 14th on the scoreboard. Naturally, the duo's outstanding performance was due to the fact that the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm had only been open for 6 days. As long as one entered the middle realm on the first day, those who usually made it into the top 30 would be able to make it into the top 20 in a short period of time. Even those who were ranked in the top 20 would be able to make it to the top 10 within a short period of time. However, even if they managed to make it to the top, it would be difficult for them to maintain their ranking. While the people from the profound nether mansion were paying attention to Duan Lingtian, many people from grade 6 celestial mansions were also paying attention to the scoreboard. Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion hasn't entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm yet? I think so. Not only has he not appeared on the scoreboard, but there are also 4 people who were ranked in the top 10 last month who haven't appeared on the scoreboard. Last month, Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion entered the middle realm at the end of the month. I wonder if he'll enter earlier this time. If he enters earlier, I wonder if he'll be able to make it to the top 20. If he has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space, it won't be difficult for him to make it to the top 20. In fact, he might even make it to the top 10. I can't wait to see his performance. It's strange. I'm not a member of the profound nether mansion, so I have nothing to do with Duan Lingtian's ranking. However, I'm curious to see if he'll be able to make it to the top of the scoreboard this month. Same here. Duan Lingtian was unaware that the people from the grade 6 celestial mansions were paying attention to him. When he walked out of his room to look for Qi Tianming, he found out that the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm had been open for 6 days, and the person ranked first on the scoreboard had already accumulated more than 100 points. I didn't dare to disturb you since you didn't come out. Are you planning to enter the middle realm today? Qi Tianming asked with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He was certain Duan Lingtian would be able to make it to the middle realm. Most people in the profound nether mansion, including Qi Tianming, were looking forward to seeing Duan Lingtian's performance in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Yes, Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted. Chapter 31:45. Duan Lingtian is here. Is Duan Lingtian? As expected, he's not even 100 years old. Is he really a 10 directions celestial duke? He has comprehended more than 6 profundities from the law of space. He's not even 100 years old, but he's already so strong. When Duan Lingtian appeared at the transporting formation in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, a commotion broke out among the profound nether mansion's disciples. Most of them were here to watch the commotion and wait for Duan Lingtian to appear. They knew Duan Lingtian was staying with Qi Tianming, the inspector of the southern heaven ancient realm, and Qi Tianming's cultivation place was on the main island. Moreover, Qi Tianming had entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm through the transporting formation in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. For this reason, they were certain Duan Lingtian would enter the middle realm through the transporting formation in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. As it turned out, they were right. Duan Lingtian did indeed enter the middle realm through the transporting formation in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Elder, I'm here to apply for an accumulative point jade. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian walked through the front courtyard and into the main hall of the mansion. He walked up to a counter. This time, Duan Lingtian did not go to the counter from before. Instead, he went to a random counter. Naturally, the profound nether mansion's elder who was behind the counter last time had changed. He looked at Duan Lingtian from afar. "He's Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian, you've been quiet since last month. Are you confident you'll be able to rank in the top 10 this month?" The elder behind the counter was very polite to Duan Lingtian. He asked with a smile on his face as he helped Duan Lingtian with the accumulative point jade. "If I'm lucky, it shouldn't be difficult for me to rank in the top 10. Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face as he took the accumulative point jade from the elder behind the counter. The middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm had to apply for a new accumulative point jade every month. After 10 days in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, one's accumulative point jade would shatter when one was forcefully transported out. Of course, since the accumulative point jade token was broken outside, it did not affect the points that the owner of the accumulative point jade token obtained in that month. There was another situation just like Duan Lingtian last month. Although he did not spend 10 days in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he was still exhausted from using his accumulative point jade. This was because the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would be reset once every month. During this period, the people in the middle realm would be forcefully transported out of the middle realm. Their accumulative point jade would shatter when they were transported out of the middle realm. First place? The eyes of the profound nether mansion's elder widened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. The people in the vicinity who heard Duan Lingtian's words were momentarily stunned by his words. They only regained their senses when they saw Duan Lingtian walking to the stone platform at the end of the hall and activating the transportation formation. Duan Lingtian is really arrogant. He actually said it's not difficult to rank first? He's crazy. Although his innate talent and comprehension skills are heaven-defying, why doesn't he think about the 10 directions celestial dukes from the other celestial mansions in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? I might believe him if he said it's not difficult to rank first a few decades later. However, he's still too inexperienced for that. It's been a few years since the top 6 people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm scoreboard has changed. However, the top 6 people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm are constantly changing. In fact, only 2 people managed to rank first for 2 months in a row, right? The top 6 people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm scoreboard is about the same. It's all down to luck. All 6 of them have ranked first in the past year. Duan Lingtian will be lucky if he manages to rank first in the middle realm of the 6 people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm scoreboard. I really wonder where he gets his confidence from. After Duan Lingtian left, those who heard his words shook their heads and discussed among themselves. Based on their words, they thought he was too naive. Those who did not hear Duan Lingtian's words shook their heads when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Everyone thought Duan Lingtian was too naive. Even if Duan Lingtian had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space, he might not be able to rank first in the middle realm of the 6 people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm scoreboard. Duan Lingtian might be able to rank first if he had comprehended 8 profundities from the law of space. It was impossible for Duan Lingtian to rank first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm scoreboard. Without comprehending 9 profundities from the law of space, it was impossible. The elders and disciples of the profound nether mansion were not the only ones who felt this way. Even those from the grade 6 celestial mansions felt the same way. Hung Feng's points are increasing so quickly. I think he just entered the scoreboard a few days ago, and now he's already in the top 30. At this moment, a group of elders and disciples from the profound nether mansion exclaimed in surprise, drowning out the discussion about Duan Lingtian. The scoreboard attracted the attention of the elders and disciples from the profound nether mansion. After all, the increase in points of ordinary people was not enough to attract their attention. However, Hung Feng was different. Based on what they knew, Hung Feng had been eliminated by Duan Lingtian on his first day in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm after he came out of closed-door cultivation. That was the most frustrating time for Hung Feng. Even so, Hung Feng still managed to comprehend the 7th profundity of the Law of Earth after that battle. Before Hung Feng comprehended the 7th profundity from the Law of Earth, There was only one 10 Directions Celestial Duke in the martial battle mansion who had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of fire. Apart from that, it was said that the 10 Directions Celestial Duke who had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of fire had also comprehended the 8th profundity from the law of fire. It was said that the 10 Directions Celestial Duke had comprehended 8 profundities from the law of fire and was on the verge of comprehending the 9th profundity from the law of fire. After all, the 10 Directions Celestial Duke was one of the 6 strongest people on the scoreboard. In the past year, he had topped the scoreboard twice. Although he did not stay at the top for 2 consecutive months, the fact that he was the strongest person on the scoreboard showed how strong he was. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it was widely acknowledged that the 6 strongest people were the strongest 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions in the Southern Heaven Territory. This was widely acknowledged by the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions in the Southern Heaven Territory. Among the 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions in the Southern Heaven Territory, the 6 of them were the overlords. It's only been a blink of an eye, but Hung Feng has risen to 26th place again? Under the watchful eyes of the elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion, Hung Feng, who was originally ranked 29th on the scoreboard, had jumped by 3 names. Although Hung Feng has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth, his forte is defense. His speed is his weakness. Normally, it's impossible for his points to rise so quickly. After all, many people can easily escape from under his nose. A disciple from the profound Nether Mansion said. Even so, don't forget that he can always find someone to help him. As long as his helper can slow down his opponent's speed, it won't be easy for him to eliminate his opponents. An elder from the profound Nether Mansion chimed in. That's right. If Hung Feng can find a disciple from the Martial Battle Mansion who specializes in speed, it won't be difficult for him to accumulate points. That's right. A disciple from the Martial Battle Mansion who specializes in speed can also benefit from joining forces with Hung Feng. All he has to do is keep his opponents busy and prevent them from leaving. Once Hung Feng catches up with them, he'll be able to eliminate his opponents easily. The middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm doesn't restrict 10 Directions Celestial Dukes from joining forces. Even someone as arrogant as Hung Feng has chosen to join forces with someone else. It seems like he's very ambitious this month. Not only did Hung Feng's performance attract the attention of the people from the profound Nether Mansion, but even the people from the other Grade 6 Celestial Mansions were paying attention to him. Has Hung Feng finally learned his lesson? There's another person who has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. That person has joined forces with someone else and made it to the top a dozen times. It seems like Hung Feng is trying to emulate that person. In the past, the powerful 10 Directions Celestial Dukes from the Martial Battle Mansion who specialize in speed might look down on Hung Feng. However, now that Hung Feng has comprehended the 7th profundity from the law of earth, the defense profundity, they won't hesitate to join forces with him. I wonder who's teaming up with Hung Feng. If Wan Qingqing is teaming up with Hung Feng, I'm sure either Hung Feng or Wan Qingqing will be able to enter the top 10 this time. Wan Qingqing was ranked 17th in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm last month. Most importantly, she was a woman in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Junior sister Qingqing, it's your turn to collect the points. A tall and sturdy man stood in the air above a towering mountain with a grin on his face as he spoke to a green-clad figure hovering in the air. The green-clad figure was a young woman with long hair that cascaded down her back. She had a beautiful face that was so enchanting that her surroundings seemed to pale in comparison. However, her pair of clear and cold eyes seemed to repel people thousands of miles away. Yes, the woman replied coldly when she heard the tall and sturdy man's words. The tall and sturdy man did not seem to mind. All of a sudden, the woman seemed to have sensed something and turned to look in the distance. At this moment, a person had appeared out of thin air in front of her. It seems like we're fated to meet again. The newcomer looked at the tall and sturdy man with a faint smile on his face. It's you. The tall and sturdy man's expression changed drastically when he saw the newcomer. After all, this was the person who had eliminated him last month. The burly man's expression changed drastically, causing the woman nearby to be a little surprised. Soon after, her expression turned slightly solemn. After all, there were very few people in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm who could cause the tall and sturdy man's expression to change so drastically. Even she would not be able to break through the tall and sturdy man's defenses in a one-on-one battle. Who's he? The woman asked the tall and sturdy man through voice transmission. Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 31:46. Duan Ling Tian? When the woman heard the large man's voice transmission, her originally cold eyes suddenly narrowed. When she looked at the purple figure again, a deep sense of fear appeared in the depths of her eyes. Duan Ling Tian was an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion. 6 days ago, she did not even know there was such a person in the profound nether mansion. However, 6 days ago, when the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was refreshed, she learned about Duan Ling Tian from the other disciples of the martial battle mansion. Duan Ling Tian was a 10 directions celestial duke who had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space before he was even 100 years old. Last month, Hung Feng, an inner court disciple of the martial battle mansion, was eliminated by Duan Ling Tian on his first day in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Before Hung Feng was eliminated, he had successfully comprehended the 7th profundity from the law of earth, the defense profundity, due to the pressure from Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian, an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion, was even more terrifying. A few days ago, Hung Feng had approached her and offered to work with her to obtain points in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Moreover, he had promised not to obtain more points than her. When she recalled Hung Feng's defense was so strong that not many people in the southern heaven ancient realm would be able to break through it, and her speed, she had agreed. After entering the middle realm with Hung Feng, she had heard about Duan Ling Tian, an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion, from Hung Feng. However, she did not expect that Duan Ling Tian would encounter Hung Feng. On the 3rd day of entering the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm with Hung Feng, she had encountered Duan Ling Tian, who had become the talk of the town in the grade 6 celestial mansions. Junior sister Qing Qing, take me with you. We're no match for him. Hung Feng urged Wan Qing Qing through voice transmission when he discovered Duan Ling Tian had locked onto him with his divine consciousness. When he thought about the points he had obtained with Wan Qing Qing's help, he gritted his teeth and asked Wan Qing Qing to take him away. Whoosh! As soon as Hung Feng finished speaking, Wan Qing Qing's body transformed into a green silhouette. Before the silhouette disappeared, she had already appeared beside Hung Feng. Whoosh! In the next moment, a green light shrouded Wan Qing Qing and Hung Feng. In just a blink of an eye, they turned into a green light and sped away. If it was a one-on-one battle, Wan Qing Qing was far from being Hung Feng's match. Of course, if she wanted to run, even 2 Hung Fengs wouldn't be able to catch up to her. Based on her speed, she was definitely one of the fastest 10 directions celestial dukes in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. She was not inferior to the top 6 10 directions celestial dukes. Otherwise, why would Hung Feng have approached her first and asked her to join forces with him? Old friend, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he saw Hung Feng being led away by the green-robed woman. Their speed was so fast that it was comparable to his own teleportation speed. Whoosh! 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 Duan Ling Tian used the teleportation profundities from the law of space to increase his speed. Only then did he manage to catch up to the green-robed woman and Hung Feng. Alas, he barely managed to catch up to them. Based on his current speed, it would take him at least an hour to catch up to Hung Feng and the green-robed woman. How fast? Duan Ling Tian was shocked as he chased after Hung Feng and the green-robed woman. Her speed is comparable to a 10 directions celestial duke who has comprehended 3 speed profundities from the law of wind. Most importantly, she seems to have comprehended the laws of wood. How can someone who has comprehended the law of wood be so fast? Even if she has comprehended 9 profundities from the law of wood, it's impossible for her to be so fast. Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness as he chased after the green-clad woman. It was not difficult for him to discover the green-clad woman had comprehended the law of wood. There seems to be some other energy. When Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness further, he discovered the reason the green-clad woman was so fast was due to a mysterious energy. The energy came from the green-robed woman's body, as though it was something she was born with. External energy was prohibited in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was certain the green-robed woman had used celestial talismans or pills. Therefore, he was certain the green-robed woman was capable of using her own energy. Is she using the energy from the clear heaven's divine wood, one of the 5 divine elements? Duan Lingtian asked the profound divine metal, chaos divine flame, and chaos divine earth in his body. After all, he knew the 5 divine elements were still capable of using their energy even though external energy was prohibited in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Duan Lingtian had already tested this out when he entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he could rely on the profound divine metal, chaos divine flame, and chaos divine earth. Although Duan Lingtian had obtained the clear heaven's divine wood, it was only in its first form. Not only could it not help him, but it had not even gained sentience yet. No, the chaos divine flame replied. If she's using the energy from the clear heaven's divine wood, we'll be able to sense it. No? Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the green-robed woman. It seems like she's really born with her energy, just like Ling Juyun's bloodline energy. Duan Lingtian remembered Ling Juyun's bloodline energy was not an external energy, but it could greatly improve his strength. I didn't expect him to be so fast. It was not difficult for Hung Feng to see Duan Lingtian closing in on them. He knew it would not take long for Duan Lingtian to catch up to them. Junior sister Qing, let's go. If he didn't conceal his strength, he's definitely slower than you. In fact, if he doesn't conceal his strength, he won't be able to outrun you. Hung Feng knew it was only a matter of time before Duan Lingtian caught up to them. If Duan Lingtian sealed the space around them, Wan Qing might not be able to escape. For this reason, he made up his mind to let Wan Qing leave him behind. Hung Feng, you only gave me 1 point last time. I'm very satisfied with the number of points you've given me this time. Duan Lingtian said calmly as he chased after Hung Feng and Wan Qing. Although he had eliminated Hung Feng last month, since Hung Feng had just entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Duan Lingtian only had 1 point. This time, before Duan Lingtian entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Hung Feng had already entered the top 30. Hung Feng, who was ranked 29th, had more than 20 points. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware that Hung Feng had entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Currently, Hung Feng was ranked 26th on the scoreboard. He had 33 points. Before Duan Lingtian entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Hung Feng had eliminated a 10-direction celestial duke with Wan Qing's help and obtained 5 points from the 10 directions celestial duke. This person next to you must be the helper you recruited before you entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, right? She's very fast. If she joins forces with you, she might be able to help you enter the top 20. If you're lucky, she might even help you enter the top 10. Duan Lingtian was amazed by Wan Qing's speed. However, before I entered the middle realm, I only saw your name and another male disciple's name on the scoreboard. I don't think she started collecting points yet, right? Duan Lingtian had a good memory. Before he entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he had memorized all the names on the scoreboard and their respective celestial mansions. Out of the 100 names on the scoreboard, only 2 belonged to the martial battle mansion. Apart from Hung Feng, the other person's name was ranked 4th on the scoreboard. Moreover, the other person's name was clearly masculine. It was obvious the other person was not the woman standing in front of him. It was unlikely Hung Feng would join forces with someone from another celestial mansion. After all, even if Hung Feng trusted the other person, it was unlikely they would encounter each other after they entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Naturally, there was a possibility that Hung Feng had only looked for helpers after he entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. For this reason, Duan Lingtian assumed the woman was from the martial battle mansion and had not collected any points yet. Last month, there were 3 people from the martial battle mansion on the scoreboard. Apart from the person who was ranked 4th before I entered the middle realm and the martial battle mansion's disciple whom I eliminated last month, there's a martial battle mansion's disciple named Wan Qingqing. Wan Qingqing is most likely a woman's name. If I'm not mistaken, it's her name. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the woman who was flying with Hung Feng in tow. Her speed was not much slower than his. Boy, if it's possible, why don't you join forces with this woman? Although we can help you, the most we can do is increase the strength of your attacks. We can't increase your speed. The Chaos Divine Earth's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. With her speed, it'll be easy for you to join forces with her in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I think you should try joining forces with her as well. The profound divine metal chimed in. It was rare for it not to disagree with the Chaos Divine Earth. Join forces? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the Chaos Divine Earth and the profound divine metal's words. He would not have thought of this if they did not mention it. Although his speed was not slow, it would be a problem if he encountered someone who was faster than him in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Let alone someone who had comprehended 3 types of speed profundities from the law of wind. He might not even be able to catch up to someone who had comprehended 2 types of speed profundities from a law. All right. After listening to Hung Feng's suggestion and seeing Duan Lingtian's figure getting closer and closer, Wan Qingqing pondered for a moment before she accepted Hung Feng's suggestion. In the next moment, she abandoned Hung Feng. Swoosh! As soon as she abandoned Hung Feng, her speed soared to a whole new level, leaving Duan Lingtian in the dust. In just a blink of an eye, she disappeared from Duan Lingtian's sight. Chapter 3147. When Duan Lingtian approached Hung Feng was already prepared. Not only did he cast the law of Earth's rock body profundity, but he also cast the law of Earth's crystal wall profundity and defense profundity. This time, he learned his lesson. The talismans that appeared from the defense ultimacy merged with the crystal wall on the surface of his body, causing the crystal wall to glow with new life. At the same time, the celestial origin energy that contained the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity was ready to be unleashed at any time. Apart from the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity, rock body profundity, crystal wall profundity, and defense profundity, Hung Feng had also comprehended the law of Earth's vibration profundity, gravitational space profundity, and recovery profundity. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect myself to be so unlucky. I've only been in the middle realm for 3 days, and you're here again. How long have you been here? Hung Feng asked with a bitter smile as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who had stopped moving not far away. I just came in. I haven't met anyone before you. Duan Lingtian shrugged. Just came in? Did you meet anyone else? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Hung Feng felt his breathing stagnate. When he first came in last month, the first person he met was Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had just entered this month, and the first person he met was him. What kind of luck did he have? At the same time, Duan Lingtian did not seem to be bothered by Hung Feng's solemn expression. Hung Feng, the woman who carried you earlier must be Wan Qingqing from the martial battle mansion, right? Duan Lingtian had a deep impression of the name Wan Qingqing. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian had a deep impression of the top 30 rankers in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Last month, Wan Qingqing's name was ranked 17th. Not bad. Hung Feng nodded. Then, he scoffed and said, however, I advise you not to pursue junior sister Qingqing. She's definitely one of the fastest 10 directions celestial dukes in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In terms of speed, there are very few people who can compare to her. It's impossible for you to catch up to her. Hung Feng was confident in Wan Qingqing's speed. After witnessing Wan Qingqing's speed, Duan Lingtian knew what Hung Feng said was true. As long as Wan Qingqing did not give him a chance to attack and tried to escape, he would not be able to stop her. If I'm not wrong, this month, when you came in with her, she was the only one who helped you get points. You haven't helped her get any points, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Hung Feng and asked, don't tell me you don't feel guilty at all. Duan Lingtian's words were like a needle that pierced Hung Feng's heart, causing his face to darken. How could he not feel guilty? If it were not for Wan Qingqing's help, he would not have been able to obtain so many points in such a short time. However, before he could help Wan Qingqing, he had already encountered Duan Lingtian. Humph! Hung Feng scoffed. Once I'm done with you, I'll join forces with junior sister Qingqing and help her get more points. It seems like she hasn't left yet. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. In fact, it was not difficult for him to figure this out. Otherwise, he would not have let Wan Qingqing leave without telling her about joining forces. After all, he knew Wan Qingqing would not go far. At the very least, she would not leave until she was certain Hung Feng was eliminated. With Wan Qingqing's speed, as long as she was prepared, she would not be eliminated. So what if she hasn't left yet? Do you think you can catch up to her? Hung Feng sneered. Hung Feng, are you going to crush your accumulative point jade? Or do you need my help? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face. Although I lost to you last time, it was only because I didn't expect you to have comprehended the law of space's transportation profundity. More importantly, I'm not sure if you've fully comprehended the law of space's transportation profundity, or if you've only begun to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity, Hung Feng said solemnly. If you've only begun to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity, then I'll merge the defense profundity with the crystal barrier profundity. Your attack won't be able to bypass the defense profundity and hit me. Comprehending the law of space's transportation profundity and fully comprehending it were two different concepts. Hung Feng had gone to find out more about this a few days ago. For this reason, he was willing to take a gamble. He was willing to bet that Duan Lingtian had only begun to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity. I didn't expect someone as boorish as you to be so meticulous. Upon hearing Hung Feng's words, Duan Lingtian was shocked. Then he said indifferently, however, you're right. I've only begun to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity. Now that you've merged the defense profundity with the crystal barrier profundity, I won't be able to bypass the defense profundity and hit you. Duan Lingtian did not hide the fact that he had only begun to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity. If that's the case, you won't be able to break through my defenses. Hung Feng's eyes glinted as a smile appeared on his face. Junior sister Qingqing, come back. At the same time, Hung Feng called out loudly. His voice that contained celestial origin energy reverberated in the air. Swoosh! In just a blink of an eye, a green figure appeared in the distance and looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian turned to look at the green figure. At this moment, this was the first time Duan Lingtian had taken a good look at the female disciple from the martial battle mansion. She had long black hair that cascaded down like a waterfall, a curvaceous figure, and a beautiful face. She was comparable to his two wives in terms of looks. When Duan Lingtian was looking at the green figure was also looking at him. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Hung Feng finally spoke. Junior sister Qingqing, you stay at the side. If Duan Lingtian can't break through my defenses, we'll work together to send him out of here. When Hung Feng looked at Duan Lingtian, his voice was filled with excitement. This was a rare opportunity for him to avenge his humiliation. Naturally, I'm not sure if Duan Lingtian has a trump card up his sleeve. If he's hiding his strength and is able to break through my defenses, you should leave junior sister Qingqing. Hung Feng continued to say through voice transmission, I'll return what I owe you in the future. All right. Wan Qingqing replied indifferently. Senior sister Wan, if I can't break through Hung Feng's defenses, you can work together with him to eliminate me. However, if I can break through his defenses, don't be in a hurry to leave. Why don't we work together instead? Upon hearing Hung Feng's words, Duan Lingtian looked at Wan Qingqing and said with a smile, I can guarantee you that if you work together with me, you'll be able to enter the top 10. Both Hung Feng and Wan Qingqing did not expect Duan Lingtian to work together. Humph! Duan Lingtian, are you trying to use this as an excuse to get close to junior sister Qingqing so you can eliminate her? Hung Feng said as though he had seen through Duan Lingtian's intentions. How many points does senior sister Wan have in her accumulative points, Jade? Do you think it's possible for me to give up on working with her and eliminate her? Duan Lingtian looked at Hung Feng indifferently and asked, if you were me, would you eliminate her? Hung Feng was speechless when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. After all, Wan Qingqing only had 1 point. Even if he eliminated her, he would only get 1 point. It was meaningless. The three of us can work together. Wan Qingqing's cold voice resonated in the air. He's of no use to me. Duan Lingtian glanced at Wan Qingqing indifferently and said, moreover, it's meaningless to split the points between the three of us. If you eliminate him, I won't work with you. Wan Qingqing said coldly, it doesn't matter if you work with me or not, I'll still eliminate him. To me, you're just the icing on the cake. It's not like I have to work with you. Although Duan Lingtian admired Wan Qingqing's character, he did not show any signs of backing down. Wan Qingqing was infuriated. When had she ever been treated like this by a man? Did this man not know how to treat a woman well? Humph! Duan Lingtian, if you want to eliminate me, you'll have to break through my defenses first. Otherwise, you'll be the one eliminated today. Hung Feng snorted coldly. At the same time, he made his move. He stepped into the air and charged toward Duan Lingtian like a raging bull. Junior sister Qing. At the same time, Hung Feng sent a voice transmission to Wan Qingqing. If Duan Lingtian is capable of breaching my defenses, you should join forces with him. Although I don't know him personally, I have a good eye for people. Duan Lingtian doesn't seem like a person who goes back on his word. Perhaps, you can seize this opportunity to enter the top 10 in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Hung Feng's voice transmission could be considered as persuading Wan Qingqing. Let's see if he can breach your defenses first. Wan Qingqing replied through voice transmission. Since you're so confident about your defenses, I'll breach your defenses with just one move, Duan Lingtian said with a nonchalant smile on his face. This time, I won't use the transportation profundity. He won't use the transportation profundity? Hung Feng was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian has comprehended 2 other profundities from the law of space. He had seen Duan Lingtian cast 7 profundities from the law of space, including the transportation profundity. Based on Duan Lingtian's confidence, he could not help but think Duan Lingtian might have comprehended 2 other profundities from the law of space. Gravitational space profundity, vibration profundity, recovery profundity. Hung Feng did not dare to be careless. He quickly used all the techniques he knew. Presently, he was deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would gain the initiative by striking first, causing him to be unable to utilize all his abilities. Chapter 3148. However, Duan Lingtian had no intention of teleporting away in the face of Hung Feng's ferocious attack. The void around him rippled as his space territory enveloped an area with a radius of 10 meters. At the same time, the space around him began to distort. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had cast the law of space's territory profundity and the distortion profundity. Confinement profundity. When Hung Feng's attack entered the distorted space territory, Duan Lingtian mobilized his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the space elemental profundity to restrain the attack. In the next moment, dimension/profundity. A spatial tear appeared next to Duan Lingtian. As soon as it appeared, a gray saber ray flew out of the spatial tear. The gray sword light flew out from the spatial crack, as if it was an attack that had transcended space. It swept through the void and easily destroyed Hung Feng's attack. During this process, not only was the gray saber ray not weakened, but it had also become stronger. This was because the gray saber ray was replenished when it passed through the distorted space territory. Whether it was Duan Lingtian's territory profundity, the distortion profundity, or the confinement profundity, all of them had replenished the gray saber ray with the space elemental profundity. During this process, the gray saber ray that looked like the dimension/profundity increased in size. While Duan Lingtian's dimension/profundity was being replenished by the space elemental profundity, Hung Feng did not remain idle. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In front of Hung Feng, Huge stone pillars fell with a whistling sound, separating him from Duan Ling Tian. The repulsive force from the gravitational space profundity was also unleashed around the stone pillars. Together with the vibration profundity, it repelled all external forces. This time, Hung Feng was more prepared than the previous time. At this moment, he no longer had any intention of attacking. Instead, he was fully focused on defending himself. In fact, he had even activated his defense before Duan Lingtian's attack. Hung Feng's nerves were tense as he controlled the stone pillars. He did not dare to be distracted. This was the only way he could move the stone pillar to Duan Ling Tian's direction when Duan Ling Tian teleported to another place and launched an attack from another direction. What he did not know was that Duan Ling Tian had no intention of using the teleportation profundity. Seniors, please lend me a hand. Before the dimension/profundity, Duan Ling Tian's space's eyes, Duan Ling Tian's eyes' power, heaven's profundity. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, two waves of power extended from his body, as if they were something he was born with. Two eyes of heaven, eyes of the eyes of Duan to Ling Tian's twos of the the eyes the Duan Ling Tian, S's Wan to Lingoff S. Wan Qing stood in the void not far away with a shocked expression. She could no longer maintain her composure. This is, when Wan Qing noticed Duan Lingtian's dimension/profundity, Hung Feng also noticed it. This was his first time witnessing such a thing. Previously, Duan Lingtian did not use such a technique when he attacked Hung Feng. As expected, he's concealing his strength. Hung Feng's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, he was confused. He could tell the golden flames surrounding Duan Lingtian's dimension/profundity were not the two remaining profundities from the law of space. In that case, there was only one possibility. This was Duan Lingtian's innate strength that was not related to the profundities from the law of space. It was similar to Wan Qing's heaven-defying speed. After all, Wan Qing was not a human. She was a grass that had transformed into a human. She was originally a swift wind grass that grew in a canyon in the southern heaven territory. Due to a fortuitous encounter, she had transformed into a human and began to cultivate. As a plant and tree, her speed of comprehending the law of wood was monstrous. Moreover, her cultivation speed was much faster than ordinary humans. However, this was not the most important thing. After Wan Qing transformed into a human, she inherited the swift wind grass's innate divine ability. The innate divine ability would improve as her cultivation base increased. Just like now. With her innate ability, Wan Qing's speed was almost equal to the speed of the three primary speed profundities of the law of wind combined. Naturally, there were restrictions when she used the innate divine ability. She could not use the wood elemental profundity that contained the law of wood to increase her speed. However, even so, her speed was enough to leave 99% of the people at the same cultivation level as her. At this moment, Hung Feng thought the layer of golden flames that Duan Ling Tian cast on the cross-dimensional/profundity was Duan Ling Tian's innate strength. It was similar to Wan Qing's innate divine ability. This Duan Ling Tian is either not human or has a variant bloodline in his body. Hung Feng thought to himself. At the same time, Hung Feng felt a great deal of pressure. The situation before him, coupled with Duan Lingtian's confidence, caused his heart to beat faster. Calm down, calm down. Even if he has other abilities, he might not be able to break through my defenses. Hung Feng comforted himself inwardly. Gradually, his gaze turned resolute, and he no longer wavered. Hung Feng, get ready. I'll make my move in 3 breaths' time. While Hung Feng was still on guard, Duan Lingtian raised his hand. The dimensional/profundity that was covered in golden flames began to revolve around his palm. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Hung Feng was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Was this not too humiliating? How could he give him time to prepare? Duan Lingtian, I'd like to see if your performance is worthy of your confidence. Hung Feng let out a low roar. After wasting 1 breath of time, he used the remaining 2 breaths of time to prepare for battle again. In just a blink of an eye, the time was up. Buzz. When the time was up, Duan Lingtian swung his hand and threw the dimensional slash profundity that was revolving around his palm toward Hung Feng. To be more precise, it was aimed at Hung Feng's first layer of defense. The stone pillars that were formed from celestial origin energy that contained the earth elemental profundity, the gravitational space profundity, and the vibration profundity. This was the first layer of defense Hung Feng had prepared. As soon as Duan Lingtian threw the gray saber ray out, Wan Qingqing, who was standing nearby, stared at it intently. The gray saber ray whistled through the air, causing the void to tremble. It was as though the void would crack at any moment. In just a blink of an eye, the gray saber ray collided with the first layer of defense Hung Feng had prepared. However, when the golden flames on the gray saber ray flickered a few times, the first layer of defense Hung Feng had prepared was easily destroyed. Boom! Rumble! Although the stone pillars were protected by the gravitational space profundity, the vibration profundity, and the gravitational space profundity, they were still destroyed by the gray saber ray in just a blink of an eye. In fact, the gray saber ray did not even pause when it destroyed the stone pillars. The entire process was as simple as cutting tofu. Of course, Hung Feng's first layer of defense only looked intimidating. In fact, its defensive power was not even comparable to the defense profundity or the crystal wall profundity, which were the two defensive profundities from the law of earth. At most, it was similar to the defense provided by the rock-style profundity. Even so, Hung Feng's expression changed drastically when he saw the first layer of defense he had prepared was destroyed in just a blink of an eye. He was the only one who knew. Earlier, when the first layer of defense he had prepared was destroyed, the law of Earth's recovery profundity did not even have the time to activate its recovery ability. Buzz! After destroying the first layer of defense Hung Feng had prepared, the gray saber ray shot toward Hung Feng. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the golden flames on the saber ray had dimmed. The golden flames on the gray sword light were obviously dimmer than before. The first layer of defense that Hung Feng had set up had consumed a certain amount of its energy. In just a blink of an eye, the gray saber ray sliced through the air and landed on Hung Feng's body. It collided with the two primary defensive profundities from the law of earth. Whoosh! 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 After a brief moment of stalemate, the gray saber ray destroyed the talismans on the crystal wall profundity's body. With that, the defense profundity was destroyed. However, the golden flames on the gray saber ray dimmed even more. It seemed like it would be extinguished at any moment. Not good. Upon seeing this, Hung Feng's expression changed drastically, because he discovered, up until now, Duan Lingtian's dimensional slash hadn't been truly consumed. What had been consumed was only the layer of golden flames on the surface of the dimensional slash. Furthermore, even after breaching his first layer of defense and his defense profound, the golden flames still did not completely disappear. Oh my God! What kind of power was this? This level of power was no weaker than the combined might of two main offensive profundities of any law. In fact, it was even better. After defeating the defense profound meaning, the gray blade light continued to attack the crystal wall profound meaning. This time, when a few cracks appeared on Hung Feng's crystal wall, the golden flames on the surface of the gray sword light completely dissipated. At this moment, the energy that the chaos divine flame and the profound divine metal had given Duan Lingtian was completely depleted. However, the power of the dimensional slash was still the same as before. Pa, 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 pa. What happened last month repeated itself. The crystal wall profundity on the surface of Hung Feng's crystal wall profundity was destroyed as well. The cross-dimensional slash profundity left a shallow cut on Hung Feng's body before Duan Lingtian used the transportation profundity to teleport him behind Hung Feng. Upon seeing this, Wan Qingqing's eyes widened. This level of attack. Even those 6 people might not be able to do it, right? If I join forces with him, even if we encounter those 6 people. Chapter 3149. After the defense profundity, the crystal barrier profundity, and the rock-style profundity were destroyed, Hung Feng tried to use the recovery profundity to repair them. However, the speed at which they were being repaired could not keep up with the speed at which they were being destroyed. For this reason, Hung Feng could only watch helplessly as the same thing that had happened to him the previous month happened to him again. How similar was history? If it wasn't for Duan Ling Tian showing mercy, he would already be dead. Thank you. Unlike the previous time when he was caught off guard, this time, Hung Feng's defenses were breached even though he was fully prepared. For this reason, he could not help but thank Duan Lingtian for sparing his life. Without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, Hung Feng took out his accumulative point jade and took it out. As he crushed his accumulative point jade, he looked at Wan Qingqing who was hovering in the air and said, "Junior sister Qingqing, I owe you a favor. However, before I leave, I hope you can join forces with Duan Lingtian. You've seen how strong Duan Lingtian is. With your speed, you might be able to eliminate those 6 people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm." As soon as Hung Feng finished speaking, he crushed his accumulative point jade and left the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm without waiting for Wan Qingqing's reply. With this, the points in Hung Feng's accumulative point jade were transferred to Duan Lingtian's accumulative point jade. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he saw the number of points in his accumulative point jade. 33 points? Currently, he had a total of 34 points in his accumulative point jade. It seems like you and Hung Feng have made some gains while I was in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. At this moment, Duan Lingtian raised his head and looked at Wan Qingqing meaningfully. What do you think? Do you want to join forces with me? As soon as Hung Feng crushed his accumulative point jade and left the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, meanwhile, those who were paying attention to the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm could clearly see that Hung Feng's name had been removed from the top of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The Martial Battle Mansion's Hung Feng's name had disappeared from the 25th place and was replaced by a new name, Duan Lingtian. The people from the other celestial mansions narrowed their eyes when they saw Duan Lingtian's name. Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion either didn't make it to the rankings, or he eliminated the Martial Battle Mansion's Hung Feng and entered the top 30. As far as I know, Hung Feng from the Martial Battle Mansion was also eliminated by Duan Lingtian last month. Why is Hung Feng so unlucky to encounter Duan Lingtian again? When Hung Feng entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm last month, he only had 1 point before he was eliminated by Duan Lingtian. This time, he had 33 points, but he was still eliminated by Duan Lingtian. So many points have gone to Duan Lingtian. I'm afraid that Hung Feng might even want to commit suicide now. Hung Feng from the Martial Battle Mansion is really unlucky. When the major celestial mansions discovered that Duan Lingtian had replaced Hung Feng on the scoreboard, a commotion broke out among the people in the profound Nether Mansion's 3 transporting formations. Duan Lingtian only entered the middle realm a few hours ago, right? He's already in the top 30? Isn't this too surreal? Don't tell me Hung Feng from the Martial Battle Mansion hired someone to cheat? Cheat? That's impossible. Hung Feng only had 1 point before he was eliminated by Duan Lingtian. Is that considered cheating as well? After Hung Feng was defeated by Duan Lingtian, it was revealed that Duan Lingtian had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. Since Hung Feng was eliminated again, it's clear that Duan Lingtian is stronger than him. Hung Feng must have found someone to help him this time. I wonder if Duan Lingtian has eliminated his helper? If his helper is Wan Qingqing from the Martial Battle Mansion, I'm afraid Duan Lingtian won't be able to eliminate her. When Qi Tianming, the inspector of the profound Nether Mansion, heard about Duan Lingtian entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, his eyes lit up. Good job. I thought he would fall behind since he entered the middle realm so late. I didn't expect him to gain so many points as soon as he entered the middle realm. Entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm 6 days after it opened was a huge disadvantage. If one was unlucky, it would be difficult for one to enter the top 10 no matter how strong one was. However, now that Qi Tianming learned that Duan Lingtian had gained so many points as soon as he entered the middle realm, he was relieved. Based on the current situation, it shouldn't be a problem for him to enter the top 10. Qi Tianming thought to himself. In the Martial Battle Mansion, as soon as Hung Feng appeared, He attracted the attention of the martial battle mansion's elders and disciples who were waiting at the transporting formation. They quickly shifted their attention to the scoreboard. With just a glance, they saw the name that replaced Hung Feng on the scoreboard. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian again. Hung Feng, didn't you join forces with Wan Qingqing this time? Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion eliminated him? Where's Wan Qingqing? Why didn't she come out with him? Think about it. Do you think ordinary people can match Wan Qingqing's speed? Even if Duan Lingtian is strong enough to eliminate Hung Feng, I doubt he's as fast as Wan Qingqing. You're right. When news of Hung Feng being eliminated by Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion spread, it caused a huge commotion in the martial battle mansion. Hung Feng could only smile wryly. No matter how bitter the situation was, he had no choice but to swallow it. After all, he had no one to blame but himself for being inferior. In the Hanqing mansion, when news of Duan Lingtian entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and entering the top 30 spread, Lu Ji had also heard about it. Duan Lingtian entered the middle realm? Not to mention, he was so lucky to encounter Hung Feng from the martial battle hall as soon as he entered, and he managed to eliminate him and obtain 33 points. 34 points. It's time for me to enter as well. During this month, Lu Ji was in no hurry to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He was waiting for Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion to enter the middle realm. Last month, due to his carelessness, he was eliminated by Duan Lingtian. He was determined to avenge his humiliation this month. Lu Ji knew very well that Duan Lingtian was not a match for Duan Lingtian. After all, even if Duan Lingtian entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he might not be able to encounter Duan Lingtian after he entered the middle realm. However, since he knew Duan Lingtian had entered the middle realm before Duan Lingtian, he did not have to worry about Duan Lingtian entering the middle realm this month. Meanwhile, in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Wan Qingqing did not agree to Duan Lingtian's invitation. Instead, she asked, "How do we split the points?" Upon hearing Wan Qingqing's question, Duan Lingtian fell silent for a moment before he replied, "I won't take advantage of you. I won't take advantage of you. If we meet an opponent that either of us can eliminate, we'll take turns to earn points. If the previous person's points go to me, the next person's points go to you, the next person's points go to me, and so on. If we encounter opponents that you can't eliminate and I can eliminate, for example, Hung Feng, I'll get the points. On the other hand, if we encounter opponents that I can't eliminate and you can eliminate, you'll get the points. On the other hand, if we encounter opponents that we can only eliminate together, we'll take turns to obtain the points. What do you think?" Alright. Initially, Wan Qingqing thought Duan Lingtian would take advantage of her. She did not expect Duan Lingtian to propose such a fair method. She could feel Duan Lingtian's sincerity, so she readily agreed to his suggestion. Although she agreed to Duan Lingtian's suggestion, it did not mean she treated Duan Lingtian as one of her own. Since she and Hung Feng were both disciples of the martial battle mansion, it did not matter if they killed each other. They would not obtain the other's points. For this reason, there was no need for them to be wary of each other. However, she was different from Duan Lingtian. She was a disciple of the martial battle mansion while Duan Lingtian was a disciple of the profound nether mansion. Regardless of whether she killed Duan Lingtian or Duan Lingtian killed her, they would obtain the other's points. Under such circumstances, it was only natural for her to be cautious. Of course, in the process of cooperation, if you covet the points in my hands and launch a sneak attack on me, at that time don't blame me for being ruthless. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly when he heard Wan Qingqing's words. Humph! Wan Qingqing won't go back on my word. On the other hand, if you launch a sneak attack on me, even if I can't kill you, I can still run away. Once I leave the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, I'll spread the news that you went back on your word. Wan Qingqing scoffed. At that time, apart from those from the profound nether mansion, nobody in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would dare to join forces with you. You won't have such an opportunity, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wan Qingqing's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? What? Do you think I'll kill you so you won't have a chance to smear my name? Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Wan Qingqing intently. It was as though he could see through her thoughts. Don't worry, I won't attack you so you won't have a chance to smear my name. Wan Qingqing sighed in relief when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Otherwise, she would have to reconsider if she was willing to take the risk. Duan Lingtian was stronger than her. Working with Duan Lingtian would be like asking a tiger for its skin. Moreover, she did not think Duan Lingtian was a person who would go back on his word. Moreover, Hung Feng also thought Duan Lingtian was reliable. Otherwise, she would not have taken the risk to work with Duan Lingtian. Are you really an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion? Although Wan Qingqing followed Duan Lingtian, she maintained a safe distance from Duan Lingtian, so she could flee if necessary. Of course. Duan Lingtian touched the identity token on his waist and said mockingly, "Why are you standing so far away from me? Are you afraid I'll eat you?" Chapter 3150. After saying so much, I still haven't asked you. How many points do you have now? When I came in, I didn't see your name on the leaderboard. Duan Lingtian asked curiously. 1. Wan Qingqing didn't hide anything and spoke bluntly. 1. Duan Lingtian was stunned. So you're saying that from the moment we entered until now, the points of all the people that you and Hung Feng eliminated are all with Hung Feng? How did you distribute it? Duan Lingtian was somewhat convinced. He had no choice but to be convinced. Hung Feng, in addition to his own points, had also obtained 32 points, making a total of 33 points. As for Wan Qingqing, she only had 1 point. This also meant that, up until now, Hung Feng and Wan Qingqing had all the points of those who had been eliminated by Hung Feng. He said that as long as he reached 100 points, he would give the rest to me. Wan Qingqing said. Back then, when Hung Feng told her this, she felt that she had taken advantage of him. This was because once he and Hung Feng joined forces, as long as they did not encounter those 6 people, no one would be able to eliminate them. As long as their luck was not too bad, it would not be difficult for them to obtain more than 300 or 400 points. Moreover, it might be more than that. However, never in her wildest dreams would she have thought that Hung Feng was eliminated before he could accumulate 100 points, so she didn't even get a single point with Hung Feng's help. This made her feel a little suffocated. If I'm not wrong, at that time, when he said those words, you were probably secretly delighted, thinking that you had taken advantage of him, right? Duan Lingtian took a deep look at Wan Qingqing and guessed. Yes. Wan Qingqing smiled bitterly. For the rest of the journey, Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing did not speak for half an hour. Half an hour later, Duan Lingtian recalled something. He looked at Wan Qingqing and said, "As far as I know, there's a person in the martial battle mansion who's quite strong. Last month, I saw him ranked in the top 5. Are you talking about King Tai?" Wan Qingqing replied. "That's right. It's him." Duan Lingtian nodded. The person he was referring to was King Tai, also a disciple of the martial battle house. King Tai is an inner court disciple of our martial battle mansion. His strength is unfathomable. He has been in the top 6 for the past 10 years, and he has never left the top 6. Wan Qingqing said. Before I entered the Middle Realm, I heard someone say the top 6 in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm hasn't changed for a few years. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. It seems that besides King Tai, the other 5 are also quite strong. I don't know exactly how strong they are, but I do know that I'm no match for them. I met all 6 of them in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Wan Qingqing shook her head. King Tai is a disciple of your martial battle mansion. It's impossible for him to make a move on you. How strong are the other 5? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. The other 5 people are much stronger than me. Most importantly, their speed is not inferior to mine. When I encounter them, I can only crush my accumulative point Jade and leave. Wan Qingqing sighed. Based on the fact that the other 6 people had been in the top 6 for so many years, one could only imagine how strong they were. However, Duan Lingtian did not expect King Tai to be so fast. He did not expect the other 6 people's speed to be on par with Wan Qingqing. This meant King Tai was not an easy opponent. Even if he could defeat any one of the 6 in a head-on confrontation, he could only watch as the other party fled if they wanted to. His speed was his shortcoming. After all, he could only rely on the law of space's teleportation profundity to increase his speed. Although the Chaos Divine Flame, the Profound Divine Metal, and the Chaos Divine Earth could help him in a fight, they could only strengthen his offense. They could not increase his speed. Unless I comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity, my speed is far inferior to theirs. Although the transportation profundity was only one of the profundities in the law of space, if one could fully comprehend it, it would complement the teleportation profundity. When the 2 profundities were combined, his speed would not be inferior to the speed of 3 profundities from the law of wind combined. This was one of the reasons the law of space, one of the 4 supreme laws, was so heaven-defying. 2 profundities from the law of wind were comparable to 3 profundities from the law of wind. However, with Wan Qingqing's help, things will be different. Even if we encounter the other 6 people, I'll be able to deal with them. Wan Qingqing has comprehended the law of wood, and the law of wood is more supportive. It won't be difficult for her to keep them busy and give me a chance to deal with them. The reason Duan Ling Tian had asked Wan Qingqing to join forces with him was due to her speed and her comprehension of the law of wood. If Wan Qingqing had comprehended the laws of wind, he definitely wouldn't be as interested in her as he was now. Even if Wan Qingqing was fast, she would not be able to deal with them. The law of wind was good at speed, but it was not good at keeping their opponents busy. As long as their opponents found an opening, they would be able to escape. If we encounter them again, I'll help you get back at them. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed into slits, and when he opened them again, a bright light flashed within. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Wan Qingqing's eyes lit up immediately. She could still remember the battle between the 2 of them. Back then, when she faced those 5 people, although she rarely fought, she was still in a very sorry state. 2 of them had even teased her. However, since she was not as strong as them, there was nothing she could do about it. Wan Qingqing, why don't we make a deal? A thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind as he asked, "Can you bring me to the Martial Battle Mansion's base?" Last month, he had obtained quite a number of points outside the Martial Battle Mansion's base. Apart from the Profound Nether Mansion's base, the Martial Battle Mansion's base had moved as well. For this reason, he did not know where the Martial Battle Mansion's base was located. However, with Wan Qingqing leading the way, it would not be difficult for him to find the Martial Battle Mansion's base. For example, he could return to the Profound Nether Mansion's base whenever he wanted since he knew where the Profound Nether Mansion's base was. He could stay in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for 10 days. If he wanted to leave earlier, he would have to use the transporting formation in the Profound Nether Mansion's base. As for the remaining time, he could wait for a few days before he was forced to leave the middle realm. "You want to go to the Martial Battle Mansion's base?" Wan Qingqing's expression changed slightly before she shook her head decisively. "Impossible. I won't take you there. If I do, I'll be considered a traitor. I'd rather die than betray the Martial Battle Mansion." Wan Qingqing was originally a gale grass that had transformed into a human. She had relied on the Martial Battle Mansion's help to achieve what she had today. As a mutant who had transformed into a human, her thoughts were purer than a human's. She knew how to repay a favor. Last month, she had heard about Duan Lingtian ambushing people outside the Martial Battle Mansion's base. At that time, Duan Lingtian had eliminated more than a dozen people from the Martial Battle Mansion. It was a great humiliation to the Martial Battle Mansion. Many people in the Martial Battle Mansion were clamoring to take revenge on Duan Lingtian to vent their anger and resentment. Wan Qingqing was clear in her heart. Unless King Tai was in the Martial Battle Mansion's camp. Otherwise, no matter who it was, if they encountered Duan Lingtian after leaving the Martial Battle Mansion's base, they would be eliminated. "It's fine if you don't want to." Noticing Wan Qingqing's emotional fluctuations, Duan Lingtian did not force her. However, it was a pity that he had lost an opportunity to easily obtain points. However, what surprised Duan Lingtian was what Wan Qingqing said next. "Although I can't tell you where the Martial Battle Mansion's camp is, Hung Feng and I have passed by the Fireglaze Mansion's camp in the past 2 days. Wan Qingqing said. Fireglaze Manor's camp? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up again. He didn't expect Wan Qingqing to know the location of other Grade 6 immortal mansions. In the Martial Battle Mansion's camp, Wan Qingqing didn't want to betray the Martial Battle Mansion. After all, she had nothing to worry about in the Fireglaze Mansion's camp, right? If you want to go, I can bring you there. However, I have to make it clear that I won't help you if you attack the Fireglaze Mansion's disciples in the Fireglaze Mansion's camp. Wan Qingqing said. Guarding the Fireglaze Mansion's camp was a great provocation to the Grade 6 Immortal Mansion. She was unwilling to offend a Grade 6 Immortal Mansion for the sake of some points. That's not a problem. Duan Lingtian said without hesitation. I'll guard the Fireglaze Mansion's camp myself. As for you, you can just hide at the side. Bring me there now. Duan Lingtian looked at Wan Qingqing eagerly. Although most of the people who came out of the Fireglaze Mansion's camp had one point, there were still many of them. Normally, there would be at least 10,000 people entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm every month. On average, there would be a few hundred people entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Most of them would enter the middle realm in the first half of the month. In the past few days, there would be at least 20 people leaving the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm every day. Apart from that, those in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were not allowed to use communication celestial talismans. However, that did not mean those in the middle realm could not receive communication celestial talismans from the outside world. As long as I block the Fireglaze Mansion's base, they'll spread the news to the other 10 directions celestial dukes in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I'm sure they'll inform the other 10 directions celestial dukes in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Those 10 directions celestial dukes will definitely come for me. At that time, I'll be able to obtain a lot of points. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly. It was as though he could see a huge pile of points waving at him. What? You plan to guard the Fireglaze Mansion's camp openly? Wan Qingqing's eyes widened in shock when she heard Duan Lingtian's plan. Her usually aloof demeanor was replaced by a playful expression. She felt this outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion was crazy. Chapter 3151. At this moment, Wan Qingqing was starting to regret her decision. She regretted telling Duan Lingtian that she knew the location of the Fireglaze Mansion's base. Previously, she had thought Duan Lingtian was planning to sneak into the Fireglaze Mansion's base and eliminate some of their disciples before leaving. However, it seemed like Duan Lingtian was planning to make a big fuss out of it. If this had happened before she joined forces with Duan Lingtian, she would have just watched from the sidelines no matter what Duan Lingtian did. Even if Duan Lingtian was eliminated by the Fireglaze Mansion's disciples, she would still be able to watch from the sidelines. However, she could not do that now. She had already established a partnership with Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian was eliminated, her ranking this month would definitely be lower than last month's. She had missed too many opportunities this month. Currently, she only had 1 point left in her accumulative point jade. Duan Lingtian, although there's no one from the Fireglaze Mansion among the 6 disciples, there are still disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion who consistently rank in the top 10. Wan Qingqing looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly as she said, apart from that, there are also 2 disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion who consistently rank in the top 30. Most importantly, if you provoke the Fireglaze Mansion by standing guard outside their base, they won't fight you one-on-one. Instead, they'll gang up on you. Based on Wan Qingqing's words, it was clear she was trying to dissuade Duan Lingtian from challenging the Fireglaze Mansion. It was too risky for him to do that. Even the 6 disciples who had been in the top 6 for the past few years did not dare to do such a thing. After all, they were afraid of being surrounded. Naturally, they were even more afraid of offending a Grade 6 celestial mansion. All right. Upon hearing Wan Qingqing's words, Duan Lingtian nodded slightly. All right. If you're done, bring me there. Our time is limited. I don't want to spend too much time in the Fireglaze Mansion's base. Duan Lingtian stared at Wan Qingqing after he finished speaking. He didn't want to spend too much time in the Fireglaze Manor's campsite? Wan Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She thought that Duan Lingtian had given up on provoking the Fire Glaze Manor. However, when she brought Duan Lingtian to the Fire Glaze Manor's camp, she realized that she had been too naive. Whoosh! Wan Qingqing was hiding in the distance. She could clearly see Duan Lingtian teleporting to the sky above the Fire Glaze Manor's camp. Listen up, disciples of the Fire Glaze Mansion. You'd better hide in there and not come out. Otherwise, I'll eliminate every single one of you who comes out. Duan Lingtian hovered in the air above the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite. Imbued with celestial origin energy, his voice was clearly transmitted to the campsite. Not only that, even Wan Qingqing, who was hiding in the distance, could hear Duan Lingtian's arrogant voice. Wan Qingqing was stunned. Was this what he meant when he said he did not want to spend too much time in the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite? After Duan Lingtian's arrogant voice entered the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite, the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite was silent for a long time. Then, a series of angry voices rang in the campsite. Who are you? How dare you come to our Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite? Tell me your name. Otherwise, you'll die a graveless death. Who are you? Are you trying to provoke our Fire Glaze Mansion? Angry voices rang in the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite. At the same time, the disciples in the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite, whether they were chatting or sparring, stopped what they were doing. All of them looked up at the sky above the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite. That said, although they were furious and threatened the person who had come, no one took the initiative to soar into the sky and teach that person a lesson. Since they had cultivated to their current stage, they were not reckless people. Since the purple-clad young man dared to come to the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite, there were only two possibilities. The first possibility was that the purple-clad young man was here to seek death. The second possibility was that the purple-clad young man was not afraid of them at all. As for the first possibility, it was very unlikely. If you want to know who I am, you'd better leave the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite first. Cowards like you don't have the right to know my name, Duan Lingtian said as he hovered above the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite. He was slightly puzzled. He thought he had spoken harshly earlier, but the disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion were still able to keep their composure. Since Duan Lingtian was standing far away from the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite, he had intentionally used his divine consciousness to cover his identity token with his celestial origin energy. For this reason, although the disciples in the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite were curious about Duan Lingtian's identity token, they could not find anything. Damn it! Who's this guy? How dare he say we're cowards? If you ask me, why don't we attack him together? Do you think we're afraid of him? If he is really strong, we can crush our accumulative points Jade and go out. We can also tell the people outside about this news. That's right. Let's attack him together. When Duan Lingtian provoked them again, the disciples in the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite could no longer hold back and flew into the air. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. There were more than 20 disciples in the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite. They charged toward Duan Lingtian in unison. During this process, they had left the Fire Glaze Manor's campsite and lost the protection of the formation that enveloped the campsite. Boom! 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 When the 20 or so people arrived near Duan Lingtian in a grandiose manner and launched their attacks at Duan Lingtian in unison, colorful energy bloomed in the air like fireworks and swept toward Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! Just as the attacks were about to land on his body, Duan Lingtian disappeared from his spot with just a thought. When he reappeared, he was behind the 20 disciples, blocking their path back to the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite. Where's he? Is he dead? Why do I feel like my attacks missed? Me too. Since Duan Lingtian's five-colored energy had shrouded him when he disappeared, none of the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples realized he had disappeared. He's behind us. Heavens! When did he go behind us? I didn't see him at all. What kind of speed is that? The Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples turned around in a panic. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of dread could be seen in their eyes. At the same time, A few of the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples saw the identity token hanging on Duanling Tian's waist. He's an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. He's Duanling Tian. When the other Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples saw Duanling Tian's identity order token, their expressions changed drastically. Gasp, 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 gasp. Many of them gasped as their bodies trembled in fear. If Duanling Tian was really Duanling Tian, they would not be a match for him at all. Duanling Tian was an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. They had not even heard of Duanling Tian before last month, let alone meet him. However, last month, Duanling Tian's outer court disciple had caused a commotion in the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions. He had single-handedly blocked more than 10 disciples from the Martial Battle Mansion and eliminated all of them. At that time, the Martial Battle Mansion's inner court disciples, Hung Feng and Lu Xiaozhou, were present. Both of them were able to enter the Middle Realm every time they entered the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Although there were more than 20 of them, only a few of them had ever made it into the scoreboard. Moreover, it was only because of good luck. A man's name was like a tree's shadow. This was Duanling Tian's name. The teleportation profundity. He must have cast the law of space's teleportation profundity earlier. No wonder we didn't see how he appeared behind us. If it's the teleportation profundity, everything makes sense. Seems like the rumors are true. Duanling Tian has indeed comprehended the law of space. He must be confident of his strength since he dares to come to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. In my opinion, we should crush our accumulative point jades and leave this place. Duanling Tian has gone too far. Although the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples hated Duanling Tian to the core, they could not wait to kill Duanling Tian. However, when they saw Duanling Tian's purple robe fluttering as though he was about to make a move, they quickly crushed their accumulative point jades in unison. In just a blink of an eye, all 20 of them disappeared from Duanling Tian's side. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian discovered his points had increased. The number of points in his accumulative point jade had increased from 34 to 58. 58 points. Before I entered this place, I should have ranked 17th with this number of points, Duanling Tian thought to himself. Meanwhile, Wan Qingqing, who was hiding in the distance, saw the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples fleeing from Duanling Tian. They only attacked once and then they ran away? Although Wan Qingqing was slightly speechless, she knew it was the best choice for the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples to flee. When the group of Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples rose into the air and charged toward Duanling Tian, she did not see any familiar faces. She recognized most of the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples who were relatively strong, but she did not see any of them among the group of disciples who had fled earlier. This meant the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples were not weak at all. After all, none of the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples were strong. In the Fire Glaze Mansion, at this moment, several people appeared at the transporting formations in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. This attracted the attention of many elders and disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion. All of you were eliminated at the same time. What's going on? Why are all of you out at the same time? The expressions of the disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion, who had just been eliminated, were extremely unsightly when they heard the questions from the elders and disciples of the Fire Glaze Mansion. It's Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, an outer court disciple from the profound Nether Mansion, discovered our base and blocked the entrance. He's shouting outside, telling us not to go out. If we dare to go out, he'll eliminate us. Chapter 3152. Duanling Tian. When the elders and disciples regained their senses, they instinctively turned to look at the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. With just a glance, they saw the name Duanling Tian was no longer in its original position. It had squeezed into the top 20 and was ranked 19th. Duanling Tian now had a total of 58 points. 58 points. If I remember correctly, he only had 34 points before. In other words, he obtained 24 points from the disciples of the Fire Glaze Mansion? 24 points? How many of us did he eliminate? When the elders and disciples of the Fire Glaze Manor saw Duan Lingtian's ranking on the scoreboard, they were all dumbfounded. He eliminated 23 of us. One of us has 2 points. Not bad. The most infuriating thing is that he actually blocked the entrance and shouted, and said that whoever dares to go out will be eliminated. Too arrogant. He's too arrogant. I want to inform Senior Brother Tan Yuan and Senior Brother Mo Pingji. If his strength is really as the rumors say, Senior Brother Tan Yuan and Senior Brother Mo Pingji, I'm afraid they might not be his match, right? That's right. Since he dared to block the entrance of our campsite, there's no way he didn't consider Senior Brother Tan Yuan and Senior Brother Mo Pingji. Humph. Who said they were going to fight him one-on-one? Tell Senior Brother Tan Yuan, Senior Brother Mo Pingji, and the other seniors and juniors in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to join forces against him. Isn't this a bit too much? Bully? He's already riding on top of our Fire Glaze Manor, and you're saying that we're bullying him? In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion, was shouting at the entrance of the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. When the news spread in the Fire Glaze Mansion, all the elders and disciples of the Fire Glaze Mansion were furious. Even the Vice Mansion Master of the Fire Glaze Mansion was furious. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Many transmissions were sent from the Fire Glaze Mansion to the transporting formation in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Then, the elders in the transporting formation in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would transmit the transmissions to those in the middle realm. While the commotion in the Fire Glaze Mansion's estate continued, the people from the other Grade 6 Celestial Mansions also noticed the change in Duan Lingtian's ranking. Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion has entered the top 20 in just a blink of an eye. 24 points, seems to have been obtained directly. Who did he eliminate this time? He's Duan Lingtian's ranking? It's not only that person who didn't get eliminated. Even the other people on the scoreboard didn't get eliminated when he got into the top 20. What's going on? Isn't this too strange? The people from the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions were curious about how Duan Lingtian managed to obtain so many points. It was not the middle of the month yet. Duan Lingtian was considered to be in the middle of the month, so 24 points was still a lot. He was already in the top 50. However, they did not expect Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion to obtain so many points. Do you remember how Duan Lingtian eliminated more than a dozen people from the Martial Battle Mansion last month? An elder from a Grade 6 Celestial Mansion asked. Elder, are you saying Duan Lingtian eliminated more than a dozen people from the Martial Battle Mansion? Are you stupid? The Martial Battle Mansion's base changes every month. It's already a coincidence that Duan Lingtian managed to find it last month. Do you think he'll find it again this month? Is the Martial Battle Mansion that unlucky? Does this mean Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion managed to find another Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's base? The people from the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions discussed among themselves. Soon after, some of the people from the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions received messages from their friends in the Fire Glaze Mansion. They were stunned when they read the messages. Duan Lingtian blocked the Fire Glaze Mansion's base and eliminated more than 20 people from the Fire Glaze Mansion? That Duan Lingtian even said that he would eliminate anyone who dares to leave the Fire Glaze Mansion's base? How deep is his enmity with the Fire Glaze Mansion? Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion is a madman. He offended the Martial Battle Mansion last month, and now, he's offending the Fire Glaze Mansion. Just wait and see. The Fire Glaze Mansion won't let this matter rest. Gradually, news of Duan Lingtian blocking the Fire Glaze Mansion's base in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm spread to all the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions. Even the profound Nether Mansion had received the news. I was wondering how Duan Lingtian managed to obtain so many points. I didn't see anyone on the scoreboard being eliminated. I didn't expect him to be so bold as to block the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Is he tired of living? It's good that he did that, but did he not think about how the Fire Glaze Mansion would let him off the hook? Even if the Fire Glaze Mansion didn't kill him in the middle realm, the Fire Glaze Mansion would definitely seek revenge on him. Reckless. He's too reckless. Everyone in the profound nether mansion thought Duan Lingtian was too reckless when they learned about Duan Lingtian's actions. That brat. Qi Tianming was dumbfounded when he heard the news. It's fine if the Martial Battle Mansion sent themselves to him last month. I don't think the Martial Battle Mansion will hold a grudge against him. However, why did he go to the Fireglaze Mansion's base and make a ruckus this time? How is the Fireglaze Mansion supposed to face him? Qi Tianming's expression was solemn when he regained his senses. His eyes were filled with worry. Meanwhile, in the profound Nether Mansion's estate, an uninvited guest appeared in a palace hidden behind an illusory formation. The guest was a tall and well-built middle-aged man dressed in a dark green robe. He had a dignified expression on his face. After he entered the palace, he easily made his way to the courtyard at the back of the palace. The courtyard was huge, and half of it was occupied by a lake. At this moment, a thin and short old man wearing a bamboo hat could be seen fishing at the side of the lake. Grandmaster. The green-robed middle-aged man stood behind the old man. He stood there quietly for a while until the old man caught a fish and placed it in the basket. Only then did he dare to speak. "Why are you here again?" The old man in patched robes put his fishing rod aside and picked up a wine gourd from his waist. He opened it and drank as he asked impatiently. "Grandmaster, it's about that little fellow." The green-clad middle-aged man replied in a slightly nervous manner. Although Duan Lingtian was the true master of the profound Nether Mansion, he was still like a child in front of the old man who had brought him up. He did not dare to act recklessly. The old man's dignified aura had left a deep impression on him. "Oh?" The old man turned to look at the green-clad middle-aged man. "What's wrong with him?" "He entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for a day, but he's ranked 19th. Moreover, he's standing in front of the Fireglaze Mansion's base and announced that he'll eliminate anyone who dares to come out of the Fireglaze Mansion's base." The green-clad middle-aged man smiled bitterly. "Grandmaster, do you really want him to become the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion?" "He's a troublemaker. He's already so troublesome even before becoming the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. Once he becomes the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion, he'll probably cause a ruckus. Moreover, I've looked into it. The reason he's able to achieve so much at such a young age is because he consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. A few years ago, when he joined the Simplicity Celestial sect, he was only a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, he didn't comprehend the law of space. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit must have given him the law of space when it granted him his cultivation base as a 10 directions celestial duke. At this moment, the old man interrupted the green-clad middle-aged man. "What are you trying to say?" "Grandmaster, I'm afraid he's not as outstanding as you think he is." The green-clad middle-aged man sighed. "Are you afraid he's too arrogant and won't restrain himself after becoming the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion and harm me?" The old man's eyes, which were originally cloudy, suddenly lit up with a bright light. He was in high spirits. At this moment, it was as though he could see through the green-clad middle-aged man's thoughts. "Yes." The middle-aged man nodded. "Those who don't dare to cause trouble are mediocre." The old man shifted his gaze away from the green-clad middle-aged man and continued to fish as he said indifferently, "I think I like him. As for whether he'll become the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion, we'll have to see if he passes the test I've set for him." After the old man finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to the middle-aged man. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged man could only smile wryly and leave. He no longer dared to disturb the old man. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. "Duan Lingtian, why aren't you leaving? I'm sure the Fireglaze Mansion's disciples are already on their way here." Duan Lingtian continued to say, "I'm sure the Fireglaze Mansion's disciples are already on their way here." Wan Qingqing grew anxious when she saw Duan Lingtian had no intention of leaving after eliminating more than 20 people from the Fireglaze Mansion. Upon hearing Wan Qingqing's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian replied calmly, "There's no hurry. I'll wait for another day. If the Fireglaze Mansion's disciples don't show up, I'll leave." Don't worry, I'll give you more points to make up for the 2 days you've been waiting for. Duan Lingtian comforted Wan Qingqing. You'll have to be able to leave this place alive, Wan Qingqing said angrily. At this moment, Duan Lingtian ignored Wan Qingqing and sat cross-legged in the air above the fire-glazed mansion's base with his eyes closed. You! Wan Qingqing was infuriated when she saw Duan Lingtian's reaction. Chapter 3153. The Transportation Profundity. As Duan Lingtian rested his eyes, he continued to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity. Currently, he had only comprehended half of the transportation profundity from the law of space. Once he fully comprehended the transportation profundity, his speed would increase by more than twofold. Once he fully comprehended the transportation profundity, his speed would not be slower than Wan Qingqing. In the future, he would no longer need to team up with 10 Directions Celestial Dukes who were as fast as Wan Qingqing. Naturally, while he was comprehending the transportation profundity, Duan Lingtian constantly extended his divine consciousness to scan his surroundings. Soon after Wan Qingqing left, he discovered a group of people in the surroundings. Several divine consciousnesses swept out from the fire-glazed mansion's base and shrouded him. After a while, more and more divine consciousnesses appeared and shrouded him. There are quite a lot of people here. Due to the increasing number of divine consciousnesses, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and studied the fire-glazed mansion's base. The fire-glazed mansion's base was packed with people. So many people? Well, it's only natural. Those below the Celestial King stage can enter the base. They won't be in danger if they don't leave the fire-glazed mansion's base. Duan Lingtian was certain these 10 Directions Celestial Dukes were not 10 Directions Celestial Dukes. Most of them were not 10 Directions Celestial Dukes. They were only here to watch the show. Duan Lingtian had indeed guessed correctly. When news of Duan Lingtian ambushing people outside the fire-glazed mansion's base in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm spread, the people from the fire-glazed mansion were furious. Many of them even went to the fire-glazed mansion's base to obtain accumulative point jades. Many of them were outer court disciples from the fire-glazed mansion. Many people wanted to enter the base as well. However, the elders on duty did not dare to let more people in. After all, there were already too many people in the middle realm of the fire-glazed mansion's base. If there were too many people in the fire-glazed mansion's base, many of them would be pushed out of the base. If they were pushed out of the fire-glazed mansion's base, would it not give Duan Lingtian a chance to obtain more points? Even if each person only had 1 point, as long as many people went out, Duan Lingtian could still get a lot of points. To prevent such a thing from happening, the elder on duty at the transporting formation in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm had decided not to allow anyone who was not a 10 Directions Celestial Duke to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Is Duan Lingtian? Many of the fire-glazed mansion's disciples turned to look at Duan Lingtian. Wow, he's so handsome. And he's not even 100 years old. He wasn't even 100 years old. Yet he was already so powerful. What did he eat to grow up? If only I could marry him. Among the disciples of the fire-glazed mansion, there were many female disciples. Many of them were looking at Duan Lingtian with infatuation. Where did the profound nether mansion find such a strong helper? Not only is he young, but he's also so strong. Humph! I heard Senior Brother Tan Yuan, Senior Brother Mo Pingji, and the other senior brothers and senior sisters in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm have already received a message. If Duan Lingtian doesn't leave, they'll return soon and join forces to eliminate him. Isn't it too easy for him if he's eliminated? Even so, we have no choice. Duan Lingtian's cultivation base is so strong at such a young age. Even in the 15 strongest forces in the Southern Heaven territory, the 10 major clans, and the 5 major sects, there might not be someone like him. There's no doubt he has an extraordinary background. That's right. Although I don't know where the profound nether mansion found such a strong helper, the fire-glazed mansion won't dare to kill him unless we're certain he doesn't have an extraordinary background. At the very least, we won't kill him openly. He's not even 100 years old, but he's already a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. How can someone like him not have an extraordinary background? If he really doesn't have an extraordinary background, how terrifying would his fortuitous encounters be? The disciples from the Fire-Glaze Mansion discussed among themselves. Although the high-ranking officials of the Fire-Glaze Mansion had ordered them to join forces to kill Duan Lingtian, they did not think it was necessary. After all, if Duan Lingtian's background was extraordinary, the Fire-Glaze Mansion would be in trouble if Duan Lingtian was killed. No matter how much the high-ranking officials of the Fire-Glaze Mansion hated Duan Lingtian, they did not dare to kill him openly before they were certain of his background. It's a pity he's in the base. Our attacks won't be able to bypass the formation protecting the base. Otherwise, he won't be able to retaliate if we attack him from inside the base. One of the disciples from the Fire-Glaze Mansion sighed. While the formation protected the base, it also separated the base from the outside. Attacks from inside the base would not trigger the formation, but they would not be able to bypass the formation. You're really daring. Let's wait for Senior Tan Yuan and Senior Mo Pingji to return and watch them eliminate this brat. Another disciple from the Fire-Glaze Mansion said. Just like that, Duan Lingtian hovered above the Fire-Glaze Manor's campsite, surrounded by a group of Fire-Glaze Manor's disciples. There were more than 1,000 Fire-Glaze Mansion's disciples in the campsite, but none of them dared to leave the campsite to attack Duan Lingtian. Even some 10 Directions Celestial Dukes who were hiding among the 10 Directions Celestial Dukes did not dare to show themselves. They were waiting. When Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji arrived with the others to deal with Duan Lingtian, they would join the battle against Duan Lingtian. In their opinion, moreover, Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji were among the top 10 Directions Celestial Dukes. It would not be difficult for them to eliminate Duan Lingtian. In fact, if Duan Lingtian saw so many people attacking him, he might even crush his accumulative point Jade and leave the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. About half a day later. At this moment, many people had gathered 10 kilometers away from the Fire-Glaze Mansion's campsite. These people had come from different directions. When they were 10 kilometers away from the Fire-Glaze Mansion's campsite, they began to circle around the Fire-Glaze Mansion's campsite. Senior Mo Pingji. When the three of them appeared in front of the other two, the three of them respectfully saluted the young man among the two. The young man was dressed in a loose blue robe. He had a slim figure, but there was a valiant air about him. He was none other than Mo Pingji, the second strongest 10 Directions Celestial Duke in the Fire-Glaze Mansion. Among the 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in the Fire-Glaze Mansion, his strength was second only to Tan Yuan. Over the past year, he had been ranked in the top 20 for 10 months in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. His best result was that he was ranked 11th in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Due to his strength, kindness, and righteousness, he was very popular among the 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in the Fire-Glaze Mansion. In fact, the 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in the Fire-Glaze Mansion respected him more than Tan Yuan. Although the 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in the Fire-Glaze Mansion respected Tan Yuan, it was only because of his strength. In other words, if Tan Yuan no longer had his current strength one day, there would definitely not be many people who would still care about him. However, Mo Pingji was different. Even if he lost his current strength, most 10 Directions Celestial Dukes would still respect him. Yes. Mo Pingji nodded in response to the greetings from the three men. Currently, the smile on his face was replaced by a gloomy expression. He had rushed back after receiving a message from the two Vice Mansion Masters of the Fire-Glaze Mansion. He did not expect that the Fire-Glaze Mansion would be attacked. He did not expect the Fire-Glaze Mansion's campsite to be blocked. Moreover, the person blocking the Fire-Glaze Mansion's campsite was Duan Lingtian, the outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. Senior Mo Pingji, how many people should we gather? One of the three men asked. Let's meet up with Senior Brother Tan Yuan first before we think about the past. Our opponent this time is not ordinary. Mo Pingji said solemnly. Although he had never met the profound Nether Mansion's outer court disciple before, he was certain the rumors about the profound Nether Mansion's outer court disciple were not baseless. Moreover, he was a cautious person. He wouldn't do anything that was too risky or that he wasn't confident in. Senior Mo Pingji, my master has sent me a message saying we can't kill Duan Lingtian. Both of them have received the same order as well. How are we supposed to vent our anger? That Duan Ling Tian is riding on top of our fire-glazed mansion. Another one of the three said angrily. I've also received a similar message from Vice Mansion Master Xiao. In fact, they're very thoughtful. Who knows if Duan Ling Tian has a powerful background? If he doesn't, we can just kill him. However, if we kill him, do you think the people behind him will let us go? That's right. Although Mo Pingji's eyes flashed with killing intent, he did his best to lower his voice as he said, I'm sure all of you understand. That's one thing, but I can't bring myself to do this. The last of the three said with a wry smile, before the fire-glazed mansion gets to the bottom of his background, we can't do anything to him in broad daylight. Therefore, we have no choice but to swallow this insult. Mo Pingji continued to say, now, let's meet up with the others. Mo Pingji's two-man team was now a five-man team. They continued to circle the area 10 kilometers away from the fire-glazed mansion's base to look for the others. This time, when the high-ranking officials of the fire-glazed mansion contacted the fire-glazed mansion's disciples who were in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, they were told to gather at a place 10 kilometers away from the fire-glazed mansion's base. They were to gather everyone in the vicinity before they made a move on Duan Ling Tian. They were to wait for Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji to arrive. They were not to make a move until they arrived. Mo Pingji and the others seemed to be circling the fire-glazed mansion's base. Mo Pingji and the other fire-glazed mansion's disciples did not notice a figure hiding in the dark watching them. Chapter 3154. They're keeping a certain distance from the fire-glazed mansion's base. This place is about 10 kilometers away from the fire-glazed mansion's base. Wan Qingqing was none other than the martial battle mansion's Wan Qingqing. Not long after Wan Qingqing left the fire-glazed mansion's base, she encountered two disciples from the fire-glazed mansion. Although she was capable of eliminating the two disciples from the fire-glazed mansion, she did not make a move. After all, she did not want to eliminate the disciples from the fire-glazed mansion at this moment. It was only a matter of time before the fact that she had joined forces with Duan Ling Tian was exposed. However, she did not want others to know that she had joined forces with Duan Ling Tian before the fire-glazed mansion's base was exposed. She was worried the fire-glazed mansion would vent their anger on her. However, even if she did not eliminate the two disciples from the fire-glazed mansion, she did not continue to leave. Instead, she turned around and returned to the fire-glazed mansion's base. It did not take long before she discovered Mo Pingji, who was widely acknowledged as the second strongest 10 Directions Celestial Duke in the fire-glazed mansion. She had been following Mo Pingji for some time now. She had seen him meeting up with one of the disciples from the fire-glazed mansion before he met up with three other disciples from the fire-glazed mansion. It seems like the fire-glazed mansion is planning to gather their disciples from the fire-glazed mansion who are currently in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm 10 kilometers away from the fire-glazed mansion's base to deal with Duan Ling Tian. A hint of worry could be seen in Wan Qingqing's eyes when she thought of this. She gritted her teeth and returned to the fire-glazed mansion's base. When Wan Qingqing arrived near the fire-glazed mansion's base, she was shocked by the number of disciples from the fire-glazed mansion. There are so many disciples from the fire-glazed mansion? There were more than 1,000 disciples from the fire-glazed mansion in the base. Normally, the fire-glazed mansion would only send 300 disciples to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm each month. He's quite calm. Wan Qingqing was speechless when she saw Duan Ling Tian sitting cross-legged in the air above the fire-glazed mansion's base. Could it be that this Duan Ling Tian doesn't have the slightest sense of danger? Duan Ling Tian. If it were not for the fact that she had joined forces with Duan Ling Tian, she would not have reminded Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission. The fire-glazed mansion's disciples who entered the middle realm earlier are gathering 10 kilometers away from the fire-glazed mansion's base. If I'm not mistaken, they should be around 10 kilometers away from the fire-glazed mansion's campsite. Once they have gathered enough people, they will come to deal with you. Wan Qingqing reminded him in a serious tone. I suggest you? You're suggesting that I go to a place 10 kilometers away from the fire-glazed mansion's camp and defeat them one by one? Duan Ling Tian guessed what Wan Qingqing meant. This is a good opportunity. Wan Qingqing said. This is indeed a good opportunity. Almost at the same time, Duan Lingtian disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already 100 meters away. Teleport, teleport. Before the disciples in the Fireglaze Mansion's camp could react, Duan Lingtian had already teleported out of their sight. Where's Duan Lingtian? He ran away just like that? I was waiting to see him get eliminated. What a coward. Humph. He's definitely not a fool to have achieved so much at such a young age. Now that he saw so many of us here, he must have guessed something. I think so too. He must have guessed we're here to watch the show. The thousands of disciples in the Fireglaze Mansion's camp were slightly disappointed when they saw Duan Lingtian had left. After a while, some of them left. Gradually, more and more people began to leave. Since the main character had left, there was no point for them to stay any longer. Naturally, a small number of people remained. Most of them were 10 Directions Celestial Dukes. Even if Duan Lingtian did not show up, they would still enter the Middle Realm. Therefore, they did not leave with the others. Why did they come out? They're all out. At the transporting sites in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the Fireglaze Mansion's disciples who were late to enter the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to watch the show were stunned when they saw the people who had entered the Middle Realm leaving the Middle Realm. Did Duan Lingtian get eliminated? He must have been eliminated. Otherwise, why would they leave the Middle Realm before the show is over? It's a pity I came too late. If I came earlier, I would have been able to watch the show as well. Me too. What a pity. The Fireglaze Mansion's disciples sighed and lamented. However, it did not take long before they realized they were overthinking things. That Duan Lingtian left on his own. What a waste of time. If I knew Duan Lingtian was such a coward, I wouldn't have entered the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I should have come later. If I came later, I wouldn't have been able to enter the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The Fireglaze Mansion's disciples who had just exited the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm felt better when they heard the disciples' words. So what if they came early? They still did not get to watch the show. Although they were late, based on the current situation, it was not a big deal at all. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The Fireglaze Mansion's disciples were still complaining when a few figures appeared in the middle of the transporting sites in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. A total of 7 people appeared in the middle of the transporting sites in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Damn it! Wasn't that Duan Lingtian waiting outside the Fireglaze Mansion's base? Why did he suddenly appear there? I didn't even have time to react before he almost killed me. Fortunately, he showed mercy. Otherwise, I would have died. Did he leave early because he was worried we'd join forces? The 7 people who appeared in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were none other than those who had entered the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. They had been wandering around in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm when they received news that they had joined forces to deal with Duan Lingtian, the outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. However, they did not expect Duan Lingtian would suddenly appear. Just as the 7 of them were searching for the others in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, a figure suddenly appeared and almost killed one of them. After witnessing the strength of the gambling den and discovering the figure was none other than Duan Lingtian, they instinctively crushed their accumulative point jades and left the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. They knew their own strength very well. They knew that even if the 7 of them joined forces, they would still be no match for Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had already shown mercy to one of them. If they still did not know what was good for them and continued to stubbornly resist, who knew if Duan Lingtian would feel that they were not sensible and kill them? With their lives at stake, they did not dare to linger. They crushed their accumulative point jades and left the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. All of you encountered Duan Lingtian? How unlucky are all of you? All of you encountered Duan Lingtian as soon as he left? The Fireglaze Mansion's elders and disciples were speechless when they learned the 7 of them were eliminated by Duan Lingtian. They felt the 7 of them were unlucky. At this moment, none of them, including the 7 people who had been eliminated, expected Duan Lingtian to encounter Duan Lingtian. After all, it was not a coincidence that Duan Lingtian had encountered the 7 people. Heavens! Look at Duan Lingtian's points. He already has 70 points. Now, he's killed his way to the 16th place on the rankings. He's ranked 16th with 70 points. These 12 points were given to him by the 7 people who were eliminated by the Fire Glaze Mansion. Isn't Duan Lingtian's luck too good? How did he manage to encounter the 7 people from the Fire Glaze Mansion so coincidentally after leaving the base? But why are those 7 people together? It must be one of the high-ranking officials from the Fire Glaze Mansion who asked them to meet up somewhere. Meeting up? Did the 7 of them tell Duan Lingtian where they were going to meet up? I don't think so. If they did that, wouldn't they be a burden to the others? If Duan Lingtian decided to eliminate them one by one, I don't think anyone would be able to stop him, right? I think so too. Apart from senior brother Tan Yuan, I'm afraid senior brother Mo Pingji and the others will be eliminated if he attacks them one by one. At this moment, the elders and disciples of the Fire Glaze Mansion realized the severity of the matter. However, what the 7 of them said next made them feel much more at ease. Don't worry, we didn't tell him where we were going to meet up. That's right. We know what we're doing. Even if we have to die, we won't betray our seniors and juniors. Based on what you said, Duan Lingtian must have left the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. It must be a coincidence that he encountered the 7 of us. In short, we're unlucky. Duan Lingtian obtained 70 points and was ranked 16th on the scoreboard, and it was directly displayed on the scoreboard. The people from the Profound Nether Mansion and the other celestial mansions were shocked when they saw this. Duan Lingtian seems to be guarding the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Did the people from the Fire Glaze Mansion give him points again? Isn't it obvious? I really don't know what the people from the Fire Glaze Mansion are thinking. Don't they know they shouldn't make a move unless they're confident they can eliminate Duan Lingtian? Those who are eliminated aren't on the scoreboard. It seems like the people who gave Duan Lingtian points are just ordinary 10 Directions Celestial Dukes. When the people from the other celestial mansions saw the changes in the scoreboard, they thought the people from the Fire Glaze Mansion were giving Duan Lingtian points recklessly. Naturally, there were also some well-informed people who had received news from the Fire Glaze Mansion through communication celestial talismans. Chapter 3155. Coincidence. Duan Lingtian's luck is heaven-defying. Not only did he leave the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, but he even encountered 7 disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion. What kind of luck does Duan Lingtian have? The people from the other celestial mansions were dumbfounded when they heard the news from the Fire Glaze Mansion. He felt that Duan Lingtian's luck was too good. But why are there 7 of them walking together? Don't tell me they're going to join forces to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. 7 of them? Impossible. It's pointless to join forces like that. Even if they manage to obtain a lot of points, they won't have much points left after splitting them among the 7 of them. Indeed, it's pointless. The people from the other celestial mansions were still mulling over this matter when they received news from the Fire Glaze Mansion. The 7 people who were eliminated by Duan Lingtian had gathered together through a message sent by someone outside. They had a meeting place. However, they did not tell Duan Lingtian where they were going to meet, so they would not drag the other Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples down with them. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to leave in the end. I thought I'd be able to watch a good show. I also thought I'd be able to watch Duan Lingtian's name disappear from the scoreboard, although none of the 6 people who rank in the top 6 are from the Fire Glaze Mansion. Tan Yuan from the Fire Glaze Mansion is quite strong as well. Coupled with Mo Pingji and the other disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion, it shouldn't be difficult for them to eliminate Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is really smart. It's as though he sensed danger and retreated in time. I think the Fire Glaze Mansion must have leaked the news about their plan to eliminate Duan Lingtian. The high-ranking officials of the Profound Nether Mansion must have sent a message to Duan Lingtian. That must be it. Duan Lingtian knew he would be eliminated if he stayed there. It's only natural that he wouldn't stay there. The people from the other celestial mansions were still discussing the matter. Swoosh, 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 whoosh, whoosh. In the Fire Glaze Mansion, a total of 13 people were eliminated from the transporting formations in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Of course, the 13 figures were scattered across several teleportation points. Each teleportation point only had a few people. However, even though there were only a few people, it was enough to cause an uproar. Why did you come out together? They've all been eliminated? The people at the teleportation point were stunned when they saw the people in front of them. It's Duan Lingtian. Didn't you say that Duan Lingtian had already left? He even eliminated 7 of our Fire Glaze Manor's disciples along the way. How did we end up encountering him? Out of the 13 of us, including me, 5 of us almost died at his hands. If he hadn't shown mercy, we would have died long ago. Does he know where we're meeting? Is that why he left the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite so he could defeat us one by one? That must be it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have encountered us after eliminating the 7 people in front of him. There's only one possibility. He knew where we were going to meet up with him, so he followed the path and killed all of us Fire Glaze Manor's disciples along the way. There must be a mole in the Fire Glaze Mansion. Moreover, the mole must have spread the news to the profound Nether Mansion and Duan Lingtian. News of 13 people being eliminated by Duan Lingtian spread like wildfire in the Fire Glaze Mansion's teleportation points to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, shocking the entire Fire Glaze Mansion. A mole! Find the mole! The mole is either the person who informed them of the meeting point or the 7 people who were eliminated earlier. Investigate! We must investigate thoroughly. A mole like this is too terrifying. We must find him. After 20 people from the Fire Glaze Manor were eliminated, a huge commotion broke out. Many of the Fire Glaze Manor's elders and disciples were clamoring to find the traitor. Due to this, the high-ranking officials of the Fire Glaze Mansion, including the Mansion Master of the Fire Glaze Mansion, gathered together. We're the only ones who knew about the meeting point before the 7 inner court disciples came out. In a grand hall in the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, the Mansion Master of the Fire Glaze Mansion stood at the head of the hall. He looked at the high-ranking officials of the Fire Glaze Mansion with a gloomy expression. Based on the current situation, there must be a mole in the Fire Glaze Mansion. Otherwise, how would Duan Lingtian know about the meeting point of the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples? Lord Mansion Master, one of the Fire Glaze Mansion's inner court elders stepped forward and said solemnly, "There's no doubt that there's a mole, but it might not be us. The 7 inner court disciples who came out earlier might be the mole as well." The other high-ranking officials of the Fire Glaze Mansion chimed in as well. Lord Mansion Master, Elder Qian is right. We're all seniors in the mansion, so it's unlikely that there's a mole among us. I think it's more likely that there's a mole among the 7 inner court disciples. I agree. At this moment, the high-ranking officials of the Fire Glaze Mansion had a grim expression on their faces. Due to the presence of a mole, the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples who were still in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm might be killed by Duan Lingtian. The fact that Duan Lingtian did not kill the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples was, without a doubt, the best consolation for them. This was the only bit of consolation they could give themselves now. Lord Mansion Master. Suddenly, an aged figure walked out from outside the main hall. He was none other than one of the Vice Mansion Masters of the Fire Glaze Mansion. He was unaware of the meeting point of the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, since he had been sent by the Mansion Master of the Fire Glaze Mansion to investigate the matter. I've investigated the matter. Before the 13 inner court disciples were eliminated, none of them returned to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Therefore, we can rule out the possibility of a mole among us. The words of the Vice Mansion Master of the Fire Glaze Mansion further confirmed the suspicions of the 7 inner court disciples and the high-ranking officials of the Fire Glaze Mansion. Vice Mansion Master Yuan, bring the 7 inner court disciples here. The Mansion Master of the Fire Glaze Mansion ordered. Bring them here. The Mansion Master of the Fire Glaze Mansion ordered in a deep voice. Yes, Lord Mansion Master. Although the Mansion Master of the Fire Glaze Mansion did not reveal the identities of the 7 inner court disciples, the Vice Mansion Master of the Fire Glaze Mansion knew who they were. Lord Mansion Master, we must get to the bottom of this. That's right. We must find out who the mole is. We must kill the mole as a warning to the others. The high-ranking officials of the Fireglaze Mansion were furious. It was clear they hated the mole who had exposed the meeting point of the Fireglaze Mansion's disciples in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Now, we can only hope that the remaining inner court disciples who are still circling the Fireglaze Mansion's base will leave as soon as they receive our message. An elder of the Fireglaze Mansion said with a sigh. The high-ranking officials of the Fireglaze Mansion, including the Mansion Master of the Fireglaze Mansion, felt their hearts skip a beat when they heard this. For a time, the hall fell into a dead silence again. Meanwhile, in the profound Nether Mansion, the three transporting formations in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were in an uproar when they learned Duan Lingtian had obtained 70 points and was ranked 16th. Heavens, Duan Lingtian is too terrifying. How long has it been? How did he obtain 23 points? 93 points. He's already reached the 12th place in the rankings. It has only been less than 2 days since he entered the middle realm, right? How did he obtain 93 points and rank 12th in less than 2 days? How did he do it? At the three transporting formations in the profound Nether Mansion, the elders and disciples were shocked by Duan Lingtian's heaven-defying performance. Meanwhile, Qi Tianming, the inspector of the profound Nether Mansion, also received the news. That brat is really heaven-defying. Qi Tianming sighed with a wry smile on his face. Since the profound Nether Mansion was shocked by Duan Lingtian again, it was only natural that the other celestial mansions were shocked as well. Apart from that, they also learned that Duan Lingtian's score had increased tremendously. Once again, Duan Lingtian's points had skyrocketed due to him eliminating the Fireglaze Mansion's disciples. 13 disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion were eliminated by Duan Lingtian, and they gave him 23 points. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was ranked 12th on the scoreboard. The Fireglaze Mansion is doing this on purpose, right? That's ridiculous. 20 disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion were eliminated by Duan Lingtian. Moreover, this doesn't include the disciples who were eliminated by Duan Lingtian outside the Fireglaze Mansion's base. The Fireglaze Mansion is deliberately giving away points to Duan Lingtian, right? Is it possible that the profound Nether Mansion and the Fireglaze Mansion have reached an agreement? Is that why the Fireglaze Mansion is giving away points to Duan Lingtian? That must be it. I wonder if the people from the Fireglaze Mansion took the initiative to bring Duan Lingtian to the Fireglaze Mansion's base after they encountered Duan Lingtian in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The profound Nether Mansion and the Fireglaze Mansion are too bold to do this. Aren't they afraid the 10 major clans will investigate this matter? As far as I know, the 10 major clans have zero tolerance for this kind of thing. Any grade 6 celestial mansion that dares to do this will be severely punished. After the law of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was revealed, the 10 major clans issued a joint statement. Grade 6 celestial mansions were prohibited from colluding with each other and openly giving points to each other in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Otherwise, they would be severely punished by the 10 major clans. I think all of you have misunderstood the Fireglaze Mansion. I just received news from the Fireglaze Mansion that there's a mole in the Fireglaze Mansion. It did not take long for those who were well-informed to receive news from the Fireglaze Mansion. There was a mole in the Fireglaze Mansion. Chapter 3156. There's a mole in the Fireglaze Mansion? So that's how it is. Does this mean the 13 inner court disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion were tricked by their own people? I knew the Fireglaze Mansion wouldn't be so bold as to collude with the profound Nether Mansion and violate the rules set by the 10 major clans. How could the Fireglaze Mansion and the profound Nether Mansion disobey the rules set by the 10 major clans? The people from the other celestial mansions were relieved when they learned there was a mole in the Fireglaze Mansion. In fact, some of them even felt pity for the Fireglaze Mansion. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, a mole? As a disciple of the Martial Battle Mansion, Wan Qingqing, naturally, had a good relationship with her senior and junior sisters in the Martial Battle Mansion. I'm afraid no one knows. There's no mole in the Fireglaze Mansion. Duan Lingtian only found out about the meeting point of the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples because of me. Although Wan Qingqing knew this, she couldn't tell anyone, not even her close friends in the Martial Battle Mansion. She had to keep a low profile. If news of this spread, the Fire Glaze Mansion would not let her off the hook easily. However, until now, Duan Lingtian has only encountered 20 ordinary inner court disciples from the Martial Battle Mansion. He hasn't encountered Mo Pingji yet? Wan Qingqing frowned slightly when she thought about this. She felt sorry for Duan Lingtian. Before she entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Mo Pingji had already accumulated more than 100 points and was ranked in the top 10. She knew Mo Pingji was ranked in the top 10. Mo Pingji was ranked so high because he had entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm on the first day it opened. Apart from that, Mo Pingji was quite lucky this month. Although Mo Pingji was strong, his speed was not fast enough to outrun Duan Lingtian since he had comprehended the law of water. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's speed was on par with Mo Pingji's speed. Moreover, his teleportation profundity was even more mysterious. Recalling the way Duan Lingtian had eliminated Hung Feng, Wan Qingqing shuddered. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it was unlikely that any of the 6 people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm could cast such an attack. After all, not all 6 of them had strong attacks. Each of them had their own strengths. Some were good at attacking, some were good at speed, some were good at support, and some were good at defense. Of course, among the 6 people, the one who specialized in defense would not be weaker than Hung Feng, but his speed was far superior to Hung Feng's and could be compared to her. Wan Qingqing didn't think that Mo Pingji was a match for Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian wants to meet Mo Pingji now. I'm afraid it will be difficult. Now, the Fire Glaze Manor must have sent a message to Mo Pingji and the others to stay 10 kilometers away from the Fire Glaze Manor's camp. Wan Qingqing thought to herself. As a matter of fact, Wan Qingqing was right. Mo Pingji had indeed received a message from the Fire Glaze Manor's high-ranking officials, telling him to stay 10 kilometers away from the Fire Glaze Manor's camp. When Mo Pingji received the message, there were no longer only 4 people by his side. There were also 3 more people. There were 8 people in total. Have all of you received the message? At this moment, it was obvious that Mo Pingji was not the leader of the 8 people. The leader was a middle-aged man with a medium build and an ordinary appearance. The middle-aged man looked ordinary. However, all 7 of them, including Mo Pingji, were willing to follow him. Senior Tan Yuan, you received the message as well? One of the inner court disciples asked with a ferocious expression on his face. I can't believe there's a mole in the Fire Glaze Manor. If I find out who it is, I won't let him go. What if the mole is an inner court elder? With your strength, why don't you let him go? Another Fire Glaze Manor inner palace disciple sneered. Humph, there's no way it's an inner court elder. It must be one of the 7 people eliminated by Duan Lingtian. They must have leaked the location of our meeting. Mo Pingji scoffed. He was certain the 7 people were the ones who leaked the location of their meeting. Let's not jump to conclusions before we get to the bottom of this. Mo Pingji said in a deep voice. Junior brother Mo is right. We shouldn't jump to conclusions now. Tan Yuan, the strongest 10 directions Celestial Duke in the Fire Glaze Mansion, said in a timely manner. Senior brother Tan Yuan, should we scatter and leave according to their instructions? Or? Mo Pingji's eyes flashed with battle intent as he looked at Tan Yuan. It was obvious he had no intention of following the instructions given by the high-ranking officials of the Fire Glaze Manor. It was obvious he wanted to meet Duan Lingtian. The reason why he dared to make such a bold decision was naturally because he had met up with Tan Yuan. Tan Yuan had met up with him 15 minutes ago. If he was alone, even if it was just to be safe, he would not have thought of waiting for Duan Lingtian to come looking for him. It seems like you want to meet the outer court disciple from the profound nether mansion, Junior brother Mo. Tan Yuan smiled. I'm afraid I'm not the only one. Mo Pingji looked at the other 6 disciples of the Fire Glaze Manor and saw that they were all looking at him and Tan Yuan expectantly. Among the 6 inner court disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion, only one of them managed to make it into the top 100 after spending 10 days in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. His best result was that he was ranked 86th on the scoreboard. Apart from him, the other 5 inner court disciples were not as strong as Tan Yuan and the other 2 inner court disciples. Only 2 of them were lucky enough to rank in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. There were only 100 names in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Those who managed to rank in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were ranked in the top 100. What? Are you that confident in junior brother Mo and me? At this time, Tan Yuan also noticed the gazes of the 6 people. He couldn't help but smile, revealing 2 shallow dimples. Senior brother Tan Yuan, since you and senior brother Mo are both here, I don't think Duan Lingtian will be able to eliminate us. An inner court disciple from the Fire Glaze Mansion said. That's right. Senior brother Tan Yuan, we believe in you and senior brother Mo. Another inner court disciple chimed in. Senior brother Tan Yuan, let's wait here for Duan Lingtian. I'm sure he won't expect you and senior brother Mo to be here. Another inner court disciple from the Fire Glaze Mansion said with bright eyes. Based on his words, it was as though he could already see Duan Lingtian being eliminated by Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji. The other 3 inner court disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion had similar thoughts as well. Since everyone is so confident in me and junior brother Mo, I'll look like I'm afraid of Duan Lingtian if I don't stay. Alright, I'll stay. Tan Yuan laughed. Then, he looked at Mo Pingji and asked, Junior brother Mo, what do you think? Senior brother Tan Yuan, I'll stay with you. It just so happens that I want to meet that outer court disciple from the profound nether mansion who has recently become famous in the other celestial mansions. Mo Pingji smiled. Mo Pingji's smile was brimming with confidence as well. Junior brother Mo, since Duan Lingtian is able to have such a reputation today, it shows that he's definitely not a mediocre person. When he comes, we'll join forces to deal with him. After Mo Pingji agreed, Tan Yuan's expression turned serious as he spoke to Mo Pingji. Senior brother Tan Yuan, don't worry. Although I don't think he's a match for both of us, I'll be careful and do my best. Mo Pingji said solemnly. That's good to hear. Tan Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. As the strongest person in the Fire Glaze Mansion below the Celestial King Realm, Tan Yuan was naturally aware that Duan Lingtian was a famous person. A person whose reputation had spread to such an extent was definitely not a simple person. For this reason, he would do his best to deal with Duan Lingtian. Junior brothers, all of you can choose to stay at the side and watch over us. Naturally, all of you can also leave after Duan Lingtian shows up. Mo Pingji looked at the other 6 disciples and said, with senior brother Tan Yuan and me here, he won't have a chance to chase after all of you. As soon as Mo Pingji finished speaking, one of them took the initiative to speak up. Senior brother Mo Pingji, I'll stay behind to watch over you and senior brother Tan Yuan. Moreover, I'd like to see how the legend of the profound nether mansion ends in your hands. Senior brother Mo Pingji, I'll stay behind as well. Senior brother Mo Pingji, I'd like to see you eliminate Duan Lingtian as well. In the end, all 6 of them chose to stay behind to watch over Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji. Naturally, they knew Duan Lingtian was only here to watch over them. In fact, Mo Pingji was giving them face when he said they could stay behind to watch over Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji. In fact, with their strength, it was impossible for them to watch over Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji. In fact, even if they joined forces, they were not qualified to watch over Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji. Not to mention those who were stronger than Tan Yuan. Even those who were stronger than Mo Pingji were not people they could contend against. After the 8 of them came to a unanimous decision, they stopped moving and waited for Duan Lingtian to show up. At the same time, the rest of the Fire Glaze Manor's inner court disciples, who were within 10 kilometers of the Fire Glaze Manor's campsite, quickly left the area after receiving the message from the Fire Glaze Manor's upper echelons. I've eliminated 2 groups of people in a row. The Fire Glaze Mansion must have discovered that I know where they're meeting up in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he circled around the area 10 kilometers away from the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. However, I'm already halfway there. I'll finish circling around the middle realm after another half of the journey. I'll finish the rest of the journey and look for Wan Qing Qing. Although Duan Ling Tian was certain he would not encounter any more disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion, he was determined to complete the rest of the journey. Chapter 3157. Swoosh. Duan Ling Tian used the teleportation profundity to locate the 8 figures in the distance. With another teleportation profundity, he appeared near the 8 figures. At the same time, he looked at the identity tokens hanging on their waists. They're all disciples of the Fire Glaze Mansion. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. Of course, the names of 2 of them also entered his eyes at the right time. Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji. Both of them were among the strongest 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in the Fire Glaze Mansion. They could be said to be the strongest 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in the Fire Glaze Mansion. Wan Qingqing from the Martial Battle Mansion had told Duan Lingtian about them, including the laws they comprehended. Tan Yuan comprehended the law of metal. Mo Pingji comprehended the law of water. Mo Pingji's speed was about the same as Duan Lingtian's. As for Tan Yuan, he was slightly faster than Duan Lingtian, but not by much. With the teleportation profundity from the law of space, it was difficult for Tan Yuan to gain an advantage over Duan Lingtian in terms of speed. Naturally, Mo Pingji was not as good as Tan Yuan in terms of offense. It's obvious they're waiting for me here. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. It was not difficult for him to guess the reason the 8 disciples of the Fire Glaze Mansion dared to wait for him. The presence of Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji gave them a boost of confidence. He's here. It's Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. When Duan Lingtian suddenly appeared in front of the 8 people from the Fire Glaze Mansion, they immediately regained their senses. All of them stared at Duan Lingtian fiercely. With just a glance, they were able to confirm Duan Lingtian's identity through the identity token that hung on his waist. Duan Lingtian, you're here. Tan Yuan stood out and stared at Duan Lingtian with a gloomy expression, and cold lights shot out from his eyes. Naturally, although he could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian, there were still 7 other people present. Due to this reason, he did not dare to act recklessly even if he could kill him. Who knew if this Duan Lingtian had some sort of extraordinary background? After all, even the high-ranking officials of the Fire Glaze Mansion had repeatedly warned him to show mercy even if he had the chance to kill Duan Lingtian. Before he investigated Duan Lingtian's background, he was not allowed to kill Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! When Tan Yuan stepped forward, Mo Pingji stepped forward as well. He stood next to Tan Yuan and looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. Duan Lingtian, you're quite capable. In less than a day, you've eliminated more than 40 inner court disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion. Currently, the Fire Glaze Mansion only had about 200 inner court disciples who had entered the Middle Realm. However, Duan Lingtian had eliminated more than 40 inner court disciples in less than a day. Duan Lingtian had set a new record in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Swoosh! 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 While Mo Pingji and Tan Yuan stood side by side, facing off against Duan Lingtian, the other 6 Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples flew out and surrounded Duan Lingtian from afar to provide support for Mo Pingji. Naturally, at the same time that they were supporting the 2 of them, they were slightly lacking in confidence. They were deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would become enraged and attack them. After all, Duan Lingtian had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. If he really wanted to kill them, Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji might not be able to save them in time. At this moment, they regretted not leaving Duan Lingtian earlier. We're almost at 50 people now. Duan Lingtian grinned when he heard Mo Pingji's words. At the same time, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body through his 99 heavenly veins and formed a spatial territory around him. At this moment, the space around Duan Lingtian began to tremble slightly under the naked eye. It was as though a piece of paper was gently swaying. Mo Pingji's expression changed drastically. Naturally, he understood the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian was implying that he was confident in defeating the 8 of them. Apart from the 8 of them, Duan Lingtian had indeed eliminated more than 50 inner court disciples in a day. But did this Duan Lingtian think the 8 of them would be so easily eliminated? How arrogant! Do you really think you're a match for Senior Brother Tan Yuan and Senior Brother Mo Pingji? You're not even 100 years old. You must have had some fortuitous encounter to be so strong. However, since you've encountered Senior Brother Tan Yuan and Senior Brother Mo Pingji, you're destined to be eliminated. You've reached the end of your journey in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. If you're smart, crush your accumulative point Jade and leave now. If you dare to make a move, Senior Brother Tan Yuan and Senior Brother Mo Pingji will definitely make you suffer. At the same time, the 6 Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples also understood Duan Ling Tian's words. Their expressions changed drastically as they spoke to boost Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji's morale. Everyone knows how to boast. Let's see if you're strong enough to eliminate us. Tan Yuan sneered as his body shone with a golden light. His entire body seemed to be shrouded by a layer of metal. The law of metal's metal body profundity. Duan Ling Tian's brows twitched when he saw this scene as he discerned the ability Tan Yuan executed. Humph! Mo Pingji coldly snorted. A burst of blue light swayed on his body. Then, his entire body was covered with a layer of blue water. It was as if he had turned into a water person. Swoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Tan Yuan turned into a streak of golden light as he shot toward Duan Ling Tian. As his figure flashed, streaks of golden light blades followed him like shadows as they charged toward Duan Ling Tian together with him. Swoosh! 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 The golden light blades shot toward Duan Ling Tian and Mo Pingji, leaving behind dazzling golden afterimages in the air. Swoosh! As Mo Pingji's figure swayed, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a vast ocean as he surged forward. Wave after wave crashed toward Duan Ling Tian. Swoosh! Waves splashed as a stream of water appeared in the air before splitting into 2 streams. It was as though they had transformed into 2 water dragons that bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Duan Ling Tian. The duo's attacks were swift and violent. In just a blink of an eye, they were already in front of Duan Ling Tian. Swoosh! However, just as the duo's attacks were about to land on Duan Ling Tian disappeared into thin air again. When he reappeared, he was already behind them. Rip! A spatial crack appeared in the void before a gray ray of light shot out from it. It was apparent that Duan Ling Tian had cast the dimensional/profundity after he teleported. Is this the law of space's dimensional/profundity? At the same time, the 6 disciples of the Fire Glaze Mansion were attracted by Duan Ling Tian's technique. They were mentally prepared for the teleportation profundity. Although they were shocked, they were still able to accept it. However, this was the first time they had seen someone cast the dimensional/profundity. They were shocked when they saw Duan Ling Tian casting it. Buzz! 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 Swoosh! Swoosh! Whether it was Tan Yuan or Mo Pingji, both of them quickly turned around after they made sure Duan Ling Tian was no longer in front of them. Of course, Tan Yuan had turned around before Mo Pingji. Whether it was his speed or his reaction speed, he was obviously faster than Mo Pingji. It was precisely this confrontation that allowed Duan Ling Tian to seize the initiative. In order to end the battle as soon as possible, Duan Ling Tian summoned the Chaos Divine Flame and the Profound Divine Metal. The dimensional/profundity that was boosted by the law of space's profundities was now shrouded in a layer of golden flames. What technique is this? Tan Yuan, Mo Pingji, and the other 6 disciples of the Fire Glaze Profundity could not tell what kind of power Duan Ling Tian had imbued the dimensional/profundity with. However, there was one thing they were certain of. The golden flames had nothing to do with the law of space. Naturally, they did not think it was an external technique since external forces were not allowed in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Let alone celestial talismans and pills, even celestial weapons could not be used. The dimensional slash pierced through the air and locked onto Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji. Even if the two tried to avoid it, it still locked onto them. Meet force with force and break his dimensional slash. Tan Yuan transmitted his voice to Mo Pingji. Mo Pingji was already feeling a little depressed because he had been targeted by dimensional slash. Now that he heard Tan Yuan's voice transmission, his eyes suddenly brightened. He was waiting for Tan Yuan to say this. Whoosh! Crash! Wang! 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 Mo Pingji and Tan Yuan attacked at the same time. A vast and majestic stream of water and a sky full of golden blade lights swept out, meeting Duan Lingtian's dimensional slash. The two of them had originally thought that their combined strength would be more than enough to break through Duan Lingtian's attack. However, after a moment, they all realized that they were too naive. The dimensional slash passed through the net formed by the water flow and the golden saber light, annihilating the water flow and the saber net with crushing force. Although the golden flames on the surface of dimensional slash had disappeared, its volume had not decreased by much. In other words, the combined strength of the two of them just now did not cause a destructive blow to the dimensional slash. Not only did it not cause a destructive blow to the dimensional slash, but after the dimensional slash destroyed their attack, it still swept toward them rapidly. Whoosh! In the face of the menacing dimensional slash, Tan Yuan's whole body burst with golden light, and he turned into a golden light shadow to escape. Poochie! However, the moment Tan Yuan escaped, there was a sound of something being cut open at the place where he had been standing. A bright and dazzling flower of blood bloomed in the void. It was bright and dazzling, like a blood-red rose. Poochie! Another slight sound of something being cut open was heard. This time, Mo Pingji was not fast enough and did not escape in time. There was a hideous bloody wound on his chest. However, at the critical moment, the dimensional slash disappeared in front of him and mysteriously appeared behind him. It went far away in the void, circled around, and returned to Duan Lingtian's side at lightning speed. It kept spinning around Duan Lingtian's right hand. Thank you for showing me mercy. Mo Pingji thanked Duan Lingtian with lingering fear in his heart. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat. He knew in his heart. Chapter 3158. The sudden scene stunned the 6 Fire-Glazed Mansion's inner court disciples, and they were unable to regain their senses for a long time. This was because the scene before them was too shocking. Not only did Duan Lingtian injure their Fire-Glazed Mansion's Tan Yuan, but he had also nearly killed Mo Pingji. Based on the current situation, if Duan Lingtian did not show mercy, their senior brother Mo Pingji would have died. The 6 Fire-Glazed Mansion's inner court disciples were still in a daze. Watch out! Tan Yuan's thunderous voice resounded in the ears of the 6 Fire-Glazed Manor's inner court disciples, deafening their ears. Upon hearing Tan Yuan's words, the 6 Fire-Glazed Mansion's inner court disciples shuddered. In the next moment, they saw a gray saber ray flashing in front of their eyes. Then they felt a chill on their chests. When they lowered their heads, they discovered their robes had been cut open, and there was a bloody wound on their chests. The wound was just right. It did not harm their vital organs. It was clear Duan Lingtian had shown mercy. Swoosh! As soon as the 6 Fire-Glazed Mansion's inner court disciples were hit, Duan Lingtian's figure vanished into thin air. Tan Yuan's attack missed as well. Damn it! Tan Yuan's expression was extremely unsightly. Senior brother Tan Yuan, you should leave. His attack is too terrifying. Although his speed is slightly slower than yours, it's strange. You don't have any advantage over him. Mo Pingji sent a voice transmission to Tan Yuan. Without waiting for Tan Yuan's reply, Mo Pingji took out his accumulative point jade and looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly as he said, Duan Lingtian, it's my fault for underestimating you. I hope you'll be able to survive until the end. As soon as he finished speaking, he crushed his accumulative point jade and left the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. If Duan Lingtian did not show mercy, Mo Pingji would have died. For this reason, Duan Lingtian left the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm with a guilty expression on his face. Duan Lingtian, thank you. Duan Lingtian, I will remember your kindness in sparing my life. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay you. Duan Lingtian, thank you for sparing my life. After Mo Pingji crushed his accumulative point jade and left, the 6 Fire-Glazed Mansion disciples also took out their accumulative point jades with bitter expressions on their faces. After thanking Duan Lingtian, they also automatically crushed their accumulative points jade. Just now, if Duan Lingtian had not shown mercy, they would have all died. While they were grateful to Duan Lingtian for sparing their lives, they were too ashamed to stay any longer. They all crushed their accumulative points jade and left. Profound light and shadow. Mo Pingji's reminder before he left made Tan Yuan calm down instantly. Earlier, when he was injured by Duan Lingtian, he was so angry that he had lost his mind. Mo Pingji's reminder was like a bucket of cold water that had been splashed on him. He quickly cast the Law of Metal Speed Profundity and prepared to leave. At this moment, Tan Yuan was about to cast the Law of Metal Speed Profundity and cast the other profundities from the Law of Metal to flee. It's too late. Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air again. Tan Yuan's figure flashed as he crashed into the void, causing the void to tremble. He was sent flying back. This is the Law of Space's restraining profundity? Tan Yuan's eyes widened in shock. However, although Tan Yuan's entire body was shot back, he did not have the intention to stop just like that. As his hands opened and closed, he once again launched an attack. This time, he did not target Duan Lingtian. Instead, he targeted the space that imprisoned him. He knew clearly in his heart, although the Law of Space's restraining profundity could confine space, it could be broken with sufficient strength. At this moment, Tan Yuan was trying to break free from Duan Lingtian's restraint. Swoosh! Swoosh! However, as soon as Tan Yuan made his move, golden flames suddenly appeared in the void around him. This golden flame actually condensed into a clear cube in the void, trapping Tan Yuan inside. The cube was the outline of the space shackle. If Duan Lingtian did not strengthen the space shackle with the help of the Chaos Divine Flame and the Profound Divine Metal, he might not be able to trap Tan Yuan. However, with the help of the Chaos Divine Flame and the Profound Divine Metal, Tan Yuan was trapped in the space shackle. Of course, under Tan Yuan's tyrannical attack, in the blink of an eye, the spatial imprisonment showed signs of collapsing. However, it would take some time for him to break free from the space shackle. Based on the current situation, he would need at least a few breaths of time. However, a few breaths of time was more than enough for Duan Lingtian. Buzz! Duan Lingtian stood in the distance. With a wave of his hand, the cross-dimensional profundity shot toward Tan Yuan, who was trapped in the space shackle. The golden flames on the cross-dimensional profundity burned fiercely as though it could tear anything apart. Crack! Faced with the ferocious cross-dimensional profundity, Tan Yuan weighed the pros and cons before he finally took out his accumulative points jade and crushed it. As soon as the cross-dimensional profundity entered the space shackle, Tan Yuan had already left through the transporting formation in his accumulative points jade. Naturally, even if he did not leave, Duan Lingtian did not plan to kill him. He had crossed the line by coming to the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite. If he continued to kill the people from the Fire Glaze Mansion, it would only make things worse. At that time, the Fire Glaze Mansion would hate him even more. Although he had offended the Fire Glaze Mansion by coming to their campsite, he did not kill anyone from the Fire Glaze Mansion. Therefore, the Fire Glaze Mansion would not go overboard if they wanted to deal with him. After all, Duan Lingtian's goal was to obtain more points. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not mind offending the Fire Glaze Mansion. He was willing to take the risk. However, killing the people from the Fire Glaze Mansion was not his goal. My current points, Tan Yuan muttered to himself. After eliminating Tan Yuan, Duan Lingtian took out his accumulative points jade. His eyes widened when he glanced at it. His eyes instantly became bright and sparkling, like the dazzling stars in the night sky. In the Fire Glaze Mansion, at one of the transporting formations in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Mo Pingji and 6 other inner court disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion were eliminated one after another. Mo Pingji? Heavens! Senior Mo Pingji has been eliminated. Just as the group of Fire Glaze Manor's elders and disciples were shocked by the fact that Mo Pingji and the other 6 had been eliminated, a commotion broke out. Swoosh! A figure appeared at one of the transporting formations in the middle of the transporting formations. As soon as the figure appeared, it caused a commotion in the transporting formations. Tan Yuan? It's Senior Tan Yuan. Heavens! Why is Senior Tan Yuan eliminated as well? What's going on? I just received news that Senior Mo Pingji has been eliminated as well. Senior Tan Yuan and Senior Mo Pingji are the representatives of the Fire Glaze Mansion in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. How can both of them be eliminated? Moreover, they were eliminated one after the other. Following Tan Yuan's elimination, the transporting formations in the Fire Glaze Mansion was bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone, look at the scoreboard. It did not take long before the people in the transporting formations in the Fire Glaze Mansion shifted their attention to the scoreboard. With just a glance, they were attracted by the three dazzling words Duan Ling Tian on the scoreboard. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's name had left the 12th place and was now at the 5th place. Duan Ling Tian was a disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. With 286 points, he was ranked 5th on the rankings. Gasp! 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 The elders and disciples of the Fire Glaze Mansion gasped when they saw the name Duan Ling Tian on the scoreboard. Duan Ling Tian, an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion, had risen to the 5th place. When they thought about how Duan Ling Tian had only appeared on the scoreboard for less than 2 days, they could not help but feel that Duan Ling Tian was a monster. In the history of the Southern Heaven Territory, is there anyone who has accumulated so many points in less than 2 days? One of the Fire Glaze Mansion's elders asked. I don't think so. Indeed, Duan Ling Tian has accumulated 286 points in less than 2 days. This record is enough to be recorded in the history of the Southern Heaven Territory. If I remember correctly, the fastest person to accumulate points in less than 2 days was 190 points. Right? It hasn't even been a month since Duan Ling Tian appeared before our eyes. However, we've successfully remembered him. At the very least, we won't forget him as long as we don't lose our memories. Where did the profound Nether Mansion find such a monster? A commotion broke out in the Fire Glaze Mansion when the news spread. Everyone in the Fire Glaze Mansion knew the reason Duan Ling Tian was able to rise to the top in such a short time was because he had eliminated Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji from the Fire Glaze Mansion. Before Mo Pingji was eliminated by Duan Ling Tian, he had already accumulated more than 100 points. On the other hand, Tan Yuan had accumulated almost 100 points after Mo Pingji. Coupled with the points of the other 6 disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion, Duan Ling Tian's points had risen from 93 to 286 points. Why didn't all of you leave? All of you could have left easily, but all of you waited for Duan Ling Tian to arrive. Are you confident you're stronger than them? Damn it! All of you could have avoided him. It's all because of your arrogance that Duan Ling Tian obtained all of your points. It's all your fault that the Fire Glaze Mansion is humiliated. A group of high-ranking officials from the Fire Glaze Mansion criticized a group of 7 people who were standing in a row in a spacious hall. These 7 people were none other than Mo Pingji and the others who had been eliminated by Duan Ling Tian. A total of 8 people had been eliminated by Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 3159. As the representative of the Fire Glaze Mansion in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Tan Yuan, who was only slightly over 500 years old, held an extraordinary position in the Fire Glaze Mansion. Apart from that, he knew how important the scoreboard was to the Fire Glaze Mansion. For this reason, he ignored the summons of the high-ranking officials from the Fire Glaze Mansion. Naturally, Mo Pingji could have ignored the summons of the high-ranking officials from the Fire Glaze Mansion since he was younger than Tan Yuan, and was the representative of the Fire Glaze Mansion in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, Mo Pingji decided to attend the summons for the sake of the other 6 people who had been eliminated. This was one of Mo Pingji's strengths. The 6 high-ranking officials from the Fire Glaze Mansion were touched by Mo Pingji's words since they knew Mo Pingji did not have to attend the summons. Lord Vice Mansion Master, Elders, this has nothing to do with the 6 of them. I was too careless and underestimated Duan Ling Tian. I thought I could eliminate him if I joined forces with Tan Yuan. Mo Pingji stepped forward and said. Upon hearing Mo Pingji's words, the high-ranking officials from the Fire Glaze Mansion were rendered speechless. They knew they could not go too far with Mo Pingji. If they went too far, Mo Pingji might be in a bad mood and refuse to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm again. It would be a loss to the Fire Glaze Mansion. After a while, the Vice Mansion Master of the Fire Glaze Mansion stepped forward and said loudly, "Actually, Mo Pingji can't be blamed for this. After all, he hasn't met Duan Lingtian before today. He doesn't know how strong Duan Lingtian is. Moreover, Tan Yuan is by his side. It's only natural for him to be so confident. In my opinion, it's because the profound Nether Mansion's outer court disciple is too strong. I wonder where the profound Nether Mansion managed to find such a strong helper." The Vice Mansion Master of the Fire Glaze Mansion sighed. The other high-ranking officials from the Fire Glaze Mansion chimed in as well. Upon seeing this, the 6 high-ranking officials from the Fire Glaze Mansion sighed in relief. At the same time, they were even more grateful to Mo Pingji. After all, they knew Mo Pingji was not an easy opponent. If it were not for Mo Pingji, they would have to bear the responsibility for this matter. Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion, had 286 points and was ranked 5th on the scoreboard. Most importantly, it had been less than 2 days since Duan Lingtian entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Where did the profound Nether Mansion find such a powerful ally? Not only is he unpredictable, but he's also so strong. The Fire Glaze Mansion will be completely destroyed this month. However, that Duan Lingtian is really daring. Isn't he worried that the Fire Glaze Mansion will hold a grudge against him and take revenge on him? Do you think someone like Duan Lingtian doesn't have a powerful background? Before finding out his background, the Fire Glaze Manor would definitely not dare to touch him. Even the Fire Glaze Manor doesn't want anything to happen to him. Because once something happens to him, everyone will suspect the Fire Glaze Manor. I wonder where the profound Nether Mansion found such a powerful ally. What does Duan Lingtian want from the profound Nether Mansion? He's actually willing to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm as a disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. I'm afraid only Duan Lingtian and the profound Nether Mansion's people know about this. The news of Duan Lingtian entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm caused an uproar in all the major celestial mansions. At this moment, even those who did not pay much attention to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm had heard about Duan Lingtian. The profound Nether Mansion was bustling with activity. It had been a long time since the profound Nether Mansion was able to hold its head high in front of the major celestial mansions. Duan Lingtian's performance had greatly excited the profound Nether Mansion. Good job! He actually entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and ranked 5th in less than 2 days. Amazing! Amazing! Qi Tianming, the inspector of the profound Nether Mansion, laughed heartily when he heard the news. At this moment, as an inspector of the profound Nether Mansion, he was genuinely happy that someone from the profound Nether Mansion was able to achieve such a feat in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. There were no benefits to be had. Duan Lingtian entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and ranked 5th in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Moreover, he defeated Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji from the Fire Glaze Mansion even though they joined forces. His strength is actually so tyrannical. Bihai Mingfeng, the other inspector of the profound Nether Mansion, was shocked when he heard about Duan Lingtian's performance in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I remember Duan Lingtian seems to have a good relationship with one of the new disciples the coupling celestial sect recruited at the Scaling Cloud Lake. What's the new disciple's name again? Bihai Mingfeng sent a message to the Grade 7 coupling celestial sect, one of the 3 sects and 2 clans under the profound Nether Mansion. The sect leader of the coupling celestial sect received the message. Investigate. Among the new disciples we recruited at Scaling Cloud Lake, who came from the same place as Duan Lingtian. The sect leader of the coupling celestial sect ordered immediately. He was a 10 Directions celestial duke who had comprehended many profundities from the law of space before he was even 100 years old. In less than 2 days, Duan Lingtian had entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and ranked 5th in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Lingtian was destined to have a bright future as long as he did not die prematurely. Now that the coupling celestial sect had a chance to establish a good relationship with Duan Lingtian, it was only natural that they would do something about it. Sect leader. When Huang Jialong was brought to the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, a confused expression appeared on his face. Could it be that Duan Lingtian had gotten himself into trouble? You're Huang Jialong? Huang Jialong heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect looking at him in a friendly manner. It seemed like things were not going as he had expected. Are you close to Duan Lingtian? The sect leader of the coupling celestial sect asked with narrowed eyes. He's my brother. Huang Jialong nodded. Sect leader, you're asking about this. Did something happen to my brother? Huang Jialong's expression changed drastically when he heard Huang Jialong's question. A hint of worry could be seen in his eyes. Although he had not known Duan Lingtian for long, he had long regarded Duan Lingtian as a close friend due to their similar personalities. How did you get to know him? The sect leader of the coupling celestial sect asked. We met in the supporting Fall Nation. Naturally, he's not from the supporting Fall Nation. I'm the young master of Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation. Huang Jialong replied. Humph. As soon as Huang Jialong finished speaking, the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect's expression changed drastically. He scoffed and said, I'll give you one more chance. Are you sure you're Duan Lingtian's brother? Yes. Huang Jialong was shocked by the sudden change in the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect's expression. It seemed like he was right. Duan Lingtian had indeed gotten himself into trouble. Moreover, it seemed like he had offended the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. You should have Duan Lingtian's soul pearl, right? The sect leader of the coupling celestial sect said in a deep voice. Hand over his soul pearl. I'll use the soul pearl to contact him and tell him that I have you. If he doesn't come over, I'll kill you. Naturally, I won't kill you. I'm only planning to lure him over. After I kill him, I'll take you as my last disciple. In the future, it won't be impossible for you to become the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. The sect leader of the coupling celestial sect was, without a doubt, tempting Huang Jialong to cooperate with him in killing Duan Lingtian. Sect leader, may I know how Duan Lingtian offended you? Huang Jialong's expression changed drastically as he kneeled on the ground. Crack. When Huang Jialong knelt on the ground, a cracking sound came from below him. He stood up and saw a soul bead under his feet. It was a soul bead he had forcibly broken. The soul imprint in the soul pearl had also disappeared. Under normal circumstances, a soul pearl would only shatter after the person who had left the soul imprint on it had died. However, if the soul orb was forcefully destroyed, the soul orb would still be destroyed, and the soul imprint inside it would disappear. Brother Duan, don't be threatened by the coupling celestial sect. The sect leader of the coupling celestial sect wants me to hand over your soul pearl to threaten you. After sending this message, I'll destroy your soul pearl. If there's a chance in our next life, I'll still be your brother. Before destroying Duan Lingtian's soul pearl, Huang Jialong crushed a communication celestial talisman and sent a message to Duan Lingtian. You destroyed his soul pearl? The sect leader of the coupling celestial sect raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid of death? Who's not afraid of death? However, I won't betray my brother. Even if I die, I won't betray my brother. Huang Jialong said proudly. At this moment, he no longer feared the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, the sect leader of the celestial sect. What did he have to fear when he was about to die? However, to Huang Jialong's surprise, the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect began to clap his hands. Good, good, good. From today onward, you, Huang Jialong, will be my last disciple. Huang Jialong was taken aback by the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. When he regained his senses, he asked, Sect leader, what's going on? In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Duan Lingtian, who had just met up with Wan Qingqing from the martial battle mansion, was shocked when he received Huang Jialong's message. What's going on? The sect leader of the coupling celestial sect is threatening me to join the coupling celestial sect. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically. At the same time, he was also slightly confused. He had no idea what was going on. However, he was certain Huang Jialong was not a fool. He knew Huang Jialong would not make such a joke. In other words, Huang Jialong was indeed in danger. I have an urgent matter to attend to in the profound nether mansion's base. Give me your soul pearl and follow me to the profound nether mansion's base before returning to the martial battle mansion's base. Return to the martial battle mansion. I'll contact you after I'm done here. At that time, come to the profound nether mansion's base to look for me. Chapter 3160. Duan Lingtian had asked Wan Qingqing to follow him to the profound nether mansion's base so she would know the way. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to find her again. It was obvious Wan Qingqing would not tell him the location of the martial battle mansion's base. Otherwise, he could look for her the next time he entered the profound nether mansion's base. If the martial battle mansion's base is closer to the Fireglaze mansion's base than the profound nether mansion's base, we can meet here. Duan Lingtian took Wan Qingqing's soul pearl and said, "Where's the profound nether mansion's base?" Wan Qingqing asked. It was not difficult for Wan Qingqing to see that Duan Lingtian had something urgent to attend to and was not trying to get rid of her. If Duan Lingtian really wanted to get rid of her, there was no need for him to come up with such an excuse. Over there. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the profound nether mansion's base. Let's meet at the Fireglaze mansion's base. Wan Qingqing said. The Fireglaze mansion's base was located between the martial battle mansion's base and the profound nether mansion's base. She would have to pass through the Fireglaze mansion's base to get to the profound nether mansion's base. Under such circumstances, it was best for them to meet at the Fireglaze mansion's base. All right, Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he said to Wan Qingqing, I'll come in after I send you a message. If you can't come in because you have something urgent to attend to, just send me a message. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian passed his soul pearl to Wan Qingqing. Without waiting for Wan Qingqing's reply, he teleported 100 meters away, and another 200 meters away. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. After about 10 teleportations, Duan Lingtian disappeared from Wan Qingqing's sight. Wan Qingqing turned around and returned to the martial battle mansion's base. Swoosh! Wan Qingqing's speed was much faster than Duan Lingtian's teleportation profundity. The distance between the Fireglaze mansion's base and the martial battle mansion's base was closer than the distance between the profound nether mansion's base and the Fireglaze mansion's base. Furthermore, Wan Qingqing was faster than Duan Lingtian, so she was able to reach the martial battle mansion's camp before him. Senior Sister Wan Qingqing. Senior Sister Wan Qingqing. As soon as she returned to the martial battle mansion's camp, the disciples greeted her respectfully. Wan Qingqing nodded. Then, she stepped onto the stone platform and left the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm through the transporting formation. Senior Sister Wan Qingqing joined forces with Senior Brother Hung Feng this month, but Senior Brother Hung Feng was eliminated. A disciple from the martial battle mansion side. I just came in. Senior Sister Wan Qingqing's name wasn't on the scoreboard before I came in. It seems like Senior Sister Wan Qingqing didn't get many points after Senior Brother Hung Feng was eliminated. Another disciple from the martial battle mansion who had entered the middle realm less than 15 minutes ago chimed in. With Senior Sister Wan Qingqing's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for her to make it into the top 30. Even though she's been in the middle realm for 4 days, she'll only be able to stay in the middle realm for 6 days. That's right. Unless Senior Sister Wan Qingqing's luck is really that bad, it shouldn't be difficult for her to make it into the top 30. Why did Senior Sister Wan Qingqing leave the middle realm all of a sudden? I don't know. I think she has something to do. While the disciples in the martial battle mansion's camp were discussing among themselves, Wan Qingqing had already left the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm and arrived at one of the transporting formations in the martial battle mansion's camp. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, one would appear in a different place after crushing one's accumulative point jade and returning to the camp. For this reason, nobody thought Wan Qingqing was eliminated when she returned to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. After all, she was standing at the same spot where she had returned to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. 5th place. Wan Qingqing instinctively glanced at the scoreboard and saw Duan Lingtian's name was in 5th place. Duan Lingtian's points had also reached an exaggerated 286 points. Senior sister Wan Qingqing, you and senior brother Hung Feng encountered Duan Lingtian together. Senior brother Hung Feng was eliminated while you were lucky enough to escape. It must have been dangerous, right? A martial battle mansion's disciple asked curiously when he saw Wan Qingqing. It must have been dangerous. Another martial battle mansion's disciple chimed in. Even Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji from the Fireglaze Mansion were eliminated by Duan Lingtian. Based on this, one can imagine how strong Duan Lingtian is. Senior sister Wan Qingqing must have been very lucky to escape from him. That's right. According to the news from the Fireglaze Mansion, Tan Yuan's speed is on par with Duan Lingtian. However, since he didn't escape in time, he was trapped by Duan Lingtian's restraining profundity and was eliminated by Duan Lingtian. You can't say that, although Tan Yuan's speed is not bad, he's still slower than senior sister Wan Qingqing. At the very least, senior sister Wan Qingqing has never been eliminated by Tan Yuan. Regardless, senior sister Wan Qingqing managed to escape from Duan Lingtian while Tan Yuan was eliminated. Based on this alone, senior sister Wan Qingqing is stronger than Tan Yuan. The martial battle mansion's disciples discussed among themselves. Most of the male disciples were fawning over Wan Qingqing. However, Wan Qingqing did not seem to be listening to them at all. Wan Qingqing stood rooted to the ground. Her cold eyes were filled with astonishment. He eliminated Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji from the Fireglaze Mansion? Earlier, when she met up with Duan Lingtian in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Wan Qingqing had received a message telling her to leave in a hurry. For this reason, she did not have the time to ask about Duan Lingtian's progress. Since it had not been long, her senior sisters and junior sisters in the martial battle mansion did not have the time to inform her about Duan Lingtian's advancement to 5th place on the scoreboard. It has only been 2 days since he entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, right? Wan Qingqing was extremely shocked at this moment. She did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. She did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to accumulate so many points in such a short time. I still have 6 days left, Wan Qingqing thought to herself. She could not help but feel excited when she thought about how long she would be able to stay in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. How many points would she be able to accumulate in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm with Duan Lingtian? What would her ranking be? Senior Hung Feng. Wan Qingqing suddenly recalled something and immediately sent a message to Hung Feng. You didn't tell anyone that I'll be joining forces with Duan Lingtian after you're eliminated, right? Up until now, only she and Duan Lingtian were aware of the fact that she had joined forces with Duan Lingtian. Even Hung Feng was unaware of this. However, Hung Feng was aware of this fact. He knew there was a possibility that she would join forces with Duan Lingtian. After all, before Hung Feng crushed his accumulative point jade to leave the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he had tried his best to persuade her to join forces with Duan Lingtian. Junior sister Qingqing, you've joined forces with Duan Lingtian? Hung Feng replied to Wan Qingqing with a surprised tone. Also, how did you manage to send me a message? You've come out? Those outside the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm could send messages to those in the middle realm. However, those in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were not allowed to send messages to those outside. After receiving Wan Qingqing's message, Hung Feng knew she had come out. You didn't get eliminated, right? No, I came out on my own. Wan Qingqing replied. If I'm not mistaken, you've joined forces with Duan Lingtian, right? It won't be easy for Duan Lingtian to find the Fireglaze Mansion's base. Both of us happened to pass by the Fireglaze Mansion's base. Hung Feng replied. 4 days ago, Hung Feng and Wan Qingqing had entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm together from the Martial Battle Mansion's base. They had coincidentally passed by the Fireglaze Mansion's base during their journey. For this reason, it was not difficult for him to deduce the reason. Wan Qingqing and Duan Lingtian had joined forces. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to find out the location of the Fireglaze Mansion's base from Wan Qingqing. Yes, Wan Qingqing knew it was pointless for her to deny it. You didn't tell him where the Martial Battle Mansion's base is, right? Hung Feng asked again. His tone was solemn this time. I won't tell him. Wan Qingqing replied. That's good. Don't tell anyone that you've joined forces with him for the time being. At the very least, don't let anyone know you've joined forces with him before he arrived at the Fireglaze Mansion's base. Otherwise, I'm worried the Fireglaze Mansion will target you. Hung Feng said. I know. I didn't show up. Wan Qingqing replied. That's good. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone about this. Hung Feng said. Thank you, Senior Hung Feng. Wan Qingqing hastily expressed her gratitude. She trusted Hung Feng's character. Otherwise, she would not have agreed to join forces with him. In the profound Nether Mansion's base. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's sudden appearance in the profound Nether Mansion's base attracted the attention of the profound Nether Mansion's disciples. The profound Nether Mansion's disciples looked at Duan Lingtian excitedly. After all, Duan Lingtian was the profound Nether Mansion's treasure. He was the reason the profound Nether Mansion was able to hold their heads up high in front of the other celestial mansions. However, before they could regain their senses, Duan Lingtian teleported again and appeared on a stone platform in the campsite. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian left the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm through a transporting formation. Why did he leave? Based on his anxious expression, it's obvious he has something urgent to attend to. As the disciples in the profound Nether Mansion's base discussed among themselves, Duan Lingtian appeared at one of the transporting formations that led to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As soon as he appeared, he attracted a lot of attention. It's Duan Lingtian. Chapter 3161. Old Qi. Duan Lingtian ignored the stares from his surroundings. He immediately sent a message to Qi Tianming, the inspector of the profound Nether Mansion. In the message, he told Qi Tianming about the message he received from Huang Jialong and his relationship with Huang Jialong. The sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect wants to lure you to the Coupling Celestial Sect to kill you? That's impossible. Qi Tianming was stunned when he received Duan Lingtian's message. Wait a moment. I'll ask Bihai Mingfeng about it. When Qi Tianming sent a message to Bihai Mingfeng was stunned. The sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect wanted to lure Duan Lingtian to kill him? At this moment, Bihai Mingfeng anxiously sent a message to Gongsun Wenqing, the first sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect. Duan Lingtian has come out of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Gongsun Wenqing knew things had gotten out of hand when he learned that Duan Lingtian had left the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm after receiving Huang Jialong's message. Therefore, he quickly explained to Bihai Mingfeng that he had tested Huang Jialong. Huang Jialong is now my direct disciple. I only told Duan Lingtian to return to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm with peace of mind. It's just a joke. However, it's true that Jialong treats him like a brother. Gongsun Wenqing did not forget to add on. I see. Bihai Mingfeng sighed in relief when he learned about what had happened. Then he sent a message to Qi Tianming. In the end, it's just a farce. That brat, Gongsun Wenqing, really has nothing better to do. After Qi Tianming learned about this, he quickly sent a message to Duan Lingtian to comfort him. Misunderstanding? Gongsun Wenqing, the sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect, took Jialong as his direct disciple after testing him? After listening to Qi Tianming's message, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. His tense nerves finally relaxed. The moment he relaxed, he heard the voices around him that he had ignored. Duan Lingtian, do you have the confidence to secure a spot in the top 5? Duan Lingtian, there are still a lot of people who haven't shown their strength yet. Do you think you can make it into the top 10 this month? In just 2 days, Duan Lingtian had accumulated nearly 300 points and was ranked 5th in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, the elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion who were present on the scene knew very well what was going on. That was because Duan Lingtian was lucky enough to find the Fire Glaze Manor's camp, and the Fire Glaze Manor's people kept giving him points. Duan Lingtian's current strength had been more or less figured out. Although Tan Yuan from the Fire Glaze Manor had been eliminated by Duan Lingtian, that was because he had been careless. Otherwise, with Tan Yuan's speed, he would have been able to escape from Duan Lingtian. For this reason, many of the elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion were certain Duan Lingtian would not be able to make it into the top 10. After all, even Tan Yuan would not be able to make it into the top 10 every month. If Tan Yuan had not been careless, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to eliminate him. Top 5? Top 10? Duan Lingtian smiled nonchalantly when he heard the questions from the elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion. Then, he teleported to the stone platform in the depths of the main hall. Duan Lingtian took out his accumulative point jade and teleported to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm through the transporting formation. As soon as Duan Lingtian left, his voice echoed in the main hall. My goal is to rank first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the people in the main hall fell silent. They looked at each other for a long time before they regained their senses. First place? Duan Lingtian's ambition is so great? Is it possible that he's been concealing his strength all this time? That's unlikely. After all, he's not even 100 years old yet. If the strength he's shown so far isn't his true strength, is he still human? Based on his words, it's obvious he's very confident. I'm beginning to look forward to his performance. Unless he repeats his trip to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base once or twice, it'll be very difficult for him to rank first. Although Duan Lingtian's words were filled with confidence, many people still believed him. However, there were very few people who believed in him. There were also some who thought Duan Lingtian was confident. Duan Lingtian only needed to find a few more campsites of celestial mansions. Perhaps he would be able to rank first. However, many people felt it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to repeat his trip to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. The reason Duan Lingtian was able to obtain so many points outside the Fire Glaze Mansion's base was because the Fire Glaze Mansion was unaware of his strength. After this incident, not only did the Fire Glaze Mansion learn about Duan Lingtian's strength, but the other celestial mansions also learned about Duan Lingtian's strength. Even if Duan Lingtian successfully intercepted their bases in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they would not recklessly send their disciples to kill Duan Lingtian. Therefore, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to repeat his trip to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Before returning to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Duan Lingtian had informed Wan Qingqing of his intention to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm through a communication celestial talisman. When he arrived at the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, Wan Qingqing was already waiting for him. You're done? Wan Qingqing thought she would have to wait for Duan Lingtian for at least half a day. She did not expect Duan Lingtian would send her a message not long after she left. Yes, it's just a misunderstanding. Duan Lingtian nodded. He didn't expect that such a blunder would appear. He was not surprised by Huang Jialong's performance in front of the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. After all, he knew Huang Jialong was a good friend who could go through thick and thin with him. Nevertheless, he still felt warmth in his heart when he heard about Huang Jialong's performance. Although he and Huang Jialong used to have a good relationship, it had been a few years since they last contacted each other. Naturally, he did not contact Huang Jialong because he did not want to disturb Huang Jialong's cultivation. He was certain Huang Jialong was the same. After not seeing each other for a few years, he was sure that he would not change. Huang Jialong also did not change, which made him very relieved. Apart from that, he knew the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect had only accepted Huang Jialong as his last disciple on a whim. As for the reason, he was certain it had something to do with him. Otherwise, why would the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect suddenly accept Huang Jialong as his last disciple when he was ranked 5th in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Moreover, the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect had even used him to test Huang Jialong. Based on all these factors, it was clear the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect had something to do with him. After I leave the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, I'll ask old Qi to bring me to the coupling celestial sect. It's been a long time since I last saw Jialong this time. I'll give Jialong a boost. With this, his path in the coupling celestial sect will be much smoother. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian, I only found out you eliminated Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji from the Fire Glaze Mansion after I left the Middle Realm. Wan Qingqing sighed emotionally. Perhaps Wan Qingqing was unaware that the way she acted in front of Duan Lingtian was different from how she acted in front of others. In front of others, she always maintained a cold and aloof attitude, and her eyes even revealed a coldness that kept people thousands of miles away. However, in front of Duan Lingtian, she was no longer as cold as before. Of course, even Wan Qingqing herself did not notice this. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, found Wan Qingqing much more pleasing to the eye. She was no longer as cold as before and no longer as unapproachable as before. Mo Pingji is still all right. I only eliminated Tan Yuan by luck. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, Tan Yuan was careless. Otherwise, he would have been able to escape under my watch. Although Duan Lingtian had eliminated Tan Yuan, he knew it was only a fluke. If Tan Yuan had not been careless, he would not have been able to catch up to him at all. This was the main reason he was willing to work with Wan Qingqing. Although he was not slow, his speed was not low. However, if he wanted to rank first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he would have to rely on his speed. Let's go. You'll have to deal with the people we encounter next. Duan Lingtian said to Wan Qingqing. Even without Wan Qingqing's reminder, he would still have to face Tan Yuan, Mo Pingji, and the others outside the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. However, if the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples swarmed him and he fought outside the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, Tan Yuan could easily hide in the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. As for the others, including Mo Pingji, Duan Lingtian was confident he could stop them outside the Fire Glaze Mansion's base and prevent them from entering. For this reason, Duan Lingtian owed Wan Qingqing a favor for obtaining Tan Yuan's points. You don't owe me a favor. If I didn't inform you, you might have been able to eliminate more people. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wan Qingqing, naturally, knew Duan Lingtian was going easy on her. Previously, she was worried Duan Lingtian would not be a match for Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji if they joined forces. However, now she knew Duan Lingtian was not a match for Duan Lingtian. Even if Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji joined forces, they would not be a match for Duan Lingtian. As for the other disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion, they were nothing but cannon fodder in front of Duan Lingtian. Even so, if that's the case, I won't be able to eliminate Tan Yuan. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said firmly, It's decided. If you're unwilling, there's no need for us to work together. Thank you. Faced with Duan Lingtian's determination, Wan Qingqing no longer dared to reject him. However, her heart was filled with gratitude. She knew Duan Lingtian did not have to do this. Chapter 3162. Lu Ji, a disciple of the Han Qing Mansion, had entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm last month and was eliminated by Duan Lingtian. However, Lu Ji was still unconvinced that Duan Lingtian had defeated him due to his carelessness. He felt Duan Lingtian had taken advantage of him. In fact, his speed was indeed faster than Duan Lingtian. After all, he had comprehended two profundities from the law of wind. In terms of speed, he was in the second tier of 10 directions celestial dukes in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As for Duan Lingtian, he was in between the second and third tier of 10 directions celestial dukes in terms of speed. This month, when Lu Ji learned that Duan Lingtian had entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he had followed Duan Lingtian into the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. At this moment, the people from the other celestial mansions who were paying attention to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were shocked by Duan Lingtian's performance. However, Lu Ji knew nothing about what was happening outside. After all, he was a reclusive and aloof person in the Han Qing Mansion. Even the high-ranking officials of the Han Qing Mansion were not fond of him, let alone the disciples. For this reason, nobody told him that Duan Lingtian, a dark horse, had appeared in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As time passed, the people from the other celestial mansions gradually shifted their attention away from Duan Lingtian. 3 days later, Duan Lingtian's ranking had also dropped to 7th on the scoreboard. However, the gap between Duan Lingtian, who was ranked 7th on the scoreboard, and the person who was ranked 8th on the scoreboard was quite huge. There was a gap of more than 100 points between them. Currently, Duan Lingtian had accumulated 322 points. In just 2 days, Duan Lingtian's points had not increased as fast as the previous 2 days. In fact, it was not even a fraction of the previous 2 days' worth of points. The battle at the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite is indeed the pinnacle of Duan Lingtian's strength. It won't be easy for Duan Lingtian to obtain more points from now on. And now, the people who are ranked behind Duan Lingtian are gradually closing in on him. In just half a day, they have closed the gap of more than 30 points. I wonder if this Duan Lingtian will be able to maintain his position in the top 10 in the end. Wan Qingqing from the Martial Battle Mansion appeared on the scoreboard 2 days ago, but she's already in the top 30 now. Her points increase in the past 2 days is much faster than Duan Lingtian's. It seems that Duan Lingtian's luck is not as good as hers. Let's not talk about luck. In terms of strength, I don't think Duan Lingtian will be able to defeat Wan Qingqing. Wan Qingqing's speed is one of the fastest in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Lingtian's performance in the past 2 days had greatly disappointed many people from the other Grade 6 celestial mansions. On the other hand, Wan Qingqing's performance in the past 2 days had attracted a lot of attention since her points had increased the fastest among those who were not in the top 6. It seems like the 6 of them will continue to occupy the top 6 spots this month. Currently, the 6 people who occupied the top 6 spots in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were none other than the 6 people who had occupied the top 6 spots in the past few years. Wang Tai from the Martial Battle Mansion, Yi Qiufeng from the Shining Moon Mansion, Lu Danqing from the Grand Shang Mansion, Shimin Haoxian from the Red Leaves Mansion, Zhuge Yunqi from the Vast Heaven Mansion, Gong Sun Wuji from the Azure Green Mansion. These 6 people had occupied the top 6 spots in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for the past few years. None of them had been pushed out of the top 6. The 6 of them are too strong. It's almost impossible to push them out of the top 6. And here I thought Duan Lingtian might be able to occupy one of the top 6 spots. It seems like I was too naive. Duan Lingtian? I admit he's strong, but it's not realistic for him to make it into the top 6. That's right. In my opinion, he'll be lucky if he manages to stay in the top 10. Duan Lingtian's performance was short-lived. After 2 days, he gradually faded out of the limelight. Only those from the profound Nether Mansion thought it would be good if Duan Lingtian managed to stay in the top 10 even if he did not make it into the top 6. After all, the profound Nether Mansion had been under a lot of pressure for the past few years. In fact, no one had managed to make it into the top 20 in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Now that Duan Lingtian had finally appeared, even if he did not manage to stay in the top 10 and only managed to stay in the top 20, they would still be able to accept it. It seems like Duan Lingtian was just joking when he said his goal is to rank first. One of the profound Nether Mansion's disciples sighed. How can you believe his words? Do you really think the 6 of them are pushovers? Let alone the 6 of them. Even Duan Lingtian wouldn't be able to do anything to Wan Qingqing from the Martial Battle Mansion. Another disciple from the profound Nether Mansion shook his head. It was obvious he did not take Duan Lingtian's words seriously from the beginning. I hope he'll be able to stay in the top 10. Qi Tianming, the inspector of the profound Nether Mansion, was not surprised when he learned that Duan Lingtian had been pushed out of the top 6. However, he still hoped Duan Lingtian would be able to stay in the top 10. After all, this was his greatest hope for Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian managed to make it into the top 5, Qi Tianming did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to maintain his ranking. After all, the way Duan Lingtian earned points was not something that could be replicated. Without that method, Duan Lingtian was bound to be pushed out of the top 5 or even the top 6. The 6 of them were like 6 mountains on the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. They were lofty and insurmountable. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Wan Qing. A middle-aged man dressed in a fiery red robe looked at the green figure in the distance with a faint smile on his face. I didn't expect to see you again. The green figure standing opposite the red-robed middle-aged man was none other than Wan Qing, an inner disciple of the martial battle mansion. Yun Yen, the red-clad middle-aged man, was no stranger to Wan Qing. He was Yun Yen, a core disciple of the Magic Cloud Mansion who was ranked in the top 10. 2 days ago, she had received a message from Duan Lingtian. Before entering the Middle Realm, she had glanced at the scoreboard and discovered Yun Yen was ranked 13th. Last month, she had encountered Yun Yen. Although her speed was superior to Yun Yan's, she could not defeat him. Although Yun Yen was stronger than her in other aspects, he could not do anything to her. She could stall him until he was forcefully sent out of the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, but it would be pointless. For this reason, she chose to give up. Similarly, Yun Yen chose to give up as well. 2 hours ago, I received a message saying that your speed of gaining points is only second to those 6 people. In just 2 days, you've already entered the top 30. Yun Yen said as he looked at Wan Qing. Wan Qing smiled faintly. I'm quite lucky. Wan Qing replied indifferently. From beginning to end, her eyes were filled with a coldness that pushed people thousands of miles away. She seemed incomparably cold. Yun Yen did not think much of it, as he already knew that Wan Qing was a cold beauty in the martial battle mansion. Congratulations! Yun Yen congratulated Wan Qing before he prepared to leave. In his opinion, he and Wan Qing couldn't do anything to each other in their battle last month. There was no need for them to fight again this month. He was certain Wan Qing had the same thoughts as well. However, just as he was about to leave, Wan Qing suddenly turned into a streak of green light and appeared in his path, blocking his path. Yun Yen frowned. Wan Qing, do you think you'll be able to eliminate me this month? If your strength has improved, I'll fight you again. However, if your strength hasn't improved, there's no need for us to waste our time here, Yun Yen said. All right, last month, his battle with Wan Qing had lasted for half a day. In his opinion, it was a waste of time. For this reason, he did not plan to waste his time with Wan Qing. My strength hasn't improved, Wan Qing said. If your strength hasn't improved, let's not waste our time here. Yun Yen was slightly annoyed. He had thought Wan Qing had stopped him because her strength had improved, and she was more confident in herself. However, when he heard Wan Qing said her strength had not improved, he was slightly annoyed. Swoosh! As soon as Yun Yen finished speaking, a figure appeared out of thin air next to Wan Qing. The figure belonged to a handsome purple-clad young man. He had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. He looked like a match made in heaven when he stood next to Wan Qing. Swoosh! Yun Yan's eyes widened in shock when he saw the figure standing next to Wan Qing. No wonder Wan Qing stopped me. She has a helper. I know she has a helper this month. However, didn't Hung Feng get eliminated by Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion? Yun Yen had heard about Wan Qing joining forces with Hung Feng to enter the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, he did not expect Wan Qing to join forces with Hung Feng. After Hung Feng was eliminated, Wan Qing found another helper to join forces with. Yun Yen shifted his gaze to the purple-clad young man standing next to Wan Qing. He saw the identity token hanging from the purple-clad young man's waist. An ominous feeling rose in Yun Yan's heart when he saw the identity token. Since Wan Qing was willing to join forces with the purple-clad young man, he was certain the purple-clad young man would not be an ordinary person. When Yun Yen saw the identity token hanging from the purple-clad young man's waist, his eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's name had spread throughout Grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory in the past 10 days. As a core disciple of the Magic Cloud Mansion, Yun Yen was, naturally, familiar with this name. Wan Qing, you actually joined forces with Duan Lingtian. Yun Yen looked at Wan Qing in shock as he struggled to look away from Duan Lingtian's identity token. It's been 2 days. I finally have a chance to make a move. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had learned from Wan Qingqing through voice transmission that the purple-clad young man was ranked in the top 10 of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Chapter 3163. Yun Yen finally understood why Wan Qingqing had stopped him. As it turned out, she had asked Duan Lingtian to join forces with her. Duan Lingtian, I'm Yun Yen, a core disciple of the Magic Cloud Mansion. I've heard a lot about you. Yun Yen cupped his hands at Duan Lingtian and took the initiative to greet him. His strength was on par with Duan Lingtian, the Fire Glaze Mansion's Tan Yuan. Since Tan Yuan had been eliminated by Duan Lingtian, he naturally knew Duan Lingtian was not to be underestimated. In front of Duan Lingtian, his only option was to flee. However, that was only if he encountered Duan Lingtian alone. His speed was on par with Tan Yuan. Since Tan Yuan said he could escape under Duan Lingtian's nose if he was not careless, he could do the same as well. However, his current situation was completely different from Tan Yuan's situation. Duan Lingtian was not alone. Wan Qingqing was with Duan Lingtian. Although her overall strength was inferior to him, her speed was much faster than him. If she wanted to flee, he would not be able to catch up to her. Similarly, if she wanted to fight him, he would not be able to shake her off. With Wan Qingqing's speed and her comprehension of the law of wood, coupled with Duan Lingtian's help, I'm sure they'll be able to defeat any one of those 6 people if they join forces. Yun Yen thought to himself. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently when he heard Yun Yen's greeting. At the same time, he reminded Yun Yen out of goodwill, prepare yourself. The 2 of us will make our move soon. Swoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Wan Qingqing's body glowed with a dazzling green light. It was as though she was surrounded by a dazzling green flame. It set off Wan Qingqing's devilishly enchanting figure and her near-perfect face, causing everything around her to pale in comparison. If it was any other time, Yun Yen would have looked at Wan Qingqing with admiration. But now, he couldn't find the slightest bit of appreciation. You don't have to do anything. I admit defeat. Yun Yen said with a bitter smile. What a joke. With Wan Qingqing and Duan Lingtian joining forces, their strength was comparable to any one of the 6 people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He knew that he alone was definitely not a match for Duan Lingtian and the other man. Therefore, he chose to admit defeat. He didn't suspect that the Duan Lingtian in front of him was a fake, because the identity tokens of the major immortal mansions couldn't be faked. Moreover, if it was a fake identity token, he would be able to recognize it at a glance. Duan Lingtian, if you have time, you can come to the Demon Cloud Mansion and have a drink with me. Yun Yen said to Duan Lingtian with a smile as he took out his accumulative point jade and crushed it. There were only benefits to befriending such a powerful existence at such a young age. There was no harm in befriending him. As soon as Yun Yan's accumulative point jade shattered, Duan Lingtian's voice transmission rang in Wan Qingqing's ears. If you don't collect his points, there's no need for us to work together anymore. Wan Qingqing's body stiffened when she heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. This fellow, Wan Qingqing muttered to herself. Initially, she had planned to leave so Duan Lingtian could collect Yun Yan's points. However, when she heard Duan Lingtian's determined tone, she no longer dared to act rashly. After all, she knew Duan Lingtian was a man of his words. Swoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian sent Wan Qingqing a voice transmission, he teleported away and gave all of Yun Yan's points to Wan Qingqing. Although they had encountered many people before they met Yun Yan, Wan Qingqing was able to handle all of them on her own. According to Duan Lingtian, Wan Qingqing was able to defeat all of them. Those that Wan Qingqing could defeat would be Wan Qingqing's turn. Wan Qingqing would collect the points herself. However, Wan Qingqing had given him a lot of points along the way. For this reason, Duan Lingtian allowed Wan Qingqing to collect Yun Yan's points. The next time we meet an opponent that we need to work together to defeat, it'll be your turn to collect the points. If you give in to me again, I don't think there's any need for us to work together anymore. After collecting Yun Yan's points, Wan Qingqing did not rush to check the points in her accumulative point jade. Instead, She looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly. Of course. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Although his expression was natural, he was slightly moved. Wan Qingqing was similar to him. Both of them were unwilling to take advantage of others. For the sake of their principles, they were willing to give up their own interests. Take a look. How many points do you have now? I remember that before I came in last time, Yun Yen was already ranked 13th on the scoreboard. At that time, he had almost 200 points. Duan Lingtian looked at Wan Qingqing curiously. He wondered how many points Yun Yen had given Wan Qingqing. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wan Qingqing finally looked at her accumulative point jade. Her eyes widened slightly when she saw the number of points she had. 364 points. Wan Qingqing saw the number of points in her accumulative point jade had increased to 364 points. She had even surpassed Duan Lingtian's points. Not bad. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he learned about Wan Qingqing's current points. It seems like Yun Yen has also obtained a lot of points in the past 2 days. However, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. In the end, it all went to you. If I give you these points, even if you can't get first place, you can at least get into the top 3. Wan Qingqing looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on her face as she said this. Wan Qingqing knew very well. After all, the chances of encountering someone with as many points as Yun Yen in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were extremely low. After all, the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was too big. Trying to find a specific person among them was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Maybe the next person can give me more points? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. It was obvious that he didn't care about giving Yun Yan's opportunity to Wan Qingqing. At this moment, Wan Qingqing's heart skipped a beat when she saw the smile on Duan Lingtian's face. At the same time, her gaze when she looked at Duan Lingtian was filled with gentleness. Martial Battle Mansion. The transporting sites in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were initially quiet. However, following a change in the scoreboard, a commotion broke out among the several teleportation stations. Look, 7th place on the rankings. Oh my God, is this real? This is a little scary. The elders and disciples of the Martial Battle Mansion were shocked to see another person enter the top 10 after Wang Tai of the Martial Battle Mansion. Moreover, it was not the 10th or 9th place, but the 7th place. Duan Lingtian from the Profound Nether Mansion, who was originally ranked 7th, had been pushed down to the 8th place. The 7th-ranked person was none other than Wan Qingqing, an inner court disciple of the Martial Battle Mansion. Senior sister Qingqing. Why is she ranked 7th all of a sudden? One of the Martial Battle Mansion's disciples was shocked. It's not sudden. Look, Yun Yen, a core disciple from the Magic Cloud Mansion, who was originally ranked 10th, has been removed from the scoreboard. It's obvious that senior sister Qingqing has eliminated him. Moreover, his points have been given to senior sister Qingqing. Another Martial Battle Mansion's disciple said. Yun Yen, a core disciple of the Magic Cloud Mansion? Yun Yen is the strongest person below Celestial Kings in the Magic Cloud Mansion. Right? Yun Yan's overall strength is higher than Wan Qingqing's. I think they met last month. At that time, Yun Yen was stronger while Wan Qingqing was faster. Neither of them could defeat the other. It has only been a month, and yet Wan Qingqing managed to defeat him? Perhaps, senior sister Qingqing gained an advantage because Yun Yen was injured. No matter what, our Martial Battle Mansion has occupied 2 of the top 10 spots. 7th place. This is the first time Wan Qingqing's ranking has risen to such a high position. It seems like she has a chance to become a core disciple of the Martial Battle Mansion after this month. Different celestial mansions had different criteria for becoming a core disciple. For example, Zhou Hongjie was a core disciple in the Profound Nether Mansion. However, in the Martial Battle Mansion, Wan Qingqing, who was stronger than Zhou Hongjie, was only an inner court disciple. This was because of Wang Tai. In the Martial Battle Mansion, there was Wang Tai. In front of Wang Tai, Wan Qingqing was inferior to him in every other aspect except for her speed. Wang Tai was a core disciple of the martial battle mansion. For this reason, if Wan Qingqing wanted to become a core disciple of the martial battle mansion, she would have to be compared to Wang Tai. For this reason, Wang Tai was the only core disciple in the martial battle mansion who was not a celestial king. Apart from Wang Tai, the other core disciples in the martial battle mansion were all celestial kings or stronger. Based on Wan Qingqing's performance in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, many people believed she had a chance to become the second core disciple in the martial battle mansion who was not a celestial king. Meanwhile, in the magic cloud mansion, the transporting formations that led to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were as silent as a graveyard. When Yun Yen was eliminated from the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, the person in charge of the transporting formations did not even look at the scoreboard. Because of this, they all thought that Yun Yen was eliminated by one of the 6 people. However, when they looked at the scoreboard, they discovered it was not the case. Yun Yen was eliminated by Wan Qingqing, an inner court disciple of the martial battle mansion. Senior brother Yun Yen, is Wan Qingqing from the martial battle mansion capable of eliminating you? Yun Yen, Wan Qingqing is weaker than you, right? How is it possible for her to eliminate you? When the elders and disciples of the magic cloud mansion learned Yun Yen was eliminated by Wan Qingqing, they could not help but wonder if Wan Qingqing was right. Was Wan Qingqing strong enough to eliminate Yun Yen? If it's just Wan Qingqing, naturally, she's not strong enough to eliminate me. Chapter 3164. Upon hearing Yun Yan's words, the members of the Demon Cloud Mansion were shocked. Wan Qingqing joined forces with Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion? Yun Yen, are you referring to Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion? Yun Yen smiled wryly. Apart from Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion, there's no one else like Duan Lingtian in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm who's capable of defeating me by joining forces with Wan Qingqing. The eyes of the members of the Demon Cloud Mansion widened when they heard Yun Yan's words. They could not help but gasp. Wan Qingqing actually joined forces with Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion. Rumor has it that Duan Lingtian is capable of breaching Hung Feng's defenses despite his slow speed. In the past, Hung Feng's defenses could only be considered second tier in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. However, now that he has comprehended the law of Earth's defense profundity, his defenses can be considered first tier in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Even so, Duan Lingtian still breached Hung Feng's defenses. Wan Qingqing made up for Duan Lingtian's shortcomings, while Duan Lingtian made up for Wan Qingqing's shortcomings. If they join forces, they might be able to pose a threat to those 6 people. When the elders and disciples of the Demon Cloud Mansion regained their senses, they turned to look at the top 6 people on the scoreboard. In recent years, those 6 people had occupied the top 6 spots on the scoreboard without exception. Previously, some people had tried to join forces with others to pull them down from the top 6, but all of them had failed. Now that Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing had joined forces, would they be able to break the 6 people's records? Although they were looking forward to it, they did not hold out much hope. After all, those 6 people were not only powerful but mysterious as well. However, I'm curious. Wan Qingqing is from the martial battle mansion while Duan Lingtian is from the profound Nether Mansion. Why are they together? What do you mean by hooking up? I'm just teaming up. Didn't you say that Wan Qingqing teamed up with Hung Feng and encountered Duan Lingtian? Hung Feng was eliminated by Duan Lingtian, and Wan Qingqing successfully escaped? Could it be that they had joined forces at that time? I don't think so. Duan Lingtian went to stop the people from the Fire Glaze Manor, but I didn't hear that Wan Qingqing was there as well. They must have met again later on and started to work together. I think so too. The news of Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing joining forces spread throughout the Demon Cloud Mansion and the other immortal mansions. The 6 people in the top 6 of the rankings also received a message from the higher-ups of their respective immortal mansions. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, on top of a steep mountain peak, a lone figure stood there, unmoving like a mountain. Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing teamed up? The proud and aloof figure was a tall young man with a handsome appearance. He wore a crimson robe that fluttered in the wind, as if a bloody fire was burning fiercely. Interesting. The corners of the young man's lips curled up slightly as his eyes glinted. Boom! A figure broke out of a calm lake, causing water to splash everywhere. Then, a thin figure appeared in the air above the lake. The figure was a young man dressed like a scholar. He had delicate features and looked like a scholar. Duan Lingtian, Wan Qing Qing. I hope I'll be surprised when I meet them. The young man smiled before he turned into a streak of light and flew into the distance. King Tai, I admit defeat. At this moment, a figure who looked like a deity appeared above a forest. King Tai was so frightened that his face turned pale as he hurriedly admitted defeat. Crack! As soon as he admitted defeat, he crushed his accumulative point jade and withdrew from the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. The figure bathed in flames raised an eyebrow. A hint of surprise could be heard in his voice. Junior sister Qing Qing has teamed up with Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion? Based on the words of the person who crushed his accumulative point jade, it was obvious the person was none other than King Tai from the martial battle mansion. Within the vast gorge, a figure was seated cross-legged with his eyes closed in a depression on the walls of the gorge. He seemed to be waiting for something. The figure was dressed in a long gray robe. He had the youthful appearance of a young man, but his hair and eyebrows were white. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion. Ding! A crisp sound rang in the air as the gray-clad young man opened his eyes. A copper coin had appeared in his hand before he flicked it up. A moment later, the copper coin fell, accurately landing in his palm. It seems like I won't be able to meet Duan Lingtian this month, the gray-clad young man said with a sigh. The gray-robed young man sighed. Then he closed his eyes and rested. He didn't seem to want to leave the canyon for a long time. It was as if he was waiting for something. The profound Nether Mansion's disciple who killed Gong Sun Jing has teamed up with Wan Qing Qing from the martial battle mansion? In the sky above an ice field, in the biting cold wind, a figure flitted through the air and suddenly stopped in midair. The reason why he stopped was because he had just received a message. Even if you've teamed up with Wan Qing Qing, you'll still die if I meet you. A young man dressed in a long, black robe scoffed as he narrowed his eyes. I heard the profound Nether Mansion sees Duan Lingtian as their only hope. This time, I will crush their hopes. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved again. A bloodthirsty killing intent appeared in the eyes of the black-robed youth, as if he was about to devour someone. It'll be great if I can meet Duan Lingtian and Wan Qing Qing this month. That way, I won't be bored anymore. In the sky above a lofty mountain range, a figure that was swiftly flying past received a message and suddenly slowed down. At the same time, his eyes lit up. It's pointless even if I meet those 5 fellows. They can't eliminate me and I can't eliminate them as well. Usually, those 5 fellows are the only ones worthy of me fighting with my full strength. If I meet Duan Lingtian and Wan Qing Qing this month, I might be able to fight them to my heart's content as well. I can't wait to meet them. In the profound Nether Mansion's 3 transporting sites in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, many people exchanged a look when they heard about Duan Lingtian and Wan Qing Qing joining forces. Duan Lingtian and Wan Qing Qing joined forces. Moreover, they eliminated Yun Yen from the magic cloud mansion together. However, why did Duan Lingtian give Yun Yan's points to Wan Qing Qing? I was wondering why Duan Lingtian's points didn't increase in the past 2 days. As it turns out, he's with Wan Qing Qing. Moreover, it's obvious he's giving in to Wan Qing Qing. Even a hero can't resist the charms of a beautiful woman. It seems like even Duan Lingtian can't break this curse. The elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion sighed. They thought Duan Lingtian was a hero who could not resist the charms of a beautiful woman and was willing to be used by Wan Qing Qing. Although they were speechless, it was inappropriate for them to voice their opinions. After all, it was Duan Lingtian's decision. Moreover, based on Duan Lingtian's current results, even if he gave all his points to Wan Qing Qing, it would still bring glory to the profound Nether Mansion. Don't tell me that brat is infatuated with Wan Qing Qing from the martial battle mansion? Qi Tianming, the inspector of the profound nether mansion, was exasperated when he heard the news. He immediately sent a message to Duan Lingtian. Brat, don't forget about the test the Imperial Tutor Pavilion gave you. Moreover, Wan Qingqing isn't human at all. Since she's not from the Martial Battle Mansion, she's definitely not human. It's best if you keep your distance from her. Otherwise, you won't even know you're being sold out. Don't foolishly give her the majority of your points again. Qi Tianming sent more than 10 messages to Duan Lingtian. Most of them were to persuade Duan Lingtian not to be obsessed with Wan Qingqing's beauty. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Elder Qi, Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback when he received Qi Tianming's messages. However, he quickly regained his senses and shook his head with a wry smile on his face. Elder Qi was unaware that he had joined forces with Wan Qingqing. He was also unaware that he owed Wan Qingqing a favor from Tan Yuan, the disciple of the Fireglaze Mansion. If he had not attacked Tan Yuan outside the Fireglaze Mansion's base, he might not have been able to eliminate Tan Yuan, even if Tan Yuan had been careless. The only reason he was able to attack Tan Yuan outside the Fireglaze Mansion was because of Wan Qingqing. After Duan Lingtian gave Yunyan's points to Wan Qingqing, he no longer felt like he owed Wan Qingqing a favor. Naturally, he would be able to distribute his points as per normal. News of us joining forces has already spread outside. Wan Qingqing's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing did not usually travel together. Although they were separated by a large distance, they could still sense each other's presence with their divine consciousness. As long as one of them encountered an enemy, the other would immediately rush over to help. That's within my expectations, Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. As soon as Duan Lingtian replied to Wan Qingqing through voice transmission, he seemed to have sensed something. His eyes narrowed as he looked in front of him. Swoosh! A figure shrouded in green energy appeared in front of him. Initially, he was heading in another direction. However, as soon as he saw Duan Lingtian, he began to charge in Duan Lingtian's direction. Duan Lingtian. As the figure charged toward Duan Lingtian, he shouted coldly. His voice was so cold that it seemed as though it could freeze the air. Although the figure was not as fast as Wan Qingqing, he was much faster than Duan Lingtian. In terms of speed, he could be considered as one of the second-tier powerhouses in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. His speed was comparable to Tan Yuan from the Fireglaze Mansion and Yun Yen from the Magic Cloud Mansion. After a while, the figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and blocked his path. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you ambushed me last month and eliminated me. This month, I, Lu Ji, will kill you to avenge myself. Chapter 3165. Lu Ji. As soon as the newcomer appeared, Duan Lingtian recognized him. It was none other than Lu Ji, whom he had eliminated last month. However, Duan Lingtian did not rely on the 5 divine elements when he eliminated Lu Ji last month. Instead, he relied on his own strength to eliminate Lu Ji. Moreover, the entire process was extremely fast. Naturally, Lu Ji had been careless in eliminating Lu Ji last month. By the time Lu Ji discovered Duan Lingtian's strength, it was already too late. He did not even have the time to dodge Duan Lingtian's attack. Lu Ji. As soon as Duan Lingtian came to a halt, Wan Qingqing came to a halt as well. Since she was quite a distance away from Duan Lingtian, and Lu Ji did not look in her direction, he did not notice her presence. Although she was far away with her hearing, she could still clearly hear Lu Ji's words. You want to kill Duan Lingtian? Lu Ji's words rendered Wan Qingqing speechless. After all, Lu Ji's strength was not even comparable to hers. Even she did not dare to say she could kill Duan Lingtian. If she had the ability to kill Duan Lingtian, Hung Feng would not have been eliminated by Duan Lingtian. It seems like the rumors are true. Lu Ji's character is not good, and he's not well liked in the Hanqing Mansion. The news of us joining forces and how you eliminated Tan Yuan from the Fireglaze Mansion and Yun Yen from the Magic Cloud Mansion has spread like wildfire. However, it's obvious he doesn't know about it. Wan Qingqing sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. She had her reasons for thinking this way. After all, if Lu Ji knew about this, he would not have acted so arrogantly in front of Duan Lingtian. I'd like to see how you're going to kill me. Duan Lingtian's expression was as calm as ever as he faced Lu Ji, who was filled with killing intent. However, Lu Ji was even more furious when he saw Duan Lingtian's nonchalant expression. You won't be as lucky as you were last month. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ji pounced towards Duan Lingtian like an eagle. At the same time, green gales raged all over his body, causing waves of crisp wind sounds to resound in the void, followed by faintly discernible wind blades. Wang! 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 Lu Ji rushed towards Duan Lingtian like a ghost, followed by a sky full of wind blades that were no slower than Lu Ji's movement speed. They gathered together like raindrops falling from the sky, enveloping Duan Lingtian and penetrating every inch of his body. As soon as Lu Ji made his move, he used almost all the profundities of the law of wind that he had comprehended. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian calmly raised his hand and waved it through the air. The next moment, rip, a spatial crack appeared in the path of the wind blades. Hum! After the spatial crack, the gray blade light whizzed out and circled around Duan Lingtian's body. During this process, the gray saber light was like an inflated balloon, rapidly expanding. At the same time, wisps of golden flames raged on the surface of the gray blade light and enveloped it in the blink of an eye. Wang! 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 At this moment, the sky full of wind blades that were less than 10 meters away from Duan Lingtian directly charged into Duan Lingtian's space territory. Although Duan Lingtian's space territory contained the distorting profundities of the law of space, it still could not withstand Lu Ji's storm-like wind blade attacks. Under the direct attack of the wind blades, Duan Lingtian was steadily losing ground. Lu Ji, who had sensed this, flew out with the wind blades with a smug smile on his face. At this moment, Lu Ji felt as though he could already see Duan Lingtian dying in front of him. Go! However, even though the wind blades that filled the sky had the upper hand and were about to land on him, Duan Lingtian still waved his hand calmly. In the next moment, the gray blade light that was circling around him shot out like a bolt of gray lightning. Wang! The gray lightning swept across the void and circled around. The gray blade light with golden flames raged on and on, forming a powerful offensive attack that met the wind blades in the sky. The two of them held on for a while. The golden flames around the gray blade light dimmed completely as though they would be extinguished at any time. The wind blades that filled the sky were also annihilated. Upon seeing this, Lu Ji's eyes widened. An expression of shock and disbelief appeared on his face. He could not help but exclaim, "No! Impossible!" However, when the gray blade light charged at him like a bolt of lightning, Lu Ji had no choice but to accept it. His celestial origin energy that had merged with the wind elemental profundity erupted as he dodged the gray blade light's attack. Swoosh! 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 Lu Ji's body swayed like a gust of wind as he narrowly dodged the gray blade light. Swoosh! After dodging the fatal blade light, Lu Ji's expression changed again before he could even catch his breath. This was because when Lu Ji came to a halt a few dozen meters away, a figure appeared in the void not far away from him. It was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had teleported to Lu Ji's side. Shackle! Before Lu Ji could react, Duan Lingtian had cast the shackle profundity from the law of space to shackle the space around Lu Ji. Do you think you can trap me? How laughable! Although Lu Ji was shackled by Duan Lingtian, he quickly regained his composure. Then, he sneered as green energy surged out of his body and formed hundreds and thousands of wind blades. As the wind blades swept out of Lu Ji's body, the outline of the space around Lu Ji was shackled by a layer of golden flames, revealing the outline of the space shackle. A cuboid burning with golden flames trapped Lu Ji inside. At this moment, although there was a layer of golden flame between Lu Ji and Duan Lingtian, the golden flame was translucent. Through it, Duan Lingtian and Lu Ji could still see each other. It's over. When the golden flames ignited in the space shackle that trapped Lu Ji, Wan Qingqing walked out and stood next to Duan Lingtian. Wan Qingqing. Lu Ji saw Wan Qingqing appear before the wind blades swept out. She did not attack Duan Lingtian. Instead, she stood next to Duan Lingtian. Lu Ji's expression changed immediately. As long as he was not stupid, it was not difficult for him to guess what this meant. Chi, 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 chi. At the same time, Lu Ji discovered that no matter how hard he tried to destroy the space shackle, he could not break it. Even when he attacked with all his might, the space shackle did not show any signs of collapsing. How's this possible? This Duan Lingtian, how is he so strong? Lu Ji's expression changed again and again. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. If he had known earlier that Duan Lingtian possessed such strength, no matter how much he hated Duan Lingtian for catching him off guard last month, he wouldn't have dared to be arrogant in front of Duan Lingtian when he encountered him this month. In fact, he would have buried this hatred deep in his heart. Even Tan Yuan from the fire-glazed mansion couldn't break my space shackle. Do you think your attack is stronger than his? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he glanced at Lu Ji. Tan Yuan? Lu Ji's body stiffened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Why you? Did you eliminate Tan Yuan? Tan Yuan, the fire-glazed mansion's disciple, was one of the top 10 disciples in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Lu Ji had encountered Tan Yuan a few times, but Tan Yuan had eliminated him every time. Although Lu Ji's speed was on par with Tan Yuan's overall strength was far superior to Lu Ji's. Are you so uninformed? I'm sure there are many people outside who are paying attention to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I'm sure there's no one who doesn't know about me eliminating Tan Yuan, right? Didn't anyone tell you about this through voice transmission? Duan Lingtian feigned surprise. You? Don't tell me you don't know that I'm ranked 8th on the scoreboard and have more than 300 points? Lu Ji's expression darkened as Duan Lingtian continued to speak. In the end, his attacks on the space around him began to weaken. Duan Lingtian is currently ranked 8th, and I'm ranked 7th. It's all thanks to him that I managed to eliminate Yun Yen from the Magic Cloud Mansion. At this moment, Wan Qingqing, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, chimed in. Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard Wan Qingqing's words. After spending some time together, Duan Lingtian had learned a lot about Wan Qingqing. He knew she was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He did not expect her to say something like this. This did not seem like Wan Qingqing at all. Upon hearing Wan Qingqing's words, Lu Ji finally stopped attacking and brought out his accumulative point jade at lightning speed. Just as Lu Ji was about to crush his accumulative point jade to leave the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, swoosh, a frighteningly fast cyan silhouette streaked across the void. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Then, before Lu Ji could crush the accumulative point jade, the cyan silhouette snatched the accumulative point jade away. Swoosh! Wan Qingqing's silhouette did not disappear before it reappeared. At the same time, an accumulative point jade appeared in her hand. It was none other than Lu Ji's accumulative point jade. Before Wan Qingqing appeared, Duan Lingtian had already told her to keep an eye on Lu Ji. If Lu Ji tried to crush his accumulative point jade, she had to snatch it from him. Wan Qingqing was not confident she could snatch Lu Ji's accumulative point jade from such a distance. For this reason, she decided to appear next to Duan Lingtian. At this distance, she was confident she could snatch Lu Ji's accumulative point jade. Chapter 3166. With his accumulative points jade taken away, Lu Ji could no longer leave through the transportation formation in the accumulative points jade. He could only rely on himself to return to the Celestial Mansion's camp and leave through the transportation formation there. However, Lu Ji was currently trapped in the confinement space by Duan Lingtian. Since he could not break out of the confinement space, it was obvious he could not return to the Hanqing Mansion's camp on his own. Moreover, with Wan Qingqing around, even if Duan Lingtian did not restrain him, he would not have a chance to return to the Hanqing Mansion's camp. Although he was fast, Wan Qingqing was faster than him. Whoosh! Lu Ji's expression changed drastically when Wan Qingqing took his accumulative points jade away. His eyes widened in horror. Even his body began to tremble violently at this moment due to the excessive shock and fright he felt. "Let me give you a piece of advice." Duanling Tian looked at Lu Ji calmly and said unhurriedly, "In your next life, if you want to seek revenge again, it's best if you investigate the background of your enemy before you decide what to do next. Otherwise, you might be killed instead of avenging yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, the corners of Duanling Tian's mouth curled up into a cold arc buzz. The gray saber light swept past, killing Lu Ji just as he was about to kneel and beg for mercy after experiencing the terror and torment of life and death. When Lu Ji died, his eyes were wide open, and his mouth was agape. His expression was one of horror. As soon as Lu Ji was killed, Wan Qingqing threw the accumulative point jade in her hand to Duanling Tian and took a step back. In the next moment, the accumulative points jade shattered, and all of Lu Ji's points were taken by Duanling Tian. Lu Ji still has more than 60 points? After killing Lu Ji, Duanling Tian looked at his accumulative points jade and discovered his points had increased to 387. It was obvious Lu Ji had given him 65 points. This was because he originally only had 322 points. This Lu Ji is digging his own grave. Wan Qingqing coldly glanced at Lu Ji's corpse and thought to herself. Along the way, she and Duanling Tian had met people who didn't want to kill them. Therefore, when they eliminated those people, they didn't kill them. Furthermore, even when Duanling Tian had gone to the Fire Glaze Manor's camp, Duanling Tian had not killed a single person from the Fire Glaze Manor. At that time, it was clear that Duanling Tian was not a person who killed indiscriminately. This time, although Duanling Tian had killed Lu Ji, she could completely understand why he had done so. She knew very well in her heart. Today, if Lu Ji was stronger than Duanling Tian, the one to die would be Duanling Tian. Let's go. After taking Lu Ji's storage ring, Duanling Tian bid farewell to Wan Qingqing before continuing onward with her. Up until now, Duanling Tian had been in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for almost 5 days, while Wan Qingqing had been in the middle realm for almost 7 days. I just hope I'll be able to meet one of the 6 people before she leaves. Duanling Tian thought to himself. In 3 days, Wan Qingqing would be forcefully transported out of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. At that time, without Wan Qingqing's help, he would not be able to eliminate any of the 6 people. Duanling Tian. Wan Qingqing looked at Duanling Tian and reminded him, although Lu Ji isn't very popular in the Hanqing Mansion, the Hanqing Mansion won't let this matter rest after you've killed an inner court disciple of the Hanqing Mansion. When I, Duanling Tian, do things, I seek to have a clear conscience. Duanling Tian replied indifferently. From the beginning until the end, he did not seem to be affected at all. It was as though the Hanqing Mansion was just a paper tiger. Wan Qingqing, naturally, could tell Duanling Tian was not putting on an act. For a moment, her opinion of Duanling Tian rose slightly. Meanwhile, at the transporting formations in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the elders and disciples of the various celestial mansions saw Duanling Tian's sudden appearance. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian, who was pushed to the 8th place by Wan Qingqing from the Martial Battle Mansion, suddenly gained a huge boost in his points. Wan Qingqing was pushed to the 8th place. On the other hand, Duanling Tian regained the 7th place. Duanling Tian's points suddenly increased to 65 points? Who did he eliminate? Look, Hanqing Manor's Lu Ji's name has disappeared from the rankings. Lu Ji? Lu Ji again. I remember Lu Ji was eliminated by Duanling Tian last month, right? That's right. Lu Ji was eliminated by Duanling Tian last month. Lu Ji is really unlucky this time. He encountered Duanling Tian again. Moreover, he encountered Duanling Tian, who has Wan Qingqing's help this time. Most people in the major celestial mansions had heard about Lu Ji being eliminated by Duanling Tian last month. Naturally, they knew Lu Ji was dissatisfied with Duanling Tian's result. Lu Ji had even vowed to seek revenge the next time he encountered Duanling Tian. This month, Lu Ji met Duanling Tian as he had wished. However, the outcome was the same as the previous month. He was eliminated by Duanling Tian. I just received news from the Hanqing Mansion. Not only was Lu Ji eliminated by Duanling Tian, but he was also killed by Duan Lingtian. It did not take long before news of Lu Ji being killed by Duan Lingtian spread in the major celestial mansions. Lu Ji was the second person Duan Lingtian had killed in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I remember Duan Lingtian didn't kill anyone when he went to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Right? No, he didn't. Before Lu Ji, Duan Lingtian had only killed one person. However, that person was from the Azure Green Mansion. The people from the Azure Green Mansion and the Profound Nether Mansion are like fire and water. When they encounter each other in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, they'll fight to the death. Lu Ji is naturally ruthless. He must have viewed Duan Lingtian as his enemy since he was eliminated by Duan Lingtian last month. This time he must have wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. That's why Duan Lingtian decided to kill him. Isn't it obvious? Duan Lingtian didn't kill Lu Ji when he eliminated Lu Ji last month, and yet Lu Ji killed Lu Ji this month. If Lu Ji wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, would Duan Lingtian kill Lu Ji? Although the people from the major celestial mansions did not know Duan Lingtian, it was not difficult for them to deduce Duan Lingtian was not a bloodthirsty person based on Duan Lingtian's behavior. Even the people from Hanqing residence, where Lu Ji lived, had the same thought. However, since Duan Lingtian had killed Lu Ji, it meant Duan Lingtian had become an enemy of the Hanqing mansion. Even if they did not fight to the death, they would not treat Duan Lingtian amicably. As time passed, the names on the scoreboard continued to change. Even the names in the top 10, such as the 10th and 9th places, were constantly changing. Only the names in the top 8 did not change. It was as though they had taken root in the top 8. Duan Lingtian was still in 7th place. Wan Qingqing was still in 8th place. However, as time passed, their points continued to increase. Although the increase was slow, it did not take long for the gap between them to widen. The difference between the 8th and 9th place was close to 100 points. It was a dividing line. The difference between 7th and 6th place was nearly 200 points, which was also a dividing line. Duan Lingtian, the gap between you and the person who's ranked ahead of you is widening. I can only stay in the middle realm for one more day. If we don't encounter anyone who's ranked ahead of you, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to advance any further, Wan Qingqing said to Wan Qingqing. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, she told Duan Lingtian. It had been 2 days since Duan Lingtian killed Lu Ji, and Wan Qingqing had spent 9 days in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Even if Wan Qingqing and Wan Qingqing did not leave the middle realm, they would still be forcefully sent out of the middle realm. Although Wan Qingqing and Duan Lingtian had encountered a few people over the past 2 days, none of them were ranked on the top of the middle realm. However, none of those people were ranked at the top of the rankings. Not even one of them was ranked in the top 50. Currently, there's a difference of 196 points between you and the person who's ranked 6th. Since Wan Qingqing was constantly informed about the changes on the scoreboard through voice transmission, she knew the difference between Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. 196 points? Duan Lingtian frowned. Now, after 2 days of accumulation, his points had increased from 380 plus to 435 plus points. But even so, there was still a difference of 196 points between him and the person ranked 6th on the scoreboard. However, you're the only one with a huge gap between you and the person ranked 6th on the scoreboard. That person's gap with the 5 people in front of him isn't huge. Even the person ranked 1st on the scoreboard has only 266 points more than you. Right now, the rankings of the top 6 are constantly changing, and this has been the norm for the past few years. Any one of those 6 people might be able to get 1st place. Their final ranking is more dependent on luck. Duan Lingtian nodded. There's a difference of 196 points between me and the person who's ranked 6th. There's a difference of 266 points between me and the person who's ranked 1st. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted as he thought to himself. It seemed like luck was the only thing he could do to improve his ranking. If he was unlucky and did not encounter anyone with a higher number of points, he might end up ranked 7th. Wan Qingqing. A voice rang in the air as Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing passed through a hill. The voice was getting closer and closer to them. "So, you're Duan Lingtian?" Upon hearing the voice, Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing came to a halt and looked in the direction of the voice. A figure could be seen flying toward them from afar. "It seems like we're quite lucky. He's Shimin Haoxian, a core disciple of the Red Leaves Mansion." Chapter 31:67. At this moment, a figure hovered in the air above a hill, blocking Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing's path. He studied Duan Lingtian curiously. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could sense the person in front of him, using his divine consciousness to scan his surroundings. "You're really not even 100 years old. Duan Lingtian, are you really from the Southern Heaven territory?" The handsome young man in green first exclaimed in surprise, and then he couldn't help but ask curiously. "Sort of," Duan Lingtian replied. "Sort of." The green-clad young man, Shimin Haoxian, a core disciple of the Red Leaves Mansion, frowned slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. The curiosity in the depths of his eyes grew even more intense. "Explain yourself," Shimin Haoxian said solemnly. "Sure, you can crush your accumulative point jade and leave. Once you're out of here, come to the profound nether mansion and I'll tell you." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. "Impossible." Shimin Haoxian shook his head. "If you want my points, you'll have to join forces with Wan Qingqing." Duan Lingtian was just casually asking. Naturally, he knew Shimin Haoxian would not take the initiative to give up the points he had accumulated for so many days just because he wanted to know something. Therefore, as soon as Shimin Haoxian finished speaking, the atmosphere at the scene became a little solemn again. "Duan Lingtian, Shimin Haoxian hasn't comprehended the law of the 5 elements, the law of ice, the law of thunder, and the law of ice. Moreover, he hasn't comprehended the 4 supreme laws." At this moment, Wan Qingqing's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. "The law of destruction?" Upon hearing Wan Qingqing's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian knew Shimin Haoxian had comprehended the law of destruction that was not related to the 5 elements or the supreme laws. The law of destruction was a very special law. It was not derived from the law of the 5 elements, and it had nothing to do with the supreme laws. It could not be comprehended through celestial methods or divine abilities like the law of the 5 elements. It had to be comprehended on its own. However, the speed of comprehension was much faster than the 4 supreme laws. In fact, it was not slower than comprehending the law of the 5 elements. In terms of strength, it was even stronger than the law of the 5 elements. Among the 5 elements, only the law of thunder and the law of ice were derived from the law of the 5 elements could compare to the law of destruction. Everyone knew the laws of lightning and the laws of ice originated from the laws of the 5 elements. However, if one were to look at them from all aspects, they would be the laws of the 5 elements. Based on the law of destruction, the law of destruction was comparable to the law of destruction. The law of destruction, Duan Celestial, who had comprehended the law of the celestial, would have comprehended it. When the celestial sword, celestial sword, and the sword, sabers when sword, swords, sabers, sword cultivators, saber cultivators, spear cultivators, rod cultivators, and so on, they'll be able to comprehend the law of destruction after they've comprehended it to a certain extent. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian's gaze turned solemn as he looked at Shimin Haoxian. After all, those who were able to comprehend the law of destruction and specialize in one offensive technique had to be strong-willed. Such a person was not to be trifled with. "Duan Lingtian, why don't we make a bet?" Shimin Haoxian suddenly said. While Duan Lingtian, Wan Qingqing, and Shimin Haoxian were arguing with each other, he proposed to make a bet with Duan Lingtian. "What's the bet?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously as his eyes flashed. "If I eliminate you and Wan Qingqing today, you'll have to tell me your origin. If I'm eliminated, I'll give you a floating image pearl that records the battle between 2 celestial kings who have comprehended 9 profundities from the law of space. What do you think?" Not only did Shimin Haoxian mention the price Duan Lingtian had to pay if he lost, but he also mentioned the price he was willing to pay if he lost. A floating image pearl that records the battle between 2 celestial kings who have comprehended 9 profundities from the law of space? As soon as Shimin Haoxian finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. If he could obtain such a floating image pearl, it would greatly help him comprehend the transportation profundity and the other two profundities from the law of space. Sure. For this reason, Duan Lingtian readily agreed to the bet. Good. That's great. Shimin Hao Xian laughed heartily when he saw Duan Lingtian agreeing to the bet. Duan Lingtian, regardless of whether you're eliminated or I'm eliminated today, I'll go to the profound nether mansion to have a drink with you. I just hope you'll welcome me at that time. Shimin Hao Xian smiled. Course I'll welcome you. Duan Lingtian had a good impression of Shimin Hao Xian, so he smiled back at Shimin Hao Xian. Since both of you are joining forces, I'm sure Wan Qingqing will be in charge of chasing after me while you'll be in charge of attacking. To be safe, I won't wait for both of you to make the first move. Shimin Hao Xian smiled faintly before he made his move before Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing could make their moves. Swoosh! A gust of wind stirred up as Shimin Hao Xian charged toward Duan Lingtian like an arrow that had been released from a bow. Duan Lingtian felt a sharp aura surging toward him when he saw Shimin Hao Xian charging toward him at lightning speed. It was as though he was a weapon instead of a person. Swoosh! Shimin Hao Xian's body was as nimble as a snake. However, when he approached Duan Lingtian, he seemed to have lost his balance. In the next moment, a black energy flashed around Shimin Hao Xian's body before it transformed into an energy sword that shrouded him. Swoosh! Shimin Hao Xian shook his right hand, and a black sword ray that contained a terrifying destructive aura shot toward Duan Lingtian. The moment the sword appeared, it seemed as though the color of heaven and earth had changed. The sword ray contained a terrifying sword essence. In the past, Duan Lingtian had obtained the inheritance from Feng Qingyang, a sword Dao powerhouse from the Saint Province realm. Although his attainments in the sword Dao were not as high as Shimin Hao Xian's, it was not difficult for him to sense how terrifying Shimin Hao Xian's sword ray was. Swoosh! The sharp sword pierced through the air. It seemed as though the void was about to be pierced by it. Duan Lingtian felt goosebumps rising on his scalp when he sensed the sharp sword chi. He quickly cast the law of space's teleportation profundity. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian teleported 100 meters behind Shimin Hao Xian. His purple robe fluttered as the space territory appeared. Moreover, the void that was shrouded by the space territory seemed to tremble slightly. Moreover, the trembling frequency was getting faster and faster. As expected of the teleportation profundity, one of the two most peculiar speed profundities in heaven and earth, it's really impossible to guard against. Shimin Hao Xian was not surprised that his sword had missed. If Duan Lingtian could not even dodge his first sword ray, he would not be able to defend himself. If that's the case, take another sword ray from me. As soon as Shimin Hao Xian finished speaking, his body trembled, and the black energy halo on his body began to wreak havoc. A terrifying aura swept out from Shimin Hao Xuan's body. Swoosh! 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 A series of black translucent sword lights emerged from the halo of power around Shimin Hao Xuan's body. They rapidly revolved around Shimin Hao Xuan. When the sword rays wreaked havoc, Shimin Hao Xian exuded a terrifying destructive aura that seemed capable of destroying everything. Humph! As soon as Shimin Hao Xian turned around, a scoff rang in the air. It was none other than Wan Qingqing. Even Wan Qingqing did not react to Shimin Hao Xian's sudden attack. When Wan Qingqing saw Shimin Hao Xian ignoring her and attacking Duan Lingtian again, her expression turned cold immediately. Swoosh! 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 In the next moment, a gust of cold wind blew past, and Wan Qingqing was in the wind, heading straight for Shimin Hao Xuan. Swoosh! 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 As Wan Qingqing moved with the wind, the emerald energy on her body surged. It was the celestial origin energy that had merged with the law of wood's wood elemental profundity. In the next moment, swoosh! 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 An ear-piercing sound rang in the air. The emerald energy on Wan Qingqing's body transformed into vines that were as thick as an adult's arm and shot toward Shimin Hao Xian. Wan Qingqing, you can't trap me. Shimin Hao Xuan faintly smiled in the face of those vines which were sweeping towards him from all directions. Then all the black sword lights around his body whizzed out. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The black sword rays collided with the emerald green vines that were falling from the sky. The emerald green vines were destroyed before they could even get close to Shimin Haoxian. However, after the emerald green vines were destroyed, more emerald green vines shot toward Shimin Haoxian, evading the black sword rays. It's useless. Shimin Haoxian raised his hand, and a sword that had merged with the law of destruction's fundamental profundity and the destruction elemental profundity appeared out of thin air. Swoosh! As Shimin Haoxian casually waved his sword a few times, those vines near him were chopped into several pieces and instantly lost their vitality, turning into yellow withered vines. At this moment, swoosh, 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 specks of emerald green light poured down from the sky like the Buddha's radiance, illuminating the world and delivering all living things from torment, resplendent and dazzling. These emerald green specks of light scattered on the severed withered vines, and at the same time, they scattered on the emerald green vines that were destroyed by the black sword rays that filled the sky. Those emerald green vines, which had originally been twisted into pieces, actually gathered together again after coming into contact with the emerald green light, returning to a complete vine. As for those withered vines that had lost their vitality, not only did they regain their vitality, but they also regained their emerald green color. Even the parts that had been severed were reconnected. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Chapter 3168. Child's Play. Shimin Haoxian, who was trapped in the emerald green cage surrounded by vines, was not nervous at all. His face was calm and relaxed. Although Wan Qingqing's binding technique was brilliant, it was not enough to trap him. As long as he was willing, he would only need a few breaths to break Wan Qingqing's technique. Wan Qingqing had to expend a lot of celestial origin energy to cast this technique. It would be extremely difficult for her to cast it again. At that time, he would be able to easily eliminate Wan Qingqing. However, just as Shimin Haoxian was about to spend a few breaths to break Wan Qingqing's technique, his eyes flashed and he saw a figure appearing not far away from him. The cage formed by Wan Qingqing's vines had completely blocked out all light. It was completely dark inside. However, for someone with Shimin Haoxian's cultivation base, the darkness did not affect him at all since he could easily see in the dark. Moreover, even if he did not use his night vision, he could still see through the darkness with his divine consciousness. At this moment, the person who appeared in front of Shimin Haoxian was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had teleported in. Others would have to break Wan Qingqing's binding technique to enter the cage, but Duan Lingtian did not need to do so since he had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. Buzz, 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 buzz. As soon as Shimin Haoxian saw Duan Lingtian, he could feel the void around him distorting as spatial energy swept toward him. These spatial powers were like sharp saber lights and sword shadows, emitting bursts of buzzing sounds. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. However, Shimin Haoxian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the destruction elemental profundity surged and transformed into black sword rays that revolved around him to ward off the spatial energy. It seems like the rumors are true. Speed is your weakness. Shimin Haoxian stared at Duan Lingtian and said bluntly, based on your actions, it seems like you intend to use Wan Qingqing's binding technique to limit my speed. You want to fight me in Wan Qingqing's binding of vines? Shimin Haoxian's words exposed Duan Lingtian's thoughts. It's not too late to crush the accumulative point jade and leave. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll have to suffer some physical pain, Duan Lingtian said. Once he fought with Shimin Haoxian wouldn't have the chance to use his full strength to break through Wan Qingqing's vines. The shockwaves from their battle were not enough to destroy Wan Qingqing's vines in a short time. Of course, it was only enough to destroy it in a short period of time. If he didn't defeat Shimin Haoxian in a short time, Wan Qingqing's vines would be completely destroyed by the shockwaves of their attacks. Also, Wan Qingqing had told him, if her binding of vines was destroyed, she would need to rest for at least half a day before she could use the same level of binding of vines again. Therefore, he only had one chance. Chaos Divine Earth. Just to be on the safe side, I'll need you to lend me a hand this time. In order to defeat Shimin Hao Xian in the shortest time possible, Duanling Tian did not want to give Shimin Hao Xian an advantage in terms of speed. Humph! Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, the Chaos Divine Earth snorted. Boy, you finally thought of me. Although I'm not as helpful as the Profound Divine Metal and the Chaos Divine Flame, I'm still comparable to an offensive profundity to the rudimentary stage. Outside the binding of vines. Boom! 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 From the beginning, Wan Qingqing had been using all her strength to resist the binding of the vines. As time passed, her forehead was covered in sweat. This was because the shockwaves from the battle were too strong. It was not as simple as the shockwaves. It's only been 3 breaths, but the shockwaves from their battle are already giving me so much pressure. Even if Shimin Hao Xuan attacks with all his might, it'll take him a few breaths to break through my defenses. However, they're not targeting me at all. After 4 breaths, Wan Qingqing's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. She was not as pale as a sheet of ice, but she was under too much pressure. If this continues, I'll only be able to hold on for 6 breaths at most. Wan Qingqing was starting to panic. She discovered she had completely underestimated the aftershock of the fight between Duanling Tian and Shimin Hao Xian. The aftershock of the fight was not much weaker than the full force of Shimin Hao Xian's attack on her binding vine. Wan Qingqing gritted her teeth and held on. She did not even have the time to send a voice transmission to Duanling Tian, let alone use her divine consciousness to check the situation inside. This was because her nerves were completely taut. The moment she relaxed, the vines binding her would immediately be destroyed. It seems like we won't be able to eliminate Shimin Hao Xuan even if we join forces. Wan Qingqing's heart was filled with bitterness. Although Duanling Tian was strong, she did not think Duanling Tian would be able to defeat Shimin Hao Xuan in 6 breaths. Even if Shimin Hao Xuan could not make use of his speed, with Duanling Tian's strength, he would need at least 10 breaths to defeat Shimin Hao Xuan. This was Wan Qingqing's understanding of Duanling Tian's strength. Naturally, she also knew Shimin Hao Xuan's strength. In the past, she had been eliminated by Shimin Hao Xuan once. Naturally, she knew Shimin Hao Xuan's strength. After 5 breaths, Wan Qingqing was shocked to discover that the binding of vines had disappeared. The terrifying shockwaves from the binding of vines had disappeared, and everything had returned to normal. At the same time, the powerful pressure that had enveloped her body and made her unable to breathe had completely vanished. Thank you for showing mercy. Just as Wan Qingqing was about to extend her consciousness to investigate the situation, a voice came from the vines. It was filled with gratitude. This voice. Wan Qingqing's eyes lit up when she heard the voice. This was because it was Shimin Hao Xuan's voice. In the next moment, Wan Qingqing removed the binding of vines, and 2 figures appeared in front of her. Duanling Tian was unscathed. His purple robe had a few cuts, but there were no wounds on the parts of his robe that were cut. Apparently, only his robe was damaged, and he was fine. On the other hand, Shimin Hao Xuan had more than a dozen wounds on his body, especially the one on his chest. It was a ghastly sight. If Duanling Tian had gone a little lower, Shimin Hao Xuan would have died. Don't forget the bet between us. Duanling Tian looked deeply at Shimin Hao Xuan and said, Don't worry, I'll deliver it to you personally. After Shimin Hao Xuan recovered from his injuries, he took out his accumulative points jade and smiled at Duanling Tian. At this moment, Shimin Hao Xian did not seem like a person who had just walked past the gates of hell. He seemed completely fine as he smiled at Duanling Tian, who had almost killed him. I'll wait for you. Duanling Tian nodded. There's no need for that. I'll ask my junior uncle to bring me to the profound nether mansion after I leave. By the time you leave the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, I should be there as well. Shimin Hao Xuan said. Shimin Hao Xuan was a core disciple of the grade 6 Red Leaves Mansion. He was quite popular among his peers. Therefore, he would be informed about the changes in the scoreboard from time to time. For this reason, he roughly knew when Duanling Tian would enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm and when Duan Lingtian would leave the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I'll look for you for a drink later. Shimin Haoshuan smiled at Duan Lingtian before he crushed the accumulative points jade in his hand. After Shimin Haoshuan left, Duan Lingtian immediately took out his accumulative points jade. It was clear Shimin Haoshuan was curious about his current points. Shimin Haoshuan was one of the top 6 participants in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. He was even ranked first on the scoreboard many times. Before he eliminated Shimin Haoshuan's ranking was already higher than his. However, he did not know his current ranking. After all, Shimin Haoshuan and the other participants had been in the top 6 for more than 6 years. The gap between their points was very small. It was easy for them to overtake those who were ranked ahead of them. How many points do I have now? Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was curious about his current points. Even Wan Qingqing was curious about Duan Lingtian's points. 1,207. Duan Lingtian put his accumulative points jade away and looked at Wan Qingqing with a bright smile on his face. This was Wan Qingqing's first time seeing Duan Lingtian smiling like this. She was stunned for a moment before she regained her senses when Duan Lingtian stopped smiling. At this moment, even Wan Qingqing herself didn't notice that a faint blush had appeared on her cheeks. Congratulations. Wan Qingqing congratulated Duan Lingtian when she learned about Duan Lingtian's current points. With your current points, you'll definitely rank first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm this month. Based on what I know, it has been 12 years since anyone has accumulated more than 1,000 points in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. In Wan Qingqing's opinion, Duan Lingtian's current points were enough to rank first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I'm sure those who are paying attention to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm scoreboard are dumbfounded. None of them expected you to eliminate Shimin Haoshuan. The people from the Red Leaves Mansion must be even more dumbfounded. I'm sure they didn't expect Shimin Haoshuan, who they thought was invincible in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, would be eliminated one day. Wan Qingqing's words were true. When Shimin Haoshuan appeared at one of the portals in the Red Leaves Mansion that led to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, everyone was stunned. Chapter 3169. Shimin Haoshuan was a core disciple of the Red Leaves Mansion. He was not even 1,000 years old, but he was already the strongest person below the Celestial King realm in the Red Leaves Mansion. In fact, even in the other celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory, no one below the Celestial King realm dared to say they could defeat Shimin Haoshuan. However, Shimin Haoshuan had been eliminated by someone else. How could the elders and disciples of the Red Leaves Mansion accept this? Senior Shimin Haoshuan, what's going on? Senior Shimin Haoshuan, who eliminated you? Could it be that 2 of the 5 have joined forces? The disciples of the Red Leaves Mansion looked at Shimin Haoshuan with a disgruntled expression on their faces when they saw him being eliminated. Many elders from the Red Leaves Mansion looked at Shimin Haoshuan with disbelief in their eyes. Shimin Haoshuan had been eliminated? This was the first time Shimin Haoshuan and the other 5 people were eliminated from the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm since they were ranked in the top 6. Indeed, I was eliminated by 2 people. However, it's not one of the 5 people. Shimin Haoshuan said unhurriedly with a calm expression while facing gazes filled with shock, confusion, disbelief, and even disbelief. As he spoke, he shifted his gaze to the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It seems like he's going to rank first this month. A smile appeared on Shimin Haoshuan's face when he saw Shimin Haoshuan's name on the scoreboard. What an interesting fellow. Shimin Haoshuan did not seem disheartened at all. Instead, he remained calm as though nothing had happened. He was calm because he knew Shimin Haoshuan had defeated Shimin Haoshuan. He was convinced he was defeated by Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing. Naturally, he knew he had been careless and allowed Wan Qingqing to trap him. If he had not been careless, it would have been difficult for Wan Qingqing to trap him. However, if Wan Qingqing had focused on restraining him, coupled with Duan Lingtian, he would have been defeated in the end. Unless I improve my speed, I won't be a match for both of them. Shimin Haoshuan was well aware of this. Apart from Zhuge Yunqi, None of them would be a match for Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing if they joined forces. Because of this, Shimin Haoshuan wasn't discouraged by the fact that he had been defeated by Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing. Look, the first place on the scoreboard has changed hands. When Shimin Haoshuan looked at the scoreboard, some people's gazes also followed Shimin Haoshuan's gaze to the scoreboard. With a single glance, they saw that the first place on the scoreboard had already changed hands. What? First place has changed hands? It was by the second place. What? Duan Lingtian. When the group of Red Leaves Mansion's elders and disciples saw that the person ranked first on the scoreboard wasn't one of the 5 people they had expected, their expressions changed. Currently, the person ranked first was Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion. No wonder senior brother Shimin Haoshuan said it wasn't the 5 people who eliminated him. As it turns out, it was Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing who eliminated him. One of the Red Leaves Mansion's disciple was the first to regain his senses. The next moment, hiss, 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 hiss. Sounds of people sucking in cold breaths of air could be heard. The surrounding Red Leaves Mansion's elders and disciples were all shocked. They would never have thought that the core disciple of the Red Leaves Mansion, Shimin Haoshuan, was eliminated by Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion. Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing are capable of defeating the 6 strongest people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm if they join forces. However, I didn't expect them to be able to eliminate senior Shimin Haoshuan. Since he can eliminate senior brother Shimin Haoshuan, doesn't that mean he can also eliminate the other 5? That's for sure. Senior brother Shimin isn't any weaker than the other 5. Since Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing can eliminate senior brother Shimin Haoshuan, it shouldn't be difficult for them to eliminate the other 5. The Red Leaves Mansion's disciples discussed among themselves. When they thought about how Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing were able to eliminate the other 5 people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they felt relieved. They could only sigh at Shimin Haoshuan's bad luck for encountering Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing. While the Red Leaves Mansion was in an uproar over Shimin Haoshuan's elimination, the other Grade 6 Celestial Mansions were in an uproar as well. Duan Lingtian is ranked first? Is this for real? Heavens! Is Duan Lingtian really heaven-defying? He's ranked first in the 2nd month after entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Moreover, his points have exceeded 1,000. If nothing goes wrong, he'll rank first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. There shouldn't be any surprises. Gongsun Wuji, who's ranked 2nd, only has slightly over 700 points. If he wants to surpass Duan Lingtian, he'll have to eliminate Wan Qingqing first. He's only eliminated 1 person in the top 10 who's ranked behind Wan Qingqing. It's impossible for him to catch up to Duan Lingtian. The people from the other Grade 6 Celestial Mansions who were paying attention to the scoreboard stared at the name that was ranked first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for a long time. The people from the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions were shocked by Duan Lingtian's current ranking. However, the people from the profound Nether Mansion could only be described as frenzied. I didn't expect to see a Celestial Duke from the profound Nether Mansion ranked first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in my lifetime. Many elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion were so excited that their eyes turned red. After all, this was a great honor for the profound Nether Mansion. Similarly, it was a great honor for them as well. Even if Duan Lingtian was an outsider whom the profound Nether Mansion had hired, no matter what, the first place was still the first place. There was no doubt that a Celestial Duke from the profound Nether Mansion had ranked first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to rank first. Gongsun Wuji from the Azure Green Mansion only has slightly over 700 points. Only Wan Qingqing, the 7th-ranked Gongsun Wuji, will be able to help him if he only eliminates 1 person from the profound Nether Mansion. A disciple from the profound Nether Mansion said excitedly. After Duan Lingtian eliminated Shimin Haoshuan from the Red Leaves Mansion, Wan Qingqing's ranking had risen to the 1st place. After Shimin Haoshuan was eliminated, not only did Wan Qingqing's ranking rise, but the other 90-odd people behind her also rose in rank. Wan Qingqing was eliminated? Shimin Hao Xian was eliminated by Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing. Do you think Gongsun Wuji will be able to eliminate Wan Qingqing and Duan Lingtian? Another disciple from the profound nether mansion said disdainfully. If he doesn't eliminate Wan Qingqing, it's impossible for Gongsun Wuji to rank first even if he eliminates the 8th-ranked Celestial Duke. I don't think Gongsun Wuji has much time left in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, right? He seems to have entered the middle realm earlier than Shimin Hao Xian. He's the first to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. That's why he has an advantage over the other 5. The group of elders and disciples from the profound nether mansion did not think Gongsun Wuji would be able to obtain a large number of points in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It seems like Duan Lingtian will rank first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm this month. Haha! This is great! Awesome! Duan Lingtian is truly a hero of the profound nether mansion. A commotion broke out in the profound nether mansion as soon as the news spread. Many of the elders and disciples who did not pay much attention to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm began to pay attention to it. After several thousand years, the profound nether mansion finally ranked first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Unlike the people from the profound nether mansion who were excited, the people from the Azure Green Mansion felt as though they had just swallowed a fly. I'm really lucky to rank first before I leave. I wonder if the other 5 will surpass me in the end. Before Gongsun Wuji was forcefully transported out of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he did not receive any news from the Azure Green Mansion about Duan Lingtian's achievement. However, when he was forcefully transported out of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he heard people talking about Duan Lingtian's achievement. I didn't expect Senior Gongsun Wuji to be ranked first in the end. Damn it! If it weren't for the martial battle mansion's Wan Qingqing, Duan Lingtian wouldn't have been able to eliminate Shimin Hao Xian from the Red Leaves Mansion and oust Senior Gongsun Wuji. I don't really care about the other 5 people who rank first, but why do I feel indignant that someone from the profound nether mansion is ranked first? Gongsun Wuji's expression turned unsightly when he heard the discussions of the Azure Green Mansion's disciples. He quickly glanced at the scoreboard. With just a glance, he saw Duan Lingtian was ranked first. He was ranked second. As for the person ranked first, it was none other than Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had relied on the points he obtained by eliminating Shimin Hao Xian to climb to the top. With more than 1,000 points, it was basically impossible for anyone to push him down this month. Duan Lingtian. Killing intent flashed in Gongsun Wuji's eyes. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, in just a blink of an eye, another day had passed. I'll be forcefully transported out of the middle realm in 15 minutes. Wan Qingqing said to Duan Lingtian. Once I'm forcefully transported out of the middle realm, you should leave as well. With your current points, you'll definitely be ranked first. In the past few days, Wan Qingqing and Duan Lingtian had encountered a few more people and obtained points from them. Duan Lingtian had given all the points to Wan Qingqing. Wan Qingqing was certain she would rank 7th on the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm scoreboard. Chapter 3170. After Wan Qingqing left, Duan Lingtian returned to the profound nether mansion space and left the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm through the transporting formation in the profound nether mansion space. It was just as Wan Qingqing had said. With his current points, it was only a matter of time before he would remain at the top of the scoreboard. It would not be difficult for him to accumulate more points if he continued to stay in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, it was unrealistic for him to accumulate more points. If that was the case, he might as well leave as soon as possible. When Duan Lingtian returned to the profound nether mansion space, a group of 10 Direction Celestial Dukes greeted Duan Lingtian respectfully and addressed Duan Lingtian as senior brother. Now that they knew Duan Lingtian was at the top of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm scoreboard, they were filled with admiration for this young man who was not even 100 years old. Although they knew Duan Lingtian was only an external aid that the profound nether mansion had invited, it did not dampen their enthusiasm. Swoosh! When Duan Lingtian returned to the transporting formation in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, It was already crowded with people. As soon as he appeared, as someone exclaimed his name, hundreds and thousands of gazes fell on him. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, you're amazing. You actually obtained more than 1,000 points. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, with your current points, you're destined to rank first this month. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, you're my idol. When the profound Nether Mansion's disciples saw Duan Lingtian, they were filled with enthusiasm. Many of them stared at Duan Lingtian with shining eyes, clearly regarding Duan Lingtian as their idol. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I like you. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, do you have a Dao companion? Some of the bolder female disciples even blushed and asked Duan Lingtian if he had a partner. It was obvious they were willing to become Duan Lingtian's partners as long as Duan Lingtian agreed. Before coming out, Duan Lingtian was already mentally prepared that he would be surrounded again. He did not expect the profound Nether Mansion's disciples to be so enthusiastic. This was especially true for the bold female disciples of the profound Nether Mansion. They were so passionate that Duan Lingtian found it hard to accept. Was he the man, or were these female disciples the men? Since when were women so proactive? Duan Lingtian, I never thought that you would actually eliminate Red Leaves Mansion's Shimen Haoshuan. At this moment, a profound Nether Mansion elder who was standing close to Duan Lingtian stepped forward to help Duan Lingtian fend off the disciples from the profound Nether Mansion. At this moment, he turned to look at Duan Lingtian and sighed emotionally. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Moreover, if it weren't for Wan Qingqing's help, I wouldn't have been able to eliminate Shimen Haoshuan. There are many people in the major celestial mansions who want to destroy Shimen Haoshuan and the others. However, you and Wan Qingqing are the only ones who have succeeded. There's no need to be humble. The profound Nether Mansion elder smiled. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he turned down the invitations of the profound Nether Mansion's elders and flew out of the transporting formation. Duan Lingtian heaved a long sigh of relief after he left the transporting formation. The profound Nether Mansion's elders were too enthusiastic. Those who had daughters and granddaughters were trying to sell their daughters and granddaughters to Duan Lingtian. It was as though they wanted him to be their son-in-law. Old Qi. After leaving the transporting formation, Duan Lingtian returned to Elder Qi's cultivation place. His temporary cultivation place was also here. Why did you come out so early? Qi Tianming was surprised to see Duan Lingtian. Aren't you supposed to stay in the Middle Realm for another 2 days? Since Wan Qingqing has left, it's meaningless for me to stay here. It's better for me to cultivate and comprehend the law of space as soon as possible. Duan Lingtian replied. That's true. In any case, with your current points, it's only a matter of time before you rank first in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Qi Tianming had heard about Duan Lingtian ranking first a day ago. As soon as he heard the news, he sent a message to Duan Lingtian to congratulate him. I didn't expect you to rank first in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Before Duan Lingtian entered the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Qi Tianming did not think Duan Lingtian would rank first in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Although Duan Lingtian had gathered a large number of points from the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Qi Tianming did not think Duan Lingtian would rank first in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It was too difficult to rank first in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Moreover, there were 6 monstrous geniuses standing in his way. In recent years, the 6 monstrous geniuses had occupied the top 6 spots on the scoreboard. None of them had been eliminated from the top 6 spots. Based on this, one could easily imagine how strong they were. Even when Qi Tianming learned that Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing had joined forces, he did not think there was a chance. I was lucky, Duan Lingtian replied. After encountering Shimen Haoshuan, Duan Lingtian no longer dared to underestimate the other 5 monstrous geniuses who had occupied the top 6 spots in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in recent years. Even if he did not get eliminated from the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he would not be able to defeat any one of the 5 monstrous geniuses and Shimen Haoshuan. After all, the 6 monstrous geniuses were much faster than him. Although he could suppress the 5 monstrous geniuses with the help of the 5 divine elements, it was difficult for him to land a hit. At most, he could rely on that kind of attack to protect himself, making the 5 of them helpless. If he wanted to defeat the 6 monstrous geniuses, he would have to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity. Only then would he have a chance of defeating the 6 monstrous geniuses. Regardless of whether it's luck or not, you'll rank first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm this month. Qi Tianming smiled. Qi Tianming sighed. It's a pity that you have Wan Qingqing's help this month, but you won't be able to meet her again next month. There's no one in the profound nether mansion who's as fast as Wan Qingqing. Although Qi Tianming did not witness how Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing worked together to eliminate Shimin Haoxian, it was not difficult for him to guess Wan Qingqing's speed played a huge role in that. If it were not for Wan Qingqing's speed, why would Duan Lingtian work together with her? If you have someone who can team up with you every month and whose speed isn't any slower than Wan Qingqing, it won't be difficult for you to complete the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's test as long as your luck isn't bad. Qi Tianming sighed. Until now, he still found it difficult to accept the test the Imperial Tutor Pavilion had set for Duan Lingtian because it was truly too difficult. It was simply too difficult for a young man like Duan Lingtian who was not even 100 years old to complete the test. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir, will deal with it in the future. Contrary to Qi Tianming's worries, Duan Lingtian was much more optimistic. Old Qi, I'd like to visit the Coupling Celestial Sect. Do you have time to bring me there? What? You want to look for your friend? Due to the incident, Qi Tianming had learned about Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had a close friend in the Coupling Celestial Sect. His name was Huang Jialong. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. All right, I'll bring you there. Qi Tianming nodded before he brought Duan Lingtian to the Coupling Celestial Sect. With Qi Tianming's speed, it only took him 2 to 3 days to arrive at the Coupling Celestial Sect with Duan Lingtian. Qi Tianming, one of the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion, was, naturally, welcomed by the first sect leader and second sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect. Senior Uncle Qi. Senior Uncle Qi. Whether it was the first sect leader or the second sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect, their seniority was lower than Qi Tianming. Therefore, when they saw Qi Tianming, they had to respectfully address him as Senior Uncle. This must be Duan Lingtian, right? Gongsun Wenqing, the first sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect, looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. Although Qi Tianming did not introduce Duan Lingtian, he could guess Duan Lingtian's identity. That's right, he's Duan Lingtian. Qi Tianming nodded. Nephew Duan, you're really amazing. As far as I know, it's been many years since someone from the profound nether mansion managed to rank first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The profound nether mansion is truly proud of nephew Duan's achievement. Gongsun Wenqing said with a smile. You flatter me, sect leader Gongsun. I'm here to look for Huang Jialong. Duan Lingtian smiled as he replied to Gongsun Wenqing. No matter what, Gongsun Wenqing was Huang Jialong's master. Naturally, he couldn't neglect him. I've already sent a message for him to come over. Not long after Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Huang Jialong appeared in Duan Lingtian's field of vision. After a long time apart, the two of them gave each other a big hug. At the same time, Qi Tianming and the other two left tactfully. Brother Duan, you're really amazing. I heard from Master that you're ranked first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm this month. Huang Jialong looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. As far as I know, the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is a stage for 10 Directions Celestial Dukes. Master said you consumed the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. Is that true? That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. The Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit helped you comprehend the law of space? Huang Jialong asked again. Duan Lingtian did not notice. When Huang Jialong asked this question, his expression became dignified. His eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something else. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Let's go. Come with me. Huang Jialong bade farewell to Duan Lingtian before he led Duan Lingtian to the depths of the coupling celestial sex estate. Since Huang Jialong was the direct disciple of the first sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, his cultivation place was located in the depths of the coupling celestial sex estate where the heaven and earth spirit energy was the most abundant. Under Huang Jialong's lead, Duan Lingtian entered his room. Swoosh! After scanning the room with his divine consciousness, Huang Jialong spread his hand in front of Duan Lingtian. Soon after, a diamond-shaped black stone appeared on his palm. The Supreme Powerhouse Divinity. Chapter 3171. The Supreme Powerhouse Divinity? The Profound Divine Metal, the Chaos Divine Flame, and the Chaos Divine Earth exclaimed in shock. Duan Lingtian was taken aback. This was the first time he had seen the 5 divine elements lose their composure. What's the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity? Duan Lingtian asked the 5 divine elements curiously. However, the 5 divine elements did not respond to him. It was as though they were still in shock. Jialong, what's this? Duan Lingtian could only ask Huang Jialong since he did not receive any response from the 5 divine elements. Since Huang Jialong was the one who took it out, he must have some understanding of it. I don't know what it is, but I know it's related to a terrifying powerhouse. Apart from that, it can also derive the law of space. However, I'm not very talented. Although I've had it for many years, I still can't figure out how to use it. Huang Jialong said solemnly. Derive the law of space? Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted in surprise. Where did you get it? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he recalled how the 5 divine elements had addressed the item hovering above Huang Jialong's palm. The Supreme Powerhouse Divinity? Although Duan Lingtian did not know what a divinity was, he knew what a supreme powerhouse was. A supreme powerhouse was the most powerful being in heaven and earth. Such beings were extremely rare in heaven and earth. For example, the realms of gods, which were separate from the Devata realms and the mundane realms, were all created by a supreme powerhouse. Moreover, the realms of gods were superior to the Devata realms. One could easily imagine how powerful a supreme powerhouse was. It all started 100 years ago, Huang Jialong said as he reminisced. A hint of nostalgia flashed in Huang Jialong's eyes as he said, At that time, I was just an ordinary golden celestial. I was traveling around the supporting Fall Nation with a few friends. Naturally, we were protected by the powerhouses sent by our families. One day, I got separated from all of them in a dark, sunless swamp that blocked out the divine sense. I waited alone in the swamp for a few days in fear before they found me. During those few days, the space beside me started to distort and vibrate. In fact, I even managed to see the region of spatial turbulence behind the distorted space. There were 2 people fighting there. Their movements were so powerful that the spatial turbulence could not get close to them. I don't know how long they fought, but I watched them fight for a day and a night. When I first saw them, one of them was covered in wounds while the other was in a wretched state. After a day and a night, the one who was covered in injuries was defeated and he chose to escape. That was the only one who did not give up. They were leisurely strolling through the spatial turbulence as a matter of course. In the end, the person who escaped seemed to have seen me. He stretched out his hand and took out this stone from his body. He threw it at me and slapped it with his palm. At the same time the stone landed beside me. The turbulent space was also slapped by his palm and calmed down. Do you know? At that time I thought I was dreaming. Everyone knows the spatial turbulence in the Devata realms is extremely terrifying. Even heavenly emperors would die if they enter it. However, those 2 people are walking through it as if it's flat ground. They're treating it as a battlefield. When the spatial turbulence in the chaotic space hits them, it's like a gust of wind. They're completely unharmed. Huang Jialong's face was filled with shock and disbelief as he spoke. At that time I knew. The thing that the man threw at me while he was escaping was not simple at all. After that, I put this thing in my spatial ring. From then on, whenever I fell into a dream, that person's figure would appear in my dreams, and he would perform all kinds of tricks. In the beginning, I didn't know what kind of technique he was using. However, after reading through the books and understanding the law of space, I realized he was using the law of space. Unfortunately, up until now I still haven't figured it out. Coincidentally, you obtained the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and became a 10 directions celestial duke. Moreover, the fruit helped you comprehend many profundities from the law of space. Therefore, I thought it would be better for you to keep this instead of me. It'll only collect dust with me. As Huang Jialong spoke, he extended his hand and placed the stone in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not take the stone. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was completely dumbfounded. He's walking through the spatial turbulence as though it's flat ground? The spatial turbulence in the Devata realms is completely different from the spatial turbulence in the mundane realms. Even heavenly emperors would die if they entered the spatial turbulence. Even an ordinary deity would have no chance of survival if they were to enter it. The profound divine metal and the others said this is the divinity of a supreme powerhouse? Is it possible that the two men are supreme powerhouses? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened, and his breathing quickened when he thought about this. Boy, hurry up and take it. Boy, this is a great fortune. With this, your future path will be smooth sailing. There's almost no treasure in this world that's comparable to this. The voices of the profound divine metal and the chaos divine earth rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was as though they were afraid Huang Jialong would refuse to give the divinity to Duan Lingtian. What's this thing? Duan Lingtian asked the profound divine metal and the chaos divine earth. The supreme powerhouse divinity, does it have something to do with the supreme powerhouse? The supreme powerhouse divinity is something a supreme powerhouse left behind after he condensed his comprehension of the law of space. Unless the supreme powerhouse is willing to leave behind the divinity, no one can force him to do so, the chaos divine fire said. The chaos divine flame's voice rang in the air. Earlier, he said that after he obtained the supreme powerhouse godhead, he saw someone practicing the law of space in his sleep. That means the supreme powerhouse who left behind the supreme powerhouse godhead had comprehended the law of space to the peak and became a supreme powerhouse. In terms of comprehension of the laws of space, in this world, only other supreme existences who have reached the pinnacle through the laws of space can compare to him. If you can obtain this, no one will be able to match your speed in comprehending the law of space in the future. In fact, even if we help you comprehend the law of fire, the law of metal, and the law of earth, it won't be as fast as you comprehend the law of space after you obtain this thing. The chaos divine fire sighed as it said, "This boy has obtained the supreme powerhouse divinity for 100 years. But he hasn't even comprehended the fundamental profundity of the law of space. This means he's not destined to comprehend the law of space in his life. He's just a piece of rotten wood when it comes to the law of space. In this world, there were some people who had high attainments in certain laws and comprehended them with ease. However, there were some laws that they would never be able to comprehend. Huang Jialong was clearly such a person. It was impossible for him to comprehend the law of space. This was because the divinity left behind by a supreme powerhouse who had comprehended the law of space to the pinnacle. As long as it was not impossible for someone to comprehend the law of space within 100 years, they would be able to comprehend the law of space. Gasp! Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply when he heard the chaos divine fire's words. When he looked at the supreme powerhouse divinity hovering in Huang Jialong's hand again, his eyes shone brightly. The supreme powerhouse divinity contained the law of space that Duan Lingtian had comprehended to the pinnacle. If he could obtain it, he would be able to comprehend the law of space without any obstacles in the future. Jialong, do you know how precious the thing in your hand is? Duan Lingtian asked solemnly as he looked at Huang Jialong. It doesn't matter if it's precious or not. It has been in my possession for 100 years. But it hasn't shown its full potential. Since you've comprehended the law of space, it means we're fated to meet. You don't have to be so polite with it. Huang Jialong said with a smile. This is the supreme powerhouse divinity. Duan Lingtian did not reach out to take it. Instead, he told Huang Jialong about the origin of the rhombus-shaped black stone. He did not hide anything from Duan Lingtian. The chaos divine earth was rendered speechless by Duan Lingtian's actions. Idiot! Why are you telling him this? If you tell him this, he won't give you the supreme powerhouse divinity anymore. The chaos divine earth said in exasperation. However, Duan Lingtian ignored it. It had its own rules. Huang Jialong treated it as a brother. How could it lie to Huang Jialong? Impossible. Supreme powerhouses. As it turns out, the two powerhouses fighting in the turbulent space are the strongest existences in this world. They're even stronger than the heavenly emperors. Huang Jialong said with a sigh, Brother Duan, keep it. I believe with this supreme powerhouse divinity, you'll be able to go far in the future. I only hope that when you become a supreme powerhouse in the future, you'll come back and have a drink with me. Although Huang Jialong knew how precious the supreme powerhouse divinity was, he still wanted to give it to Duan Lingtian. This is the supreme powerhouse divinity. Keep it. Who knows? You might be able to comprehend the law of space and reach the heavens in a single bound. Duan Lingtian said. He did not reach out to take the divinity. Instead, he kindly reminded Huang Jialong, just take it. I know my limits. Huang Jialong shook his head and said with a smile, Moreover, it's all thanks to you that I'm able to reach the heavens in a single bound and become the last disciple of the coupling celestial sect. The further you go, the higher my position in the coupling celestial sect will be. Consider this supreme powerhouse divinity my investment in you. Huang Jialong said in a carefree manner. Chapter 3172. Duan Lingtian caught the stone in his hand. Felt as light as a feather. Senior Chaos Divine Flame. Can I transfer the world-cleansing divine water from my body to Jialong's? Duan Lingtian asked the Chaos Divine Flame in his body. Since Huang Jialong had given him the supreme powerhouse divinity, he wanted to repay Huang Jialong. His status as the last disciple of the coupling celestial sect was nothing compared to the supreme powerhouse divinity. You can. However, the world-cleansing divine water might not accept him as its host after it awakens. At that time, it might leave him. The Chaos Divine Flame replied. In that case, I'll keep him by my side. With me and your help, the world-cleansing divine water will believe that Jialong will be able to bring it to greater heights, right? Duan Lingtian said bluntly as his eyes glinted. It's useless. The Chaos Divine Flame sighed. We're in your body. If the other world-cleansing divine water attacks the world-cleansing divine water in your friend's body, we won't be able to do anything. After all, if our energy enters your friend's body, it'll harm him as well. If you give him the world-cleansing divine water, he'll have to rely on himself to keep the world-cleansing divine water after it awakens. The Chaos Divine Flame said. I see. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. In the end, he decided to give the world-cleansing divine water to Huang Jialong. After learning what the world-cleansing divine water was, Huang Jialong, naturally, did not want to accept Duan Lingtian's gift. Jialong, if you're unwilling, I'll return the supreme powerhouse divinity to you. To me, the supreme powerhouse divinity is far more valuable than a second-form world-cleansing divine water. Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice. His tone was firm. In the end, Huang Jialong had no choice but to accept the gift. However, after I transfer it to your body, it'll remain dormant. When it awakens in the future, you'll have to rely on yourself to keep it. Duan Lingtian reminded Huang Jialong understood. Huang Jialong nodded solemnly. For the next 2 days, Duan Lingtian stayed at Huang Jialong's place. Huang Jialong had another room besides his own. During these 2 days, Huang Jialong asked Duan Lingtian about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. After learning about how Duan Lingtian had obtained the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, he could not help but break out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. It's true that fortune comes from danger. Although I knew that the reincarnated celestial emperor was not a simple person, I didn't expect him to set up such a huge trap. If you and Ling Jueyun didn't have a trump card, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to escape the fate of becoming the sacrificial offerings of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. After learning about what had happened to Duan Lingtian, even though Duan Lingtian was fine in the end, Huang Jialong still broke out in cold sweat for him. Something worth mentioning was, over the past 2 days, Duan Lingtian had only slept for half a night before he successfully comprehended the teleportation profundity of the laws of space. Naturally, this was all thanks to the supreme powerhouse divinity. You already have a certain level of comprehension of the law of space's transportation profundity. With the help of the supreme powerhouse divinity, it's not surprising that you managed to comprehend it in a dream. These were the Chaos Divine Flame's words. It was not surprised that Duan Lingtian managed to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity in a dream. The supreme powerhouse divinity in Duan Lingtian's possession was condensed from a supreme powerhouse's lifetime of comprehension of the law of space. Moreover, only a supreme powerhouse who had comprehended the law of space would be able to condense a supreme powerhouse divinity that contained the law of space. With this, Duan Lingtian would be able to comprehend the law of space to the fullest with the help of the supreme powerhouse divinity. After all, Duan Lingtian would no longer encounter any obstacles on his path to comprehending the law of space. At this point, Duan Lingtian had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. Moreover, with the help of the supreme powerhouse divinity, it was only a matter of time before Duan Lingtian comprehended the remaining 2 profundities. Jialong, do you want to go to the profound nether mansion with me? When they were about to leave the coupling celestial sect, Duan Lingtian asked Huang Jialong. If Huang Jialong was willing, he could bring Huang Jialong to the profound nether mansion. I want to go, but I don't want to rely on you. I want to rely on my own strength, Huang Jialong said with a grin. Upon hearing Huang Jialong's words, Duan Lingtian no longer tried to persuade Huang Jialong. Then, I'll wait for you in the profound nether mansion. On the second day after returning to the profound nether mansion, Duan Lingtian was summoned by Qi Tianming. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Based on Qi Tianming's expression, it was obvious Qi Tianming wanted to talk to him about something. Shimin Haoxian from the Red Leaves Mansion is here with a vice mansion master of the Red Leaves Mansion. He specifically asked to see you. Qi Tianming asked, are you going to meet them? If not, I'll reject them on your behalf. Although the profound nether mansion had to give face to the vice mansion master of the Red Leaves Mansion, Duan Lingtian was not an exception. However, if Duan Lingtian was unwilling to meet them, Qi Tianming could still reject them. I have an appointment with them. Where is he? I'll go meet him. Duan Lingtian did not expect Shimin Haoxian to come so quickly. He was slightly surprised. After asking Qi Tianming about Shimin Haoxian's temporary residence, he made his way to Shimin Haoxian's residence. Duan Lingtian, we meet again. Shimin Haoxian greeted Duan Lingtian as soon as he arrived at the entrance. At the same time, he handed a floating image pearl to Duan Lingtian and said, this is the floating image pearl I lost to you. Although the floating image pearl was not very useful to Duan Lingtian since he already possessed the supreme powerhouse divinity, he still accepted it. Even so, he still accepted it. As the saying went, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Perhaps, he would be able to comprehend the law of space at a faster speed after looking at the floating image pearl. Although the chances of that happening were slim, it was still possible. At the very least, he had to give it a try. After that, Shimin Haoxian and Duan Lingtian continued chatting. To Duan Lingtian's surprise, Shimin Haoxian did not ask about his origin at all. He did not even ask about it. After a while, Duan Lingtian learned a lot about the 10 major clans and the 5 major sects in the Southern Heaven Territory from Shimin Haoxian. These were not things that could be learned from books and memory celestial talismans. Duan Lingtian, there's one more thing, Shimin Haoxian said as he looked around. Suddenly, Shimin Haoxian glanced at the surroundings. After he was certain no one was spying on them, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. The Blood Skull Gang has reactivated the mission targeting you. Initially, they thought you were sacrificed to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree by the reincarnated celestial emperor. However, they've received news about your outstanding performance in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Shimin Haoxian looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully when he reached the end of his sentence. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally understood that Shimin Haoxian already knew a little about his background. No wonder he did not even ask a single question earlier. How do you know the Blood Skull Gang has sent a mission to target me? Duan Ling Tian's brows raised as strands of terrifying cold lights were faintly suffused in the depths of his eyes that looked at Shimin Haoxian. Don't misunderstand. I'm not related to the Blood Skull Gang. I only know about this because I overheard it from a friend of mine. Shimin Haoxian shook his head and said when he saw the coldness in Duan Lingtian's eyes. His father is an internal affairs elder in the Blood Skull Gang. Shimin Haoxian had only learned about the mission to target Duan Lingtian the day before. When his friend found out he had been eliminated by Duan Lingtian, he had come to console him, saying that Duan Lingtian would not live for long, unless Duan Lingtian decided to stay in the profound nether mansion forever. Duan Lingtian, if you leave the profound nether mansion in the future, you must bring Inspector Qi with you. I heard Inspector Qi brought you here from the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Based on how important you are to the profound nether mansion, I'm sure he'll take care of you. Shimin Haoxian said solemnly to Duan Lingtian. If it's inconvenient for him, you can look for the mansion master of the profound nether mansion. With your current value, he'll definitely take care of you. He won't let anything happen to you. If you're unhappy in the profound nether mansion, just send me a message. I'll ask my old ancestor to bring you to the Red Leaves Mansion. As long as you're a member of the Red Leaves Mansion, the Red Leaves Mansion won't let you die in the hands of the Blood Skull Gang. Shimin Haoxian's words were sincere and came from the bottom of his heart. Why do you have to remind me? Duan Lingtian looked at Shimin Haoxian meaningfully. You should know that if I'm killed by the Blood Skull Gang, it'll be a good thing for you and the other 5. Even so, I won't use such a method to eliminate you. Even if I want to defeat you, I'll defeat you fair and square in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Shimin Haoxian said sternly. Shimin Haoxian's magnanimity left a good impression on Duan Lingtian. Since you've treated me so well, I won't team up with anyone to fight you the next time I meet you in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I'm afraid you won't be a match for me if you don't team up with anyone. Shimin Haoxian said with a smile. Save your words for a few years later. Just because I wasn't a match for you in the past doesn't mean I'm not a match for you now. After comprehending the law of space's transportation profundity, Duan Lingtian knew his speed was among the best in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. For this reason, he was confident he could defeat Shimin Haoxian even without Wan Qingqing's help. You're so confident? I'll wait and see. Shimin Haoxian looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. However, based on his tone, it was obvious he did not think Duan Lingtian would be strong enough to fight him in a one-on-one battle in such a short time. In terms of offense, Shimin Haoxian knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian. However, in terms of speed, Duan Lingtian was no match for Shimin Haoxian. Shimin Haoxian was 70% confident he could defeat Duan Lingtian in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm with his speed. First place in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for 12 consecutive months? The Imperial Tutor Gong? As long as I'm lucky, I should be able to pass the test within a year. Chapter 3173. Currently, there were only 2 weeks left before the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would reset. However, among the top 6 people on the scoreboard, only one of them was still in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm while the other 5 had already exited. Among the 5 people, Duan Lingtian was the only one who had exited the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm earlier than the others. Currently, there are only a few people in the top 30 who are still in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I don't think there'll be any changes to the top 30 by the end of the month. I'm not sure if the other rankings will change, but I'm certain the first place on the scoreboard won't be replaced. With more than 1,000 points, he's half a point ahead of the second place. It's impossible to replace him. In everyone's opinion, Duan Lingtian, the profound Nether Mansion's disciple, would definitely rank first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It was only natural that an unknown disciple of the profound Nether Mansion would take the first place in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Apart from the Grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory, even the 10 major clans and 5 great sects were aware of Duan Lingtian's existence. Investigate Duan Lingtian, the outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion. He's not even 100 years old, but he's already a 10 directions celestial duke. Moreover, it seems like he has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space and is in the process of comprehending the 7th profundity from the law of space. The high-ranking officials in the 10 major clans and 5 great sects sent people to investigate Duan Lingtian's background. Even the Su clan, one of the 10 major clans of the profound nether mansion, sent people to look for the mansion master of the profound nether mansion. Soon after, news of Duan Lingtian being from the Simplicity Celestial sect and Duan Lingtian consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit spread to the 10 major clans and 5 great sects. Realization dawned on the 10 major clans and 5 great sects. If it was due to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit that Duan Lingtian was able to become a 10 directions celestial duke and comprehend so many profundities from the law of space, in that case, Duan Lingtian's talent and comprehension were not as heaven-defying as imagined. Although there were not many peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials under the age of 100 who had comprehended 2 or 3 profundities from a law, there were still some in the 10 major clans and 5 major sects. Now, Duan Lingtian was viewed as such an existence, and for a time, the 10 great clans and 5 great sects did not pay much attention to him. The Tao Scholar Profound sect was one of the 5 major sects in the Southern Heaven Territory. It was a 5th grade sect. That Duan Lingtian. Not only did he not die in Yen Huang Heaven, he even snatched the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from the hands of the reincarnated immortal emperor. In a spacious courtyard in the Tao Scholar Profound sect's encampment, a young man raised his eyebrows slightly after receiving the message. This young man was dressed in a white robe. He had a handsome appearance and held a folding fan in his hand. He was elegant and had an outstanding temperament. One look and one could tell that he was not a simple person. He was none other than one of the 3 true disciples of the Tao Scholar Profound sect, Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu was also the youngest true disciple in the history of the Tao Scholar Profound sect. Chun Li. Yen Ruyu sent a message to Chen Li, the son of Chun Yuanshan, the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang. Have you heard about Duan Lingtian? You know about it? Clearly, Chun Li had long known about it. Yes. Yen Ruyu replied. Then he sent another message to Chun Li. Are you all right? If you need my help with this matter, just give me a call. Don't worry, I'm fine. My father has already taken responsibility for this matter. The Blood Skull Gang will continue to target him. Chun Li replied. The mission to target Duan Lingtian was issued by the Simplicity Celestial sect in the past, and Chun Li was the guarantor. Initially, they thought it was a simple mission. However, the Blood Skull Gang lost many celestial kings because of it. This made the high-ranking members of the Blood Skull Gang extremely displeased. Under such circumstances, Chun Li was in charge. As the guarantor, Chun Li was under a lot of pressure. However, no matter what, Chun Li's father was still the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang. It was not difficult for him to take responsibility for this matter. The realm battlefield was a place where 2 realms of gods intersected. It would appear once every 10,000 years, and it would last for 1,000 years every time it appeared. This time, the realm battlefield would appear when the realm of gods, the divine offering land, and another realm of gods, the land of sanctions met. It had been several decades since the opening of the planar battlefield. Boom, 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 boom. Mountains collapsed one after another. Following that, 2 figures flew out of the dust-filled sky. One of them was a burly man, and the other was a peerless beauty dressed in white. Blood could be seen trickling down the corner of the peerless beauty's mouth. On the other hand, the burly man was unharmed. You're not a match for me. The burly man grinned, and his smile was very proud. At this moment, the peerless beauty seemed to be in a daze. A bitter smile could be seen on her face. No wonder I'm going to die here today. No. If I die here, what about Sister Li Fei? What about Nian Tian? What about Si Ling? What about father, mother, and Uncle Feng? The peerless beauty's eyes were filled with unwillingness. If I had the strength from my past life, I wouldn't be afraid of this person. Unfortunately, I'm still a step away from regaining the strength I had in my past life. This step is like a moat that I haven't been able to cross. Her heart was filled with despair. Wisps of faint blood qi appeared on the peerless beauty's body. The rising blood qi gathered together and turned into a strange beast. You're a direct descendant of the Xia clan in the divine offering land? The burly man frowned slightly when he saw the strange beast formed from the blood energy. Who's Xia Jie to you? You know my third uncle? The peerless beauty looked at the burly man in surprise. The blood energy that rose from the surface of her body dissipated in just a blink of an eye. He's your third uncle? The burly man's eyes widened slightly before he sighed. 10,000 years ago, he went to the land of sanctions and saved my life. A hint of nostalgia could be seen in the burly man's eyes as he sighed. It was as though he had returned to the past. Since you're his niece, I won't kill you. The burly man shook his head before he turned around and left. The peerless beauty only regained her senses when the burly man's figure disappeared from her sight. The bitter smile on her face widened as she muttered to herself, I didn't think I'd be so lucky today. It's all thanks to third uncle that I'm still alive. The peerless beauty was none other than Kerr. Naturally, Kerr was also the young miss of the Xia clan in the divine offering land, Xianing Shui. With my strength, it seems like I shouldn't venture too deep into the realm battlefield. If I didn't run into third uncle's old acquaintance, I would have died. With this thought in mind, Kerr turned around and left. She no longer dared to take any risks. Death was like an extinguished lamp. She still had many things to do. She could not die just yet. I miss Brother Tian so much. Kerr's sigh was filled with longing. In the spirit overarching heaven. In the profound nether mansion in the southern heaven territory. Kerr! Duan Lingtian woke up with a start from a nightmare. Originally, there was only a figure in his dream that was demonstrating the laws of space. However, for some reason, he suddenly dreamt of Kerr. Moreover, he dreamt that something had happened to Kerr. When he woke up, Duan Lingtian was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. In fact, it was not entirely a coincidence that Duan Lingtian had such a nightmare. An omnipotent godhead was the condensation of an omnipotent's lifetime comprehension of the laws. It also contained the omnipotent's power. An omnipotent was the most powerful life form in the world. Every action of theirs involved the laws of heaven and earth. When Kerr encountered danger, Duan Lingtian was still able to receive some sort of hint from the omnipotent godhead. Of course, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. He only thought that it was a pure nightmare. He didn't know that Kerr had indeed just experienced a life and death calamity. Time flew by. In just a blink of an eye, half a month had passed. On this day, the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was finally released. Those who were still in the middle realm were forcibly transported out. Duan Lingtian is in first place. Although everyone in the profound nether mansion knew this would happen, they were still excited when the result was announced. The mansion master of the profound nether mansion even announced that Duan Lingtian would be allowed to become an inner court disciple of the profound nether mansion. Nobody in the profound nether mansion had any objections to this. In fact, nobody was dissatisfied even if they were secretly unhappy. After all, Duan Lingtian had brought glory to the profound nether mansion. It was only natural for him to be given this privilege. Everyone in the profound nether mansion thought so. However, to Duan Lingtian, it did not matter if he became an inner court disciple of the profound nether mansion or not. What mattered to him was that he would be heavily nurtured by the profound nether mansion after he became the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. Now that he had the supreme powerhouse divinity, he no longer needed to rely on the profound nether mansion for the law of space. However, he still needed to rely on the profound nether mansion for his cultivation base. Once one became a 10-direction celestial duke, it would take a long time for Duan Lingtian to cultivate and become a 10-direction celestial duke. Although Duan Lingtian had the divine crystal and the main branch from the divine tree of life in his little world, he still needed to cultivate step by step. However, it would allow him to absorb as much heaven and earth spirit energy as possible. In the Devata realms, there were many celestial fruits and medicinal pills that could increase one's cultivation base. Such celestial fruits and medicinal pills were extremely precious. Even the profound nether mansion did not have many of them. Usually, only the core disciples of the profound nether mansion would be able to obtain such celestial fruits and medicinal pills through competitions. After becoming the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion, I'll be able to obtain as many celestial pills and celestial fruits as I wish. Of course, that's only if the imperial tutor's status in the profound nether mansion is as high as old Qi said. Duan Lingtian trusted Qi Tianming. A month later, the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm opened again. Chapter 3174. Senior Brother Duan Lingtian. Senior Brother Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm and arrived at the profound nether mansion's base, he was greeted by a group of profound nether mansion's disciples. The disciples from the profound nether mansion spoke in a respectful tone. Yes. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded at the group of profound nether mansion's disciples before he made his way out of the profound nether mansion's base. It's a pity senior brother Duan Lingtian can't join forces with Wan Qingqing. Otherwise, even Gongsun Wuji wouldn't be able to do anything to them if they joined forces. One of the profound nether mansion's disciples said with a sigh as he was about to leave the profound nether mansion's base. Over the past few years, Gongsun Wuji has visited the profound nether mansion's base 3 times. During those 3 times, not many people dared to leave the base. Another profound nether mansion's disciple sighed. Blocking a grade 6 celestial mansion's base in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was tantamount to offending the grade 6 celestial mansion. Not many people would do such a thing. However, it was normal for 2 grade 6 celestial mansions who were at odds with each other to do such a thing. After all, 2 grade 6 celestial mansions were like fire and water. There was no need to worry about offending each other. Gongsun Wuji, a core disciple of the Azure Green Mansion, was one of the 6 strongest people in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Every time the profound nether mansion's disciples learned about the location of the profound nether mansion's base, he would come to the profound nether mansion's base. Nobody in the profound nether mansion was a match for Gongsun Wuji. Therefore, the profound nether mansion did not have a way to deal with him. The profound nether mansion's disciples could only hole up in the profound nether mansion's base, not daring to leave. What? Do you know where the Azure Green Mansion's base is? Duan Lingtian turned to look at the 2 profound nether mansion's disciples and asked bluntly, "Are you sure?" Senior Duan Lingtian, a friend of mine, passed by the Azure Green Manor's encampment yesterday, and he was nearly killed. Fortunately, he managed to escape by crushing his jade token. He knows the exact location of the Azure Green Manor's encampment, so it won't be difficult for him to find it. The profound nether mansion's disciple who spoke first quickly replied when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. He sighed before he continued to say, "It's a pity no one in the profound nether mansion is as fast as Wan Qingqing. Otherwise, we could have assisted you, Senior Duan Lingtian, in stopping the Azure Green Mansion's base. Where is the Azure Green Mansion's camp? Tell me the route from here." Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as a bright light shot out from his eyes. "Senior brother Duan Lingtian, we know you're not weak. However, there's still Gongsun Wuji in Azure Green Mansion." One of the profound nether mansion's disciples reminded Duan Lingtian, "Gongsun Wuji isn't any weaker than Shimin Hao Xian from the Red Leaves Mansion." "That's right, senior brother Duan Lingtian. The Azure Green Mansion is different from the Fire Glaze Mansion. The strongest person in the Fire Glaze Mansion is Tan Yuan. He's not even on the same level as Gongsun Wuji." Another profound nether mansion's disciple chimed in. "Gongsun Wuji isn't any weaker than Shimin Hao Xian?" Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. "Just tell me the location of the Azure Green Mansion's base. You don't have to worry about anything else." Since Duan Lingtian insisted on knowing the location of the Azure Green Mansion's base, the profound nether mansion's disciple did not hide it from him. He told Duan Lingtian the route from the profound nether mansion's base to the Azure Green Mansion's base. "Thank you." After thanking the disciple, Duan Lingtian left the profound nether mansion's base and disappeared from the sight of the profound nether mansion's disciples. "Do you think senior brother Duan Lingtian is going to stop the Azure Green Mansion's base?" One of the profound Nether Mansion's disciples gulped and asked with difficulty. I don't think so. Although senior brother Duan Lingtian is strong, I don't think he's a match for Gongsun Wuji. It's not realistic for him to go to the Azure Green Mansion's base unless he finds someone to help him. Another profound Nether Mansion's disciple chimed in. The rest of the profound Nether Mansion's disciples shared the same thoughts. A day passed in just a blink of an eye. Although Duan Lingtian's name had entered the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it was obvious that he had made a name for himself. However, no one knew he had gone to the Azure Green Mansion's base. For this reason, the profound Nether Mansion's disciples were certain Duan Lingtian had gone to the Azure Green Mansion's base to find someone to help him. The Azure Green Mansion's Gongsun Wuji has also entered the middle realm. At the same time, the people from the other celestial mansions saw Gongsun Wuji's name on the scoreboard. Moreover, Gongsun Wuji's name was rising faster than Duan Lingtian. In just a day, Gongsun Wuji had surpassed Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Currently, Duan Lingtian was roaming the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He nodded at the profound Nether Mansion's disciples and eliminated the disciples from the other celestial mansions. During this time, he encountered two disciples from the Azure Green Mansion. One of them was eliminated by Duan Lingtian. The other disciple's eyes were filled with killing intent when he recognized Duan Lingtian. For this reason, Duan Lingtian killed him. Duan Lingtian knew this was the case. If he was weaker than Gongsun Wuji would not let him go so easily. Duan Lingtian, in the martial battle mansion, before Wan Qingqing entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, she saw Duan Lingtian had risen to the top 10. If I run into him again, I might be able to join forces with him. However, the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is huge. It won't be easy to run into him, Wan Qingqing thought to herself. Wan Qingqing knew this very well. Therefore, she did not expect to encounter Duan Lingtian again in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion is too strong. I didn't even have time to react before he almost killed me. If he didn't show mercy, I would have died. In the past, I was skeptical about Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion. However, I'm truly impressed this time. Didn't they say Duan Lingtian's strength is so strong that he can't even enter the second tier? My speed is enough to enter the second echelon, but why isn't he faster? It wasn't easy for me to fight my way into the top 20. In the end, I was sent out by Duan Lingtian. My many days of hard work were all for naught. As time passed, Duan Lingtian gradually eliminated people from the various Grade 6 immortal mansions. These people were genuinely shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Some people even felt that, even if Duan Lingtian did not join forces with Wan Qingqing, he might still be able to fight Shimen Haoxian and the others. On the 6th day, Duan Lingtian entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. With this, he was ranked 7th on the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. At this time, he had accumulated 383 points. At this time, something unexpected happened. Duan Lingtian returned to the profound Nether Mansion's base. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, congratulations on making it to 7th place again. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, congratulations. In the profound Nether Mansion's base, a group of profound Nether Mansion's disciples congratulated Duan Lingtian respectfully as they watched Duan Lingtian enter the transporting formation and return to the profound Nether Mansion's base. It seems like senior brother Duan Lingtian didn't join forces with anyone to enter the 7th place on the scoreboard. How amazing! However, compared to Shimen Haoxian, Gongsun Wuji, and the others, he's still lacking in experience. Otherwise, he wouldn't be ranked 7th since he entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm so early. Everyone needs time to accumulate experience. Senior brother Duan Lingtian has done well. After Duan Lingtian left, the profound Nether Mansion's disciples in the profound Nether Mansion's base began to whisper among themselves. Nobody knew why Duan Lingtian had left the profound Nether Mansion's base. At one of the transporting formations in the profound Nether Mansion's estate that led to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Duan Lingtian, naturally, attracted everyone's attention. However, Duan Lingtian did not pay any attention to the excited crowd. Instead, he looked at the scoreboard. Shimin Hao Xian is ranked 3rd. Gongsun Wuji is ranked 2nd? Duan Lingtian sneered when he saw Gongsun Wuji's name on the scoreboard. It's time. If I wait any longer, he might not be able to make it back to the Azure Green Mansion's base in time. Under the shocked gazes of the profound Nether Mansion's elders and disciples, Duan Lingtian returned to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In the profound Nether Mansion's base in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, a group of profound Nether Mansion's disciples did not expect Duan Lingtian to return. This time, before they could even greet Duan Lingtian had already teleported and disappeared before their eyes. A day later, the Azure Green Mansion's base. Duan Lingtian followed the route he had learned from the profound Nether Mansion's disciples and arrived outside the Azure Green Mansion's base. He did not bother to hide at all. At this moment, 2 Azure Green Mansion's disciples walked out of the Azure Green Mansion's base. Buzz! A gray saber ray shot out from the spatial rift and left bloody wounds on the 2 Azure Green Mansion's disciples' bodies before they could react. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 2 Azure Green Mansion's disciples' expressions changed drastically. They felt as though they were facing a formidable enemy. After all, they knew Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. If Duan Lingtian did not show mercy earlier, they would have died. Most importantly, they were not weak at all. They did not even see who had attacked them. Swoosh! When the 2 Azure Green Mansion's disciples were still terrified, Duan Lingtian teleported and appeared in front of them. Return to the Azure Green Mansion's base or die, Duan Lingtian said coldly as he stared at the 2 Azure Green Mansion's disciples. Duan Lingtian? The 2 Azure Green Mansion's disciples' expressions changed drastically when they saw the identity token hanging on Duan Lingtian's waist. They hastily turned around and returned to the Azure Green Mansion's base. Although Duan Lingtian's voice was not loud, the group of Azure Green Mansion's disciples in the Azure Green Mansion's base still heard it clearly. Chapter 3175. Duan Lingtian hovered in the air above the Azure Green Mansion's base, looking down at the Azure Green Mansion's base with a calm expression on his face. On the other hand, the disciples in the Azure Green Mansion's base had an unsightly expression on their faces. More and more Azure Green Mansion disciples were trapped in the Azure Green Mansion's base. They wanted to leave but did not dare to. Damn it! How did Duan Lingtian find out where the Azure Green Mansion's base is? An Azure Green Mansion disciple cursed with a grim expression on his face. I heard a profound Nether Mansion's disciple passed by earlier and was eliminated by our men. He must have leaked the news because we didn't manage to kill him. Another Azure Green Mansion disciple who was well-informed said. Damn it! Is Duan Lingtian really planning to stop us from leaving the Azure Green Mansion's base? Is he trying to imitate Senior Gongsun Wuji and block the profound Nether Mansion's base? Imitate Senior Gongsun Wuji? What a joke! How can he compare to Senior Gongsun Wuji? He's overestimating himself. Now that news has spread, Senior Gongsun Wuji must have received the news and is on his way back. Let's see how Senior Gongsun Wuji is going to deal with this when he arrives. Duan Lingtian was ranked 1st last month. Does he really think he's that strong? If it weren't for Wan Qingqing from the Martial Battle Mansion, would he have been able to eliminate Shimin Hao Xian? If he had Wan Qingqing's help, he might be able to fight Senior Gongsun Wuji. However, if he's alone, Senior Gongsun Wuji can easily defeat him and kill him. The Azure Green Mansion disciples were furious that Duan Lingtian had blocked their way in the Azure Green Mansion's base. At the same time, more and more Azure Green Mansion disciples appeared in the Azure Green Mansion's base. They were here to watch the show. There were even overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials among the Azure Green Mansion disciples. However, when the number of people in the Azure Green Mansion's base reached a certain number, not many people came in. Clearly, the number of people who could enter the base was limited. He's the Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion? As expected, he's not even 100 years old. I thought the rumors were fake. You're really amazing. However, in the end, He is no match for senior brother Gongsun Wuji. Humph! In my opinion, when senior brother Gongsun Wuji arrives, the first thing he will do is flee. Escape? Could he escape? Gongsun Wuji's senior martial brother is no weaker than Wan Qingqing. With his speed, how can he escape from Gongsun Wuji's senior martial brother? Senior Gongsun Wuji has no choice but to crush his accumulative point jade and leave the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The group of Azure Green Manor disciples who had just entered had heard that Duan Lingtian had come to the Azure Green Manor's camp to watch the show. The transporting sites in the Azure Green Mansion that led to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were packed with people. Why don't you let us in? I want to see how senior brother Gongsun kills Duan Lingtian. Even if I can't see senior brother Gongsun killing Duan Lingtian, I want to see Duan Lingtian crush his accumulative point jade and flee from senior brother Gongsun Wuji. Duan Lingtian ranked first last month, and yet he's so arrogant this month. How dare he come to the Azure Green Mansion's camp? More and more Azure Green Mansion disciples were making their way to the transporting sites in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. They could only wait outside for news. Their eyes were focused on two names on the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Gongsun Wuji ranked 2nd and Duan Lingtian ranked 7th. Currently, Gongsun Wuji, a core disciple of the Azure Green Mansion, had 522 points while Duan Lingtian had 383 points. If senior brother Gongsun Wuji can eliminate Duan Lingtian, senior brother Gongsun Wuji is destined to be first this month. In my opinion, Duan Lingtian is here to give senior brother Gongsun points. While the Azure Green Mansion disciples were paying attention to the meeting between Gongsun Wuji and Duan Lingtian, the high-ranking officials of the Azure Green Mansion were also paying attention to the scoreboard. As soon as news of Duan Lingtian's arrival in the Azure Green Mansion's camp spread, they immediately sent a message to Gongsun Wuji. After all, Gongsun Wuji was the only person in the Azure Green Mansion who was capable of defeating Duan Lingtian in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. None of the others were capable of defeating Duan Lingtian. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Gongsun Wuji was, naturally, the person with the best performance in the Azure Green Mansion was none other than Gongsun Wuji. However, after Gongsun Wuji, the person with the best performance did not even rank in the top 30. For this reason, he was not a match for Duan Lingtian at all. When news of Duan Lingtian's arrival in the Azure Green Mansion's camp in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm reached the ears of the other Grade 6 Celestial Mansions, Duan Lingtian went to the Azure Green Mansion's camp again? Is he addicted to visiting other Grade 6 Celestial Mansions camps? In my opinion, Duan Lingtian must be targeting the Azure Green Mansion. Everyone knows the profound Nether Mansion and the Azure Green Mansion don't get along well. Moreover, Gongsun Wuji has visited the profound Nether Mansion's camp a few times before. The Azure Green Mansion is different from the Fireglaze Mansion. Last month, Duan Lingtian managed to stop the Fireglaze Mansion's camp because he defeated Tan Yuan, the Fireglaze Mansion's strongest disciple in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. On the other hand, Gongsun Wuji isn't someone Tan Yuan can compare to. Gongsun Wuji is on par with Shimin Haoxian. Although Duan Lingtian defeated Shimin Haoxian before, that was only because he had Wan Qingqing's help. How is he going to defeat Gongsun Wuji without Wan Qingqing's help? Most of the people from the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions were not optimistic about Duan Lingtian's chances. In the profound Nether Mansion, senior brother Duan Lingtian went to the Azure Green Mansion's camp? How reckless! He's too reckless. Doesn't he know the Azure Green Mansion has Gongsun Wuji? Tan Yuan from the Fireglaze Mansion can't compare to Gongsun Wuji. I hope he'll leave after staying in the Azure Green Mansion's camp for a while. If Gongsun Wuji arrives, he'll have no choice but to crush his accumulative point jade. Similar to the people from the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions, the people from the profound Nether Mansion were not optimistic about Duan Lingtian's chances. What are you trying to do? Hurry up and leave the Azure Green Mansion's camp. Once Gongsun Wuji arrives, you won't be able to escape. After Qi Tianming learned about Duan Lingtian's actions in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, He hurriedly sent a message to urge Duan Lingtian to leave the Azure Green Mansion's camp. Meanwhile, in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, more and more people joined the crowd to watch the Azure Green Mansion's camp. Duan Lingtian went to the Azure Green Mansion's camp. Wan Qingqing, an inner court disciple from the Martial Battle Mansion, had also entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm a few days ago. She had also received messages from her senior and junior sisters about Duan Lingtian's visit to the Azure Green Mansion's camp. He's too rash. However, he doesn't seem like a reckless person. Why would he do such a thing? Is it possible that he's confident he can deal with Gongsun Wuji? Wan Qingqing shook her head when she thought about it. She felt she was being too naive. About half an hour later, Wan Qingqing received another message. Wan Qingqing received another message. This time, it was from one of her junior sisters, telling her the route to the Azure Green Mansion's camp. Moreover, it was not far from her. I wonder if Gongsun Wuji has returned to the Azure Green Mansion's camp? After receiving the message, Wan Qingqing immediately made her way to the Azure Green Mansion's camp. Initially, there were only a few people from the other celestial mansions outside the Azure Green Mansion's camp. All of them stayed as far away from Duan Lingtian as possible. After all, they were afraid Duan Lingtian would attack them. As time passed, more and more people arrived. The people from the other celestial mansions gathered in groups and avoided attacking each other. All of them were looking at Duan Lingtian. So many people are here to watch the show. Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback when he saw the people from the other celestial mansions. He could see a familiar face among them. It was Hung Feng, an inner court disciple of the Martial Battle Mansion. When Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Hung Feng nodded at Duan Lingtian and forced an ugly smile on his face. Soon after, another figure appeared among the people from the Martial Battle Mansion. It was none other than Wan Qingqing who had just arrived. It's Wan Qingqing. Wan Qingqing is here. Will she join forces with Duan Lingtian? I don't think so. If she joins forces with Duan Lingtian to deal with Gongsun Wuji, the Azure Green Mansion won't let her off the hook easily. That's right. If it were any other place, the Azure Green Mansion would have nothing to say if she joined forces with Duan Lingtian to eliminate Gongsun Wuji. However, this is the Azure Green Mansion's camp. If she joins forces with Duan Lingtian, she'll definitely offend the Azure Green Mansion. Apart from those from the Profound Nether Mansion, I'm afraid no one would dare to join forces with Duan Lingtian. Regardless of which celestial mansion they're from, anyone who dares to join forces with Duan Lingtian would be an enemy of the Azure Green Mansion. Many people turned to look at Wan Qingqing as soon as she appeared. Do you need help? Wan Qingqing stepped forward and asked through voice transmission as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Junior sister Qingqing. Hung Feng's expression changed drastically. Although he could not hear Wan Qingqing's voice transmission, he could tell what she was thinking based on her expression and gaze. Wan Qingqing wanted to help Duan Lingtian. There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he heard Wan Qingqing's voice transmission. He looked at Wan Qingqing and saw the determination in her eyes. He could tell she was sincere about helping him. She was willing to risk offending the Azure Green Mansion. Duan Lingtian was touched by Wan Qingqing's actions. After all, although he had worked with Wan Qingqing for a few days, he did not expect Wan Qingqing would be willing to risk her life for him. Are you confident? Wan Qingqing asked through voice transmission again. Yes, Duan Lingtian replied. Wan Qingqing finally retreated. Hung Feng sighed in relief when he saw this. Duan Lingtian. About 15 minutes later, a cold voice rang from the distance. It was getting closer and closer. It was clear the person who had spoken was rapidly approaching Duan Lingtian. Senior Gongsun Wuji. Chapter 3176. It's Gongsun Wuji's voice. Gongsun Wuji is here. Many of the people from the various immortal mansions had heard the voice of Gongsun Wuji, a core disciple of the Azure Green Mansion. Therefore, they recognized him immediately. A moment later, a figure clad in a black robe appeared in front of them. It was a handsome young man with sharp eyes. In a flash, He appeared above the Azure Green Mansion's camp and stared at Duan Lingtian from afar. "You're Duan Lingtian?" The black-robed young man stared coldly at Duan Lingtian and asked in a cold voice. "Gongsun Wuji?" Duan Lingtian looked at the black-robed young man with battle intent in his eyes. Ever since he obtained the Supreme Godhead, his strength had skyrocketed. His current strength was completely different from before he obtained the Supreme Godhead. Could even be said that the difference between them was like heaven and earth. However, he did not make a move after that. This time, he didn't eliminate the 2 Azure Green Mansion disciples when he arrived at the Azure Green Mansion's encampment. Instead, he gave them a chance to escape back to their camp. This was because he did not come to the Azure Green Mansion's camp just to accumulate points. His main goal this time was to force Gongsun Wuji, a core disciple of the Azure Green Mansion, to show himself and fight him. He wanted to fight Gongsun Wuji to show off his strength and also for the points Gongsun Wuji had. Before he came to the Azure Green Mansion's camp, he had gone out once to check the scoreboard. At that time, Gongsun Wuji was ranked 2nd with 513 points. Now, Gongsun Wuji's points had to be higher. "What helpers do you have? Call them out. You alone aren't a match for me." Gongsun Wuji sneered at Duan Lingtian. He had a rough idea of Duan Lingtian's strength. Although he did not have much of a relationship with Shimin Haoshuan, he had a close relationship with Shimin Haoshuan. However, he had a good relationship with one of the Red Leaves Mansion's inner court disciples who knew Shimin Haoxian. From that Red Leaves Mansion's disciple, he learned about Duan Lingtian's strengths and weaknesses. Duan Lingtian's advantage was offense. Speed was Duan Lingtian's weakness and shortcoming. "It's just me. I don't have any helpers," Duan Lingtian said faintly. "As for whether or not I'm your opponent, we haven't even fought yet, and you're already jumping to conclusions. Aren't you being too hasty?" "Just you?" Gongsun Wuji's sneer deepened, and then his eyes flashed with killing intent. "It seems that you are here to die today. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability." Seeing the killing intent in Gongsun Wuji's eyes, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed through them. From the moment Gongsun Wuji's killing intent rose, he had no intention of holding back in this battle. 10 breaths. To kill you, I only need 10 breaths of time at most, Gongsun Wuji said coldly. As his voice fell, Gongsun Wuji's black robe fluttered, and a piercing blue wind rose from his body. Clearly, Gongsun Wuji had comprehended the law of wind. Swoosh! As soon as the blue wind rose from his body, Gongsun Wuji locked his gaze on Duan Lingtian. With a sway of his body, he left afterimages in his wake as he shot toward Duan Lingtian. Buzz! 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 Gongsun Wuji left afterimages in his wake as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. At the same time, wind blades shot toward Duan Lingtian as well. Gongsun Wuji's speed was so fast that many people could not even see his movements. How fast? Gongsun Wuji must have comprehended all the profundities from the law of wind. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so fast. In the past, I only knew Gongsun Wuji was strong, but I've never seen him in action. Thanks to Duan Lingtian, I'm lucky enough to see him in action. Apart from the Azure Green Mansion's disciples in the Azure Green Mansion's base, even the weakest among them was a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. They were shocked by Gongsun Wuji's speed, but it was not difficult to tell. Gongsun Wuji had comprehended all the profundities from the law of wind. Gongsun Wuji's speed seems to be slightly faster than Wan Qingqing's. Even Shimin Haoshuan's speed is slightly inferior to him. Duan Lingtian could tell Gongsun Wuji's speed was the fastest he had seen in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Previously, even if he joined forces with Wan Qingqing might not be able to stop Gongsun Wuji if Gongsun Wuji was determined to escape. The law of wind focused on speed, so it would be easy for Gongsun Wuji to break free from Wan Qingqing's law of wood. This was an advantage that Shimin Haoxian, who had comprehended the law of destruction, did not have. Naturally, this did not mean Shimin Haoxian was weaker than Gongsun Wuji. Both of them had encountered each other many times, and they had even fought several times. However, they had always ended in a draw. Although Shimen Hao Xian was slightly slower than Gongsun Wuji, he was not much slower. In terms of overall strength, the two of them were equally matched. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Swoosh! When Gongsun Wuji charged toward Duanling Tian teleported and disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already 100 meters away. The teleportation profundity. It's the law of space's teleportation profundity. I can't see any traces of Duanling Tian moving from one end to the other. This means he vanished into thin air before vanishing into thin air. The teleportation profundity allows one to teleport from one place to another. It's normal that we can't see his movements. Duanling Tian's teleportation profundity caused the eyes of the people from the other celestial mansions to light up. This was the first time they had seen someone use the law of space's teleportation profundity. The law of space was one of the 4 supreme laws. It was difficult to comprehend. Although there were many celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory who had comprehended the law of space, most of them had only comprehended the space elemental profundity. Those who had comprehended the teleportation profundity were extremely rare. Gongsun Wuji was not surprised by Duanling Tian's teleportation profundity. He snorted coldly before he moved again. Whoosh! 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 Gongsun Wuji charged toward Duanling Tian at an even faster speed. This time, Duanling Tian was only a foot away from Duanling Tian before Gongsun Wuji teleported away. It looked like a close call. Many people broke out in cold sweat for Duanling Tian when they saw this. Although the law of space's teleportation profundity is profound, it can't be used consecutively. Based on the current situation, Gongsun Wuji should be able to catch Duanling Tian before Duanling Tian can use the teleportation profundity for the 3rd time. A disciple from a grade 6 celestial mansion said. It was obvious he had seen through Gongsun Wuji's trick. In fact, many people had seen through Gongsun Wuji's trick as well. Now that 2 breaths have passed, I'd like to see how you're going to dodge my next attack. Gongsun Wuji's cold laughter rang in the air, causing the disciples in the Azure Green Mansion's camp to grow excited. Senior brother Gongsun Wuji. Kill him. Senior brother Gongsun Wuji. Kill Duanling Tian. With Gongsun Wuji's senior brother, why would he need 10 breaths? He'll only need 3 breaths to kill him. The disciples from the Azure Green Mansion were confident in Gongsun Wuji. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A series of afterimages appeared again as they streaked across the sky, heading straight for Duanling Tian, who had teleported 100 meters away again. It was as though he would not give up until he had hit his target. This time, most people thought Duanling Tian would be caught by Gongsun Wuji. Even Gongsun Wuji thought so. However, when Gongsun Wuji was still a distance away from Duanling Tian teleported again. Impossible. Seeing this, Gongsun Wuji abruptly stopped in his tracks. His originally calm expression finally changed. However, he soon discovered something else. Duanling Tian did not teleport 100 meters away. Instead, he appeared 50 meters away. It's the transportation profundity. As expected, Duanling Tian has comprehended the law of space's transportation profundity. With his cultivation base and his comprehension of the law of space's teleportation profundity and transportation profundity, his speed is definitely in the top echelon in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He's not much slower than Wan Qingqing. I was only willing to let him join forces with Wan Qingqing because of her speed. However, it seems like he's not any slower than Wan Qingqing. It seems like the reason he joined forces with Wan Qingqing last month was to find someone who could help him restrain his opponent. The disciples from the other Grade 1 celestial mansions were shocked when they saw Duanling Tian casting the transportation profundity after the teleportation profundity. When did he comprehend the transportation profundity? Wan Qingqing was shocked. She knew Duanling Tian did not comprehend the transportation profundity last month. At most, he had only comprehended the basics. Otherwise, Duanling Tian could have eliminated her as well after eliminating Hung Feng. Since Duanling Tian had comprehended the teleportation profundity and the transportation profundity at the same time, it was impossible for him to be slower than her. It seems like he comprehended the transportation profundity before entering the middle realm. I was wondering where he got the confidence to come to the Azure Green Mansion's base. Hung Feng, who was standing at the side, sighed. Not many people knew Duan Lingtian's strength. However, since Hung Feng had been eliminated twice by Duan Lingtian, he knew a lot about Duan Lingtian's strength. However, even if he has comprehended the transportation profundity, he's still slower than Gongsun Wuji. As long as he doesn't flee and gives Gongsun Wuji enough time, Gongsun Wuji will catch up to him. However, before Gongsun Wuji catches up to him, I'm afraid Gongsun Wuji won't be able to withstand his attacks. Chapter 3177. In terms of overall strength, Shimen Hao Xian was on par with Gongsun Wuji. In terms of speed, Shimen Hao Xian was slightly inferior to Gongsun Wuji. However, in terms of other aspects, Gongsun Wuji was slightly inferior to Shimen Hao Xian. Duan Lingtian's attack was so strong that even Shimen Hao Xian admitted he was inferior to Duan Lingtian. In fact, Shimen Hao Xian had publicly said Duan Lingtian's attack was unrivaled in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. This meant Gongsun Wuji was confident in his strength. If he fought Duan Lingtian head-on, there was no way Gongsun Wuji would be a match for him. If Gongsun Wuji had fought Duan Lingtian before Duan Lingtian cast the law of space's transportation profundity, he might have had a chance of winning with his speed. However, now that Duan Lingtian had revealed he had comprehended the transportation profundity to the rudimentary stage, Gongsun Wuji was no longer able to defeat Duan Lingtian. Although Gongsun Wuji was still faster than Duan Lingtian, the difference was negligible. Damn it! He actually comprehended the laws of space's transportation profundity. Although Gongsun Wuji was unwilling to admit defeat, he knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian at this moment. He had already lost this battle. Return. Although Gongsun Wuji was reluctant, he had no choice but to return to the Azure Green Mansion's base. Even if he did not return to the Azure Green Mansion's base, he had to stay away from Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat him. Swoosh! Gongsun Wuji's figure blurred as he made his way back to the Azure Green Mansion's base. At this moment, a purple figure appeared in his path. It was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had teleported to block Gongsun Wuji's path. What's wrong? Didn't you want to kill me? Are you trying to run away now? Duan Lingtian glanced at Gongsun Wuji with a mocking smile on his face. Haha, Gongsun Wuji, didn't you say you were going to kill senior brother Duan Lingtian? Why are you fleeing back to the Azure Green Mansion's camp? Gongsun Wuji is a joke. Senior brother Duan Lingtian from our profound nether mansion is the best. Even Gongsun Wuji had to flee from him. Some of the profound nether mansion's disciples had come to watch the battle as well. Initially, they did not have much confidence in Duan Lingtian. However, their eyes lit up when they saw this scene. He couldn't help but mock Gongsun Wuji. At this moment, they felt a sense of exultation. On the other hand, the atmosphere in the Azure Green Mansion's base had turned silent. When Duan Lingtian used the law of space's teleportation profundity, many knowledgeable Azure Green Mansion disciples had already guessed the outcome of this battle. However, even more people didn't know. Now that they saw Gongsun Wuji trying to escape back to the Azure Green Mansion's campsite and hide with them, they couldn't help but feel suffocated. After all, most of the Azure Green Mansion's disciples had come to watch the show. They wanted to see Gongsun Wuji, a core disciple of the Azure Green Mansion, defeat Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion. However, not only did they fail to defeat Duan Lingtian, but they were the ones who had to flee. Let's go. How boring. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion to be so strong. Even senior brother Gongsun isn't a match for him. From now on, who in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will be able to defeat him? In front of Duan Lingtian, even senior Gongsun Wuji can only flee. Among the 6 strongest people in the past, apart from senior Gongsun Wuji, the other 5 aren't necessarily faster than Duan Lingtian. Senior Gongsun Wuji might be able to flee, but they might not be able to. In other words, Duan Lingtian's appearance will break the balance in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Unless he's extremely unlucky, he'll definitely rank first on the scoreboard in the future. The Azure Green Mansion's disciples whispered among themselves with gloomy expressions on their faces. Many of them left the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm through transporting formations. He's out. Someone's coming out. Now that someone's coming out, I can go in, right? I want to go in. I want to go in. At the teleportation points of the Azure Green Manor, a group of Azure Green Manor disciples saw someone coming out, and their eyes lit up. They felt that they could enter now. Go in? Do you want to see how humiliated the Azure Green Mansion is? It's meaningless to go in. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have gone in. Humiliating. This is too humiliating. Meanwhile, the group of Azure Green Mansion disciples who had just left the Middle Realm shook their heads when they heard the commotion in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Humiliating? What's going on? Is Senior Brother Gongsun not here yet? The Azure Green Mansion's disciples were dumbfounded. They only learned about what had happened when the people who came out of the transporting formations explained the situation. Gongsun Wuji, a core disciple of the Azure Green Mansion who they thought could defeat Duan Lingtian, was forced to flee by Duan Lingtian? I'm not going in. I'm not going in. It's really boring. I'm not going in as well. Apart from the Azure Green Mansion's disciples, even the Azure Green Mansion's elders had grim expressions on their faces. If Gongsun Wuji could not defeat Duan Lingtian in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, who else in the Azure Green Mansion would be able to defeat Duan Lingtian? It was obvious the Azure Green Mansion's disciples would not be able to perform well in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm this month. It's a good thing Senior Brother Gongsun is currently ranked second. With his ranking, he'll definitely be able to. Many of the Azure Green Mansion's disciples were looking at the scoreboard with a relieved expression on their faces when they saw Gongsun Wuji's name. This was because Gongsun Wuji's name had disappeared from the scoreboard. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian, who was originally ranked 7th, had instead replaced the person who was originally ranked 1st on the scoreboard. He had once again ascended to the top of the scoreboard. How's this possible? Senior Brother Gongsun was eliminated by Duan Lingtian. Wasn't he planning to flee? Isn't he faster than Duan Lingtian? What's going on? The transporting formations in the Azure Green Mansion were in an uproar. Nobody expected Gongsun Wuji to be eliminated by Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian's speed was not much slower than Gongsun Wuji's, Gongsun Wuji would still be able to escape if he wanted to. Who could tell them what was going on? At this moment, the people who had witnessed Gongsun Wuji's elimination from the Azure Green Mansion's campsite were even more shocked. To be more precise, they had witnessed Gongsun Wuji being killed. If Duan Lingtian had only comprehended the teleportation profundity and the transportation profundity from the law of space, his speed would be slightly slower than Gongsun Wuji's. If Gongsun Wuji wanted to flee, he could have easily escaped. However, when Duan Lingtian caught up to Gongsun Wuji and killed Gongsun Wuji under Gongsun Wuji's incredulous gaze, the onlookers realized something was amiss. Even though Duan Lingtian had killed Gongsun Wuji earlier, he had still held back. How terrifying! 3 spatial tiers and 3 cross-dimensional profundities surrounded Gongsun Wuji from all directions. Gongsun Wuji didn't even have time to dodge. Tearing 3 spatial tiers and casting 3 cross-dimensional profundities at the same time. I don't think the rudimentary stage of the cross-dimensional profundity is capable of that, right? Based on what I know, only the initial stage of the cross-dimensional profundity is capable of tearing 3 spatial tears and casting 3 cross-dimensional profundities at the same time. Duan Lingtian isn't even 100 years old, but he's already a 10 directions celestial duke. How did he comprehend the profundity of a law to the initial stage at such a young age? Inside and outside the Azure Green Mansion's base, the people from the profound Nether Mansion and the other major celestial mansions were stunned. At this moment, their attention was not on Gongsun Wuji, who had just been killed by Duan Lingtian, but on Duan Lingtian himself. Duan Lingtian had comprehended the law of space's cross-dimensional profundity to the initial stage. Normally, only those who had comprehended 9 profundities from a law to the rudimentary stage would have a chance of comprehending a profundity to the initial stage. Most of those who had comprehended profundities to the initial stage were celestial lords or stronger. Even among immortal kings, there were very few people who could comprehend the profound meaning of a certain law to the initial stage. They had never heard of celestial dukes before. Even throughout the history of the Southern Heaven territory, they had never heard of anyone who had comprehended a profundity to the initial stage of a law before becoming a celestial king. Duan Ling Tian must have concealed his strength. Hung Feng from the martial battle mansion said with a solemn expression on his face, as he looked at Duan Ling Tian hovering in the air above the azure green mansion's base. Meanwhile, Wan Qingqing, who was standing not far away from him, was stunned. Her originally cold and beautiful face was now filled with shock and horror. What she had just witnessed was too shocking for her. Apart from Hung Feng, even she felt Duan Ling Tian had concealed his strength. In fact, there was no need for Duan Ling Tian to join forces with her. He was strong enough to dominate the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He would not find it strange if Duan Ling Tian managed to completely comprehend the transportation profundity that he had only comprehended previously in just half a month. However, she did not believe that Duan Ling Tian had only comprehended the cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage in just half a month. Since Duan Ling Tian has comprehended the cross-sectional / profundity to the initial stage, he should have comprehended the other 7 profundities from the law of space to the rudimentary stage at the very least, apart from the fundamental profundity. Among the spectating disciples of various immortal mansions, there was no lack of knowledgeable people who came to such a conclusion. It has been 2 months since Duan Ling Tian entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and killed Gongsun Wuji in the Azure Green Mansion's base. After this battle, I'm certain no one in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will dare to challenge him. Chapter 3178. You've comprehended the law of space's dimensional / profundity to minor completion. Why did you ask for my help last month? Wan Qingqing asked Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission. She could not help but ask. In his opinion, since Duan Ling Tian had comprehended the law of space's cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage, he was confident Duan Ling Tian would be able to defeat and kill them even if he was not as fast as them. The speed of the dimensional decapitation profound, which was at the minor completion realm, was not something that the 6 people could dodge with their speed. Take Gongsun Wuji, the Azure Green Mansion's core disciple, for example. He did not even have time to dodge before he was killed by Duan Ling Tian's dimensional / profundity. Last month, I didn't have a breakthrough in the dimensional / profundity. Duan Ling Tian replied to Wan Qingqing's question through voice transmission. This was not a secret, so there was nothing for him to hide. It was fine as long as he did not reveal the quintessential Godhead. In truth, even Duan Ling Tian did not expect he would be able to comprehend the law of space's dimensional / profundity to minor completion in such a short time. According to the Chaos Divine Flame, the quintessential Godhead was the quintessential Godhead's strongest dimensional / profundity when he was alive. That was why he was able to comprehend the law of space's dimensional / profundity in such a short period of time. Apart from the fundamental profundity, for any law profundity, the initial realm and the initial realm were 2 completely different concepts. They could not be compared. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian's strength had increased by several levels after comprehending the law of space's dimensional / profundity to minor completion stage. You mean, you only recently comprehended the law of space's dimensional / profundity to minor completion? Although Wan Qingqing found it hard to believe, she believed Duan Ling Tian's words. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded. What about the other profundities from the law of space? Since you've comprehended the law of space's profundity to minor completion, it means you've comprehended all the profundities from the law of space, right? Even so, you're not any weaker than Gongsun Wuji, Shimen Haoshuan, and the others. Why do you want to join forces with me? Wan Qingqing asked again via voice transmission. She seemed determined to get to the bottom of this matter. Duan Ling Tian was at a loss for words. In any case, all you need to know is that, last month, I alone didn't have the strength to eliminate them. If I had a choice, I wouldn't join forces with you. After Duan Lingtian said this, his eyes lit up as he looked at the disciples of the various immortal mansions present. These people had come to watch the battle between him and Gongsun Wuji. Not good. When Duan Lingtian's wolf-like gaze swept over them, the expressions of the disciples of the various immortal mansions changed drastically. Immediately, a group of people wanted to flee. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian disappeared into thin air. With a teleportation, he appeared in the path of several escaping inner palace disciples of an immortal mansion, blocking their path. Do you want me to do it? Duan Lingtian smiled mockingly as he looked at the few inner palace disciples in front of him. It's all right, I'll do it myself. I'll do it myself as well. The few inner palace disciples who were blocked by Duan Lingtian had an unsightly expression on their faces. However, they did not dare to wait for Duan Lingtian to make a move, so they crushed their accumulative point jades. After obtaining their points, Duan Lingtian continued to look for more targets. Apart from the disciples of the Profound Nether Mansion and the Martial Battle Mansion, everyone else became his targets. However, since the disciples of the Azure Green Mansion were hiding in the Azure Green Mansion's base, he could not make a move on them. Since no one dared to come out of the Azure Green Mansion's base, he did not eliminate anyone else from the Azure Green Mansion after Gongsun Wuji. The disciples of the Martial Battle Mansion had thought they would be in danger. However, they were surprised that Duan Lingtian did not make a move on them. They sighed in relief. Junior sister Qingqing, it seems that it's all thanks to you this time. Hung Feng smiled wryly as he looked at Wan Qingqing. It was not difficult for him to guess why Duan Lingtian did not make a move on the disciples of the Martial Battle Mansion. It must be because of Wan Qingqing. He could not think of any other reason. In the Azure Green Mansion's base, news of Gongsun Wuji's death spread like wildfire in the Azure Green Mansion. Bang! When the Manor Master of the Azure Green Manor gathered the upper echelons of the Azure Green Manor for a meeting, he was so furious that he smashed the table in front of him into pieces. Duan Lingtian from the Profound Nether Mansion has killed Gongsun Wuji. From now on, it'll be difficult for the Azure Green Mansion to obtain any benefits from the 10 major clans in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for a long time. Duan Lingtian deserves to die. He better pray that I don't run into him. If I do, I'll tear him to pieces. The high-ranking officials of the Azure Green Mansion were furious. Gongsun Wuji was the Azure Green Mansion's trump card in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Now that Duan Lingtian had killed Gongsun Wuji, they had lost their trump card. The Azure Green Mansion had suffered an unprecedented loss. This was the first time the Azure Green Mansion had suffered such a heavy loss in a battle with the Profound Nether Mansion. Let's get an assassin to kill Duan Lingtian. One of the Vice Mansion Masters of the Azure Green Mansion said in a deep voice, I have a way to contact the Bloodskull Gang. Contact them immediately. After receiving permission from the Mansion Master of the Azure Green Mansion, the Vice Mansion Master of the Azure Green Mansion immediately contacted the high-ranking officials in the Bloodskull Gang. However, a strange expression soon appeared on his face. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Don't tell me Duan Lingtian has some kind of shocking background that even the Bloodskull Gang doesn't dare to accept the mission? The Bloodskull Gang is one of the top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory. If they don't dare to accept a mission to kill Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid no one in the Southern Heaven Territory would dare to accept a mission to kill Duan Lingtian. A group of high-ranking officials from the Azure Green Mansion asked curiously when they saw the strange expression on the Vice Mansion Master's face. No, the Vice Mansion Master shook his head. I've asked my friend, and he said there's no need for me to issue a mission to kill Duan Lingtian. This is because the Bloodskull Gang has already issued a mission to kill Duan Lingtian. The Vice Mansion Master finished speaking in one breath. There's already a mission to kill Duan Lingtian? It seems like Duan Lingtian has offended many people. Humph, that's not a bad thing. Our Azure Green Mansion can save a lot of celestial crystals. Unlike the Azure Green Mansion, in the Profound Nether Mansion, a commotion broke out when news of Gongsun Wuji's death, a core disciple of the Azure Green Mansion, spread. Gongsun Wuji from the Azure Green Mansion is dead? Moreover, he was killed by Duan Lingtian? That's great news. I didn't expect Gongsun Wuji would die one day. My cousin was killed by him. It's good that he's dead. It's good that he's dead. Where did senior brother Duan Lingtian come from? How is he so powerful that he can even kill Gongsun Wuji? I heard that not only has senior brother Duan Lingtian comprehended all the profundities from the law of space, but he has also comprehended the cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage. He has comprehended the cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage? Is that true? As far as I know, there hasn't been anyone below the Celestial King stage who has comprehended a profundity to the initial stage in the history of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, right? Senior brother Duan Lingtian has created history in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Meanwhile, the elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion were shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. They were delighted by Gongsun Wuji's death. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was still in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Look, senior brother Duan Lingtian's points have exceeded 1,000 again. At this moment, a group of disciples from the profound Nether Mansion witnessed Duan Lingtian's points surpassing 1,000 points again, after he ranked first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Amazing! Amazing! It's expected. Since senior brother Duan Lingtian managed to kill Gongsun Wuji, he should be able to eliminate those 5 people as well. Those 5 people must know that senior brother Duan Lingtian killed Gongsun Wuji. I'm afraid they won't even have the courage to fight senior brother Duan Lingtian. I didn't expect the profound Nether Mansion to be invincible in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm one day. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is so strong. I'm afraid he won't be staying in the profound Nether Mansion for long. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is not even 100 years old. But he has such achievements. He won't be staying in the profound Nether Mansion for long. I'm afraid it won't be long before the Su clan takes him away. Every grade 6 celestial mansion was governed by a clan. The 10 major clans were in charge of each grade 6 celestial mansion. The Su clan was in charge of the profound Nether Mansion. Duan Lingtian, you've obtained 1,000 points. Come out. The person from the Imperial Tutor Mansion wants to see you. After receiving the message from the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion, Qi Tianming, the Inspector of the Profound Nether Mansion, immediately sent a message to Duan Lingtian, who was still in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Qi Tianming was also aware that Duan Lingtian had killed Gongsun Wuji. He was also shocked by the news that Duan Lingtian had comprehended the cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage. He was skeptical and wondered if the people who spread the news were intentionally exaggerating the truth. Therefore, he planned to ask Duan Lingtian about it when he returned to the Duan Lingtian mansion to verify the authenticity of the rumor. If you've really comprehended the cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage, the person from the Imperial Tutor Mansion will definitely end the test and allow you to join the Imperial Tutor Mansion. After Qi Tianming sent the first message, he sent a second message to Duan Lingtian. After receiving the 2 messages from Qi Tianming, Duan Lingtian returned to the profound Nether Mansion's base and returned to the profound Nether Mansion. Along the way, Duan Lingtian was greeted warmly by the elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion who recognized him. It could be said that he was the most popular person in the profound Nether Mansion. After leaving the middle realm, Duan Lingtian went to look for Qi Tianming. I'll bring you there. As soon as Duan Lingtian arrived, Qi Tianming brought Duan Lingtian to the Imperial Tutor Mansion. Chapter 3179. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded in response to Qi Tianming's question. This was no longer a secret. Many people from the Celestial Mansion had witnessed him killing Gongsun Wuji from the Azure Green Mansion. Gasp! Although Qi Tianming was prepared for this, he could not help but gasp when he heard Duan Lingtian's confirmation. When did you comprehend it? Last month, you had to join forces with Wan Qingqing to eliminate Shimin Hao Xian from the Red Leaves Mansion and rank first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Qi Tianming asked curiously. A few days ago, before I entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. Qi Tianming's lips twitched when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He asked, What about the other profundities from the law of space? Have you comprehended all of them to the rudimentary stage? Nope. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I haven't comprehended two profundities from the law of space. Apart from the space elemental profundity, he had also comprehended the territory profundity, the restraining profundity, the distortion profundity, the teleportation profundity, the transportation profundity, and the cross-dimensional profundity. In total, he had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. There were 9 profundities from the law of space. Apart from that, he had not comprehended the other 2 profundities. Currently, he had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. Apart from the basic profundity, he had already comprehended the dimensional profundity to the initial stage. As for the other 5 profundities, he had only comprehended the rudimentary stage. You haven't comprehended 2 profundities? Duan Lingtian's words shocked Qi Tianming so much that he came to a halt in midair. Then, he turned to look at Duan Lingtian with an incredulous expression on his face. Is what you said true? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had already guessed why Qi Tianming was so shocked. Generally speaking, to comprehend a profundity to the initial stage, one had to comprehend the profundity to the rudimentary stage first. Only then would he have a greater opportunity to comprehend the profundities of that law to the minor accomplishment realm. Out of 10,000 people, 9,999 were like this. However, nothing was absolute. There was still a portion of people who could comprehend a certain profundity of a law to the initial stage in advance, and these people were all people with extraordinary comprehension abilities. I thought you were only able to comprehend the law of space because of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. However, it seems like your comprehension of the law of space is 1 in a million. Qi Tianming sighed. Spatial laws were very difficult to comprehend in the first place. People who could comprehend it were in the minority. Out of 10,000 people who comprehended the law of space, only 1 person would be able to comprehend the initial stage of the law of space in advance before comprehending the full profundity of the law of space. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was clearly such a person. Of course, he wasn't wrong. The reason Duan Lingtian had been able to comprehend the dimensional profundity to the minor completion stage so quickly was because of the paramount Godhead. However, since he possessed the paramount Godhead, his comprehension of the law of space was 1 in a million. In fact, in this world, perhaps only other people who possessed the paramount Godhead would be able to comprehend the law of space as well as he did. Under Qi Tianming's lead, Duan Lingtian arrived at the Imperial Tudor Pavilion again. This time, as soon as Duan Lingtian and Qi Tianming arrived at the illusory formation outside the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, the illusory formation disappeared before Qi Tianming could even speak. After the illusory formation disappeared, Duan Lingtian saw a figure standing in the void not too far away. The figure was looking at him and Qi Tianming calmly. To be more precise, the figure was looking at him. The figure was a tall and burly middle-aged man with a dignified expression. He was dressed in a dark green robe. The Imperial Tudor Pavilion's pavilion master? While Duan Lingtian was trying to guess the identity of the person standing in front of him, Qi Tianming bowed to the person standing in the void in front of them. Lord Mansion Master. Mansion Master? Upon hearing Qi Tianming's greeting, Duan Lingtian knew he had guessed wrongly. He followed Qi Tianming and bowed to the person standing in front of them. Mansion Master. As it turned out, this person was the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion. The Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion nodded at Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. Duan Lingtian, you've done well in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The Profound Nether Mansion won't mistreat you. Now follow me to meet my Grandmaster. As soon as the Mansion Master finished speaking, he turned around and led the way. At the same time, he turned around and said to Qi Tianming, Inspector Qi, you can leave now. Grandmaster? Duan Lingtian was stunned. The person standing in the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. I think he's Lord Mansion Master's Grandmaster. Qi Tianming sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian before he cupped his fists and left. The Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion is the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion's Grandmaster? Duan Lingtian was shocked. He did not expect the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion to be the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion's grandmaster. Duan Lingtian followed the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion into the Imperial Tutor Pavilion and followed the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion to the backyard of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. The backyard was vast, and half of it was a lake. At this moment, a skinny and short old man wearing a bamboo hat could be seen fishing at the side of the lake. Grandmaster, the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion bowed respectfully at the old man. I've brought him here. As soon as the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion finished speaking, the old man put down his fishing rod and stopped fishing. The old man stood up and turned to look at Duan Lingtian. His eyes that were initially cloudy were now deep and profound, as though he could see through a person's heart. When the old man looked at him, Duan Lingtian felt as though he was being seen through. I thought you'd need some time to complete the test I set for you. I didn't expect you to be strong enough to defeat everyone in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in just 2 months. As soon as the old man spoke, Duan Lingtian recognized the old man's voice as the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. In that case, you've passed the test. The old man continued to say, from today onward, you, Duan Lingtian, are the new Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. The Imperial Tutor Pavilion will be restored to its former glory. As soon as the old man finished speaking, his eyes shone brightly as though they could illuminate heaven and earth. Thank you, Senior. Because he was mentally prepared, Duan Lingtian was not surprised and calmly thanked him. You may return first. The old man glanced at the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion indifferently before he left. At this moment, only the old man and Duan Lingtian were left in the backyard of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. Previously, I've asked you why you want to become the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. Since you've answered me, I won't ask you again. The old man said. Duan Lingtian remembered the old man had asked him the same question previously. At that time, he had answered the old man. If he became the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion, he would be able to enter the profound Nether Mansion through a shortcut. Apart from that, he wanted to use the profound Nether Mansion as a stepping stone to leave the Southern Heaven territory. With your current strength, it's meaningless for you to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Here, take these 2 celestial fruits. The old man casually tossed 2 celestial fruits to Duan Lingtian. One was red and the other was green. The red one was hot while the green one was cold. These are... Duan Lingtian instinctively caught the 2 celestial fruits. His eyes widened as he looked at the celestial fruits. The Ice King celestial fruit and the Fire King celestial fruit? Boy, you're quite knowledgeable to recognize these 2 celestial fruits. The old man was surprised to see Duan Lingtian calling out the names of the 2 celestial fruits. Since you know their names, I'm sure you know their effects as well. In that case, I won't explain it to you. The old man said. From the beginning until now, the expression on the old man's face had not changed at all. It was as if nothing could change the expression on his face. However, Duan Lingtian did not hear the old man's words. His attention was completely focused on the 2 celestial fruits in his hands. He had only read about these 2 celestial fruits in the Memory Celestial Talisman in the Simplicity Celestial Sects Library. This was his first time seeing them in person. Both the Fire King Celestial Fruit and the Ice King Celestial Fruit were extremely rare celestial fruits. Even if such celestial fruits were sold in the black market, their value would not be lower than an ordinary royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, one of the celestial fruits was worth more than the other. The Fire King Celestial Fruit and the Ice King Celestial Fruit were worth more than 1 + 1. It was comparable to a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. The reason these 2 celestial fruits were so valuable was due to their heaven-defying effects. It was common knowledge that in the Devata realms, the higher a celestial's cultivation base was, the harder it was to raise one's cultivation base. This was especially true for the gap between 2 major stages. However, these 2 celestial fruits were enough for a 10 Directions celestial duke to break through and become a celestial king. Although one would only be a 1 basic celestial king, it was still heaven-defying. After all, some people might be stuck at the level of a 10 Directions Celestial Duke for the rest of their lives. However, if they consumed these 2 celestial fruits, they would be able to break through and become a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. These 2 immortal fruits could be said to have the ability to defy the heavens and change the fate of those people. Senior, are you really going to give these 2 celestial fruits to me? When Duanling Tian finally regained his senses with great difficulty, he gasped and looked at the old man before him with uncertainty. Why would I take them out if I don't give them to you? The corners of the old man's mouth curled up into a rare smile. Thank you, Senior. Although Duanling Tian knew there would be many benefits to becoming the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion, he did not expect the old man would give him a Fire King Celestial Fruit and an Ice King Celestial Fruit as a welcome gift. Was this welcome gift not a little too extravagant? There's one more thing. In a few days, the people from the Su clan will be here. At that time, it won't be easy for me to hide you. The old man's expression turned solemn as he looked at Duanling Tian and said, I can promise you that the benefits you'll receive in the profound Nether Mansion will be more than what you'll receive in the Su clan. Naturally, when the time comes, I won't let you stay in the profound Nether Mansion. I'll personally send you to the Su clan. With your strength at that time, you'll definitely receive the best treatment in the Su clan. Chapter 3180. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes. Senior, you don't want me to join the Su clan too early? It's not that I don't want you to join the Su clan, but I think it's too early for you to attract their attention. The old man shook his head and said, However, if you insist on joining the Su clan, I won't stop you. Moreover, if you want to stay, you'll have to agree to one condition. If you agree to it, you'll be better off staying in the profound Nether Mansion than joining the Su clan. If you don't agree to it, I suggest you join the Su clan. The old man continued to say, Condition? Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow. What condition? It's not a condition. It's a rule in the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. Ever since the Imperial Tutor died, I've been in charge of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. The old man said, Those who become the Imperial Tutors of the profound Nether Mansion and are willing to avenge their former Imperial Tutor will receive the best treatment in the profound Nether Mansion. The Imperial Tutor? Duanling Tian's eyes widened slightly. Senior, are you talking about the Imperial Tutor whose wife was defiled 30,000 years ago? As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, he felt a terrifying aura sweep out from the old man in front of him. It slapped on his body and shook him to the point his vital energy and blood surged. At this moment, he could feel the old man's emotions fluctuating violently. Moreover, it was obvious the old man was furious. Why is he angry? It's only the Imperial Tutor from 30,000 years ago. Is it possible that he was the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion when the Imperial Tutor was still alive? Is he the one who groomed the Imperial Tutor? When Duanling Tian thought of this, realization dawned on him. If that was the case, it was understandable that the Imperial Tutor Pavilion was enraged. Yes, it's the Imperial Tutor. The old man seemed to have noticed his loss of composure. He quickly regained his composure and looked at Duanling Tian before he asked, Are you willing to follow the rule and avenge the Imperial Tutor when you're strong enough? Before that, I have to remind you that the person who killed the Imperial Tutor is currently the Patriarch of the He clan, one of the 10 major clans. He's a Celestial Lord. After the old man finished speaking, he looked at Duanling Tian, waiting for Duanling Tian's response. I'm willing to follow that rule. Duanling Tian said, That man is devoid of conscience. Everyone has the right to kill him. Although Duanling Tian didn't consider himself a chivalrous hero, he still couldn't stand some people who went too far. Previously, when Sun Liangpang, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, had told him about the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion, he did not have a good impression of the clan leader of the He clan for causing the destruction of the Imperial Tutor's family. In fact, if he had the chance, he wouldn't mind killing the clan leader of the He clan to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. It was precisely because of this that Duanling Tian didn't reject the old man's rule and directly agreed to it. All right. The old man's eyes lit up when he heard Duanling Tian's agreement. Then he said solemnly, Duanling Tian, My seniority is the highest in the profound nether mansion. Even the current mansion master of the profound nether mansion is my grand disciple. Today, I promise you that after you become the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion, you'll be treated better than the mansion master of the profound nether mansion. Apart from that, you'll also be under my protection. For example, I'll personally visit the Bloodskull Gang and ask them to cancel the mission. Moreover, they won't accept any missions that target you in the future. The old man's tone was firm, as though he didn't care about the Bloodskull Gang at all. Based on the old man's words, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out that the old man's strength was probably among the top in the 10 major clans and 5 major sects. Otherwise, why would the old man be so confident? Senior, I'll accept your offer, but please don't interfere with the Bloodskull Gang's matters. Duan Lingtian said to the old man, I'll deal with the Bloodskull Gang on my own. Deal with the Bloodskull Gang on your own? The old man looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before he said, There are many celestial lords in the Bloodskull Gang. The leader of the Bloodskull Gang is not an ordinary celestial lord. His strength is not inferior to mine. Senior, how's the leader of the Bloodskull Gang compared to the clan leader of the He clan? Duan Lingtian asked. Naturally, the clan leader of the He clan is stronger. The old man's eyes glinted as he replied. If the clan leader of the He clan was weaker than the leader of the Bloodskull Gang, he would have killed the clan leader of the He clan a long time ago. Due to the fact that the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion was stronger than him, he could not kill the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. That was why he had set up the imperial tutor pavilion's rule against the patriarch of the He clan. If that's the case, why do you have to remind me that the Bloodskull Gang isn't as simple as it seems? Duan Lingtian said, If I can't even deal with the Bloodskull Gang, how am I supposed to deal with the clan leader of the He clan in the future? Duan Lingtian's words left the old man speechless. Inwardly, he praised Duan Lingtian for his courage. Naturally, he did not show it on his face. I hope you'll be able to deal with the Bloodskull Gang as soon as possible. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. Just as the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion had said, a few days later, the Su clan sent a messenger to the profound nether mansion to bring Duan Lingtian to the Su clan. Duan Lingtian, the profound nether mansion's disciple, has outstanding innate talent and comprehension ability. The Su clan would like to bring him to the profound nether mansion. This was what the messenger from the Su clan told the mansion master of the profound nether mansion. The profound nether mansion has no objections as long as Duan Lingtian agrees. The mansion master of the profound nether mansion replied with a smile. Do you think he'll reject the Su clan? The Su clan's messenger asked confidently. However, when the mansion master of the profound nether mansion asked Duan Lingtian to reject the Su clan's messenger, the messenger was stunned. You rejected the mansion master? It's not exactly a rejection. I just feel that I'm not strong enough yet. When I'm stronger, I'll definitely join the Su clan. As for the other clans and the 5 great sects, I won't consider them at all. Duan Lingtian looked at the Su clan's emissary and said, This is also my promise to the emissary and the Su clan. Don't you want to reconsider? The Su clan's messenger frowned. He was ordered by the Grand Elder of the Su clan to bring Duan Lingtian to the Su clan. If he did not bring Duan Lingtian to the Su clan, the Grand Elder would definitely reprimand him for his incompetence. Naturally, the Grand Elder of the Su clan had also said that he could not force Duan Lingtian. For this reason, he could not use force. I've made up my mind. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Good. I hope you'll remember your promise. The Su clan's messenger looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before he bade farewell to the mansion master of the profound nether mansion and left. He did not come back empty-handed. At the very least, based on Duan Lingtian's performance, the 10 major clans and 5 great sects would only join the Su clan. Thinking about it, the Great Elder won't blame me too much when he learns that I brought his promise back. The messenger thought to himself as he made his way back. After the messenger left, Duan Lingtian looked at the mansion master of the profound nether mansion and asked, Mansion master? Senior palace master said, There's no need for me to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm anymore. He wants me to break through and become a celestial king. Don't you have any objections to this? In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was very important to a Grade 6 celestial mansion. Otherwise, the Grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory would not have specially nurtured 10 directions celestial dukes to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I'll listen to Grandmaster. The Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion did not object to the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion's decision. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion's position in the Profound Nether Mansion. In fact, he had already guessed the answer before he asked the question. He only asked because he wanted to confirm it further. Moreover, he was prepared to break through and become a Celestial King with the help of the Ice King Celestial Fruit and the Fire King Celestial Fruit. In the past, he had relied on his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon to possess celestial origin energy that was comparable to a Celestial King. However, that was just a short-lived power. Now, his own cultivation level had broken through to the Celestial King tier, and his celestial origin power was no longer just a flash in the pan. It really belonged to him. After returning to the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, Duan Lingtian went into closed-door cultivation. He swallowed the Ice King Celestial Fruit and the Fire King Celestial Fruit. Their medicinal efficacies flowed through his body. At the same time, Duan Lingtian circulated his cultivation method and began to cultivate. Currently, he was still cultivating the King-grade cultivation method, the Tai Profound method, that Huaner's great-aunt had passed to him. Duan Lingtian was so immersed in his cultivation that he lost track of time. It was only when he had broken through and become a Celestial King that he finally snapped out of his reverie. At the same time, he discovered the celestial origin energy in his body had undergone tremendous changes. It had become purer, more powerful, and more powerful. Of course, the biggest change was in the small world inside his body. With the breakthrough in his cultivation, the small world not only became bigger, but it also became more like a real world. In particular, the main branch of the divine tree of life in the center of the little world had grown larger. It looked like a sapling that was brimming with vitality. Now that I've broken through and become a Celestial King, it seems like I can create another little world apart from the little world in my body. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and waved his hand in the air. In the next moment, a spatial tear appeared in the air. However, it was not a spatial tear that led to the turbulent space. It was a spatial tear that led to another little world that he had created. With a wave of his hand, he drew the heaven and earth spirit energy from his little world instead of his own celestial origin energy. Chapter 3181. For immortal kings, they could open up a minor world of their own in any location they wished. A little world could contain anything, including living beings. When Duan Lingtian had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, he had entered the little world created by a celestial king from the blissful sect. He had even fallen in love with Murong Bing, a disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. So far, everything seems to be going well. I've become a celestial king in less than 100 years since I ascended. There are only 900 years left before the 1,000 years are up. Today, I'll set a goal to stand at the peak of the Devata realms in 500 years. This way, in the remaining 400 years, I will have the opportunity to obtain greater strength and go to the world of divine remains to rescue Ku Air and Fei Air. Duan Lingtian casually created a little world. With just a thought, the little world shattered and ceased to exist. Celestial King. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and stood up. Although he had experienced the strength of a celestial king in the past, the strength he possessed and the strength granted by the consumable celestial weapon were two completely different concepts. Not to mention anything else, just the feeling alone was a world of difference. Senior. About half an hour later, Duan Lingtian arrived at the backyard of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. The old man, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, was still fishing. "You've made a breakthrough?" The old man did not turn around, but it was clear he knew Duan Lingtian had broken through and become a celestial king. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Not bad. You managed to make a breakthrough in less than a month. Although it's mostly due to the celestial fruits, If it weren't for your innate talent, it would have been difficult for you to make a breakthrough in such a short time, the old man said. Duan Lingtian nodded. You should focus on comprehending the law of space and cultivating at the same time. It's best if you don't leave the profound nether mansion before you become a 10 Directions Celestial King. Now, you've made quite a few enemies outside. The old man continued to say, not only the Bloodskull Gang, but even the Azure Green Mansion has sent people to spy on the profound nether mansion. 10 Directions Celestial King? How long will he have to stay in the profound nether mansion? Although Duan Lingtian wanted to become a 10 Directions Celestial King as soon as possible, he was only a 1 basic Celestial King. How long would it take for him to become a 10 Directions Celestial King? With your talent, 300 years shouldn't be a problem. The old man said. 300 years. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched violently. He was only close to 100 years old. If he really needed 300 years to break through to become a 10 Directions Celestial King, wouldn't that be too long? Of course, he was also clear that Celestials in the Devata realms would need more time to cultivate as they progressed. For many people, the time it took for them to break through to the 10 Directions Celestial King realm from the 1 basic Celestial King realm was more than 10 times the total time it took for them to become a 1 basic Celestial King. The profound nether mansion will provide you with the easiest way to break through from a 1 basic Celestial King to a 10 Directions Celestial King. We'll provide you with celestial fruits and celestial pills as long as you can find them. 300 years is a conservative estimate. If you're lucky, you might be able to break through even faster. The old man said, currently, the profound nether mansion has some resources that can help you break through quickly. However, the resources aren't limitless. I've already asked my grand disciple to look for celestial fruits and celestial pills that can help you break through to the 10 Directions Celestial King realm in the profound nether mansion compared to the Su clan. There's a process to becoming a Celestial King. It's impossible to break through in one go. The effects of a God-grade celestial fruit like the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit won't appear in the Celestial King realm. Duan Lingtian fell silent for a long time after listening to the old man's words. Moreover, didn't you say you'll deal with the Bloodskull Gang on your own? With your current strength, you'll only be killed if you don't cultivate diligently. Based on what I know, the Bloodskull Gang sent a 10 Directions Celestial King and 29 Palaces Celestial Kings to kill you. Duan Lingtian nodded. A 10 Directions Celestial King and 29 Palaces Celestial Kings? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He was not worried at all. At most, he would use his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon to temporarily boost his celestial origin energy and soul energy to the level of a 1 basic Celestial Lord. Then, he would be able to kill all of them using the law of space. After all, even a 10 Directions Celestial King from the Bloodskull Gang would not be able to comprehend the profundity of the law to the initial stage. With his attainments in the law of space, even if his strength as a 1 basic Celestial Lord was just a flash in the pan, he would still be able to kill all 3 of the Bloodskull Gang's assassins. However, at this moment he was more concerned about another matter. Should he stay in the profound nether mansion and cultivate until he became a 10 Directions Celestial King? Senior. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian decided to tell the old man his thoughts. If I leave the profound nether mansion and stay in the Southern Heaven territory, is it possible that I'll have a fortuitous encounter that will allow me to become a 10 Directions Celestial King faster? How naive! Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the old man put down his fishing rod and rose to his feet. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, the cultivation resources provided by the profound nether mansion are equivalent to fortuitous encounters for you. Even if you leave the profound nether mansion, you won't be able to obtain more cultivation resources than the profound nether mansion. If you're looking for someone to spar with, I can suppress my cultivation base and spar with you at any time. It doesn't matter if you're slightly injured, severely injured, or half-crippled. I'll be able to help you. When the old man reached the end of his sentence, he smiled so widely that it sent chills down Duan Lingtian's spine. This is the Southern Heaven territory, not the Upper 7 regions. If we were in the Upper 7 regions, I wouldn't dare to say such words. However, in the Southern Heaven territory, if you want to break through as quickly as possible, staying in the profound nether mansion is the best choice for you. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless. Nevertheless, he knew the old man's understanding of the Southern Heaven territory was far superior to his. Senior, what will happen when I become a 10 Directions Celestial King? Are you going to let me go to the Su family? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes, Duan Lingtian asked casually. To his surprise, the old man nodded solemnly. Once you've become a 10 Directions Celestial King, you can head to the Su clan and seek fortuitous encounters in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In the Southern Heaven territory, it's extremely difficult for a 10 Directions Celestial King to break through and become a Celestial Lord on their own. However, if one manages to find a fortuitous encounter in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, one might be able to break through and become a Celestial Lord. The middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is only a stage for the disciples of Grade 6 Celestial Mansions in the Southern Heaven territory. If that's the case, the upper realm will be the stage for Celestial Kings in the Southern Heaven territory. The 10 major clans, 5 great sects, other forces, and sectless cultivators are all allowed to enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in search of fortuitous encounters. After listening to the old man's explanation, Duan Lingtian learned that the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was a stage for Celestial Kings in the Southern Heaven territory. Apart from the profound Nether Mansion, where else in the Southern Heaven territory can help you become a 10 Directions Celestial King faster, I'm afraid it's the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is filled with danger. It's not as safe as staying in the profound Nether Mansion. For this reason, I won't allow you to enter the upper realm until you're strong enough. However, if you can improve your comprehension of the law of space and comprehend another profundity to the initial stage, I'll allow you to enter the upper realm even if you're only a 7-star Celestial King or an 8 trigrams Celestial King. After the old man finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before he continued to say, For now, it's best for you to stay in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Senior, based on your words, there should be many Celestial Kings who have comprehended profundities to the initial stage in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, right? Duan Lingtian asked with narrowed eyes. The old man was aware that he had comprehended the law of space's cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage. Although Duan Lingtian was only a 1 basic Celestial King, with his comprehension of the law of space, he was not afraid of ordinary 3-talent Celestial Kings or 4 phenomenon Celestial Kings. However, if his opponent had comprehended a profundity to the initial stage as well, he would not be a match for him. A lot of things were relative. If one had something that others did not, one would naturally have an advantage. However, if one had something that others had, one would lose one's advantage. That's only natural. Even in the 10 great families and 5 great sects, there are many disciples of those clans and sects who have comprehended some of the profundities to the initial stage, and they are the overlords of those clans. Based on your current comprehension of the law of space, even if you're a 10 Directions Celestial King, you'll only be able to enter the 2nd tier in the upper realm. It had to be said that the old man's words had dealt a blow to Duan Lingtian. One had to know that he was still very confident in his current strength. If he was given the strength of a 10 Directions Celestial King, he felt that there would be very few people below the Celestial Lord realm who could be a match for him. But now, he heard the old man say even if he was a 10 Directions Celestial King now, with the profundities from the law of space that he had comprehended, he would only be able to enter the 2nd echelon in the upper realm. Perhaps, in this senior's opinion, I'll be lucky if I can comprehend 1 profundity from the law of space to the initial stage after I become a 7-star Celestial King or an 8 trigram Celestial King in the profound Nether Mansion. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It's just that he doesn't know that I have the omnipotent divine spark left behind by an existence who became an omnipotent through the laws of space. The speed at which I comprehend the laws of space is beyond his imagination. All right, I'll stay in the profound Nether Mansion for now. Once I've comprehended 2 profundities from the law of space to the initial stage, I'll be able to enter the upper realm even if I'm not a 7-star Celestial King or an 8 trigram Celestial King. Chapter 3182. Most of the people in the profound Nether Mansion, including Qi Tianming, were unaware that Duan Lingtian had become a Celestial King. They were still waiting for Duan Lingtian to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and continue to create a legend. They were confident that with Duan Lingtian's strength and luck, he would definitely rank first. However, after waiting for half a month, Duan Lingtian had yet to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Lingtian seemed to have vanished without a trace. What's going on? Where's senior brother Duan Lingtian? Don't tell me senior brother Duan Lingtian has left the profound nether mansion? That's possible. Otherwise, why hasn't he entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm since it's been half a month? Isn't it said that senior brother Duan Lingtian is the reinforcements the profound nether mansion has hired? It's normal for him to leave, right? Based on the news, senior brother Duan Lingtian isn't the reinforcements the profound nether mansion has hired. He's from the Simplicity Celestial Sect. The Simplicity Celestial Sect? One of the 3 sects and 2 clans? Heavens! I didn't expect senior brother Duan Lingtian to be from the Simplicity Celestial Sect. I think senior brother Duan Lingtian must have been taken away by the Su clan. Otherwise, he would have entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Everyone in the profound nether mansion was talking about Duan Lingtian, who had yet to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. You're not going to enter the middle realm this month? Qi Tianming asked Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Enter what? Duan Lingtian was conversing with the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion when he received Qi Tianming's message. For a moment, he did not understand what Qi Tianming meant. The middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Qi Tianming replied, "Now that I've become a celestial king, do you think I'll still be able to enter the middle realm?" Duan Lingtian replied. Qi Tianming was stunned when he received Duan Lingtian's reply. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would reply like this. He has become a celestial king? Qi Tianming was truly shocked. Based on his knowledge, Duan Lingtian had become a 10-direction celestial duke from a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. However, he had just become a 10-direction celestial duke, and yet, he had already broken through to the celestial king realm. He remembered that after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, he would be able to make a breakthrough from a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to a 10-direction celestial duke. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian's Duan Heaven, the Imperial Pavilion Senior, since you've said so, I'll stay in the profound nether mansion. I'll leave when I'm strong enough to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Lingtian told the old man. Tian. The old man nodded in satisfaction when he heard Duan Lingtian's reply. Then, as though he was reminded of something, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Speaking of which, there's a new woman keeping an eye on the profound nether mansion. Strangely enough, there are 2 people tailing her. That woman came to the profound nether mansion after the 3 assassins from the Blood Skull Gang and the people from the Azure Green Mansion. Do you know her?" The old man asked. "A woman." Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. "What does she look like? I can't see her face. Not only is she wearing a veil, but she's also wearing a bamboo hat as well." The old man replied. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. He was reminded of someone when he heard the old man's words. Huan Er. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He looked at the old man and asked anxiously, "Senior, where is she now? She might be a friend that I've been looking for a long time. Perhaps she heard that I'm in the profound nether mansion, and that's why she's here." The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more he felt it was likely that the woman was Huan Er. "A friend of yours?" The old man raised an eyebrow. With a wave of his hand, an invisible energy surged out of his hand and shrouded Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian discovered the old man had brought him out of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. Due to the speed of the old man's movement, he could not see his surroundings at all. "She's over there." When Duan Lingtian saw the old man had slowed down, the old man's voice rang in his ears again. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian turned to look. With just a glance, he saw a beautiful figure standing in the distance. It was a woman with a bamboo hat on her head and a veil on her face. She wore a white robe and had a graceful figure and an extraordinary temperament. No matter if it was the veil on the woman's face or the bamboo hat on her head, Duan Ling Tian was no stranger to them. After all, he was the one who had brought her to buy them. Duan Ling Tian was overjoyed. He did not expect to see Huan in the profound nether mansion. He was relieved to see that Huan was fine. Don't be in such a hurry to show yourself. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to step forward, the old man's voice rang in the air. There are two people following her. They're not humans but celestial beasts. I've used my divine consciousness to probe them. If I'm not mistaken, they're from the Phantom Fox clan. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically when he heard the old man's words. The Phantom Fox clan? Duan Ling Tian could still remember what Huan great-aunt had told him. Huan great-aunt had told him that before she became a celestial emperor, she was not to interact with anyone from the Phantom Fox clan other than her mother. However, if anyone from the Phantom Fox clan set their eyes on her, she would kill them unless their surname was due otherwise. Huan's life would be in danger. It seemed like it was related to the internal strife of the Phantom Fox clan. Senior. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath before he looked at the old man and asked, "Are you sure they're from the Phantom Fox clan?" "I'm sure they are." The old man replied, "Senior, please take me to them. I'll ask for their names. If they don't tell me their surname is due, I'll need your help to kill them. Try not to let them use communication celestial talismans before they die." Duan Ling Tian said solemnly as he looked at the old man. "All right." The old man nodded and did not ask any further questions. It was as though he was willing to help Duan Ling Tian for no reason. In fact, he'd already taken Duan Ling Tian to be his last life-saving straw. If Duan Ling Tian wasn't here, his chances of taking revenge for his father would be even slimmer. There was one thing that Duan Ling Tian was unaware of. In fact, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion was not only related to the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion from 30,000 years ago, but he was also the biological son of the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. At that time, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion and his mother were being hunted down. His mother had given birth to him before she died. He had only learned about his birth through the memory celestial talisman that his mother had left for him. Although he had joined the profound Nether Mansion and rose to the top due to his hatred, he was still unable to kill the patriarch of the He clan to avenge his parents. For this reason, he could only place his hopes on someone else. However, Duan Ling Tian's appearance had given him hope. From the moment Duan Ling Tian promised to avenge his father, Duan Ling Tian's life was more important than his own. Let alone Duan Ling Tian, even if Duan Ling Tian wanted him dead, he would not hesitate to kill himself as long as Duan Ling Tian wanted him to avenge his father. Swoosh! Swoosh! The old man brought Duan Ling Tian with him and appeared in front of the two men who were tailing Huan. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally saw the two men. They were a young man and a middle-aged man. They were stunned when they saw Duan Ling Tian and Huan. "Why are the two of you sneaking around the profound Nether Mansion?" Duan Ling Tian glared at the two men and said in a deep voice, "You'd better tell me where you're from. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this place alive." Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the two men's expressions changed drastically. They did not see clearly how Duan Ling Tian and the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion had arrived. They did not even have time to react. This was enough to show that at least one of the two was far stronger than them. "Sir, we're from the Phantom Fox clan. My name is Zhang Qiyu, and his name is Zhang Lizhong. We bear no ill will toward the profound Nether Mansion." The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, the young man took the initiative to speak. "His surname is not Du." Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened in shock. When Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion, who was standing next to him, raised his hand casually. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Before Duan Ling Tian could react, the two men from the Phantom Fox clan who were tailing Huan were pierced by vines. In just a blink of an eye, they were dead. In such a short time, they didn't even have time to react. let alone send a message. The smiles on their faces were still plastered on their faces. How powerful! At this moment, Duan Lingtian could sense how terrifying the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion was. Thank you, Senior. Duan Lingtian sucked in a breath of cold air. When he regained his senses, he thanked the old man repeatedly. After thanking the old man, Duan Lingtian asked, Senior, even if the other members of the Phantom Fox clan don't know who killed them, I'm sure they know they died outside the profound Nether Mansion. They won't bring trouble to the profound Nether Mansion, right? In terms of strength, the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven territory is no match for the profound Nether Mansion. Even if they come looking for trouble, the profound Nether Mansion isn't afraid. The old man replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Huan-er. With the old man leading the way, Duan Lingtian appeared near Huan-er. Huan-er was still looking at the profound Nether Mansion's estate from afar. Huan-er. Duan Lingtian looked at Huan-er from afar. His eyes were brimming with excitement when he called out her name. Chapter 3183. Huan-er. Huan-er, whose back was facing Duan Lingtian, trembled violently when she heard Duan Lingtian's voice. Then, she slowly turned around. With just a glance, she saw the purple-clad young man standing nearby. Although she had not seen him for a few years, he did not seem to have changed at all. Big brother Lingtian? I'm not dreaming, am I? Huan-er removed the bamboo hat and veil from her head, revealing her flawless face. Everything around her seemed to pale in comparison. Even the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion was shocked by Huan-er's appearance. He had lived for more than 30,000 years, but this was the first time he had seen such a beautiful woman. How can there be such a perfect woman in this world? Huan-er. Upon seeing Huan-er's face, Duan Lingtian could no longer hold himself back. He stepped into the air and hurried toward her. Huan-er seemed to have turned into a gust of wind as she flew into Duan Lingtian's arms and hugged him tightly. Big brother Lingtian. I missed you so much. I missed you so much. She could not stop muttering to herself as she lay in Duan Lingtian's arms. 2 streams of tears could be seen rolling down her beautiful eyes. I missed you too. Duan Lingtian hugged Huan-er tightly in his arms. The longing that had been buried deep in his heart erupted in an instant. When Huan-er had left without saying goodbye, he had nearly gone mad with worry. Now that he saw Huan-er standing in front of him safe and sound, he sighed in relief. Huan-er, promise big brother Lingtian that you won't leave without saying goodbye in the future. Okay? Duan Lingtian said after about 15 minutes had passed. He slowly pushed Huan-er away and looked into her eyes. Big brother Lingtian, I've been away for a few years. Have you missed me? At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a pang of heartache when he saw the tears that streaked down her cheeks. Of course, big brother Lingtian is worried about you. He's worried that something might happen to you while you're out there alone. When you left without saying goodbye, big brother Lingtian searched for you for a long time, but he couldn't find you. Where did you go? Duan Lingtian said seriously. In that case, Huan-er's departure was not completely meaningless. Huan-er said, You little girl, how can you think like that? Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by Huan-er's words. He could not help but recall the words recorded in the celestial talisman that Huan-er had left behind when she left without saying goodbye. Big brother Lingtian, I'm leaving. I didn't want to leave, but I've decided to leave. Perhaps you'll miss me more when I'm gone. Just like how you miss Sister Murong Bing, Sister Kerr, Sister Li Fei, and Sister Feng Tianwu. This was the reason why Huan-er had left without saying goodbye. Even now, Duan Lingtian still felt that Huan-er was too willful and childish. However, he knew that Huan-er was still a child. After all, she had only begun to see the world after meeting him. It was understandable for her to do something like that. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame himself for not coaxing Huan-er. Huan-er, promise big brother Lingtian that you won't leave again. During your absence, big brother Lingtian realized how important you are to big brother Lingtian. Duan Lingtian said, Although Duan Lingtian was coaxing Huan the truth was, after Huan left, he realized she was more important to him than he had imagined. Is that true? Huan Er's emotions stirred when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly, as though she wanted confirmation from Duan Lingtian. It's true. Duan Lingtian nodded. Big brother Lingtian, I don't want to leave you again. Huan threw herself into Duan Lingtian's arms again. She did not let go for a long time until Duan Lingtian told her that there was someone else present. Then, she shyly pulled away from Duan Lingtian's embrace. Senior, this is Huan. She's my younger sister. Duan Lingtian held Huan hand and introduced her to the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. Younger sister? The old man smiled. You're my lover, right? Duan Lingtian felt slightly awkward when he heard the old man's words. Huan on the other hand, smiled when she heard the old man's words. Old man, you really know how to talk. Are you from the profound nether mansion as well? Huan don't be rude. Duan Lingtian hastily stopped Huan It's all right. The old man waved his hand dismissively and said, I think this girl is inexperienced. It's only natural that she doesn't know the ways of the world. However, why would the Phantom Fox clan target her? The old man studied Huan intently for a moment, but he did not notice anything amiss. He did not even notice that Huan was not human. Huan was a rare Thousand Phantoms ice fox in the Phantom Fox clan. Her aura had always been well hidden. Now that her cultivation base had improved, only celestial emperors and above would be able to tell that she was not human. Naturally, those from the Phantom Fox clan would be able to sense her aura. Those who were more knowledgeable would be able to tell that she was a Thousand Phantoms ice fox. It's a long story. I'll explain it to you when we have the time, senior. Duan Lingtian did not intend to lie to the old man, so he changed the topic and asked, Senior, it shouldn't be a problem for Huan to join the profound nether mansion, right? Of course. A 10 Directions celestial duke who's not even 100 years old. She's as monstrous as you. You're really trying to squeeze me dry, the old man said with a sigh. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered that Huan had become a 10 Directions celestial duke. Just like a month ago, he had become a 10 Directions celestial duke. After all, he had only become a 10 Directions celestial duke in such a short time because he had obtained the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. However, Huan did not consume the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. If Huan didn't encounter any fortuitous encounter after we parted ways, it's true that she's a Thousand Phantoms ice fox. In the end, Duan Lingtian could only attribute Huan cultivation base to her true form, the Thousand Phantoms ice fox. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he brought out an exquisite box. When Duan Lingtian opened the box, he was shocked. There were 2 celestial fruits in the box. They were none other than the Ice King celestial fruit and the Fire King celestial fruit. These 2 celestial fruits could help a 10 Directions celestial duke become a 1 basic celestial king in a short time. Duan Lingtian knew the effects of these 2 celestial fruits since he had consumed them before. However, he did not expect this. After the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion had given him 2 celestial fruits, he did not expect the old man to give him 2 more celestial fruits. When did the Ice King celestial fruit and the Fire King celestial fruit become so worthless? Little girl, this is the first time we've met. Here's a gift for you. The old man closed the box and passed it to Huan. However, Huan did not accept the gift. Instead, she looked at Duan Lingtian. Senior, isn't this a little too valuable? Duan Lingtian asked with a solemn expression on his face. He wanted Huan to consume the celestial fruits since she was a 10 Directions celestial duke. After all, she would be able to become a celestial king in a short time if she consumed the fruits. However, the celestial fruits were indeed very valuable. Before the old man could reply, Duan Lingtian said, Why don't we accept the celestial fruits and take it as I owe you a favor? Brat, you clearly want the fruits, but why are you being so courteous? They're not for you, so stop trying to put on an act. The old man said snappily, This is my gift to the little girl. She's called Huan right? Based on what he had seen earlier, The old man could see Huaner's feelings for Duan Lingtian. He could also see how important she was to Duan Lingtian. With these two celestial fruits, there was no doubt that he would be able to tie Duan Lingtian to him even more firmly. Moreover, he found Huaner pleasing to the eye. Huaner, since Senior insists on giving it to you, just accept it, Duan Lingtian said to Huaner. At the same time, he made up his mind to return the favor if he had the chance in the future. Thank you. Huaner thanked the old man before she took the box and passed it to Duan Lingtian. Clearly, she had no intention of keeping it for herself. Huaner, keep it for yourself. Don't underestimate these two fruits. After you consume them, you'll be able to break through and become a celestial king in a short time. Duan Lingtian hastily said when he saw Huaner passing the box to him. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he added, I consumed these two celestial fruits a month ago, and I'm now a one basic celestial king. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could not help but look at the old man. He wondered how many Ice King celestial fruits and Fire King celestial fruits the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion had. Little guy, don't even think about taking advantage of me. I only have 2 Ice King celestial fruits and 2 Fire King celestial fruits, and I'll give them to you now. The old man seemed to have seen through Duan Lingtian's thoughts when he saw through Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Huaner's eyes lit up when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She did not expect the 2 fruits to be so powerful. After a short while, Duan Lingtian and Huaner were led back to the Imperial Tutor Pavilion by the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. The Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion returned to the backyard and did not disturb Duan Lingtian and Huaner's reunion. Huaner, how have you been these past few years? Duan Lingtian asked Huaner in the room. He wanted to know what she had gone through in the past few years for her to become a 10 Directions Celestial Duke so quickly. After listening to Huaner's explanation, Duan Lingtian learned that she had spent most of her time cultivating in seclusion. As for her breakthrough in cultivation, it was natural. Duan Lingtian was greatly affected by Huaner's words. 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox is a rare existence in the Phantom Fox clan that only appears once in a million years. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, even without consuming the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit, she was still able to become a 10 Directions Celestial Duke in such a short time. In terms of cultivation speed, few people in the spirit overarching heaven could compare to her. By the way, have you comprehended any profundities? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian remembered this important matter. Yes, Huaner nodded. What law did you comprehend? You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.